That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out, bring them out. Woo! Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out.
With the 25th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman, defensive back, Oregon.
What's up, Chicago? It's Dylan Thieneman here. Super excited to get the word Bear down.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Hall of Famer David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. We got Shane, we got Jay Moore, we got you for a 3-hour ride on this Bears Football Friday. With open phone lines for you at 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube. YouTube.com, look for ESPN Chicago there. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. As we're brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Find your advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group as we broadcast live from the Jeff Dickerson Studio at the Chicago Board of Trade. Thanks so much for being with us here as we review what the Bears did in the first round of the draft and look ahead to today, day 2 of the draft. And Cap, the Bears got their guy, Dylan Thieneman, is the safety from Oregon, now part of the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, it's an outstanding pick. That was clearly them saying best player on the board at a position of need. So they did what you asked, get somebody defensively. They did what you asked, please get at a position of need. And then they did what I asked, take the best freaking guy on the board, period. And now you got 3 picks tonight and then more tomorrow. But tonight is where I think you can really see them probably address pass rush, I would think, and maybe left tackle. But this kid, Dylan Thieneman, he's about the cleanest prospect in the draft. And if Caleb Downs was not in this draft, he'd be the number 1 safety, and he would never be on the board. I don't think the Bears ever believed. Everything I read, I stayed up late reading, nobody thought Dylan Thieneman would be there at 25. And when he did pop up on that board, he's there, done. So I love the pick.
It was surprising to me that Thieneman was still on the board, quite frankly.
Didn't you think the Vikings were going to take him?
Yeah, I thought it would be somewhere in the teens where Thieneman would go, and he just happened to be there at 25, and the Bears take him because the one thing you need to do is be able to, as Tom Thayer told us yesterday, patchwork with this draft. You notice he said that?
Yep.
I was thinking like Thurasil should have been the sponsor for the draft. He was talking about patch and seal with this draft. And that is exactly the case because there are still holes on this roster that need to be filled. At the safety position, you get Dylan Thieneman. There's Kobe Bryant at free safety, so you got a couple of guys there. And quite frankly, you're still not done. You still have to think about the future of that safety position. You feel like you shorted up yesterday, but you also have to take a look at this depth chart and say, okay, what's next? What else would you do in that secondary? It was either him or the player from Toledo we talked about as well, who went later in the first round, wasn't it? Or is he still on the board?
He's still on the board.
He's still on the board for day 2.
Yeah.
So there's names that are out there for sure. So no offensive lineman chosen in the first round for the Bears and no defensive lineman chosen for the Bears. They got something that they need to be able to take care of in Thieneman. My initial thought is because we talked about some of the safeties there to be available, Cap, I have no problem with Thieneman being on the football team. But I think what happens is it adds more pressure to Ryan Poles and the Chicago Bears to figure out who's going to be able to get to the quarterback. The question still stands on that, by the way. And even if the Bears would have taken a defensive lineman, I would still say that the question still stands on that because it takes more than one to be able to get to the quarterback. You need a unit that you can trust. Right now, you have an aging, expensive defensive line that was ineffective last year. When you're below 30% in pressure rate, that tells you all you need to know. These are just facts. It's not me hating on the Bears or the defensive line. It just wasn't enough. And again, if you watch the games, you know that. So this puts actually more pressure on Poles and the Bears to be able to get that shored up, because there's no way at House Hall they have to be happy about what they saw there. They might respect the guys there, but ultimately you're looking for execution, and it wasn't enough of it.
All well said. Completely agree with you. Now, the best available players, you could package one of 57 or 60 and maybe a 3 or a 4, whatever it takes to move up. The top 10 guys that are on the board by most scouts are defensive players. Not all defensive linemen, obviously, but Jermod McCoy from Tennessee. Some people think he's the number one guy still left on the board. Cornerback. They don't need another safety, but your guy, EMW from Toledo, is still on the board. Your son, Colton Hood, cornerback from Tennessee, he's still on the board. And then the number one rated edge on 3 different lists I've looked at, T.J. Parker, Clemson, 6'4", 263. His size meets what Dennis Allen likes. He likes bigger edges. Caden McDonald, the D-tackle from Ohio State, who many thought would go first round, he's still on the board. Pretty big guy, 6'2", 326. And then there's Cassius Howell from Texas A&M, a smaller edge, but a good player as well. So there are some guys that fit what you and Shay have been wanting, and we'll see.
So, Shay, you know, you've been hearing me for months, and I talked about already this morning about the need to be able to get a pass rush on this football team. And again, you can't change it sonically in one draft, but you have to start, making things happen to be able to get younger at that position and find the next generation of defensive linemen for the Chicago Bears team. I just noticed how the draft fell. It was interesting. So, as I mentioned, I don't have a problem with Tiedemann because you had to take care of the safety position. I get that. The hope is that he is a fit for the Bears from a speed standpoint and a skill standpoint. But then we looked at the rest of the draft, and we see Peter Woods, a guy we talked about, defensive lineman from Clemson, who goes to Kansas City at 29. And then Kedrick Falk. You remember we had Albert Breer on Tuesday, and just based on his scouting and talking to people, he thought that Falk would be a good pick for the Bears, the edge from Auburn. So, listen, all I know is that day 2, if you're not addressing it and not addressing it enough, then you're fooling yourself, because it's one thing to say, I like this guy on the offense or I like this other position, but you can't turn a blind eye to what's important. The defensive line is connected to Caleb Williams, too. It is. It's one thing to just say, like, well, we got a good offensive line. There'll be plenty of protection for Caleb Williams. That's fine. But the defensive line and how quickly they can get off the field matters, too. So I hope that they take notice of that, because last year the defense stayed on the field way too long. And I heard the quip by Ryan Poles talking about how the quarterback can stay on the field and hold the ball. It's actually up to the defense to be able to get that done. So I'd like for them to be able to get off the field as quickly as possible, get after the quarterback, make some productive plays this upcoming season, that D-line. That's the hope.
You're correct. And I will tell you, Zion Young is still on the board. Now,
Yes.
Again, they get information that we don't get. Shay can watch all the film. I can watch all the film. You can. It does not matter if they know character concerns or things. Paul said last night, that we have now gotten our franchise and our team to a place where if you do not fit character-wise, motor-wise, athleticism-wise, what our coordinators want, we're not taking you. It does not matter how good you are. If you do not check all the boxes. So while I really like the kid at Missouri, and Shay likes R. Mason Thomas at Oklahoma, who I do too.
Still there.
I don't know the backstory. They do.
Shay?
Yeah, well, you were just talking about Pole's quip last night. Like, I like Dylan Tiedemann. I think Dylan Tiedemann's a really good player.
Yep.
And the only reason, honestly, he wasn't on the Shea guys list yesterday is because I didn't think he was going to be available at 25. So it makes sense the Bears took him. Position of need, I get best player on their board. But the part of it that bothers me was Poles last night doing this when asked about edge pressure.
The D-line helps the back end more often than not. But in this situation where, we have good corners, good safeties, we can be in a position where maybe we can have the quarterback hold the ball a little longer. The D-line helps.
That's strange.
The back end.
Let's break it down the front end of that, Shay. the front end of that.
Good corners, good safety.
When he talks about how the D line helps the back end, well, that's not true. That's not what happened last year. I mean, I'm sure ideally that's what he wants, Kap, but clearly that was not the case last year. I think maybe in his mind's eye, he hopes that that is the case, but you can't give that narrative now because that's not what happened last year. The D-line did not help the back end. Did not. Actually, the back end helped the front line, as you well know, because of how opportunistic the Bears were by getting interceptions and flipping the field.
No question. Now, you cannot dispute, though, that they had to increase team speed because we saw, much as I love Kevin Byard and C.J. Gardner-Johnson rolling in here off his couch, gave them a real shot in the arm. Those two dudes are slow compared to the speed they now have in their back end.
100%.
This kid runs a 4.35.
That's not, but let's okay. So wait. Let's talk about the soundbite. Now, what you said is true, but we're not going to turn a blind eye to what we just heard here. The soundbite says that he felt like the back end. Did he say the back end helped?
But he wasn't talking about. Here, I'm going to play it again because he wasn't talking about the Bears. But he's not talking about the Bears. He's talking about football in general. So here's the full quote again.
The D-line helps the back end more often than not. But in this situation where, we have good corners, good safeties, we can be in a position where maybe we can have the quarterback hold the ball a little longer.
He's talking about the Bears. He's talking about the speed they've added, the youth, Kobe Bryant, and this kid versus 33-year-old Kevin Byard, who we saw the kid at Green Bay, Christian Watson, run right by him and C.J. Gardner-Johnson,
sure.
and we saw the back of their jerseys. And after the season, someone up there told me he has made it clear we're getting more speed, period.
But you were bothered by the soundbite.
Yes, because I don't like saying with good corners and good safeties, we can let the quarterback hold the ball a little longer. That's insane.
I think he means the defense getting off the field faster. So our offense can have the ball longer.
I don't think that's what he meant.
Because why would he say?
I think honest to God, and it's now going on 5 drafts of example of this. I believe his philosophy is to be better in the back end of the defense than in the front end. I don't think that they value edge rusher as much as the rest of the league does. I think their philosophy is safeties, corners, off-ball linebackers. We will defend quarterbacks with speed in the backfield, and we are not going to prioritize the defensive line the way the rest of the league does. I think they've shown us that over 5 years. So that's fine.
When
they
you pay
can feel
$100
that
million
way.
to Montez Sweat, you're not devaluing what the rush edge does. He did pay. Now, you could say you don't like who he paid. That's a different argument.
Like the Adingbo.
Like a Dengbo.
Yeah.
Like he did pay $48 million for him. Now, we could say, boy, that was a bad I'm with you. But he did put assets into defensive line. Now, Grady Jarrett, I was reading a good article. They said when Eberflus left, it was such a train wreck in that locker room that they said, we have got to get an alpha on that line and somebody that absolutely dominates the locker room. And he's one of those good guys.
Jay Moore?
What do you think the quote meant?
I think that it's funny because he feels like if he can build the linebackers in secondary the way he did, that the defensive line doesn't have to be a major factor. It's strange, right? The way he said it.
That's strange.
Well, but Cap, didn't it seem like, hey, and by the way, he's hoping that the defensive line could be able to get a pass rush. He put more pressure on the quarterback. However, he accentuated the secondary and the linebackers a lot in that quote, did he not? He's like now. But here's the thing: I don't want the quarterback holding the ball for a long time just because you got speed in the secondary.
Right?
Does that make sense to you, Cap? Like I want the quarterback to be in peril. Look, I'm not looking for the 85 Bears with this team, but I'm also looking for a pass rush to be able to flush the quarterback out of the pocket to force incompletions.
Fair.
That's what I want.
Fair.
See, Shay, that's the thing. Like, it's almost funny, and he talks about, the quarterback can hold the ball long, but it's okay because we've got a back end that's going to be solid. Well, to me, it's all-encompassing with defense. A defensive line that can get a pass rush. Linebackers that can be able to roam free, and also a secondary that's opportunistic. You need all of it. I don't want the quarterback holding the ball long just because you've got a fast secondary.
I want him in the turf.
They quick. And obviously there's more picks to come. Like they could trade up today and get TJ Parker, and I go, you know what? That's excellent. They did a great job. Round of applause. I love Dylan Tiedemann. I love TJ Parker. You make the move up and you get him. Awesome. Or you sit at 57 and you take Derek Moore from Michigan. I can get behind that. But if there is no evidence to support that they're going to do that. They've never done it. Like Shamar Turner is probably the highest draft selection defensive lineman that Poles has.
In the first round since 2018, a defensive player.
Yeah, well,
it's been a long time.
Yeah, well, don't forget, you didn't have a first-round pick in 19. You didn't have a first-round pick.
Yeah, I'm not going back to well before. I understand that, but I'm just making.
You took quarterbacks with 2 others.
Sure, but I'm just making the point. Shamar Turner is the highest they've addressed defensive line in the draft, and it was in the 60s.
Let me ask you a question. How many double-digit sack guys did the Seahawks have?
Probably 1.
0.
Yeah.
0.
Yeah, that's great. They led the league in pressure rate, though.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just telling you they had nobody get more than 7 sacks.
Yeah, and
didn't they have a bunch of guys get like 6 or 7 though?
They had 3 guys get 7.
So there you go.
Right.
They led the league in pressure.
I just agree with you.
And again, he can fix it today. He can go address it today and get edge pressure, edge help, defensive tackle, whatever you want to do.
I would think he would.
But my concern is when he says we feel like we can let the quarterback hold the ball a little longer. Go into the Packers games this year with that as your game plan. God bless.
Yeah, that's something I wouldn't have said, Cap. That's something I wouldn't have said, because what is defense there for? To get after the quarterback, to force interceptions, to be able to impose your will on him. That's supposed to be the backbone of the team. I know everyone likes to see the fly of the football and see what the quarterback does, but ultimately the backbone of your team is the defense. And so, listen, in my analysis of the defense, not once did I mention sack numbers. What I tell you all the time is about pressure.
Correct.
And making the team sweat, the opposition sweat. That's what I want.
Well, that's why he's the GM and not the coach.
Yeah. Ask the Rams what that's like. What the difference between the head coach and the GM. Got a quarterback. What? Did you not have an MVP in your locker room? No, we're taking care of the future. Okay, good. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. We're getting your reaction. This is not, by the way, for me, Cap, one of those drafts where you're like, oh, the Bears didn't get my guy. I gave you 6 guys yesterday. You gave me 6 or 7 guys yesterday. And the reason why is because you're picking at 25 and you feel like you have cornerstones already on the roster. You're just trying to do what they are said, the patch and seal, to solidify some spots on this roster.
Fair.
It's good to be in that spot, by the way, when you've had a deep run in the playoffs.
Yeah, my wife and I are sitting there, and she's like, can I go to bed? I'm like, no. You're going to wait till the Bears draft. Please sit here with me. She's like, this is the most boring thing I've ever watched. She said,
oh.
I said, that's what winning looks like, hon. We're not in the top 10. Winning looks good. Yes, I don't care about the freaking guard that the Steelers were forced into taking that they didn't even want because they were on the phone with the wide receiver that they thought they were getting, and he was taken while they were on the phone. Guess what? I'm waiting for my team.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what winning looks like.
Yeah, you wait through the rest of the draft to see what your team does. And luckily the Bears, based on what they did this past season, were at 25, and they got a guy that can help the team in Daniel Tiedemann. So we'll take your phone calls and get your reaction. 312-332-ESPN is our phone number. Kap and J Hood, weekday mornings at 6.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the boom.
Off-season never happens here. We are ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. From the combine through free agency and onward to the draft. No one brings it better. Coverage provided by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Dylan Tiedemann going to the Chicago Bears and getting your reaction right here on Kap and J Hood. Hey, can I save you some time? If you're shopping for a car and already bracing yourself for the process, don't. Just start with the Advantage Dealer Group. Toyota, Chevy, Acura, Cadillac, Buick, GMC. They got all the brands. What they don't have the nonsense. No drawn-out negotiations, no surprises when the paperwork shows up. Just clear numbers, honest conversations, and people who understand you got things to do. Buying a car shouldn't feel like you're breaking down X's and O's. Wherever you are in Chicagoland, make it easy on yourself. Find your advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group. Jay Moore.
At Elmhurst University, we give you the tools to soar. Whether you're undecided on your future, exploring a new path, or looking to level up your career, here you'll find support, skills, and opportunities as limitless as you are. Go beyond with a community of care and support. Do more with knowledge that's timeless. It all starts at Elmhurst. Go far, do well. Start today at elmhurst.edu.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and zero calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
Evan Cohen here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a cybersecurity engineer at a publicly traded company.
We've been hacked! They're through our firewall!
How is that even possible?
They got my password.
Please don't tell me your password was password.
It's actually password 1.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Like a good caddy, the Treasury Management team at Republic Bank of Chicago is ready to carry the load and provide the advice and solutions your business needs to succeed. Republic Bank of Chicago, banking beyond expectations.
Thank God it's Friday.
It's Freaky Friday. This is Bears Friday.
Dylan Tiedemann is the newest Chicago Bear. He burst on the scene as a freshman at Purdue. High-end athlete with tremendous production, filled a major need for the Chicago Bears. 2023 to 2025, 306 tackles. That's the third most in FBS and the most among a DB. 2023, 6 interceptions, tied for third most. And we see the strengths and weaknesses, Kap. Quick trigger to play downhill and run support, versatility to play multiple positions in the secondary, high IQ player who often finds himself in the right place at the right times. We're talking about the Bears on a Bears Victory Friday here on Kap and J Hood. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. I was talking to my buddy Charles Arbuckle, tight end for UCLA. He's been around the league for a long time. I talked to Buck yesterday, and he said, Hood, one thing that you got to know about every draft, not just this one, but every draft is, yes, you want to be able to hit on your day one pick, but ultimately the draft is based on the entire draft, how you build through the draft. It's not just day one. He says it's day 2, it's day 3, and you're trying to accentuate the positives as much as possible, filling in the holes, so you can have guys that are ready for the next generation of your football team. He goes, everyone thinks that once day one's over, that'll be all. No, all of it is important. And he was trying to tell me that yesterday.
Oh, if you're in New England, day 3's not. Anyway.
Fair. Clean shot.
I mean, we'll get into that too. Like, what is going on? Every 2 minutes, there was something else about Vrabel, and then they ran him out there, that stammering. He never looked so feeble in all my life. Anyway, back to the draft. Okay, if you're sitting with 57 and 60 today, and you go, all right, we got to get a pass rusher. D-tackle, because you could push the pocket. Rush edge, you could speed rush the pocket. There's a lot of ways to do it. Shea said he'd be willing to trade. Depends what the cost is for the player I'm acquiring. You cannot just force feed it and go, I got to get that guy if he's not somebody you truly believe in. Like Pohl said last night, we now have with this franchise with Ben, there are standards for our players. They've got to check every box or we're not interested. We don't care how talented you are. So is there a pass rusher on their board? Not ours, because I like the kid at Missouri. Shea loves the kid at Oklahoma. You might like somebody else. Is there someone on their board? Because we don't know all the character. We don't know all the medicals. They may have a red flag on someone for a medical reason that we don't have any idea about.
That's fine, as long as you don't outdumb the room on draft day.
Fair.
That is a thing, by the way, where you think you're so smart that you try to outsmart everyone else in the division and in the draft. I just want them to get quality players.
They did that last night.
So, well, I mean, that's one. Show me the rest of the draft.
Right.
Like as I just illustrated to you, the draft is not based on one night. It's based on the entire draft.
Well, all I know is I love who they got last night, and he filled the need. So I give Poles a ton of credit for sticking to his process and going, I still don't. I would love to ask him off mic, take me through like pick 16, 17. Are you believing Tienemann's going to be gone? Because I think he truly believed that he was never going to be there.
I was personally surprised that he was there.
I was too.
I said, oh.
When the Vikings didn't take him, what were the Vikings, Shea, 18?
Yeah.
At 18, I said to my wife, well, the guy I really like, because I love Caleb Downs. That was my favorite player in the draft, period. And I was texting my brother, can they trade up to get him? That would have cost more than next year's number one if you go by the Jimmy Johnson trade chart that everybody uses. So there was no way you were shooting up. He went 11. There's no way you were going up that high. So when he was off the board, I'm like, this kid from Oregon's going to be gone right here. And they didn't take him. And now I start fantasizing, like, can Poles trade up and get that guy? Because there's no way he's still going to be there at 25. And then all of a sudden, he's there. The Ty Simpson pick was a surprise, obviously. And there were a couple of others where you went, wow, Carnell Tate, the first receiver gone, very high in the draft. So there were some surprises, but I thought Dylan Tienemann being on the board was a no-brainer pick for them.
In Maryville, here's Sean on Kap and J Hood. Good morning, Sean.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you guys doing today?
What's up, brother?
Hey, so I agree. I thought the Tienemann pick was a high-value pick for us, and everybody, like all the pundits are saying that. But I'm with you, Hoodie. We have to get some type of edge help, and I agree with Shea, either Derek Moore. I don't know about trading up. Like you said, Cap, depending on what it would cost us. But I would be willing to give up the third to get a guy like T.J. Parker or, Stein Young, your guy. But I completely agree. We got to get some pressure on that quarterback, even though we just increased the speed on the back end.
Possibly that there was not a defensive lineman that they liked at that spot at 25, and that's fine. That's why you do have day 2 and day 3. Definitely today will tell a great story about what the Bears are going to do in this draft because, again, you want to take care of your secondary. It's something that we talked about. You want to take care of your offensive line as well. And so there's holes there. It's amazing after a championship season how many things that the Bears had to try to shore up here in this draft and free agency, but that is the way of the world, the National Football League. It is a year-to-year league. And so Tienemann, I think, fits the bill for the Bears from a speed standpoint and skill. I like the speed and skill of him, played at a high level in the Big Ten at Oregon, so I really like that. Now you've got to be able to take care of what's next. You're old and aging on the defensive line and expensive. It's time for you to be able to address that. And if that person's a day one guy, that's great. But if not, someone has to be in the pipeline for the future for this team on the defensive line. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. in Slinger, Wisconsin, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Dave is on Kap and J Hood. Good morning, Dave.
Hi, Jay. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
And well, now with the safety that we got now, who did the Bears lose that we got this guy, and will he help them? And will he help our team?
Tiedemann?
He's a starter from day one, dude. This is a great pick. He is a plug-and-play day one starter.
Now that we got the picks and all, and do you think Caleb has got the supporting cast that we could get up to the top, hopefully the Super Bowl? Does Caleb got the supporting cast?
Well, I mean, so for me, it's more than just do you have enough wide receivers and do you have enough offensive linemen to protect Caleb Williams? For me, it's a team thing because it's just not the right arm alone that's going to get Caleb Williams and the Bears to the next level. It's being able to decide for sure what does your left tackle situation look like now and for the future. You have Tooney and Bradbury. You have Jackson and Wright. You have enough to protect them, that's for sure. You have a really great tight end room and I think a wide receiver room that can really help. But now it's about the other side too. I mean, the perfect illustration of why both sides matter is what happened against San Francisco this past season, where the Bears should have clearly won that game because Caleb was so locked in. It was almost automatic, like a three-point shooter Cap on basketball.
He was on a roll.
He was automatic. Like as soon as Caleb had the ball, he's like, okay, I'm going to score a touchdown. And it happened. But the defense ran out of gas. It did not support Caleb Williams. That's why both sides of the football matter for the Bears to get to where they need to be. It's not just Caleb. It's everything.
Fair. Absolutely fair. They needed more team speed. Kobe Bryant and this kid, your team speed just went up dramatically in the back end. Yeah. Dramatically.
This is no surprise, Cap, when we talked about an evaluation for Ben Johnson and for Dennis Allen and the rest of the coaching staff in year one. You had to find – this was such a great season for the Bears, for them to be able to win the North and go as far as they did. But ultimately, when you boil it down, it was an evaluation season for the Chicago Bears. An evaluation season to find out which Eberflus guys are going to be here and which ones can we part with. And now here you are in year two, and they had to make some of the tough decisions and say, hey, we need to have try to reimagine the secondary, try to reimagine the offensive line. So I like what they've been able to do because it was on evaluation, and now the Ben Johnson era officially begins now because he's in his second draft and clearing out the decks of some guys he didn't want and guys that he does want.
Yeah, one thing I do want to push back on, they do not have an old defensive line. They may not have a good enough defensive line, and you've been right on that for 12 months now because I think it was last year's draft when you said that. So it's been a year. They have not one guy other than Jarrett out of his 20s. Not one. They've got 23, 25, 29, 26, 27, Jarrett 32, 25, 25, 26, 29, 23. They got a young group, maybe not a good enough group to jump on board with what you said for the last 12 months.
You have a number of veteran players on the defensive line that are ineffective. They're playing older. Now, again, like you can look at their driver's license. I look at the play. It's not good enough.
Well, some of these are new guys that are in here. They've brought in a bunch of rotational pieces because they let Andrew Billings walk. I think he's in Arizona now. But they're key guys. Dexter, 25. This is his make or break year to get a new contract. Booker, 23. Sweat, 29. And then
Sweat
Turner.
will be 30 in week one, by the way.
Yeah,
and then Turner, 23. And that one is a big one. Yeah. Because if they drafted that version of Shamar Turner tonight, we'd be thrilled. So we'll see.
And when I talk about the defensive line, you know exactly who I'm talking about. I'm talking about the front four. That's who I'm referring to. And by the way, older and ineffective is not good enough. They could be in their 20s and still be veteran players that are not getting it done.
Yeah, I mean, Sweat had his best year as a pro. He had double-digit sacks. I'm not saying it's enough.
That is not true. He did not have his best year as a pro.
He did not.
So I'm talking in terms of number of sacks.
Yeah.
That was the biggest sack year he's had in his career.
Yeah.
I'm not telling you he played as an all-pro. I'm not telling you that. But he had double-digit sacks. He had 10.5 sacks. He did. That's just a fact.
Was it best year as a Bear?
No question.
I don't even think that's true. I think the second half of the season when he got traded here, he was more impactful than he was all of last season.
Yeah, I mean,
these sacks are not all made the same, man. So many of them came in fourth quarters.
I didn't say that. All I said
down.
was in number of sacks, he had his best year as a Bear.
That's also not true. He had 12 and a half in 2023.
That was combined with Washington.
Good year.
You said he had his best year as a player at the start of
as a Bear.
What's he supposed to do? Combined with Washington, he played 9 games his first year as a Bear.
I understand
He can't get to 10 sacks in 9 games.
I understand that. All I said was that is true. He had his biggest sack year with the Bears as a Bear. Are we clear? He had a double-digit sack year. That's all I said. So file it.
And what I would tell you is when it comes to those sack numbers, because we talked about it before, don't tell me how many sacks he had. When did it happen? And I'm glad it was effective, especially in the playoffs. You saw the Montez
He was
what we
an
looking
absolute presence in the playoffs. An absolute presence.
If they can play like they did in the Rams game every week next year, all good. We got no issues.
And then,
but that was just one inspired performance.
And then I still think Austin Booker's a good player. I do. I think he's going to take another step. I absolutely believe that. And he didn't even start last year until, I want to say, week 4. He was hurt with a knee, and then he came off injured reserve, and I thought he was a good player. He's the one that knocked Jordan Love out of the game with the concussion. You need more, and hopefully more is tonight. There's 3 picks tonight.
That's the hope.
Yes.
That's the hope. I've always loved the athleticism of Austin Booker, and again,
and motor. I like his motor.
But again, it as a unit. I can talk about each one of these guys individually, but what I always talk about with you is the unit, how the unit's got to be stronger. The units it's got to help the secondary, help the linebackers. Those guys were on roller skates last year because the defensive line did not get to the quarterback. Not enough.
But some of it also showed up because our back-end team speed, Brisker, Byard, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You didn't have Jalen Johnson most of the year. You didn't have Kyler Gordon other than 3 games. He was really never healthy. And again, I know injury's part of it, and there'll be more injury that happens. But if you are healthier back there with more youth and more speed, it will make your defensive line look a little bit better. You still need more talent, obviously. So we'll see. We'll see. They created more cap space yesterday, restructuring Cole Kmet and Jonah Jackson, $10.3 million more in cap space. That'll help them with their draft class. And who knows if he's got another move up his sleeve.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. More of your phone calls, your thoughts about Dylan Tiedemann, the newest Chicago Bear at the safety position. What else will the Bears do? Let's talk about it on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Tomorrow morning at 11. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Chicagoans take pride in their city, so why not protect it from smog? Unleaded 88 gasoline, also called E15, burns cleaner than standard gasoline and helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions around the city we love. It's been reviewed by the EPA and approved for all of us to use to clean up the air and help us breathe easier. Better for the environment and supporting local farm families right here in Illinois. Visit UNL88.com to find a pump near you.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bolingbrook and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the shop floor.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was T-boned by a utility truck.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Your guy?
Correct.
Not this again. Howard Ankin is my guy.
Hold on. Kap, your friend, Hoodie, your buddy. I'm their guy. And I'm also your guy and your guy.
Call 312-6-million for injury law made personal.
Howard Ankin, our guy, on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
My God.
Yeah.
Save big money on everything you need at Menards. Your roof is the first line of defense against the elements, and it enhances the appearance of your home's exterior. Owens Corning shingles offer ultimate protection and impressive curb appeal. Choose from 26 colors of Owens Corning Duration shingles and transform your home today. Shop our selection of roofing products on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer and find plenty of great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Who is it? Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call. The Yingling Hotline, brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Look, in sports, the best teams know when to make their move. Sherwin-Williams is making theirs with their big sale. That's right. It's super sale time. We're talking 40% off paints and stains with prices starting at $39, April 24th through the 27th. You know, looking at these studio walls, I'm thinking about a fresh coat of paint. It'd be perfect around here. Order online and get everything delivered right to your door, or swing by your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retails sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivering available on qualifying orders. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
With the 25th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman, defensive back, Oregon.
Dylan Thieneman is the newest Chicago Bear. Selected in the first round of the draft last night at number 25. The Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app is brought to you by your Advantage Dealer Group. Our draft coverage is brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, and Gary. Taking your phone calls, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number.
I like Northern Indiana. It's a nice area. I just don't want my Bears there.
That's 100% fair.
They're not going there. Stop. Sorry, Northern Indiana.
Gary?
Gary, come in here.
That's it.
Yes.
Gary, come in here.
There he is. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. To the phone lines we go. Farmington, Minnesota, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's Curtis on Kap and J Hood. Good morning, Curtis.
Kap and Hoodie.
Bop, 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 bop.
What's up, brother?
What's up, fellas?
I am doing great, but actually I'm a little bittersweet about the pick because I don't really know the guy, so I have to actually see him in action doing his thing. But
just go to Google, punch it in. Shay has got a scouting report. You did a report, right, Shay? Yeah, he's got one up on him. That kid is a beast. No one thought. There's no way Shay ever thought he was going to be there.
No, I did not.
So that's a really, really good pick. The board broke their way.
Well, I agree with you guys. What you guys are saying, I'm agreeing with social media saying and everything. I was just a little worried because I look at our schedule that we have with the Seahawks and the Bills and the Patriots We need pressure. There was a lot of great people, kids that came off the board, the edge rushers, the defensive tackles. We need to put pressure on these guys. So, and in our own division too, that's improving. So I was kind of hoping for a defensive tackle or a edge rusher. So I hope that the second round and third round, they renew my nervousness for the schedule and for the season. So, but okay, I'm listening to you guys and looking at you guys on Twitch and everything. Hopefully, things turn out better for the draft. Thank you so much, guys. You guys are rock stars. I love you guys. Keep doing what y'all doing.
Appreciate you. Thanks, man.
Thanks for the phone call. No, here's the thing. You know, the best defensive lineman that you would have wanted, Curtis, and for other Bears fans, is at the top of the draft. And so the Bears weren't going to get one of those guys. They were not going to go all the way to the top or get a top 10 pick. I thought that the Bears would stand pat. That's one thing we talked about as far as the predictions. I didn't think the Bears would go up in the draft or go back in the draft. I thought they'd stand pat at 25. And I think that the wheeling and dealing happens today in day 2. I got a feeling the Bears might go up or down, whatever they need to get more picks. But ultimately, as much as I want them to be able to address the defensive line, was there one guy at that spot at 25 that can make a difference? Now, again, we mentioned other defensive linemen that were chosen after the 25th pick, but were the Bears keen on those guys as much as they were with Thieneman? Probably not.
So when Thieneman did not get taken at 18 by the Vikings, where I think Shea mocked him there, didn't you?
Yeah, I did actually.
And like 4 or 5 others that I looked at, they had him gone right there because they had a clear need for a safety. When he didn't go, I thought, I wonder if Poles is going to trade up here. And I give him credit for having the patience because they have all the analytics. Like Mike Greenberg would say, it's a 77% chance that so-and-so is going to be there. There's only an 8% chance that this guy's going to be for this team. And I'm thinking, okay, he's got all those analytics, so does Poles. And he knows the chance that Thieneman's going to be there. And so I give him credit for remaining patient. I'm curious if Thieneman had gone before the Bears, what is he doing? Because does he take they needed a starting safety, but I don't think he takes the Toledo kid there. Do you?
No.
So does he take Zion Young, the kid from Missouri? Does he take R. Mason Thomas from Oklahoma? Does he take a D tackle that's on the board? I don't know.
I have no idea. But after the draft, that's a good question to ask him. How did the board fall for you?
Right. I would love after he does his presser, if I was up there, and I'd like to be, and, hey, can I have 2 seconds? No microphone. So let me ask you a question, Ryan. If Thieneman's not there at 25, what are you doing? Mm-hmm. He'd share it with you. It's over.
And what position were you looking at?
He might say, I was trading out. I had a deal already done.
Mm-hmm.
But once he was there, deal's off.
Could be. All I know is that no matter what the Bears did here today, yesterday, I look forward to seeing what they're going to do today in the draft. Thieneman's here, and so now what happens today? You do make it a little wheeling and dealing. What other positions are you going to shore up? I'm very curious about how they're going to do that.
By the way, did you see what he did after he got drafted? He gets the obligatory hug from Roger Goodell. Mm-hmm. Has there ever been a guy that stiffed the commissioner? Like, just shook his hand and went, yeah, okay. They all hug him. A lot of tears. I get it. You've worked your whole life to get to that spot in your life. He ran over to the Bears fans that were there and just started having a great old time with, 30, 40, 50 people that were all in Bears gear.
Yeah.
And my wife watched it and said, okay, that kid's going to be a star here. They're going to love him. Look at his personality. Like, there was no matter-of-factness. He was thrilled.
Yeah. No, absolutely. No, now, again, for me, if I was armed with the knowledge at age 21, 22 to know who Roger Goodell is and what Roger Goodell is, you know what I'm doing? Like a banker. Thank you, Commissioner. And it would be separation in the picture. He doesn't have to hug me. Don't have to hold the shoulder. No, just let's take the picture. All right, thank you. Interview? Yeah, thanks.
And then you have to sign the trading card. That was that new last night?
That is new. I haven't seen that before.
They had one trading card. And she said, you're signing your first trading card as a professional football player.
Yeah, Topps recently got an NFL license, so I think that's why they were doing that.
Which is cool. Which is cool.
Very cool.
So I'm just shaking his hand like a banker and just saying, let's go to the interview.
Shot.
Yeah, well,
You're
here's
an emotional person.
No.
You would be big old
no,
paws around him.
No, I would not. With the commissioner, again, armed with the knowledge of who Goodell is, and if I'm 21, 22 years old, you know what I'd know? He's not for me. He's for the owners. Yeah, the only reason why I think some of these guys get the big hug from Goodell is because there's some that don't have that father figure in their life. They don't have a male that's going to give them a big hug beside the agent. So I think that there's some of that you can put into play like, hey, man, someone's got to hug me, a father figure. And in this case, it just happens to be the commissioner.
I think it's become such a tradition. Like, I can't remember a guy that didn't hug him.
I'm shaking his hand.
Well, it's never going to happen because
what if he went in for the hug, Hoodie? Would you stiff arm him?
It's fine, thanks. This is fine. Thank you. Thank you. Picture right over here. All right, here we go.
There he is. No shot.
I'm not giving him a big bear hug. Are you out of your mind?
Oh,
I would not.
And especially if he initiated it.
No, first baseline.
Come on, Raj. And you'd put your big old paws around him. Oh, that'd be tremendous.
Not doing that. No.
Tremendous.
Again, you heard the caveat, though, Shay. Armed with the knowledge of knowing who Goodell is, Goodell's not for me, a player. It actually makes him a good commissioner. He's not Adam Silver, where he's going 50-50. He couldn't care about me as a player. The owners, yes. The players, just another guy. We get ready now for the platform with Shay. That's next on Kap and J Hood.
Good morning. Good morning. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
It's a bad take.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
Hey, in my home right now, it feels like one day we're blasting the AC, and the next day we're turning up the heat. But one thing Mindy and I never have to worry about is if our HVAC system is going to work. That's because we had our system checked this spring by my guys at Automatic. Ivan, he's my guy there. He came over to the house, reach out to Automatic, and they can send Ivan or one of their great team members to your home or business. Stay ahead with maintenance, repairs, full system upgrade if you need it. So make the smart move. Call Automatic or visit atomatic.com. Be ready for the constant changes. That is atomatic.com. Tell them Kap and Mindy sent you.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Rocky. Golf should be comfortable, it should look good, and it definitely shouldn't feel stiff. That's why Pins and Aces works for me. Their apparel is made with premium materials that are lightweight, breathable, and actually move with you through your swing. The fit is clean and modern, not baggy, not tight, and the designs are stylish enough to wear on the course and keep on afterward. From gloves to head covers to apparel, Pins and Aces brings comfort and confidence to your game. Upgrade your golf gear for this season. Check out pinsandaces.com. Premium golf gear with an edge.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com.
That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Yes, the medical emergency kit. Go to urgentcarekit.com/smalls and save $45 with Urgent Care Kit. urgentcarekit.com. It's like a pharmacy right in your own home. Amoxicillin, Z-Packs, everything else. If you're sick and you don't have time to go to urgent care, you don't want to deal with pharmacy lines, no copays, go to urgentcarekit.com/smalls and save $45 with the promo code SMALLS. Jay Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Time for the platform. Here's Shay Norling.
Shay's platform is always brought to you by the Chicago Transit Authority. Save money, do more, ride CTA. Hoodie, I've been looking for kind of a place to do this for a while. Twitter has always been a pretty bad place, but now I think it's like basically useless because you used to be able to offer an opinion and then maybe you would get some reasonable discourse in return or like actual debate or earnest debate. Now you just get called names.
Yep.
So I have 4 mean tweets that I received last night in increasing order of how mean and aggressive they were. Now, Kap, did you see any of my tweets last night?
I saw a few. Somebody was like saying something. You literally just parroted their line, and I know you and love you, and it was your snarkiness. I don't know if they took it that way.
Right. So did I ever say that I hated the pick or that I don't like Dylan Tiedemann?
Never.
Not once, because I do like the pick and I do like Dylan Tiedemann.
Yeah.
I just have questions about how much they're going to prioritize pass rush. So we begin with the first tweet I received in response, which is not that bad. You're full of bad takes, huh? Which is the go-to. Okay. I have no actual opinion to debate you with. I just want to say your takes suck. Not that bad. Number 2. If you're upset with this pick, you're a bigger idiot than I already knew you were.
Okay.
I love it.
Number 3, which might be my personal favorite. Shay is so narrow-minded. Austin Booker is better than any of the edges in this draft.
I saw this one.
We filled one of our many needs tonight.
And what did you respond?
I just replied with, Austin Booker is better than any of the edges in this draft.
I saw that. I saw your response, and I'm like, that is so Shay, because I could scream at him sometimes. He drives me nuts with some of it, but that is such a Shay response.
Because it's an unbelievable comment. And then the final one. This was in reply to I posted the video of Poles saying, we have good safeties, we have good corners, we can let the quarterbacks hold the ball a little longer. And I said, well, I don't love this. And somebody said, you don't love anything, you fat, depressed piece of blank.
Wow.
Well, Poles just texted me and said we offered Austin Booker for David Bailey, and they said no.
Oh, well.
There you go.
I thought Austin Booker was better than any of the edges in this draft.
Correct.
I can't be surprised at that discourse on Twitter.
But you have to laugh at it.
Yeah, of course. That's why I'm reading it today.
That's where my whole take that thing started 15 years ago. My wife saw me going back at a guy who had gone way over the line, talking about my special needs son. I mean, way over the line. And I'd had a couple drinks. And I said, blah, 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 blah. And I'm about to hit send. And she's like, whoa, you can't hit send on that. And I'm like, yeah, screw this guy. She's like, how many followers? It was like none. Very few. She's like, then why do you care? Why do you need validation from people you would never take advice from? I'm like, that's a great one. So I wrote back, really appreciate your support, brother. Thanks for following. Take that. And that's where it started. And I've never gone back.
That's incredible, Shay. The Austin Booker, though, that is the gold medal standard right there.
Wasn't that a
Twitter.
great one?
That's the best right there. It is amazing. Like, tell me you don't watch college football without telling me you don't watch college football.
And I like Austin Booker. I wanted him the year they drafted him. I wanted him with the Torrey Taylor pick. And then they took Torrey Taylor and traded back up to get him. But he's not better than any of the edges in this than all of the edges in this draft. Yes. That's insane.
That's why when I saw, and you didn't even put it like a capital letter at the start of the sentence. You just all small caps. Austin Booker is better than any of the edges of this draft.
I could not believe that was a real thing from a real person.
You got to laugh at that stuff. You cannot let it bother you.
100%.
The platform is brought to you by
the Chicago Transit Authority. If you're headed to a game, take the CTA. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5. This weekend be pretty good time. Weather's going to be beautiful. Less money spent on travel, more money for food and merch. No searching for parking. There's no random surge pricing and no traffic. We'll do the driving for you. CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all the major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. No need to purchase a ticket ahead of time. You can just tap and ride. Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
The Bears have got their guy with the #1 pick in Tiedemann. What else will they do today? Let's find out on the Kap J Hood Morning Show.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations, Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. Together, let's drive.
Another day of chasing the insurance company. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. Stop chasing. We handle everything. You just heal. Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
I can't do it today. I already have plans. Something came up. There are a million reasons to put off a cancer screening, but one reason to keep it. Early detection can save lives. Every screening, every result, every early detection matters. At Pfizer, we're fighting against cancer, aiming for 8 cancer breakthroughs by 2030. Join the fight against cancer and get screened at Pfizerforall.com/screenings.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper. So knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Kap and J Hood are back. Presented by Advantage Dealer Group. ESPN Chicago.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We got Shay. We got Jay Moore. We got you on this Bears Friday. We'll open phone lines for you at 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Find your advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group. As we talk to you about the Bears picking up Tiedemann, the safety from Oregon. That was the first pick, so the Bears took care of their safety position. And now what else will the Bears do today for day 2 of the draft? We're going to find out right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. We're getting your reaction to what the Bears did. If you're just joining us, I think that we're at a consensus on the show. Jay Moore, same thing, right? They pick up Tiedemann, the safety from Oregon. As I said to start off the show, like I think that this is a good move for the Bears because you had to shore up that safety position. You're trying to get younger and faster, more dynamic in the secondary. I still want them today to be able to look at that defensive line. If they're not day one starters, they got to be someone that you can feel in the short term can be able to help you in a big way.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Position of need, best player available. And like you said, I just hope that they go after the edge and try to sew up that line, man, because that's what we really need.
It's paramount for the team. And again, I still think, Cap, they're probably not even done in the secondary, the Bears. Be looking at maybe someone else.
A corner, not a safety, but a corner. Because Jonathan Owens is gone. They need someone in his role, but they signed Cam Lewis, who's not a starter. He's a good player, but he will get that probably Jonathan Owens role.
Mm-hmm.
But you got your 2 starters now. Kobe Bryant is a stud, but you paid a lot of money for him. He better play like a stud. And then the kid last night, like your team speed back there just went up exponentially, which is cool. Now, is Jalen Johnson healthy? If he is, he's a really good player. If he's sitting out like he was last year and then trying to come back and really not himself, is Kyler Gordon healthy? If those guys are all healthy, your secondary took a major upgrade. Major.
You definitely can see what they can do when they were healthy. They were, man, studs for real.
And here's the other thing that he talked about increasing team speed. Devin Bush, the linebacker they signed, team speed. So you got a little faster there, much faster in the back end. Now you get Shamar Turner back. We got to keep remembering that guy was a high pick. He tore his ACL. If he's healthy, they like him a lot. Now go get someone tonight, whoever that is. If it's Zion Young, like, what would it take to go from, let's call it 57 or 60 up to like 36? What's the cost on that? I don't have the Jimmy Johnson trade chart in front of me. Like, to try and go up and get Caleb Downs, that was impossible.
Sure.
Next year's number 1 wouldn't have been enough. So that, and they got a really good player there. I'm curious what it would cost to go up nearly 30 spots.
I mean, that would be significant.
20 spots.
Yeah,
you guys okay with that, trading up?
I am if the right guy's there.
I think that
I prefer it.
I think there's going to be some wheeling and dealing today from Ryan Poles. Let's put it this way. As you know, I like to keep things simple, Shay. So how about this? How about if I said, hey, last year with the Bears in the draft, it was Ben Johnson to get the kind of team speed and the dynamic production he wanted from the tight end position and wide receiver position. Whereas Ben Johnson's draft, where this one, Cap, could be Dennis Allen's draft. Where it's like, we as Ryan Poles told you, I can't fill everything. I can't take care of everything on the roster in year 1 of Ben Johnson.
Correct.
But as I move forward, I can start filling holes. I would not be surprised if this draft we walk away and say that day 2 of the not only just day 1, day 2, and also day 3 of the draft, Cap, belongs to Dennis Allen, where a lot of the holes are filled on the defensive side of the football. That could be. Or you take care of a corner, you take care of a safety, defensive line.
That's correct.
If you do that, then it's like, okay, Ben, we took care of you. You got a lot of what you wanted. So now we got to take care of this side. And I totally understand that philosophy because, as Ryan said, I can't do everything all in one fell swoop in one offseason. But I can start incrementally plugging holes on this roster.
There is somebody that's on his board. Like when the Bears were looking for pass rush help back in I want to say it was like 2002. And there was a guy on their board, Jerry Angelo told me, yeah, that guy had a 2nd-round grade. He said absolutely never expected him to be there. 4th round, he's still sitting there. And they're 2 picks away. And the player who you know very well, personally, you know him, he said, I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, I think Chicago's going to take me, but I think I'll go right here in front of Chicago. And they go from the University of Florida, and he's like, oh, here we go. And he goes, my phone hasn't rung. They took the Florida kicker. The kicker went in front of him. He said, I was so mad, I threw my phone down. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. He was the SEC Defensive Player of the Year. And his kicker went in the 4th round ahead of him. And the next second, his phone rang. Hey, it's Jerry Angelo. We're putting the card in. We're taking you right now. Alex Brown. Do you know that Alex Brown is the 4th highest sacker in the history of the Bears organization?
Yes.
Number 4. And the only 3 ahead of him are Richard Dent, Hall of Fame, Dan Hampton, Hall of Fame, and Steve McMichael, rest in peace, Hall of Fame. 3 Hall of Famers, and then AB. So you never know what guy. He said, I came in so motivated, you cannot imagine how pissed I was, thinking I'm going late first, probably second, and I'm still sitting there on day 3. He said, I didn't want anybody around me. I was so mad. And then my kicker went ahead of me. Pretty funny.
That's just rubbing salt in the wound right there. Oh, my God.
So maybe there is that guy out there that is super motivated. Maybe.
Southside, here is Prince with us on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000.
What's good, gentlemen?
Morning, Prince. How are you?
Good.
Waiting for the thrust there.
Jonathan.
Huh?
I vary from moment to moment, Jonathan.
Yeah, I understand.
Look, I don't understand why nobody wants to listen to what the Bears are telling them. I mean, the Bears have told you, after evaluating all of these players coming up during the season and scouting combines and, the East-West Shrine game and all of that, that they were comfortable going out and signing free agents at linebacker and defensive tackle. They filled every slot for those positions. They didn't leave a slot open like they did for end or like they did for wide receiver or corner or safety. They filled it. So I don't understand where the disconnect is in what they're trying to do. They're going to take tonight an edge, the cornerback Scott from Miami, and a wide receiver.
And potentially a left tackle too.
I don't think they're taking a left tackle. They spent too much money on it.
What money did they spend?
They gave $10 million to Braxton. They gave, I don't know what's his name making, but being a first round draft pick.
Jedrick Wills got a very small deal. Jedrick Wills.
Okay, but then you still got Benedict. Two players that we know they like.
Benedict got $1 million. $1 million. That's it.
Doesn't matter, but we know they like him though, just like they like Braxton. So if they take one, it'll be late. It won't be in these next 3.
Yeah, and Braxton Jones' cap hit this coming year is 4.3. There's incentives in there that he can get it to 10, but he's a 4.3 cap hit. That's not much money. As Olin once said to me, when the best players at the position make $25 million, and you play a guy 4.3, he's going to play like a 4.3. That's just a fact. When Jonathan Hood goes to buy a vehicle, if he pays $18,000, it's not going to run like a Mercedes G-Wagon. It's just not.
All right, Prince, we appreciate the phone call.
They do not have a quality left tackle. That's just a fact.
And when I buy a car, it's at the Advantage Dealer Group.
That's correct. Might be a little more than 18, but you're going to get an amazingly good vehicle because they got every brand going.
Yes, for everyone else. But for me, well, it's negotiations, pal. The best of the best.
You're Jonathan Hood.
That's exactly right. The Advantage Dealer Group. How about some of these other choices that teams made in the NFL draft? I think that we could talk about draft piece when it comes to what the Bears did. But what about some of these other teams on Kap and J Hood?
Kap and J Hood Morning 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show.
Hello?
It's the biggest names in golf, and it's the best news and information about Chicago golf. Host Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky are your starters for the golf weekend. The CDGA Golf Show, tomorrow morning at 9 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Springtime in Chicagoland, cracking open the windows, letting the fresh air in, and making sure everything actually works the way it should. If your windows aren't, you need to reach out to my guy, Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. Russ keeps it real, offering the most energy-efficient windows and doors at the lowest price, guaranteed. So do what I did. I called Russ Armstrong. You should too. 847-881-3060. 847-881-3060. Or visit ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
Doctors and nurses make their living trying to help others, but they are human beings, and human beings sometimes make mistakes. When a doctor has worked for 24 hours straight, fatigue and lack of focus can lead to critical mistakes being made. Other times, it's the policies or system that's to blame. For example, when a doctor or nurse comes in on their shift, they are forced to rely on charts and records created by others. Sloppy paperwork or inaccurate record keeping can give the doctor an incomplete picture or, even worse, the wrong picture, and that can lead to serious injury or even death. It's called preventable medical error. Recent studies claim that preventable medical error causes up to 400,000 deaths a year. That's nearly as many deaths as caused by smoking. When this happens, those responsible must be held accountable to compensate the injured person or their family. But the good news is, just like you and I are required by law to purchase auto insurance, doctors also get insurance coverage in case they accidentally hurt someone. For help, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Rocky. Golf should be comfortable, it should look good, and it definitely shouldn't feel stiff. That's why Pins and Aces works for me. Their apparel is made with premium materials that are lightweight, breathable, and actually move with you through your swing. The fit is clean and modern, not baggy, not tight, and the designs are stylish enough to wear on the course and keep on afterward. From gloves to head covers to apparel, Pins and Aces brings comfort and confidence to your game. Upgrade your golf gear for this season. Check out pinsandaces.com. Premium golf gear with an edge.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
There's a difference between driving and arriving. At Advantage Acura of Naperville, performance meets precision in every vehicle, all delivered with a seamless, transparent experience. Visit Advantage Acura of Naperville or start online at AdvantageAcura.com. Precision-crafted performance.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Yeah, I think you just match up better. You eliminate, every time we, especially like our pro staff, when we do an advance on our opponent, we're looking for targets, looking for guys that we can find mismatches on and expose. So when you have speed, and you have a lot of guys that can cover in different spots, your ability to hang in there, cover longer while you're bringing pressure, things like that enhances the entirety. Yeah, that group can elevate. Obviously, there's a lot of turnovers. You can increase that number, which is going to be, a big challenge for those guys. But I think just, like I said, taking the air out. Anytime you've seen a defense and you feel like it's suffocating because of the speed, that's what we're trying to do.
Ryan Poles, general manager of the Chicago Bears, talking about the first-round pick, Tiedemann, and taking a look at that secondary as a whole on this roster as we talk to you here on the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We'll hear from Courtney Cronin, who covers the Bears like a blanket for ESPN and ESPN.com, coming up at 7:30. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. So, Cap, we know that Fernando Mendoza was going to go 1 to the Raiders. That's a good fit for Mendoza to be aligned with Kirk Cousins in that same quarterback room. Whoever starts, seems like the veteran Cousins should start over Mendoza. We'll see how that all works out. But, you know, the one thing we know is that Mendoza might be number 1, but that's not the best pick in the draft. And actually, if we did a redraft in a couple of years, I think that would be proven out. But there's guys I really like on this roster of draft picks. David Bailey for the edge from Texas Tech going to the Jets. I thought the New York teams did a really good job yesterday of taking care of holes they need to fill. Carnell Tate, a wide receiver, going to Tennessee, Ohio State. This is a red carpet, by the way, for the Ohio State Buckeyes for this draft. Arvell Reese going to the Giants. But Jeremiah Love at 3. We thought that he might be a top 10 pick, maybe top 5 pick. I think whoever was going to take Jeremiah Love, we both were going to be like, you took a running back in the top 5, no matter who it is. But in this case, it's the Cardinals at 3.
Yeah, I thought Shay's best tweet of the night, the one that I didn't see all the mean tweets to you, but I saw that one I told you. I thought your best tweet was something to the effect of, here's why certain teams stay bad.
It was the Cardinals and Titans picks are a great example of why those franchises are bad.
Correct. Because Jeremiah Love just got the most guaranteed money in the history of the NFL at his position. $50 million. $50 million guaranteed to a running back on an awful team. Like, you're telling me Arvell Reese wouldn't have been a better decision there to get edge pressure?
Yeah.
Are you telling me Mansour Delane, who is the best corner in the draft, might not be a better pick? Sonny Styles might not be better. Francis Maui Noah or Spencer Fano. Like, building blocks in the trenches.
And the part people usually don't get when, like, you do don't take a running back in the first round. They go, why? He's a great player. I love Jeremiah Love as a player.
Me too.
But you put him on that roster on a team with no offensive line and no quarterback, good luck.
Yes, because
they have that in Vegas.
I was going to say, ask the Raiders what that's like.
Right.
When you don't have the infrastructure around a running back. He's just running into a wall. Jeremiah Love should be a really solid NFL player, but with the Arizona Cardinals, that's the problem. And by the way, as I just said, whoever was going to take Love, we were going to have that same criticism within the top 6 or 7. I think that we would have said, well, why do you take a running back there? Why do you take it? Because there's other talented players, even more so than Jeremiah Love in this draft. I like Tate better. I like Reese better. I like David Bailey better in that spot. Fanu, the kid that the Giants took there, out of Miami. Maui Noah also. There's a number of guys but here's the thing. We were all going to say, why do you take Love in that spot? Whoever was going to take him.
Yeah, I can't believe that there was no deal they could get to get out of that pick. I don't believe that. And then the interview with Francis Maui Noah, did you guys watch it?
Yeah, I did.
When he said, hey, Jackson Dart, I'll die for you, man. I'll die for you.
Yeah.
I love this dude.
Okay, that might be a little bit too far-fetched, but we understand he's going to protect him.
He's going to.
Okay, a little far there for
He sounded like a Secret Service agent, you know?
Yeah.
Take the oath. I was like, wow.
You should say that to Cam Scadaboo also.
Yeah. I'll die for you, man.
You're going to die for him, too?
Well, that's the one he has to worry about, I think.
Yes, so. I mean, there's always that. Reuben Bain went 15 to the Buccaneers. Again, we talked about the short arms and all that. I just, it's funny. I was talking to people around the league over the last 12 to 24 hours about Reuben Bain. So I asked a number of people, I said, what about Reuben Bain? And I keep getting back, well, do you remember Dwight Freeney? I go, yeah, I remember Dwight Freeney. Yeah, he had the same comp against him, shorter arms. And he had a hell of a motor and had a great career, Dwight Freeney, with the Colts, as you recall. So I said, listen, we can look at all of what people say about some of these players, but if you've got a will and a motor, man, whatever issues that you come into the league with, that's cleaned up and that's behind you. We can go back 10, 15 years, Cap, of certain things that were written about a player, and then you see them just waltzing to the Hall of Fame. No matter what a scout says, it's up to the motor of the player and, of course, the situation he's in.
Yeah, no question. Like, the backstories to a lot of these kids, it's super cool to see what they've overcome. Like, I think, is it Francis? Who's the kid that was from Nigeria that got drafted? There's one kid, he's a lineman from Nigeria. He just got to the United States when he was 13.
Mm-hmm.
He hadn't played football. There was another kid from American Samoa. He had to make his own football gear. He's so big, and they didn't have football gear in American Samoa. Like, just some of the backstories were just amazing. Now, there were a couple picks in there. Obviously, the Ty Simpson pick's going to be scrutinized because he probably doesn't play for 3 years. But if he becomes a really good quarterback, then no one's going to say a word. Couple of them that surprised me, like the Vikings taking Caleb Banks from Florida.
Get the foot injury, get the foot surgery.
Right.
Hopefully he'll be good on the next level.
I mean, I would assume they put him through every medical scan known to man, but I don't think the Steelers wanted Max, however you pronounce his last name, the O-tackle from Arizona State. They were taking Mekhi Lemon. They were on the phone with him, and the Eagles traded up right in front of him. Sorry, we'll take him.
Why would the Eagles take a wide receiver there, Cap?
Because Coach Vrabel, when he gets back with his club, is going to acquire A.J. Brown.
I see.
So
that was as obvious as the nose on your face when they took Lemon. And by the way, he is going to make teams pay for not taking him. You know, like the L.A. Rams, for instance.
Yeah.
He's right in your own backyard. You don't want maybe a new, fresh wide receiver for Stafford? No? Okay.
So, like, there's some interesting guys on this board that I think are going to be really, really good players. I texted you when the Jets, I'm like, all right, what are the Jets going to do here? The Jets going to jet? And then they said, yeah, with the 16th pick, the New York Jets select tight end. And I knew right away. Kenyon Sadiq.
Fantastic.
And Athletic did the first round grades. And again, the grades mean nothing. We can regrade in 3 years and go, is that a good pick? How did they turn out? Because guys get hurt, they don't make it, or they're bad. Kenyon Sadiq, A. How many A pluses do you think they gave out in the first round? Arvell Reese to the Giants, A plus. Caleb Downs to Dallas, A plus. The guard to Penn State to Baltimore, A plus. And one other, our guy, Dylan Tiedemann. Super cool.
Sadiq, the tight end for Oregon, is going to make teams pay. Of course, you're going to need a quarterback to get that done. Sadiq is just going to be running routes in the meantime. But if they can find the quarterback that they are looking for, Sadiq can be a difference maker. I enjoyed watching him, watching Oregon games, obviously, but watching that young man go. I mean, it says tight end, but he is a hybrid of both.
I watched his highlights
doctor.
Leading up to the draft. And then yesterday, the quick clips that they showed.
Man.
And I love their coach, Dan Lanning. Love their coach. And Dan Lanning was interviewed, and he said exactly what you said. He goes, that kid can absolutely beat people down the field. He can make plays in the intermediate game, and he'll hit you. If you need him to block, he'll throw a block in there for you, too.
Messidor, we talked about him as a possibility of a Bear, and again, 25 years of age, and the Chargers got him at 22, ahead of the Bears in the draft. If you feel like you need help, and definitely the Chargers needed help in that position, he's an older gentleman, but if you get to where you need to be, you don't have to worry about the second contract. He's 25, though. He's old, smoking, and he's got a mortgage to pay, but he's going to be out there.
He just signed up for Medicare.
So he's ready for you, though, at age 25. All right, 312-332-ESPN is our phone number. I-88, here's Matt on Kap and J Hood. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning, gentlemen. Hey, I'm not sure who all the edge rushers are that are still on the board. I've heard Zion Young's name a lot. I don't know if he gets to the Bears at 57, and I don't know how far they would have to trade up if they really want to take him. But this kid out of Illinois, Yakis, I think he's very underrated. If the Bears pick him at 57, I mean, I don't know how he grades with all the draft experts, but I really like the kid, and I'd be happy if they were to get him at 57. I don't know. I mean, compared to other guys we have on the roster, I don't know. I mean, would he possibly could he at least compete to be a day one starter with Dengbo and some of these other guys we got? I'm just curious what you guys think about him.
That kid at Illinois is a really good player, and he's got a lot of really good analysis on him. People like him. He's not beating out Austin Booker day one. Austin Booker's a good player now.
Yeah.
And now that he's healthy and he's got some experience, despite playing at non-football powerhouse Kansas, that kid's a really, really talented kid. Athletic, high motor. They say a high IQ player. So, no, I don't think he's coming in as a starter, but you'd certainly expect him to give juice to your pass rush in a rotation, right?
Yes.
Whoever you take in the second round.
Shay, is there still a per candle out for R. Mason Thomas?
Yeah, especially now.
Still
I would
there?
love to get him. Yeah, 100%. Yakas also was a Shea guy. I'd like that. I don't know, Kap, to your point, if they'll beat out Austin Booker day one, it should certainly be a competition.
Sure. But if I'm Austin Booker, I'm like, you're taking my spot. I'd come in ready to go because if he plays really well, he's getting paid.
I like the Bears.
By someone.
I like the Bears' philosophy of looking at it and saying, hey, we're starting over from scratch. There's certain players, obviously, that you're not beating out. You don't have a quarterback in the pipeline that's beating out Caleb Williams, obviously. But you're looking at some of these other positions, and you say, oh, there's competition. And if it's a fair competition and you don't worry about tenure, let's see it.
I like Austin Booker. We all know this. I would just say if we go into next year and Austin Booker's number one on the depth chart at edge rusher opposite Montez Sweat, I'm not going to be comfortable with that. I don't think that's good.
What if he wins the competition?
Well, that's fine. I think he's looked better. I don't think he's looked like a guy that I can hinge that position on.
I don't disagree. So you go get depth, 100%.
Or a starter. Like, I lean more towards if they take a second-round edge rusher, especially if they trade up today, that guy's probably your starter, opposite Sweat.
My hope is that it's a day one starter. That's my hope. At worst case scenario, it's a rotation guy that works his way into being a day one guy.
And why is Turner not maybe a starter?
We don't know.
Well, he was hurt.
Right.
I have no idea what Shmar Turner is.
That's the hope.
I'm saying if he's healthy.
Yeah, that would be the hope.
Then he could absolutely be in play to start. Here are the top edge guys that are available. And don't forget, D-tackle, they probably aren't going to add, but if they did, the number one guy on the board is Caden McDonald from Ohio State. Zion Young is the number one edge on the board, according to ESPN. Cassius Hall, Texas A&M, is number 2. Gabe Jacques from Illinois is number 3, and T.J. Parker Clemson is number 4. I could see a scenario where your son Colton Hood from Tennessee, they could draft him. They need another corner. Nashawn Wright's not here anymore. They got to replace him. So we'll see.
If he becomes a Bear, I definitely will wear his jersey.
You'd wear a Bears jersey. You wouldn't wear a Hood Tennessee jersey.
No, I wear a Hood jersey with Chicago Bears, and that's something I would never do, Kap, because we know that is a faux pas, putting your last name on the back of the team that you root for. That's kind of like a fan foul. That's something I've never done.
Me either.
But if it's a Bear with Hood on it, I definitely will wear that proudly.
Yeah,
absolutely. All right, we'll talk to Courtney Cronin with the latest on the Chicago Bears in the draft. What will they do in day 2? Let's find out next with Courtney on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. 2 to 6 in 2026.
Waddle, waddle.
The longest running show in Chicago sports content history, Waddle and Silvy expand to a full 4 hours. Hear them weekdays 2 to 6 p.m. We are Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Let me ask you something. Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. That's why you go to Advantage Toyota in River Oaks. What's up, it's J Hood. You've got a budget, they've got Toyotas that you want to drive. And here's the best part I appreciate. They keep it simple. No marathon sessions, no mystery math, just straight answers, real numbers, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Golf at night? You heard that right. Golf Center Des Plaines, the home to the only lighted golf course in Illinois. A stunning 9-hole par 3 course illuminated under the night sky, offering you the perfect opportunity to unwind and sharpen your skills after a long day. With their state-of-the-art practice facilities and expertly designed course, every swing is a chance to elevate your game. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, Golf Center Des Plaines is your one-stop shop for all your golf needs, day and night. 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Progressive knows there's no one more important to your team than your pet. They're like your top draft pick.
And it looks like Chuck has selected Pepper the Corgi. Bold pick there, Deborah.
Yeah, Rich, Pepper has a high ceiling for sure, but he does have a tendency to bark at every tree.
Yeah, he brings a lot to the table, but also takes a lot off of it, especially when it's been left near the edge.
Nothing left to do now but suit him up for the dog park.
Protect your top draft pick from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates of third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms.
Okay, team. Huddle up.
Why are you dressed like a hockey player?
Because America's energy security is on thin ice. We're facing an overburdened electric grid, rising fuel costs, and severe weather. But here's your power play. Propane. It's affordable, abundant, safe. Propane is reliable energy, even when the grid isn't. Advantage Propane.
Learn more at propane.com/powerplay.
Medical bills piling up. Insurance is ghosting me after the accident. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. We handle it all. Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
Jay Moore, let me tell you about True Green. I use True Green. You should use True Green as well. And you know why? Because getting and maintaining a lawn is no small task, but nobody makes it easier than the pros at True Green. They do all the hard work and give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. So stop sweating to get the results you've always wanted and sign up now for True Green, truegreen.com. True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. Jay Moore.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJHood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Keep your beak out of this.
Courtney Cronin, National Chicago Bears reporter for ESPN.
You have to temper expectations if you are a Bears fan, just given everything that this team had to kind of undo.
Breaking down the Bears and the latest NFL storylines.
Foles was given the flexibility and the freedom to take this thing down to the ground floor, down to the studs, to be able to build it back up.
Courtney Cronin with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Courtney Cronin is brought to you by Costa Ivoni. Injured? Call 708-4million for the people of Chicago, because they are Chicago. Costa Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers.
England, the oldest brewery in America.
Let's talk about the Bears in the NFL draft right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with Courtney Cronin. Good morning, Courtney. How are you?
I'm great, guys. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
So, Courtney, the Bears get maybe the cleanest prospect in the draft at his position. That guy's a stud. I love Caleb Downs. He's my favorite player in the entire draft. But this kid, I never thought would be there at 25. How surprised are you that he was there, and do you like the pick?
Stunned, because every projection, like every mock draft dating back to pre-combine, or dating back to the Senior Bowl all the way till this week, not one had Dylan Thieneman falling to the Bears at 25. I think most people expected that the Vikings, with a very obvious question here, because Harrison Smith can't play forever, that was where I thought he was going. And then when you see him slip past where the Vikings draft, when they go with Caleb Banks, a defensive tackle, it's like, all right, this is becoming a lot more realistic that he could be in play. You're tracking the edge rushers, you're tracking Dylan Thieneman, and the closer it gets to 25, he's still there. It's like, all right, they have their safety of the future, the position, the secondary as a whole, where they've been investing quite a bit since they lost some pieces in free agency. I think it's a fantastic pick. I think he's the right pick here to play with Kobe Bryant. And I think they walked away from round one feeling really happy about their choice.
Courtney, how much better is the secondary this year versus last, just based on what we have on the roster in front of us right now?
Well, I mean, health obviously is something that I think you have to factor in that makes it an unknown. Can Kyler Gordon stay healthy for a full season? Because when he can, he's worth the contract that they gave him last year, and he's can be one of the best nickels in the league. But we haven't seen him hit that potential yet. So that's an unknown. The unknown about Tyreek Stevenson. I mean, the guy was benched at one point at the end of the year, yet they rolled with him over the guy they let walk in free agency. Another question. And Jalen Johnson's an all-pro, but even he didn't feel he was at his best last year because he was coming back from core surgery in the middle of the year. So I still think it's an unknown, honestly, because of the corner position. But at safety, like they spent ample resources there, a first-round pick in the big contract they gave to a Super Bowl champion. So the back line of that defense should be an upgrade from what they had even a year ago.
So Shea had a problem with Ryan Poles saying something to the effect, we can let the quarterback hold the ball a little longer because we've increased the speed on the back end. I understand what he's saying, but there's also 2 more days of the draft, so I fully expect he's going to add somebody else on the edge. I like Austin Booker. I think he's a piece of a rotation. I'm not telling you he's a 17-sack guy. What is your thought on what he said and what it means for today?
So he was asked about, they've made it abundantly clear they need to get better with their pass rush. Like he's been saying this since January. It's like not just on the interior. They spent resources there in free agency, but on the outside specifically. And is there a way to do it on day 2 of the draft? And he said he felt comfortable with the way he's like, based on historical numbers he has, that he'd be able to get some sleep last night, knowing that there are options. They've got 57, 60, and 89. And there are players like Zion Young, the guy who has been mocked in just about every mock draft to the Bears. He's the top-rated edge right now on Mel Kiper's big board. Cassius Howell from A&M is still there. T.J. Parker, R. Mason Thomas, Derek Moore. Like there are options for them. So it has to be addressed tonight if they want to walk away truly feeling like they have somebody who can elevate the competition in that room, whether it's rotational, like a high-end rotational piece, somebody's going to play a lot, or a flat-out starter who's going to go in there and win that job from Austin Booker, win that job from any of the other depth pieces that they have at edge. But the whole thing where he says at the end, this kind of coincides with what Ben Johnson said about the whole like the marriage of the rush and cover. Like he's like, in this situation, we have good corners, good safeties. We can be in a position where we have the quarterback hold the ball a little bit longer. I don't know if that's an indictment on the pass rush, but that obviously doesn't sound great. Like if your quarterback's holding the ball a little bit longer, it means you're not getting home. Like, is that a good thing to admit? I kind of raised an eyebrow at that comment. I get what he's saying because it's what this pointed to last night is that the secondary is the strength of your defense. It was supposed to be the strength of the defense last year, but they had so many injuries, it was frankly hard to call it that, despite all the takeaways and all the stuff that we know about how last season ended. But it's still a unit that gave up 13 passing touchdowns of 20 yards or more last year. Like that's the most, tied for the most in the NFL with Dallas. Like that was an area that they had to get better. They did get better, but I still don't think this can come at the cost of the pass rush because, as we know, everything happens up front, and that affects what happens on the back end of the defense. They came away with all those takeaways last year, the interceptions, despite not having a consistent push up front. And they've all admitted takeaways are not a stat that goes from one year to the next. It doesn't translate over. So I think it's wishful thinking to think that it can happen again just because you put some resources in your secondary. But if you address the pass rush tonight, if there's a pick at 57 that quiets the noise around what you're doing up front, I think they'll feel better about it.
Court, I agree 100%. I thought what he said was wild. And I would imagine that that the Bears will address this here in today and tomorrow, the pass rush. But no, the object of trying to have a strong defense is not for the quarterback to hold the ball longer. It's to get off the field as quickly as possible and give it back to your offense. I mean, that's as simple as I could put it. What we saw was a yeoman's effort by the secondary and the linebackers to do what the defensive line did not do.
Mm-hmm.
They were ineffective for the most part last year. So what Ryan to say it out loud the way he did, I thought was kind of wild.
Yeah, and I know that they keep telling us, guys, everybody we have in the building is going to be healthy. Like I'm telling you, Dio Dingbo, 8 games last year, 1 sack. That's the answer. Like, if it works out that the health of these guys allows them to be on the field so they can contribute more, that's one thing. But I think it's pretty clear that the players that they had last year, even when healthy, when Austin Booker was able to come off IR, what impact did he really make that would make you think, okay, that's guy's the answer. We really don't need to address that position. Odengbo got hurt. He got paid a boatload of money. He's going to be here, so he's going to be competing for that job. But when it's trade deadline time, the guy gets hurt, and the talk around him is he was better moved inside on third down as a defensive tackle, and his run support was really where he was starting to hit his stride. You paid him to be a pass rusher. You paid him to fill that void off the edge, a crap ton of money, and it's making Montez Sweat's job a lot more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't keep telling us something that's not. Don't play in people's faces about it. We all saw what we saw. The pass rush stunk, and it was a big problem off the edge. They put resources into the interior. That's fine. And they think that their second-round pick from last year, Shamar Turner, is going to come back. Okay, that's one thing. But I don't think that you can look at this and say, we're going to be okay because of the guys that we have. That's not true. Like, because we saw it last year. Not everybody was hurt last year. We saw it, right. And it's not good enough. It's just not good enough. So I do think that there has to be an emphasis on it tonight, and you have 2 good opportunities early on. I wouldn't wait past 60. I really wouldn't if I'm them.
Do you think there's a chance they go, all right, whether it's Zion Young or the kid from Texas A&M Cassius or Gabe Jacas at Illinois, do you think there's a chance that Poles says, all right, what's it going to take to go from either 57 or 60 to 35, 36? I'm getting that guy now. Do you think that's in play at all?
You know, in looking at the board of just like who's there, what the grades are on them right now, and trying to compare some of the day 2 and 3 mocks, and like I think a move up. And remember, they tried to move up last year to get a running back, so they can be aggressive on day 2. Even though they ended up like with a great pick last year with Luther Burden. But I do think that there will be that itch to get your guy, to make sure that you have that player that can raise the floor in the defensive line room. If that's Zion Young, then you'd have to move up, I would imagine, pretty high up into the second round, like 57 to, what'd you say, Cap, 35? So right after where the Cardinals are slated to pick.
Yep.
That seems like you'd probably be giving up a significant amount. You only have now 5 draft, or what is it? 5 draft picks, 6 the rest of the way because of the 3 tonight and then the 3 tomorrow. They want to have more bites at the apple. Ryan Poles also said they're trying to be very choosy with players, that he feels that the team can be in a position where they're selective, that if a guy doesn't hit all their boxes, he's off the board. So if one of those guys is up there, then maybe they do feel that they can be a little bit more aggressive, because he said last night was one of the more aggressive times that they've been, even though the guy fell to him. So that might foreshadow that he is feeling kind of similarly to what you're projecting, that they might have to move up to get their guy, because I don't know, 33 to 57, it's going to feel like a long time if they start seeing a run on defensive linemen.
Courtney, what was the biggest eye-opener for you in this draft?
Ty Simpson at 13. I watched the I didn't see it live, but I watched it back this morning, the press conference of Les Snead and Sean McVay. And I don't know, maybe McVay was just, letting Les Snead be the voice of the offseason or whatever it was. He didn't really look thrilled about it because I thought that's a pick where you go get a receiver because Devontae Adams isn't going to play forever. There's some question marks about Puka Nacua and coming back just from some of the stuff he's been dealing with this offseason. You were one of the best teams in the NFL last year, bar none, and this could be Stafford's last year. I thought they were going to try to get him some more support. Seems like they're trying to already think about the future, and for a quarterback who was so polarizing, to where we had conversations about how big is the gap between Mendoza and Ty Simpson. Apparently, it wasn't very big at all. It was 12 picks, which I don't think many people would have projected yesterday. So that was probably the biggest surprise. And then I think I said it with you guys a couple of days ago. We all love Jeremiah Love. That's great. And good for him for getting $50+ million of fully guaranteed money for a running back. That's excellent. The Cardinals are all getting fired when they move to that new facility. We can go ahead and project that, right?
Yes.
Like, this is, what the hell are they doing?
Right.
Like, to not get a quarterback. And yeah, I understand there's a second round. They pick at 34. They can get somebody there. But my A+ scenario for them would have been to get Ty Simpson and pair him with Jeremiah Love and have your quarterback and running back, your offensive core of the future. To just walk away with Jeremiah Love at 3, I don't love it. And it was probably cost prohibitive. They probably were surprised that the Rams, the team in their own division, moved up or stayed where they were and didn't have to do anything, got their quarterback. It's bizarre. But I also think the staff in this front office is not there for long, if we're being honest.
I didn't see the stats and info package on this morning, Courtney, but is Matthew Stafford the MVP? First time that a team has taken a quarterback? Is that the stat?
The stat is that for the first time since the merger in 67, no team has taken a quarterback in the first round with the existing quarterback MVP on the roster.
That's crazy.
It is, and I understand that this is the team that's been forget the picks, they'll do it their own way. And clearly they saw something. We had Schefter on Sportsman earlier in the week, and he mentioned 2 teams that had really been high on Ty Simpson, and that if the Rams had the 29th pick, that's what he said initially, if they had the 29th pick, he would have been in play for them. So for him to be all the way up there at 13, it's just stunning because it feels like an overdraft. Maybe it ends up proving us wrong. The way that McVay was talking about, well, he's going to come in and he's going to compete with Stetson Bennett to be the backup, and kind of had a tight-lipped smile after that, just made me think he was biting his tongue, that he had more he wanted to say, and it might not have been his decision fully, but it's never a bad thing to get your guy of the future to learn from somebody who just won the MVP and somebody who has played in a Super Bowl before. But I just think they had more needs for the right now. And even with their edge rushers, they've got 2 guys that they're going to be trying to pay soon. You're not paying both of them $40 million plus. I thought edge rusher could have been in play for them at 13 too.
Before we let you go, offensive tackle today, obviously rush edge. I don't think they'll take a D tackle. Corner, maybe
Center.
A wide receiver. Do you think left tackle's in play today?
I think that they're going to tell you by their actions that they feel comfortable mitigating the revolving door at left tackle based on how they did it last year. However, the talent their talent pool was better last year because they had they had Ozzie Trapillo. There are tackles out there. I think, if you do that with your second of two second-round picks, there are options there. There's the guy from Western, Caleb Tiernan. I don't know if he'll be there. Drew Shelton from Penn State. There's a bunch of Big Ten guys that I think are still on the board that could be in play there. Somebody you bring in to add to competition in the room. I think center is actually a bigger swing that you can make in round 3 because we know Garrett Bradbury is only here for 1 year as of right now. This is a good center class at the beginning of the 3rd round. So whether someone like Sam Hecht is there from Kansas State, little bit older of a prospect. Jake Slaughter's still on the board from Florida. Logan Jones too. Logan's the older prospect. My mistake. I think they would be feeling really good about the future of that O-line if they handle that position. But tackle, sure, is still in play. As we know, that's not a position that I think a lot of people feel comfortable with right now, just because of the guys that are there and what that means for the rest of the offensive line if that position doesn't get solidified.
Courtney, as always, we appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Take care. There you go, Courtney Cronin on the England Hotline.
Shot on Ocean coming your way at 8 o'clock on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
Yes.
The Kap and J Hood podcast is available on the ESPN Chicago app and wherever you like to pod. Presented by Republic Bank. Or listen live to Kap and J Hood on the app as well. Weekday morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Kap. Let me tell you something. Snoring is not just part of getting older. And if you've got someone elbowing you at 2 a.m., you already know that. April is Stop Snoring Month, and Sinus and Snoring MD can actually fix the problem. Simple in-office treatments, no hospital, no big procedures, just real solutions that help you breathe and sleep better. Don't get another elbow at 2 a.m. like I used to. Contact Sinus and Snoring MD by calling 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. The Bullfrog Spa's Backyard Makeover Sale is going on now. If you're like me and you've been thinking about upgrading your backyard, this is the perfect time. I just designed my very own Bullfrog hot tub, and you got to check it out. I can't wait to see it. You can join me as well. Check out Bullfrog Spa's Backyard Makeover Sale, but it only goes on through April 26th. Find a Bullfrog Spa factory store at bullfrogspas.com.
For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has helped Chicagoland homeowners protect and improve their homes with expert craftsmanship, honest service, and industry-leading warranties, earning the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for business ethics twice. From durable roofing to beautiful siding and energy-efficient windows, M&M delivers quality you can trust with clear communication, dependable results, and peace of mind every step of the way. When it comes to your home, trust the company Chicagoland has relied on for over 50 years. Call M&M Home Remodeling today.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Hey, sports fans, the ESPN app has all of ESPN all in one place. The ESPN app is your home to thousands of live events, ESPN shows, and originals across every ESPN network in service. And now you can check if you already have ESPN Unlimited as part of your TV package for no additional cost. Visit activate.espn.com to learn how to access your account or sign up, then start streaming in the ESPN app. It's all of ESPN all in one place. Sign up or activate now.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs, and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
There's a difference between driving and arriving. At Advantage Acura of Naperville, performance meets precision in every vehicle, all delivered with a seamless, transparent experience. Visit Advantage Acura of Naperville or start online at AdvantageAcura.com. Precision-crafted performance.
Folks, let me tell you about PayPal. It's the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the National Football League, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether it's splitting tailgate costs, chipping in on tickets, game day food between friends, are all covered. Maybe if you make a bet last year on the Atlanta Braves and you don't pay your radio partner, like Jonathan Hood, he could PayPal me the $50 he still owes me. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates. Johnny.
A date night plan.
Buy tickets to see South Pacific.
A 10-time Tony-winning Rodgers and Hammerstein classic.
At Aurora's Paramount Theater.
It's got everything.
Wartime drama.
A little intrigue.
And a love story that actually delivers.
Plus tunes we all know.
Some Enchanted Evening.
Bali High.
Wash That Man Right Out of My Hair.
And Paramount always raises the bar with their Broadway-ready productions.
South Pacific.
April 29th.
Through June 14th.
Tickets start at $31 at the box office.
Date night plan.
For the win.
Get the tickets.
ParamountAurora.com.
Hey, it's Kap. You hear it every baseball season. You're not winning anything in April or May, but you could definitely put yourself in a bad spot early. Same thing with your home. Ignore your heating or AC system now, and it's going to catch up to you at the worst possible time. That's why I trust Automatic. They take care of everything. Tune-ups, repairs, full system checks, so you're not dealing with a breakdown when the weather really hits. Stay ahead of it. Call Automatic or visit atomatic.com.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. On a Bears Football Friday, it's the Kap J Hood Morning Show. David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We are presented by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Find your advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group. Our podcast is brought to you by Republic Bank as we broadcast live from the Jeff Dickerson Studio at the Chicago Board of Trade. Now time for Shot or No Shot. Here's Shay W. Norling. Shay.
Good morning, boys. On a Friday, how we feeling?
We're good, man. Good. I'm jetting off to L.A., Cubs, Dodgers, and then to San Diego, Cubs, Padres. No, come on.
I love L.A.
I'll find out if I do.
Well, at least you get to see that bum Hiroki Sasaki.
I have not been to L.A. When did the Cubs get swept? 09?
Wow. Yeah.
08. Yeah, they lost to the Diamondbacks in 07, swept. Rich Hill giving up the home run in the first. That'll be all.
Yeah.
And then the next year, I was in L.A. to broadcast the games there, and they got swept 3 straight. Can you tell me who started Game 3 when Lou screwed up? He should have had Ted Lilly pitching. He didn't.
Who was it?
Rich Harden.
Oh, God.
And they were – I walked into the bar wherever we were staying with the team. I walk in 1:30 in the morning because I had to do the postgame. I come in, and there's a drunken Ron Santo and a more drunken Lou Piniella. Hey, get over here. Lupinella. Turn your laptop on. I want to know what Aramis and Soriano are batting in the postseason in their career. And I pull it up. Now tell me Soriano's a leadoff guy. I pull it up. He goes, you have permission to punch me in the face if I ever let that guy lead off again. And they signed Milton Bradley, and everything went downhill, and Lou left.
If you bump into Sean McVay this weekend, he might ask if he can come back with you.
That's it. Hey, I think Ben's got an OC job open because I want out of here. I'm not happy.
We'll get more on that in around the NFL in a little bit. All right, let's get started with Shot or No Shot, a post-first round of the draft edition. I don't want to say post-draft because everybody thinks, oh, there's more than one rounds, idiots, when we react to the first round today. I feel like we've said this every single year that Ryan Poles has been the general manager, and we might be saying it again throughout the offseason after the Bears picked safety Dylan Tiedemann with the 25th pick last night. Shot or no shot, the Bears will have one of the best secondaries in the NFL in 2026.
That's an absolute shot. If healthy, yeah, Kyler Gordon and Jalen Johnson and the two safeties that they've got, absolutely.
Is Tyreek Stevenson part of that?
Yeah, 100%.
Sure sounds like it.
Well, there's a problem there. Like, I like a lot of what the Bears have as far as their secondary is concerned. I like Dylan being part of this team. I like Kobe Bryant because he's a proven commodity. Jalen Johnson, when healthy, is incredible. Kyler Gordon, the second-round pick, Cap, who's been around here since since 2022, right?
Correct.
Kyler Gordon. So the question is, Tyreek Stevenson, is there a corner that the Bears will draft, and will you press that corner into service? I would say that it's a slight shot, but that's the one question I have now in the secondary is Tyreek Stevenson. It's not even about his ability as much of his head on his shoulders, Shay. And the head on the shoulders affects the play on the field. So that's why it's a slight shot for me, and I wonder how you're going to try to improve that spot.
They seem to still like him, though. And I keep reading throughout the offseason that they plan on him being a starter, which is bizarre because, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, they benched him last year.
Correct.
Which is the one, it's part of why I can see them going corner. I think everybody expects them to go edge rusher and defensive tackle probably with 57 and 60 if they don't move up. I could see them going corner and offensive tackle. I could see them doing a lot of different things.
I don't see them taking a D tackle.
We'll see.
I do not. I think rush edge, yes.
Something to help that defensive line, as I've been saying. You know, when you look at the corners outside of Johnson and Tyreek, a little thin there. Actually, a lot of thin because you don't know what Zah Frazier is.
Correct.
And Elijah Hicks is a...
And don't forget Terrell Smith coming back from injury, who's a good player.
5th-round pick. Got to figure out. My whole thing, Shay, is funneling out the veterans for the new, because that's the NFL.
Yeah, and we can finally, hopefully, find out if Zay Frazier is anything at all this year since he didn't play last year.
And Terrell Smith coming back, as I mentioned to him.
I don't know.
You've got some depth pieces there. I would be surprised if they took a D tackle. I could see rush edge, left tackle, corner, and maybe a receiver tomorrow.
Center, receiver.
Center. They've been looking at a lot of centers.
There's a lot of options.
Because Garrett Bradbury only has 1 year on his deal.
Running back. Shay?
Punter.
What if there's
long snapper?
What if you hear they do it in the 3rd round? There's some guy that makes 72-yard field goals, and they take him. You would puke.
Yeah, I've been trying to replace Cairo too, but I would rip my hair out.
Most of the city puked over Tory Taylor.
That's true. I was literally, I think my face was green the morning after they did Tory Taylor.
It's like, hey, I don't care about his bedside manner. Caleb Williams said, we won't use you much. They used him plenty. And by the way, does not remind me of someone that can get the golf ball on the green all the time with Tory Taylor. Not quite yet. Not quite.
No. So last night after the draft, Ryan Poles had his media availability and was asked about weighing the value of a safety with the first pick against the value of the defensive line because they continue to finish in the bottom 3 in basically every pressure metric as far as rushing passers goes. Ryan Poles answered with this.
The D-line helps the back end more often than not. But in this situation where, we have good corners, good safeties, we can be in a position where maybe we can have the quarterback hold the ball a little longer.
Shot or no shot, Ryan Poles is admitting the pass rush blows.
That's a shot. And he said as much, Cap, without being as forthright as he was last night. That's pretty much what he's saying there. But he knows. What we're saying here, he already knows. One thing about Ryan Poles I will say out loud is that the things we talk about and the holes on the roster, he knows. He absolutely knows that there is a deficiency on that defensive line. Mm-hmm. No, you don't want the quarterback to hold the ball longer. That's not football, Cap. That's not defensive football. No, you want to get after the quarterback.
Agreed.
You want him to be uncomfortable in the pocket. You want teams to be able to say, okay, when the Bears come in, watch out for Javon Dexter or watch out for Adio Odingbo. Watch the edges now. Watch the scheme. Look how we got a double team. All that kind of stuff, right? So he understands. He knows. But what he said there is taking a shot at a defensive line that was not productive enough. Courtney just talked about it in the last half hour. Everyone knows it, Cap. But now what are you going to do about it? That's the thing. Everybody knows. It's not good enough.
Fair. I don't think he's admitting he thinks the pass rush blows. I do not. I think he's saying our defensive backfield has been upgraded dramatically. I'm not saying he's right or wrong. I'm telling you what his perspective is because of the speed that he's added.
Okay, well, his perspective is wrong if he's getting that from you. If he's agreeing with what you just said, then his perspective is wrong.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm telling you, you guys asked me shot or no shot. He's admitting the pass rush blows. I don't think he's admitting that, and I do think he'll address that tonight. I do.
You can use any word you like: blows, unproductive, ineffective, whatever word you want to use. It's the same, and he said as much. So he also agrees with me and probably a lot of other Bears fans that the defensive line is not getting home enough, under 30% on the pressure rate.
Agreed.
So
they're going to add to it. I will believe. If they don't add a rush edge tonight and 3 picks, I'll be stunned.
Whatever word you want to use, Poles agrees. But it's up to him and the staff to be able to fix it, though. You can sit there and complain about something that doesn't work. But if you don't put action in to replace it and get it better, then it's going to be the same. It just is. Montez Sweat, for all the numbers that you said he put up that we watched last year, all I want to know in big spots – were those sacks happening all throughout the season? It was not. It did not. So we need to see more of that from this defensive line. So that's a shot. Shay?
Did it make anyone else a little nervous that they aren't going to use 57 or 60 on an edge rusher?
My hope is that they are making some maneuvers to get an edge rusher.
I agree with you.
That's the hope.
But for me, it's just hope. Like, there's a part of me now that we've seen this over years where he's been kind of flippant about edge pressure. Certainly that quote qualifies as flippant about your edge pressure last night to me. And I kind of just feel like this is their philosophy, that they think they can win with speed in the back end and hopefully quarterbacks make mistakes against them.
Well, that was certainly.
Or they can get coverage sacks.
Like we always say around here, hope's not a plan, but for sure that was the plan last year. Well, we can't get home, so we need to be opportunistic. That's why I'm going to miss Kevin Byard being around here. Not saying that he'd give me like 7 or 8 interceptions this upcoming season, Cap, but he had the penchant and had the nose for the football. I like guys like that.
He absolutely did, but there's no room for him in this iteration when they wanted more speed.
I understand. I can't fight that. You had to get younger in that position. Totally get that. All I'm telling you is I'm painting a scenario, not a doomsday scenario, but Shay, I'm painting a scenario that you're not going to be able to be as opportunistic with interceptions and takeaways as you were last year. And so now what is the defense going to do about it? If you're not getting takeaways, so what are you going to do? Going to get more sacks? You're going to be able to get off the field a little quicker because that's what the Bears need. They need to be on – the offense needs to be on the field a lot more. You talk about 4,000 yards. Imagine if you had a defensive line that actually got to the quarterback. Then that would not be a conversation about Caleb Williams and 4,000 yards. I'll tell you that. But when the defense stays on the field, it's like, oh, couldn't get it done here. Okay, they're going to matriculate the ball down the field. Okay, here we go. Another 3 or 4 passes, another 3 or 4 passes, get into the red zone. Okay. Imagine if Caleb had a few more cracks at it.
Fair.
Now we're talking about 4,000 yards.
And you didn't feel like you had to run it so much because we want to keep them off the field. So,
To the tune of sometimes they're running into a brick wall if you had to, just so the defense would get a blow.
Fair.
All right, give us another, Shay.
All right, the 2027 draft is seen as kind of an all-timer. There's a ton of early-round quarterbacks that people think are very talented. And last night, if you were paying attention to the trades that went down, made it clear that teams feel the same. No team has moved a day one or day two 2027 pick to this point in the draft to move up this year. The Bears today, obviously seen as trade-up candidates. Courtney just talked about it. Get into that sweet spot where you can get your edge rusher of choice, move a couple picks to get early in the second round. Getting to the 30s based on the Jimmy Johnson trade value chart would be difficult without trading both 57 and 60 or some combo of one of those picks and a 2027 second-round pick. I just mentioned nobody is moving 2027 picks. So shot or no shot, the Bears are going to stand pat with 57 and 60.
I think that's a shot. I do. And now, Matt Miller just did a second-round mock. He has Gabe Jacas from Illinois to the Bears rush edge.
Good player.
At 60. So we'll see. We'll see. Again, if his board has somebody on here like Dylan Tiedemann, who he loved, and Tiedemann said on his interview, oh, they've been on me for a long time. I didn't know if I was going to be on the board for them, but they've really liked me. If there's some guy that D.A., Dennis Allen, vibed with, Zion Young from Missouri or the Cassius kid from Texas A&M, if there's somebody there and they're going to be going, then trade up and go get him if that's your guy.
So, Shay, what are you saying about the 2027 draft? The Arch Manning, Julian Sayin draft next year.
I'm not saying anything because I think every year we get some of this, like next year's draft is so good, blah, blah, blah. But clearly NFL teams believe next year's draft is so good because they are refusing to move those picks.
Jeremiah Smith at another Ohio State kid. Simmons, the linebacker from Texas. Guys like him. I mentioned Julian Sayin, the quarterback for Ohio State. Guys like him. Dante Moore.
Yeah.
Quarterback for
Would be a
Oregon.
way better quarterback draft.
Well, that's the key, too, is it's not just like, well, we need a quarterback, so we need our picks.
You want to be able to have your pick so you can trade it.
Yep. You want to be in the sweepstakes because next
you've got
year's going to
Caleb,
be.
and I think you still have Bagent under contract for 28, right? Or 27? 26 and 27, he's under contract. Well, a year from right now, if you're sitting there going, all right, we're good, we're going to keep Bagent with Caleb, and you're at pick 26, and there's some really good quarterback on the board, and somebody calls, you want to have that pick.
So this will be the Arch Manning draft for people wondering. This is what it's going to be. Julian Sayin, the Ohio State quarterback. That's what the draft will be next year.
Yep, and you mentioned Dante Moore from Oregon.
What if today, Cap, you're trying to trade up to 35 because the guy you want is there, and they ask for 57 in Bagent?
No, absolutely not.
Because of Bagent. That's the deal breaker.
No. I'm giving you a guy who I have a value grade of a second rounder on that I said I've openly said it, not me, them. We're not trading him we want a second round pick. And you want another second rounder to go up to 35? No. Unless the guy's grade is off the chain. And only they know that.
You're not trading Bagent away, right?
If they said, okay, Arizona, what number are they?
They're in the early 30s.
Okay, if Arizona called and said, Bagent for that pick, yeah, I'm doing it. Then they get their quarterback, and I get my rush edge. Yeah, I do that. If they said throw in a 6, done. I'll throw in a 5, done. Give you 57 and him? No, I'm not doing that.
Bears should have dealt with the Cardinals. What's Jeremiah Love going to work with?
Do you know their quarterback room right now, the Cardinals?
It's Brissett, isn't it?
Well, he's holding out. He wants more money.
Jacoby Brissett, who is holding out. Behind him is Gardner Minshew and USC legend Keaton Slovis.
Right, so they're going to get a quarterback, I would think, now, right?
The Cardinals?
Yeah.
Who, Carson Beck?
I just read something right now. They said Carson Beck will be gone in the first 6, 7 picks.
Dear God. Yeah, then you know what? The Cardinals should be selling that pick because go ahead and take him in the 60s. Who's jumping you to take Carson Beck?
Nobody.
You're going to take a guy who's going to be what, like 24, 25 years old, does not at any point look like he's capable of being a franchise quarterback, and you're going to do that in the early second round?
I'm not doing that for the new Jameis. Absolutely not.
The new Jameis.
White Jameis.
White Jameis.
He is. Ask that man down the first base line. He's seen him. He played for my school. I know what to expect. Not much.
Yeah, I was never a fan.
So
he won with you because he had the best team around him and an elite coach.
They're going to buy into the Garrett Nussmeier, actually, he was just hurt at LSU theory.
Oh, God.
Just big this week.
No,
but if they truly called and said, all right, 35 for Tyson, you have to do that.
But what about the Bears?
I don't know what they would do for a backup quarterback. I mean, Case Keenum, I love, but he's 38? 39?
He's a fine tutor for Caleb.
That's why he's here.
Fine tutor.
I love him.
Mm-hmm.
He's a great dude. Got a wealth of knowledge.
We're going to just agree to disagree on this, I'm sure, but you know how I feel. If I need a guy to fill in for a couple weeks, Case Keenum is more than fine at filling in for a couple weeks. And if I need a guy to fill in for 2 months, my season's probably done anyways.
Yep. Without Caleb, you're sunk. That's what it is.
We'll see.
All right, coming up. Well, hopefully we won't see. Hopefully the young man's upright. Caleb Williams never injured.
Right. I don't agree.
We'll see.
When you have a young quarterback who Ben believes can be a starter in the league, that's different than most backup situations.
Like a Tanner McKee with the Eagles, right?
Is he still there?
Yes.
Tanner McKee's still there, I think. Yeah. So they believe that he could step in and run their stuff.
We've been going around the NFL all day. Why don't we do it again?
How about go around the baseball world?
You'll go around the baseball
9 games in a row. And they're going to play the presumptive World Series champ, the defending champ. And I'm going to be there. But what the hell? We can go around the NFL.
Okay. Go around the baseball world actually has a good ring to it. How about that, Shay?
Dude, your club just won on a...
Around the MLB.
They just went 4-2 on the West Coast.
Yeah.
When most people, they always got their head kicked in Oakland.
I got a good name for that segment. Around the Horn.
Next on Kap and J Hood.
It's taken.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
Tune in.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into an Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Hodgkins and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together. Let's drive.
For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has delivered expert craftsmanship, honest service, and the industry's best warranties across Chicagoland, earning the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for business ethics twice. Now, the trusted name in home remodeling also powers M&M Commercial Roofing. From leak repairs to full roof replacements, your business gets the same quality, transparency, and long-term protection you expect from M&M. Protect your property. Call M&M Home Remodeling and M&M Commercial Roofing. Your peace of mind is guaranteed.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there, a PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam. Yeah.
Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it. I got
Sneezing,
the best job,
congestion, sinus pressure. Sound familiar? Hey, it's Kap. Allergy season is here.
Sinus and Snoring MD offers needle-free allergy testing and treatments. No shots, no hassle, just simple allergy drops that actually treat the problem. You're tired of feeling stuffed up all the time, do something about it. They've got over 25 years of experience, same-day appointments, and locations all over Chicagoland. Call 847-545-0147 for Sinus and Snoring MD.
Smalls here. If you're heading into summer without a medical emergency kit, you're taking a risk most people don't think about until it's too late. Summer colds can turn into sinus infections that last weeks, ruining your perfect vacation getaway. And when you're traveling, finding a doctor and a pharmacy, it's stressful. That's why I ordered a medical emergency kit. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy at home. It includes prescriptions like amoxicillin and generic Z-Pak to treat a wide range of illnesses. So if you wake up sick, at home, or on the road, you have what you need. No waiting for your doctor, no hours at urgent care, and no pharmacy lines. Also, no copays. Match your symptoms to the right prescription in your guidebook or call their telemedicine doctor. Start meds sooner and feel better faster. Every home needs a medical emergency kit, so order yours online in minutes. It's shipped right to your door. Save $45 with my promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. That's promo code SMALLS at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
All right. I thought about Xfinity. With Xfinity, you already enjoy ESPN as part of your TV lineup. Now get even more with the ESPN Unlimited plan. Available at no extra cost. Unlock additional content in the ESPN app, including WWE Premium Live events. Visit Xfinity.com/your subscriptions to activate and start watching in the ESPN app. Jay Moore.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and he rolls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's else are you looking for on these things here?
Time to go around the diamond here on Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Shay will be teaming with Carmen between 9 and noon here on ESPN 1000, followed by the Rich Eisen show at noon.
That was a vicious pump fake. That was vicious. Matter of fact, I should be credited for not leaving my feet on defense because that was nasty work.
Waddle Silvy will be on at 2 o'clock, and then the White Sox take on the Washington Nationals at 6 right here on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000. With more Around the Diamond, here's Shay Norling. Shay.
That's right, Shay. We won 9 in a row on the north side. The Sox went 4-2 out west.
Around the NFL. All right, I've got 3 things that I feel pretty strongly about this morning. I'm going to give you a dealer's choice on the order that they go in.
Okay.
Item 1, Sean McVay and Les Snead. Item 2, the Arizona Cardinals. Item 3, Mike Vrabel's press conference.
Vrabel goes first.
Yeah, 100%.
Followed by
and then we can
Snead.
Yeah, we can't tweet at Diana anymore. She deleted her X account.
That's true. The Rossini part of this is not interesting to me anymore, and frankly, I'm kind of just over it. The way people are talking about the family ties and everything, I will just say from my perspective, her family did not ask for this. Yeah. They should not be made the butt of the joke.
Family ties, yeah.
I've kind of been getting a little uncomfortable with the way people are taking this.
Agreed.
What will we do?
The Vrabel side of it is interesting. Because did you guys watch Vrabel's presser yesterday?
I did.
It's not worth grabbing any video from. All he did was say the same thing over and over and over again. And when asked how much time should we expect for you to take away from this with the offseason program, he answered, well, I don't really have an answer to that. I'm going to do whatever's best for my family. I got to prioritize my family. All right, Mike, let's get this straight. You have to do whatever it is to prioritize your family, as long as it doesn't interrupt Thursday or Friday of the NFL draft. Saturday's fine. I can go away then. And then apparently he's just like going to be half in for their offseason program. He's the head coach. I had to listen to media people flip out because the GM of the Vikings took paternity leave. Mike Vrabel is alluding he's not going to be around for the offseason program because he has the strangest way of prioritizing his family of any family man I have ever heard.
That's 100% correct. And the media in New England, Cap, they asked the right questions. You said that it was a joke initially. Now, what changed over the last couple of weeks? And what did he say? I'm just here to protect my family. That's why he said that.
No, because as my wife said to me, we watched it because Shay told me that he was going to speak. You texted us. My wife goes, that's a guy who only's doing it because he got caught.
Yeah.
There's no.
Bingo.
He's not being forthright.
Dude, you were in an affair for 6 years. Now you want to save the marriage?
Minimum.
What's there to
6 years.
save?
We have pictures going back to 2020 of him mauling her at a bar in New York.
And a possible kid.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
At least now.
Look at this guy.
At least now we know that on the Jimmy Johnson trade value chart, saving the marriage is worth your day 3 picks.
Sorry, little Michael.
All right. She was just putting out a thing on social media. She did not say.
Careful with the phrasing.
No, I know exactly what I'm saying.
Did you see the tweets?
I saw him.
Well, who's the most? I'm looking at my newborn, Michael. Who's the most famous Michael that played or coached in the NFL?
And then she deleted her account, thank God.
Like, what are we doing?
And that was 2021.
That was that was after the baby was born.
Yeah.
But she had a picture of capital letters, big game in Nashville.
They was
Titans
already
Colts,
spooning
9
since
months,
2020.
almost to the
since
day the
2020.
baby was born.
So they was already spooning since 2020.
At least.
Let me just take back.
Allegedly.
Let me take back something that I said about Rossini getting an opportunity to be in the business again. I don't think now, at this point in time, because it's gone this far, now I'm not sure she's hireable now. It's gone like I don't think that's Meadowlark Media. I don't think that's what Stu got's on Fox Sports.
What about
Barstool? I don't see it now. At the time we talked about this a couple weeks ago, Shay, I said there's still an opportunity for her to save face, because she's a great reporter. But all this extra stuff's coming out. There needs to be a separation before she even thinks about getting back into sports.
Fair.
At all.
Fair.
So I don't see it now. So
Fair.
Number 2, Shay.
All right, so this is last night. Sean McVay, after the Rams traded up and took Ty Simpson, quarterback, ostensibly the eventual replacement as they try to do the Rodgers-Love thing in L.A. for Matthew Stafford. You can tell me if you're watching this on YouTube if Sean McVay looks like somebody who's happy as he took the podium last night.
Yeah, I did. I'll keep that between us. We'll see. He's going to compete with Stetson.
Ooh.
That is the most furious-looking man that I have ever seen.
Well, it's almost like if your wife comes to you, does this jacket make me look fat? I'll keep that to myself. I'm not going to. Then you're saying you do.
Right.
Coach, I'm going to keep that to myself. Because if he liked the pick, he'd be like, oh, I'm on board 100%. Love Matthew. This is his team. But we also have to think of the future. He didn't say any of that.
Nah, he was mad. You could tell.
I think this is a rift between him and Les Snead, and the Ian Rappaport thing that came out yesterday kind of adds a little smoke to that fire. Les Snead was one of the top consults that Ty Simpson's father made when helping Ty Simpson decide whether to go back to Alabama or enter the draft, because Les Snead and Ty Simpson's dad are friends.
Oh, well, Les Snead's an Auburn guy. He grew up in the state of Alabama.
He did. And talked about all of the tumult that Simpson had to go through. Even though he's an Auburn guy, he saw it. Said, man, he was able to get through a lot of slings and arrows in his last year at Alabama. I like the makeup of the kid, but what about the, I don't know, great head coach that might have a different plan? Do you need someone after Matt Stafford? Yes. Do you need Ty Simpson in that spot in the first round? Absolutely not.
Did you need to trade up to get him?
Absolutely not.
Like the reporting I heard this morning was that the Rams initially were trying to get him with the 20th pick, whatever pick they had later in the draft. And they would have taken 29, and they would have taken someone else, probably a wide receiver, if it would make Sean McVay happy, with the 13th pick. And instead, they trade up to get a quarterback. They needed a left tackle. They needed a receiver. They needed weapons for Stafford and McVay, and they're all in to win it.
I'm sitting there watching the draft, and when I saw that pick, I'm like, that couldn't have been a McVay pick.
Right? They traded 29 for McDuffie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, they're going to rue the day that they had someone in their backyard they didn't select in Lemon at USC. Lemon would have helped Matthew Stafford because when you're an older quarterback, what do you need? Youth. Someone that can help you at the wide receiver spot.
That kid from USC, he's as he said, did you see his interview? He's like, I'm a dog, ready to get to work.
Yeah.
My wife's
Mekhi
like,
Lemon.
Wait, what did he say? I'm like, DAWG, Mindy. You're not what we call cool. Love you dearly.
Oh my God.
I said that to my wife. He's like, I'm a dog ready to ball. And she's like, hey, wait, what? He's a dog? What does that mean? I'm like, Mindy, you're not the epitome of cool. I love you dearly. That means he's a DAWG. He is a baller, ready to go. That dude is going to be a beast.
This is like those clips, Hoodie, of Rossini talking about her husband years ago on ESPN. I love him dearly. I wouldn't call him cool.
Oh, my God. Of course, Kap said that with a backwards cap and a skateboard over his shoulder. And what was the third thing on the list?
The Arizona Cardinals. You can stamp 3 years from today, they will have a new general manager and a new head coach. They're screwed.
Arizona,
if it's true that Arizona is going to go running back quarterback with their first 2 picks in this draft and get, look, they got the best running back. Is he going to be any good or save? He might be good. Is he going to save the team? No.
Let me ask you a question. If the Arizona Cardinals look and they go, okay, it's Carson Beck, it's Garrett Nussmeier at LSU. What number are they? 33, I think. We can give that pick to Chicago for Tyson Bagent. What would you do if you were Arizona?
Not that. I would probably,
That's a great answer.
I would probably take an offensive lineman. I would start building the foundation of this.
You don't have a quarterback on your roster that you want to go to post with.
Understood. I would choose that's my bed and I'm going to lie in it for a year. We're going to be bad. We're not going to have a quarterback, but I'm going to start building the bricks on this house. Rather than let me give up another pick so that I can get somebody else's backup and pretend I found a franchise guy and then definitely secure I'm going to be fired in a few years.
Yeah. Think about some of your old listeners and callers on WGN. They have to be devastated about their old Chicago Cardinals from back in the day, right? What? Those are your listeners.
They're all dead. I've been here long enough.
They're old. Shay, you don't know this, but he used to take calls about the Chicago Cardinals on his old radio shows. People still had an attachment to a team from the 1920s?
No, they were here till the 60s, weren't they?
That's how old your callers were. They were from the 1920s.
Yeah.
Still mad about the Cardinals leaving.
No question.
How ridiculous is that?
Hoodie, after this regime, maybe they'll come back.
Someone's got to be the AFC team.
They're like this. The NFL's like, this isn't working out. We got to get them out of here.
Someone's got to fill Soldier Field. How about that? Bring the Cardinals to Chicago.
That would make me so happy, Kap. The Cardinals back in Chicago. I remember as a kid going to the State Fair getting tickets. It was the best thing in the world to see the Cardinals play. I remember the quarterback. He ran for his life, but boy, he was good. I loved him. Now, could you give me some of those green stamps? Do you have those freebies out there at GN?
We do. We have a gift certificate to Goods Furniture in Kewanee for you.
591-7200. I called it.
It's so unsurprising.
I called the numbers hoping for those S&H green stamps.
It's so unsurprising to me, Hoodie, because I still get calls every once in a while from like that generation of caller. and they'll be like, hey, I want to get on and ask Kap what he thought about when Notre Dame benched Joe Montana and they had so-and-so on the call.
My God.
And I'm like, what are you talking about?
Oh, those are Cap's people. Those are not my people. Those are Cap's people.
That's true.
Cap's a young man taking old man calls.
Yeah.
That is fair.
Hey, Kap, I really love the Cardinals. They were great, and I love them. And do you think they'll come back to Chicago?
No.
You're a young whippersnapper. You don't remember.
Oh, God.
I dealt with it.
Kap talking to the dead.
All right, coming up next, the 10-pin Tatler with the bowling report.
GN, the place where you just talk to dead people, is the best. We have a folder, and we have the cut of the day right around the corner on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Damn. Yes.
2 to 6 in 2026.
Waddle, waddle.
The longest running show in Chicago sports content history, Waddle and Silvy expand to a full 4 hours. Hear them weekdays 2 to 6 p.m. We are Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Waddle Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Waddle Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Waddle Law, I'm at a better place today.
Waddle Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Tired of losing power? Feeling powerless? Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric today for a free estimate on a whole home standby generator. Never be without power again. Fully installed systems starting at just $99 a month. Power your sump pump, your fridge, your freezer, your garage doors, your heating and cooling so your home stays safe and comfortable. Four Seasons is the largest and most award-winning Generac dealer in Illinois.
Call 866 Seasons.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
I can't do it today. I already have plans. Something came up. There are a million reasons to put off a cancer screening, but one reason to keep it. Early detection can save lives. Every screening, every result, every early detection matters. At Pfizer, we're fighting against cancer, aiming for 8 cancer breakthroughs by 2030. Join the fight against cancer and get screened at Pfizerforall.com/screenings.
We all know winning means showing up stronger, faster, better than before. And when you're chasing that edge, the Drop by GNC cuts through the noise, bringing you the best new innovations in sports nutrition and performance. From muscle building and strength support to improved recovery and focus, we curate the newest drops from GNC Amp, Pro Performance, and Mega Min. Plus, Ghost, Raw Nutrition, Bucked Up, and the top new brands changing the game. No guesswork, just leveling up. Check out the Drop by GNC for what's new, what works, and what's next.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Think about the last time that you hired someone who really, truly stood out. You did it by going to ZipRecruiter, find candidates who really want the job on ZipRecruiter. Find out about 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. You'll find out by going to ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Try it for free. We love free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Jay Moore.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
'Cause it's Friday. It's time for the Friday Folder.
And you ain't got shit to do.
On the Kap and J Hood Show.
Time for the Friday Folder, brought to you by
That'd be Lou Malnati's because my friends tell me Friday's a pizza day. That's right. And they have the Lou Malnati's is promoting watch the draft coverage with a Lou Malnati's pizza. And get your pizza when you take it home uncut. That's a tip from me and Mindy Kaplan and Mark Malnati. Shay.
All right, let's get started with the Friday Folder. A little video that we wanted to play earlier in the week. We never got a chance to get around to. That proves, I think, hockey playoffs are the best playoffs.
What happened? It's just the celebration of the Wedgwood save. And the entire pane of glass lands on Coach Smith.
He's going to need a shower. A full hose down. All that glass down that nice Armani suit.
So we will step aside. The cleanup.
Avs fans during their playoff game were hitting the glass so hard in celebration, it shattered and fell all over the coach.
It's crazy. I don't think I've seen it before from fans. Of course, hard hits into the glass in the NHL, Cap. That's happened before, where it shattered, but not fans.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
If hockey's so tough, just sweep it up and just keep playing. You don't need more glass.
That's it.
Let the puck get up there to the fans.
Just fans getting hit with 110 mile an hour.
Yeah, you don't want to took it down. Too bad. That's icing. Oh, doctor.
Yeah, you had such a good time reaping. Have fun sowing, loser.
That was scary.
No replacement of the glass. If you're a hockey fan, you're tough, right? If that thing zings in there 120 miles an hour, F you. You don't want to took it down. Sorry.
Honestly, just punishment. That is unbelievable.
Exactly right. You took it down. You could have injured somebody being a goof. All right. Good luck if that puck hits you in the face. Next.
Noah's Ark has been found, Hoodie. Supposedly. Researchers bombshell new findings about a strange rock formation in Turkey could prove Noah's Ark was real, according to reports. A researcher with Noah's Ark scans told GB News that exciting new findings about the rock formation first discovered on Turkey's Mount Ararat could prove the boat from the Book of Genesis once existed. Ground-penetrating radar scans and soil samples from the tunnel site, which reportedly matched the 515-foot dimensions of Noah's Ark, uncovered a series of corridors below the earth. Do you believe this is Noah's Ark?
Yes. That's in your book too, isn't it? Noah's Ark?
Yeah.
In your good book? So is mine. So Noah's Ark, which is always my sports metaphor. Noah's Ark. This team's got two of everything, like Noah's Ark.
That's it.
Like two animals,
I'm
two
going
this,
to see
two that.
the Cubs at the Dodgers this weekend.
So
the Dodgers, they're Noah's Ark.
Noah's Ark. They got two of everything. Anything you need, they got. Yeah, that's been my go-to for a while for whatever reason. So I would say that is a thing. Yes. All right, the Oklahoma City Thunder, they got two of everything. No, they have the Noah's Ark of the NBA. There you have it.
I feel like it's aliens. It's a spaceship.
Yeah, everything is aliens now. And as Cap will be the first to tell you, there's more than just us here on this earth. Correct?
No doubt.
There's more than just us on this earth.
No doubt. No doubt. There's some alien in some other universe listening going, I cannot believe those idiots want to draft that guy.
Oh. There's sports radio on the moon?
Yeah.
I'll take that.
We're the #1 show on the moon.
Let me can I tell you something?
That's Sylvie.
If there is a good restaurant and a good Starbucks on the moon, I'll live there now.
Do you know how, like, the astronauts were playing like Chapel Roan as they crossed the dark side of the moon?
Yeah.
Imagine the video and it's just us.
Oh,
you get the astronaut video and they're just streaming ESPN Chicago as they circle the moon.
Live on Moon FM.
Moon FM. Ooh, just floating around, listening to our takes on ESPN Chicago. That'd be great.
It's just the video from the astronaut is this beautiful image, the moon cutting off a crescent of the earth. Unbelievable. And you just hear me in the background. Dude, can you believe Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini been shacking up for 6 years?
I'll tell you what, Cap. That would give you the proof how strong the ESPN Chicago app is.
That's correct.
If you can get it on the moon.
Correct.
Oh, my God.
I'm talking about outside the galaxy.
I can't hear it in Arlington Heights. I don't understand. Well, you can hear it on the moon. It's fine. What else did we miss?
That's it. We'll take a break, get to the cut of the day, wrap up the draft stuff.
Coming up next, we'll have the Kap J Hood
Chicago Cut Steakhouse.
Cut of the day.
Take that!
Not yet.
Oh, sorry.
No, not yet.
I got a plane to catch.
On Chicago's Home for Sports.
Then leave. Go.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. Advantage Acura of Naperville proudly presents the Peggy and Dion Show. Join host Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller every Saturday from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago, AM 1000, FM HD, the ESPN Chicago app, and live on YouTube.
Howard Enkin has been part of the Kap J Hood show for years now. It brings us a sidebar. Countless commercials, hundreds of live reads, a partner at our fan favorite Grip It and Sip It Classic, and now the list goes on and on. I'm proud to spread the word that Enkin Law files more injury cases than any firm in Illinois. They have more than 80 attorneys and staff to help anyone injured in Chicagoland understand their rights. Here's the phone number. It's 312-6-million, 312-6-million. Injury law made personal. That's Enkin Law.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's legendary deep dish. Leave it to Lou Malnati's for everything you need for a delicious dinner, from salads and appetizers to pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. Lou Malnati's is available for catering, delivery, dine-in, and private events. Order online at LouMalnati's.com or through the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's is here to serve you one deep dish at a time. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
A damp basement can turn into a big problem fast.
Family Waterproofing is a veteran-owned company built on integrity, discipline, and craftsmanship.
We specialize in basement waterproofing, foundation repair, and crawl space solutions that keep your home dry and secure year-round.
We don't believe in shortcuts.
Just proven systems and dependable service.
If you see signs of water intrusion, don't wait.
Reach out to our team at FamilyDry.com.
This is Ken.
And I'm Maria, and we are Family Waterproofing, your basement's best defense.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Relief. Lowe's has the brands pros trust to get the job done. You can now shop new Catalyst fencing solutions and save big when you do. 10% off when you buy in bulk. Plus, save $180 on a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel sliding compound miter saw. And now just $449. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. And valid through 5/6 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Rich Eisen here. A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Winning. There's a difference when you drive a Cadillac. Refined, confident, unmistakably well-crafted. And at Advantage Cadillac and Hodgkins, the experience reflects the brand. Professional, transparent, respectful of your time. If you're considering a Cadillac, visit Advantage Cadillac and Hodgkins.
And now a word from Sherwin Williams. Or as my dad would say, hey, go down to the street, go down to Sherman Williams and get me some paint. Dad'd we Sherwin Williams. You know what I'm saying. Sorry.
And go pick up some International House of Coffees. We have company coming over.
And invite Candace Parker's husband.
Look, in sports, the best teams know when to make the best move. Sherwin-Williams is making theirs with the big sale. That's right, the super sale time. Yes. And when you think about it, you order online and get everything delivered right to your door. That is different from over the years, but it's right now part of Sherwin-Williams. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders. Again, this is happening between April 24th and the 27th. 40% off paints and stains with prices starting at $39.99. Yeah, Sherwin-Williams, that's the spot. Jay Moore.
It's Friday. It's time to get it in for the weekend. Now back to Kap and J Hood. ESPN Chicago.
Now time for the Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by David Flom and Matt Moore. Chicago Cut Steakhouse, baby. J Moore. Yo.
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever. It's not boring. Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut.
Think about some of your old listeners and callers on WGN. They have to be devastated about their old Chicago Cardinals from back in the day, right? Well, those are your listeners.
They're all dead. I've been here long enough.
They're your old. Shay, you don't know this, but he used to take calls about the Chicago Cardinals on his old radio shows. People still had an attachment to a team from the 1920s?
No, they were here till the 60s, weren't they?
That's how old your callers were. They were from the 1920s.
Yeah.
Still mad about the Cardinals leaving.
No question.
How ridiculous is that?
Maybe, Hoodie, after this regime, maybe they'll come back.
Someone's got to be the AFC team.
They're like this. The NFL's like, this isn't working out. We got to get them out of here.
Someone's got to fill Soldier Field. How about that? Bring the Cardinals to Chicago.
That would make me so happy, Cap. The Cardinals back in Chicago. I remember as a kid going to the State Fair getting tickets. It was the best thing in the world to see the Cardinals play. I remember the quarterback. He ran for his life, but boy, he was good. I loved him. Now, could you give me some of those green stamps? Do you have those freebies out there, GN?
We do. We have a gift certificate to Goods Furniture in Kiwani for you.
591-7200. I called it.
It's so
I called the numbers hoping for those S&H green stamps.
And that's all, folks.
Kap and J Hood cut it today. Hello?
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse on LaSalle, north side of Chicago River. Breakfast every weekday morning, 7 to 10:30.
Today is National Pigs in a Blanket Day.
I like a good pigs in the blanket. Yep, I do.
Did you have that as a kid, by the way? Was that served at the home?
It was when we had company.
It wasn't for you and Bruce.
No.
It was just for you. Why was that, Cap? Why was there a separation? How come we can't have the good stuff?
Right.
How come it's just special for other family and then company from the neighborhood?
Correct.
Why?
Oh, you're making pigs in a blanket, Mom. Or she would make these hot dogs in this like blend of sauces that she put together.
Mm-hmm.
It was amazing. There was grape jelly in there and all this. It was amazing. But guess what? She didn't pop that, in the crock pot or make the pigs in the blanket unless, I don't know, maybe the Andersons are coming.
Oh, my God. What about us? We live
Probably
here every
more
day.
like the Goldbergs where I was at.
The Andersons are coming over. Get the pigs in a blanket out.
Could you imagine? Oink, oink, oink. Oh, man. You say pop that, right? Pop that stuff into the crock pot?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's a different popping there. Holy smokes. Well, we thank you so much for listening and calling in a big part of the program here on ESPN 1000. Our thanks to you for listening and watching. Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Jay Moore. Shay's going to team with Carm coming up next as they continue on with the Bears and draft coverage.
Bring it on. Should be a lot of fun to listen to. And then we've got Cubs-Dodgers this weekend and White Sox-Nationals. Both teams playing good baseball. Let's go.
We'll talk to you on Monday. So long, everybody.
Take that!
From Chicago.
I've got the best job, Carm.
Ball's wet.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Kap and J Hood. Morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Kap. You hear it every baseball season. You're not winning anything in April or May, but you could definitely put yourself in a bad spot early. Same thing with your home. Ignore your heating or AC system now, and it's going to catch up to you at the worst possible time. That's why I trust Automatic. They take care of everything. Tune-ups, repairs, full system checks, so you're not dealing with a breakdown when the weather really hits. Stay ahead of it. Call Automatic or visit atomatic.com.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. Andrew Benintendi hit a clutch go-ahead 3-run homer in the ninth to propel the Sox to a 4-1 win in Arizona on Thursday. It completed a nice 4-2 Western road trip for the Sox, who got a fourth consecutive quality start out of Davis Martin. The Sox will try to transfer that road success back to their home ballpark tonight when they welcome in the Washington Nationals at 6:40. Sox fans, bring your pup out to the ballpark Monday, April 27th for Dog Days, sponsored by Tito's Handmade Vodka. Grab a seat in the outfield and watch the Sox take on the Angels at 6:40 p.m. Limited availability. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations, Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. Together, let's drive.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Who is it? Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call. The Yingling Hotline. Brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey guys,
DeFalco.
You ready to let the dogs out?
What? Carmen DeFalco.
It's kind of impressive.
John Yurkovich.
Yeah.
This is the Carmen and Jurko Show on ESPN Chicago.
It's out there for everybody to see.
It is what it is. Carmen Jurko.
Check this out.
With the 25th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman, defensive back, Oregon.
They bring blitz, 3 rusher. Haller can't get away, and he does get it off in time, but it's incomplete. Reynolds the target. Thieneman came in from the defensive backfield and laid the hit.
Dylan's tape popped out.
Take it to Pena. Haller, sideline. Oh, it's picked! Dylan Thieneman calls game. That's a walk-off, whiteout winner.
Just a sense of urgency that he plays with, the speed. We talk about taking the air, out of the defense or out of the offense. His ability to close on the football, both in the run and the pass, stood out really, really quick.
41-yard line. Less than a minute and a half to go. Williams deep drop, loads and lets fly. And right there is Thieneman to end the ball game with the interception.
Well, he ended the Penn State game with an interception, and that one puts Oregon in the playoff.
What's up, Chicago? It's Dylan Thieneman here. Super excited to get to work and bear down.
Ryan Poles wanted to add speed to his defense. He did that. Blazing speed, an incredible athlete, and I think a player that is going to be excellent in a Bears uniform. Dylan Thieneman is the man in round 1. First time since 2018 the Bears go defense in round 1. And I got to tell you,
Closest garbage. He'd have to walk out of the building otherwise, Carm.
Hoodie. Have a good weekend, Hoodie. Hoodie's off to UIC, by the way. 11 o'clock game? 11 o'clock game. So long, yeah, Hoodie. I got to tell you, I didn't think Dylan Thieneman would be there at 25. It never seemed like he'd get past the Vikings or Panthers, but he did. And I think it was a dream scenario for the Bears to add a player at a position of need, even though they were very active on the first day of free agency and signing a priority free agent that's a safety. They had to replace two, and they really did want to get more speed and another rangy player. And a player that if you watched Oregon, if you watched Purdue, and if you listen to some of the buildup around the draft and watched highlights of Dylan Thieneman, you'll see a kid that is just like a football player. He plays downhill. He's physical. He's got good ball skills. He's an incredible athlete. He has a 41-inch vertical, for crying out loud, and blazing speed. So there's a lot to like. It's Carmen in New York. Happy Friday, everybody. It's a Bears Friday. Round one is in the books. It's Shea and Carmen here. Jurko will be back on Monday. We were texting each other last night as it happened. And I think the reaction from a lot of us has been about the same. You might not love it. You'd be foolish to hate it, yep. I think, at this point.
Yep.
And maybe that's the best way to put it.
I think it's both. It's hard to love and it's hard to hate. Like, it's just a good, solid draft pick.
Yes.
My issue was never with the player. I never thought the player would be available based on everything that was happening pre-draft.
Never,
that
Shay.
People with info were saying. So I was surprised they could get him at 25. I love the player. I think Thieneman's awesome.
Yeah.
I watched him back at Purdue even, and the Purdue tape jumps off. So it's not just like one final year at Oregon where he was dominant. He was great as a player back at Purdue.
As a freshman. Loving the player and not loving the pick are, like, those things are different too. So it's hard not to love the player.
Yeah, and look, the way the board fell with the edge rushers, where a lot of them are still available who most people didn't think would be. I mean, it tells you a lot. It tells you NFL teams, one, don't value mock drafts. They don't care.
No,
nor
should they.
No, of course not. You can think whatever you want. But I always laugh because you can't have it both ways where, like, someone will say, well, NFL teams clearly didn't like the edge rushers or don't view them as talented, and they got great value because Thieneman fell. And you like that assumes the mock draft matters when the player you got apparently fell in the draft, but doesn't matter when all these edge rushers fell. So that's the thing that, like, we are eventually going to judge this. If they don't draft an edge rusher today with 57 or 60, or they don't trade up and get an edge rusher that they want.
Or trade up,
and there is any edge rusher between the Thieneman pick and pick 57 or wherever they end up picking that becomes an all-pro, ultimately that's not going to look good.
Yeah, the fear here would be Keldrick Falk is awesome. That'd be the only fear, right? Like, and when I say fear, I mean, who knows? Thieneman could be a multiple-time all-pro. Like, you know, all these things could happen. The one thing I think that we'll watch as Bears fans, as NFL fans going forward is, will Falk be a star? And did you miss out on a player with a really high ceiling that could come off the edge for you? I'd be surprised if they don't walk away tonight with a pass rusher somehow. Like you said, could that be packaging these to move up? Like, they don't want to wait around for TJ Parker. They don't want to wait around for Zion Young. Maybe they do really like one of those guys, and they have to strategically figure out where they have to get in the second round to make sure they grab one of them. I'd be a little surprised if they walked away with 3 picks tonight in rounds 2 and 3 without a pass rusher. It's still a great area of need and a weakness on this team. But they saw Falk sitting on the board. They saw Thieneman, and in their minds, this is best player purely, too good to pass up. Minnesota made one of the surprise picks of the night, quite frankly. Going Banks, another very high upside guy, but someone we talked about yesterday with some serious injury concern. A guy his size, feet problems, like that scares the heck out of me. The Vikings will deal with it. Who knows? Maybe it'll never be a problem. Maybe he'll be great. But when the Vikings did that, and then once Thieneman got by the Panthers as well, Ryan Poles and Jeff King and crew over there had to start being like, oh my gosh, this is a possibility.
Yeah.
And so the two players side by side, they thought Thieneman was the best player available for them at the time. But the one thing that'll be worth watching, I think, in the coming years is how Keldrick Falk performs in Tennessee.
Definitely. And the more extreme example, because, again, I like the pick. In a vacuum, I think it's a very good pick. I love the player, everything about it. But the more extreme example on the positional value front would be Arizona takes Jeremiah Love 3. What happens if Ty Simpson's great? Arizona's going to have egg on their face. You know what I mean? Do you know?
Kind of like what you said yesterday about the Giants in 2018. Yeah, Saquon's a terrific player. Do you think they'd rather have Saquon or Josh Allen?
Josh Allen.
Of course.
So, like, that's where I can love Dylan Thieneman as a player. I don't view safety as a premium position. I don't think NFL teams do either. They show you that when it comes time to pay safeties. So that's where I get a little concerned. And it's less about the player. It's less about the pick. It's more about what Ryan Poles had to say after the draft.
You want me to play that real quick?
Yeah,
I know it's got you hot and bothered.
He was once again to me, Jack, I think, has it on the
Jack,
video
you
side.
have it?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jack. Play this real quick. And you can see it on YouTube if you're watching us. YouTube.com/@Carmen and Jurko.
The D-line helps the back end more often than not. But in this situation where, we have good corners, good safeties, we can be in a position where maybe we can have the quarterback hold the ball a little longer.
He's right, and at least he admitted it. The D-line is going to impact what's happening in the secondary more than the players you have in the secondary. Minus Deion Sanders and maybe a handful of guys, maybe Ed Reed. I mean, we all know that. Anybody that watches football knows that. The D-line is going to affect it more. Kyle Fuller played himself into an all-pro and a huge contract because of the Bears' defensive line, not because Kyle Fuller was great. And that was proved the minute Khalil Mack started struggling and got hurt and the D-line broke down a little bit. The D-line is always going to help the secondary more, always. And I think that's why you're so bothered by the comments.
It's more the part where he says, I think the situation we're in, we can maybe have quarterbacks hold the ball a little longer. That's insane. Because then I get replies that people are like, well, the idea is they'll get coverage sacks. You only get coverage sacks if you actually sack the quarterback. I get you, in theory, you give your defensive line more time to get to a quarterback, but you also give that quarterback more time to find somebody open.
But it definitely works the other way more frequently.
Like if you have a defensive, the Giants, I think, are going to be in an interesting spot if they keep all of their rushers. If they have Thibodeau.
Who wants Thibodeau?
Are they going to trade him? Because last night it was said they're still not trading him.
I know.
So
but they got a lot of edge rushers.
If they go into the season and they're lining up with Thibodeau, Abdul Carter, Brian Burns, and the kid they took last night, Arvell Reese.
I mean, Arvell Reese kind of fell in their lap. I don't blame Harbaugh.
No, I don't either.
I mean, like, what are you supposed to do? I mean,
this is where I'm making the point, though, for the Giants. Does it matter if you have an elite corner, if quarterbacks are going to have 2.5 seconds or less to get rid of the football?
No, I'd rather have the elite. I'd rather have the Khalil Mack. I'd rather have the Myles Garrett. I'd rather have the elite. I'd rather have the elite pass rusher.
Of course.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
I don't have an issue with the pick, but I do have an issue with how flippant Ryan Poles seems about edge rusher and about pass rush in general. Because, like, I don't know if he's aware of it. They are bottom 5 in pressure rate every year that he has been the lead executive. At some point, can we fix that?
Well, like Jurko always says, it's odd the way he does it because he seemingly has tried to build this defense backwards.
Yep.
And this is Jurko saying it. This is someone who understands the rhythms and of what happens in an organization, how teams are built, how they succeed. You know, he has always said that. He's like, it's not that you can't or it's impossible, but it's curious. And Jurko always says it wouldn't be the way I do it. It's not my preference, that you're building it backwards. And that's not a good idea, that it should always start really on both sides of the ball with what you're doing right around the football. Your offensive lineman, your defensive lineman. Look, I mean, you mentioned Harbaugh and the Giants. That was a prime example of, hey, it's not a position of need, but this player's too good to pass up, and he fell in our lap.
Yep.
Like, they didn't really outthink it. Maui Noah and, it was Maui Noah and it was Arvell Reese last night. They took an offensive lineman and a defensive lineman. Like, they didn't really outthink it.
The 10th pick's a great example, too, because Caleb Downs, who is the better of the two safeties in the draft in the first round between him and Thieneman, was on the board for the Giants. Caleb Downs fell in their lap, and they went offensive tackle, which is where the best player available thing gets a little wonky to me, because you could very easily make an argument that if you set up any draft board at any point last night, Caleb Downs was the best player available for every single pick that he was available. So why did he go at 11? Because he's a safety. That's the part where I get a little confused on why everybody. Again, I don't think it's a bad pick,
No.
I think it's a solid pick, and it will ultimately be judged on what they do today. They have 2 picks today that they can use to get an edge rusher.
And I hope they do well with it. You're right about that.
But his comments made me a little nervous. His comments made me a little nervous that he's still wedded to building this thing backwards.
It's kind of backwards. It is a little bit. So if you guys have a thought, 312-332-3776. I think we're going to love this kid come the fall. I really do. I think Bears fans are in for a fun ride with him. Even if we do want to nitpick or question, like, wait, what's your real philosophy here? And why are you not prioritizing pass rusher a little bit more? I think this kid will be an impact player from the word go. And there's no doubt about it. In their minds, this is without question. This is a week 1 starter as a rookie alongside Kobe Bryant. I think he's got some of the Swiss Army knife stuff, to use that expression that Dennis Allen is going to be interested in. Again, he closes like a freight train. He plays downhill. He is physical. He is fast. He has ball skills. He has production. He has tape. He played it in big time. He played 2 big time programs. I know Purdue stinks, but they're playing big time college football. There is really nothing to not like about Dylan Thieneman. Nothing. And I think as fans, we're going to love it.
Agreed.
If they still don't have a pass rush come Thanksgiving, we're going to be probably a little annoyed. But hopefully it all works itself out. I think as fans, we are going to be absolutely in love with this kid when you see him on the field for real, when you see his speed and all the things he does. I think it's going to be super exciting.
But it's now, my question would be, 5 drafts, 4 of them in which they've had first-round picks. I believe they've spent 2, maybe 3. Pickens was a third-round pick, right?
I believe Pickens was a third. I will go back and check right now. I think he was, yes.
Off the top of my head, I think it's 2 picks in the first 2 rounds have been spent on defensive line under Ryan Poles.
Dexter.
Dexter and Shamar Turner.
And Shamar Turner.
Am I forgetting anyone?
Right. I don't think so.
So
talking about D lineman.
Yes.
I think you're right. Yes.
So my question would be, when you hear him last night saying we can have quarterbacks hold the ball a little longer because we have good corners and good safeties, and we've now seen over the course of 5 drafts and 4 with first-round picks, they aren't interested in taking defensive linemen in the first round. Do you believe this is really just their philosophy? That they can win so much on the back end that they don't need to prioritize pass rush? And are you cool with that?
I know it's hard to do. I know where you're coming from on this. It's hard to do. My preference would be to flip it, do it the other way. It definitely would be. That you're more often than not, if you're stout around the football. What's happening around the football before it is snapped? If I've learned anything from Jurko, and I like to think I have, that's what is most important. What is happening closest to that ball at the snap? That's what matters. That's where you win consistently in this league. And so it's a very fair point. So a couple things can be true here. We could all question it and still hope that there's a plan to find someone that can help where they are lacking across their D-line, and you can still love the player and be excited about a kid that's going to come in here that is a super athlete and just like a freight train on the field in the back end of the defense. So both those things can be true. If you guys want to talk to us about it today, please ring us up. You love it, hate it, like it, underwhelmed, anything you're feeling about the Bears pick. And we'll spend a lot of the day trying to figure out where they're going to go from here and what else they're going to do. We'll look at Shay's board and see who else is still available. We got a bunch of players at different positions that we want to highlight that are going to be possibilities for the Bears at 57, 60, and 89 tonight. 312-332-3776 for Carmen and Jurk. Ring us up around till noon. Shay is in for the good kid. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Here comes the boom.
Off-season never happens here. We are ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. From the combine through free agency and onward to the draft. No one brings it better. Coverage provided by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
$3.3 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $3.3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. Hey, it's Jurko, and I'm telling you, if you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. And I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and skill set to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients for personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all of your legal needs. Call my friends at the Veroliak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW. That's 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
Hey guys, Silvy here for Window Nation. Spring's a great time to open your windows and oh, wait a minute. Those windows won't open. They leak, they're cracked, or maybe they need repainting. Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a free consultation.
Hey, sports fans, the ESPN app has all of ESPN all in one place. The ESPN app is your home to thousands of live events, ESPN shows, and originals across every ESPN network and service. And now you can check if you already have ESPN Unlimited as part of your TV package for no additional cost. Visit activate.espn.com to learn how to access your account or sign up, then start streaming in the ESPN app. It's all of ESPN all in one place. Sign up or activate now.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations, Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. Together, let's drive.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
The Bears lost 2 pretty good safeties this offseason. They've replaced them with a priority free agent and a first-round draft pick. Dylan Thieneman's the man in round 1. Draft resumes tonight. You'll have coverage across all the ESPN platforms. And we had great coverage last night with Joniak and Thayer live over at Soldier Field. Jeff Joniak, I hope my friend Mark Silverman doesn't get mad at me because normally you hear Jeff Joniak on with Waddle and Silvy. But we called in a favor. I love when Joniak's on with those guys. I love it.
A guest?
We're stealing a guest. I love when Joniak's on with them. And I see Jeff and I go, what about your old friends Carmen and Jurko? You know, we were friends once, Jeff. Come on and laugh with us because it's great stuff when he's on with Waddle and Silvy. It's honestly some of my favorite segments of the week during the season when they talk to Jeff every week, and they talked to him again a couple of weeks ago. And I just love Joniak. And I said, come on with your friends Carmen and Jay. And he said, okay. I was actually shocked. 9:45, Joniak's going to come on and recap last night and tell us what he thinks about the rest of the draft this weekend. But it's Carmen and Shay now. Shay is in for Jurko. Jurko's back on Monday. Let's add a Jay in Benton Harbor. What's up, Jay? Jay?
Hey, guys. Hey. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, look, I'm satisfied with the pick. That's the word I'm going to use, satisfied. We got a good player, great athlete. who I thought was going much earlier in the draft. A lot of text conversations during the draft, like all y'all. I want to get your guys' thoughts, though. What do you think there's still an opportunity to pick up another pick tonight, whether it's a second or third round pick for Bajan? Arizona's still looking for a quarterback.
Are they? Are we sure?
I don't know. That's why I want to get your thoughts.
Do they want Tyson Bajan?
Jay, I don't think there's anything there. I really don't, Jay. Now, I could be very wrong, buddy. And thank you for the phone call, Jay. I don't think there's smoke. I don't think there's fire. I don't think there are embers. I don't know that anybody's beating down the Bears' door to get Tyson Bajan. I don't think the Bears want to trade Tyson Bajan. Not that if somebody came and said, we'll give you a third-round pick, I think they would do it. But I don't think they're out there asking. I don't know that anybody's – I just don't think there's anything to that. I could be very wrong, but my read is there's really nothing there.
Like I would put it at plus 10,000 if I were setting the odds.
That means there's nothing there.
I don't feel like it's going to happen. But in a world where, like an extreme hypothetical, where Poles is trying to move up to 33 and he offers a package of 57 and 60 or 57 and a
89
and a
whatever it would be.
Future second.
Yeah.
And the Cardinals come back with, actually, we prefer Bajan and 89 or Bajan and whatever. I think they would probably do it.
I think they would, too.
I just don't. Do the Cardinals want Tyson Bajan that badly? Now, they are in a sticky spot. If Brissett's going to play the holdout game with them for more money, their backups are Gardner Minshew and Keaton Slovis.
Good luck to you.
So, God bless. But is it sticky enough that you're like, yeah, we'll part with the 33rd pick in the draft? You would be rubber stamping your firing.
You just drafted a running back, albeit a very talented kid. You drafted a running back third, and you're going to trade the 33rd pick
for a backup.
For a backup quarterback that hasn't played a heck of a lot.
And
that seems like suicide.
I've never. I know, like the rumors went around a few months ago.
I guess the Cardinals could do it. They're the Cardinals, but
of course they're stupid. It's like the Sacramento Kings in the NBA.
Exactly.
There are certain teams that exist to do stupid things. This would be one of them. But you know me, I've never agreed with the feeling around this city that Tyson Bajan is even worth a second-round pick. I can't imagine the teams would be trying to trade more than a fourth for him. And if the Bears aren't willing to part, then they aren't willing to part. So I would be stunned if there's a Bajan trade.
By the way, it would be the 34th pick tonight. I just wanted to double check that. The second pick of the second round.
San Francisco traded out to 30.
Exactly. San Francisco. So it's the 34th pick. I can't imagine that happening. We'll see tonight. I wouldn't hold your breath, Bears fans. I don't think that's happening. I do think they're going to try to potentially package something to maybe move up and grab one of these edge rushers. But we'll see, because there's still a lot of picks are going to come off the board before they pick again at 57. Tito's on the south side. What's up, Tito?
What's going on, gentlemen? Good morning.
Morning.
So, yeah, all I want to say is that the Thieneman pick, phenomenal pick. I honestly couldn't believe he fell to 25. I was shocked, absolutely shocked. The fact that we got him, great pickup by Poles. Now, Shay, to your point, I totally agree that Poles, I really don't think he really cares about building up the defensive line, because he sits there and goes in free agencies and pays big money to average pass rushers, and I wouldn't even call it Dangbo average, below average. But what he needs to do tonight, 100%, is package 57, 89, move up, and either get T.J. Parker, R. Mason Thomas, or the kid from Mizzou.
Zion Young. There you go. Tito, thanks, man. Appreciate the phone call.
I'd love RMT.
You love him. I know. That's your guy.
But I also just I know they're not going to do it. Because, again, the way he talked last night, that they feel like they're in a position to be, what did he say, Jack? Quote, highly selective with their players, that if you're not a scheme fit, that if you're not an exact character fit, you're out. You got no shot. We take them off the board completely. I don't want to call it arrogance, but it feels like arrogance a little bit, that, like, we are too good for some of these players. And I said it yesterday, man. If they're going to wed themselves to this scheme fit thing on defense, that's the road that led you to Dio Dengbo. That's the road that led you to Grady Jarrett.
That's yucky. Well, Jarrett, I don't mind as much.
No, I don't. It's not fair for Jarrett because he's such a leader. But Dio's horrible.
Horrible.
For the money you paid him, and he can't do the job that you paid him to do.
Tries hard. I'll give the kid credit. He works hard, but just there's not much happening there.
But Carmen,
I mean,
that's the scheme. The scheme is we're going to get bigger-bodied edge rushers who are run stoppers before they are pass rushers and rely on them to pass rush. I don't think that's a brilliant way to build a defense in 2026.
I don't think so. Not many people thought, to Tito's point, our last caller, that Thieneman would be there. Matt Miller's best pick of the night in the Q&A post round one last night. It was like Kuiper and Field Yates and Matt Miller and Jordan Reed, all the draft guys. Best pick of the night, Matt Miller, safety Dylan Thieneman to the Bears. No one thought Thieneman would get past the Vikings at 18, but he slipped, and the Bears were smart to select him to be the new free safety next to enforcer Kobe Bryant. The Bears have legitimate Super Bowl hopes. Thieneman's versatility and alignment flexibility are perfect for what defensive coordinator Dennis Allen wants to do. So I'd like to hear Matt Miller say that. I value his opinion. I think he's pretty good at this. And, it makes sense from the standpoint of what you can do with Thieneman as an athlete, as a hard hitter, as a versatile guy, as a ball hawk. He's got all the skills required.
Matt Miller's best pick of the 2025 draft? The whole draft.
Colston Loveland.
No.
The best pick of the whole draft. Is it a total bust?
Nope.
Oh. Matt Miller's best pick from, I'm trying to think last year, like what was give me a division that the player plays in.
NFC North.
Is he on the Bears?
Yes.
So it would have been, who, if you're looking like I should know, who is it?
It's Luther Burden.
Oh, Luther Burden. There you go.
Luther Burden.
Yeah. That was his best pick?
Yeah. So good track record.
Good track record. There you go. Good track record for Matt Miller. Let's say hi to Lewis in Hyde Park. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm okay. I just want to say right quick, I like the kid. I think he's very talented at all. My whole thing, if you look at the Bears' history as far as picking safeties, they do a really good job of picking them later rounds. Like Mike Brown was a
second rounder, I think, right?
Pick.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, he was a second-round pick, all-pro. Brisker, another second-round pick, all-pro caliber. So why did you not prioritize getting a pass rusher when you could have got the same talent later on? And also what was making me mad was that you had so many teams, so much trade action was going on to move up. Why didn't the Bears put some type of trade to move up to get a premier pass rusher? Because guess what? You got to build that defensive line just like you built the O-line. And how did you do that? You picked the premier O-lineman in Darnell Wright, number one pick. He's turned into an all-pro, and then all the other players came after that. So, again, the Oregon kid, I think he's talented, but based on your history with drafting safeties, you could have got him later down and focused on getting a premier pass rusher.
Well, yeah, Lewis, thanks. The only one I guess that would have been close there would have been Mesidor, right? Which we talked about yesterday. Will it be in that area where they could potentially move up a few spots to get Mesidor? No, you weren't moving up to get anybody else. I mean, Bain didn't slip like we predicted he wouldn't really. I mean, he went kind of where we thought he was going to go. Mesidor would have been the only one. Otherwise, they could have still had their pick. They could have had Falk. They wouldn't have to trade anything.
But the interesting part is Poles also said last night that they entertained the idea of trading back, that they looked at it and they tried to.
Which a lot of teams in this draft did.
Of course. Well, that's the three picks immediately following the Bears were all trade backs.
Trade backs.
So it's interesting that he said Thieneman was the guy in our sequence. He was the best player available. We just had to do it. The board fell that way. It had to get done. But he also said they tried to trade back. So what was more important, I wonder, in the war room? We'll never know.
You'll never really know.
But how hard could you have tried to trade back if the three teams behind you had no problem doing it?
I mean, when were they trying to trade back? Right as they were on the clock? At that point, I feel like they're like, oh, my God, he's here.
You would think, right?
Right? Yeah, was it before that?
Maybe they were assuming that they weren't going to get him, so they were trying to trade back.
That's what I'm wondering.
We will never know the actual result or what the actual process.
And if everybody else is moving back, like, why couldn't you? But at some point, they might have hit pause on that idea once they realized Thieneman was slipping.
It was kind of a weird presser to me. There was a lot of stuff he said that I felt like didn't quite match up with maybe mostly what I wanted. It might be my own bias playing into it. But again, like the highly selective stuff, talking about the defensive line the way he did and mentioning that they tried to trade back, all felt kind of odd given how certain it seemed they were on Thieneman.
All right, Bears fans, what do you think? 312-332-3776. Ring us up. It is a Bears NFL Friday, round one in the books, 2 and 3 tonight, and then 4 through 7 tomorrow from Pittsburgh. It's Carmen and Jurko. Shay's in for Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's the biggest names in golf, and it's the best news and information about Chicago golf. Host Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky are your starters for the golf weekend. The CDGA Golf Show, Saturday mornings at 9 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit, it's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford wows your senses, delights your palate, and surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, and it gives you a new experience with every sip. So, yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. The Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford is a registered trademark. 2026, the Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. Andrew Benintendi hit a clutch go-ahead 3-run homer in the ninth to propel the Sox to a 4-1 win in Arizona on Thursday. It completed a nice 4-2 Western road trip for the Sox, who got a fourth consecutive quality start out of Davis Martin. The Sox will try to transfer that road success back to their home ballpark tonight when they welcome in the Washington Nationals at 6:40. Sox fans, bring your pup out to the ballpark Monday, April 27th for Dog Days, sponsored by Tito's Handmade Vodka. Grab a seat in the outfield and watch the Sox take on the Angels at 6:40 p.m. Limited availability. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations, Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that too. And here's what matters most, trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bolingbrook and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Another day of chasing the insurance company. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. Stop chasing. We handle everything. You just heal. Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The voice of the Bears, Jeff Joniak's going to join us in about 10 minutes. Recap round 1, look ahead at the rest of the draft. I heard you on Kap and Hood. Shay's in, by the way, pulling double duty again. Thank you, Shay. Jurko's back Monday. You're working hard, buddy. I heard you this morning. You were doing your version of Mean Tweets.
Yeah.
This morning with Kap and Hoodie.
Well, it's just the best thing about the draft is always like, and I get it, it's hopeful, and like most fans, I'm not saying I don't trust the process with Ben Johnson, and again, I've never said I don't like the pick, but it's like, hey, at some point, can we get better on the defensive line and maybe get some edge pressure? And people
I
are
don't
like,
think that's asking too much.
Hater, idiot.
I don't think people really think that. They just feel like they have to respond somehow, some way.
Yeah, everything's attack.
Everything's an attack
all the time.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying you'd like to see them get better on the D-line.
No. And I like Dylan Thieneman, but I'm sorry, I'm not going to drink his bathwater like some people are doing.
I'm not drinking his bath. I like him a lot. I'm not drinking his bathwater. I'm not drinking anybody's bathwater, okay? Let's be clear. Maybe even Mendez. Maybe. I'd consider it.
All right.
That's it.
What?
I'm certainly not drinking Dylan Thieneman's bathwater. Shay, I love you.
Why was that the...
I don't know.
Yoing.
Thank you, Aiden. There you go.
Carm's like bathwater. Hot girl.
That's it. That's all I can think about. Not Dylan Thieneman's, but I like the player a whole lot too. I never thought he'd be there. So that part of it, like I said, is exciting. We're going to love him. Like
100%.
I don't think Shay and I can be more clear about that. And I feel like that's kind of the consensus amongst most of us, just gauging the text chat last night. The text chain that we're on, and just, with some buddies, and it's like, wow, I didn't think Thieneman was going to be there. And yeah, I saw him play, and boy, is he an athlete. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to like about him. You can also at the same time sometimes, question the process of all this, and, are they really building out this defense the right way? And there are plenty of people far smarter than us, if you don't want to take our word for it, that played football, that know how to evaluate, that understand how teams are built, how defenses are built specifically, and they'll say, it's probably not the smartest thing to build back to front, but doesn't mean you can't.
Yeah.
But it's okay to question that.
I texted
and nobody's
Waddle.
being a hater.
I texted Waddle this morning, who I also think likes the pick a lot.
Yeah.
And he also said, I don't love reverse engineering pass rush. That's not the way I would do it.
Right. That's the thing that people question a little bit. Daniel's in the loop. What's going on, Daniel?
Hey, guys. Carm, Naperville North 97, buddy.
Excellent. Love it, Daniel.
Okay, so, I think it's fair to sort of be concerned about, the defensive line. I'm concerned about the defensive line. Then again, last year I didn't love picking a tight end 10th overall, and I didn't love picking a wide receiver in the second round early either, because we didn't need a tight end. We didn't need a wide receiver. And those picks look pretty good now.
Sure.
And so what I think they're thinking is, hey, this secondary is now a mismatch nightmare, right? I mean, you've got your two safeties who are both
Daniel, unfortunately, we just started losing you there, buddy. Your cell kind of cut off, but we got your big point was it makes it a matchup nightmare. This is what Dennis Allen wants. Can you disguise some things in what you're doing defensively now, and can you get people to put the offensive personnel package on the field that you actually want? Can you dictate some of the terms? That's where safeties with some versatility are important. I do agree with that. I think guys like the two examples I'll give all the time that you see in the league right now are obviously Kyle Hamilton, and then I even think Nick Emanwari, who's just only coming off his rookie year, but is fabulous. I think those types of players really, with the size, where they can almost play like a linebacker, I don't know that the Bears have that necessarily. That's where you really can kind of dictate and flip it and be like, you think we're in this, we want you to answer with this personnel package offensively. We want you to go 12. We want you to go 13. We want you to go 11. You just played right into our hands. Now, I'm not sure they have that. Again, Thieneman's not that body. He's not that type of safety. But I think it allows you to be a little bit, we use the word multiple on offense mostly. You're starting to see it more with defenses, Shay, with the versatility of some of these guys, that's where there's some intriguing things maybe that Dennis Allen can do.
But it like that to me, if it works, it's excellent. And I hope it works. And Dennis Allen's a brilliant defensive coordinator. I've always said that. I like him a lot. I disagree with how he schemes the defensive line. But there's two kind of ways to think about doing this. The Seahawks way of let's get a bunch of versatile guys who can all do different things, and we're going to determine what you're going to do offensively.
That's right.
Or the Houston Texans way of, hey, we have Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. Yeah. Try and stop him.
I like that. I do like that. They've got it at every level on that Texans.
Yeah, we've got Kamari Lassiter. We've got,
you've got Stingley. You've got who's the safety? The kid, Petrie. They've got it at every level.
You know exactly what we're running, and you can't do anything against it.
There's nothing fancy about it, right? You want me to break now, Jack? Oh, because we're going to talk to Joniak? Okay, that's cool. Jack's giving me the break sign. We'll break a little earlier because Joniak's going to join us. Sometimes you can still be great at defense just by doing that. There's nothing fancy here. Go stop Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. Good luck to you. The Bears are going to have to do it a slightly different way, probably. Doesn't mean you can't, but it's going to definitely be a little bit different. 312-332-ESPN. Sit tight, you guys. We got all afternoon, really, all morning, I should say, for your phone calls. We are going to talk to Jeff Joniak for a few minutes coming up next and just pick his brain, see what he thinks after anchoring our draft coverage last night and what he thinks about the rest of the weekend. But we got plenty of time for your phone calls. Jeff will be our only guest today. Mike North will give us the bonus play in about an hour. But that's it. We got time for all your calls today. Shay's in for Yurk. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Hankin Law.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Hello, friends. Ever dreamed of shooting 8 under with a perfectly dialed-in short game? Well, here's your chance. Because at the Spring Scramble at Seven Bridges Golf Club, you've got 3 teammates to help make it happen. Join us Saturday, April 25th for a Masters-themed scramble with breakfast, a Masters-inspired lunch, drink tickets, hole contests, and prizes, including official Masters merchandise. Spots are filling fast. Sign up now at sevenbridgesgolfclub.com or call 630-964-GOLF.
Hey, soccer fans, if you're headed to a match at Soldier Field, the CTA is your best way to get to the game. $5 covers your entire trip, and with Tap to Pay available on all CTA trains and buses, riding is a breeze. CTA buses stop just steps outside the north side of the stadium, and the Roosevelt train station is a short walk away. Avoid the hassle of traffic or expensive parking. Let the CTA be your driver. Find the best route for you at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Hey, it's Kap. You hear it every baseball season. You're not winning anything in April or May, but you could definitely put yourself in a bad spot early. Same thing with your home. Ignore your heating or AC system now, and it's going to catch up to you at the worst possible time. That's why I trust Automatic. They take care of everything. Tune-ups, repairs, full system checks, so you're not dealing with a breakdown when the weather really hits. Stay ahead of it. Call Automatic or visit atomatic.com.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com, because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in an all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Because when you're hauling kids, gear, snacks, and backpacks, space matters. And so does comfort. Just make sure they keep their cleats off the seats. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for details.
$3.3 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $3.3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. Hey, it's Jurko, and I'm telling you, if you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
This is the Carmen and Jurko Show, brought to you by Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Find your advantage at Advantage Dealer Group, ESPN Chicago.
Please join me in celebration as we raise our glasses and cheer our newest Chicago Bear safety, Dylan Thieneman, everybody. Cheers. I was going to shotgun it, but I thought it would be inappropriate.
I think it would have been great. I don't think it would have been inappropriate at all. It's a good Joniak name, by the way, Thieneman. Like that, you know, it's got, that's He's going to have like a pick six. Joniak's going to lose his mind. It's going to be fantastic. Dylan Thieneman. Normally you hear Jeff Joniak with Waddle and Silvy. I said enough is enough. He's one of my favorite all-time guys. I said, come on, talk about the draft with Carmen and Jurko. Shea is in for Jurko. And Joniak actually said, all right, I will. I love it. And you can see him on our YouTube channel now, on our Twitch stream now. All of our draft coverage is brought to you by the Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Great job by Joniak and Thayer last night over at Soldier, anchoring our coverage. And he joins Carmen and Shea now on ESPN Chicago. Hello, Mr. Joniak.
Well, good morning. How you guys doing?
We're doing great.
Yeah, Thieneman. Thieneman's a 3-syllable name, so that's good for me.
That's good. Are the 3-syllable names good?
I was going to say, too, you got to clarify that for people because we're getting Thieneman.
I always heard Thieneman.
We're getting Tieneman.
Thieneman. It's Thieneman.
Thieneman.
Just
Thieneman.
That's the way I always heard it. Wait, so 3-syllable names, that's better than like a short
Well,
name?
it's more Thieneman.
See? There it is. That's perfect. It's going to be great. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
What was
and Sylvie just texted me, is he my new favorite player? And I misinterpreted what he was meaning, but he knows I love safeties. That to me is a position where I don't understand why it's not valued more on boards. Somehow we've lost that in this sport, but I think if you want to be a playoff contender and a Super Bowl contender, you got to have a bad boy back there. And it sounds like he's this guy. Combining him with Kobe Bryant, I think it's an excellent pairing. The traits that they share, love of the game, number one. They got to care about this game because that building right now has coaching staff led by Ben that is obsessed with football. So you have to, in kind, be obsessed with football and be that type of player. And flies all over the place. Dennis Allen wants speed. He's got speed. He'll smack you. He's versatile. So, yeah, good addition. I'm an old safety guy.
Listen, and there's nothing not to like about the player. That's the one thing that I hope we're getting across and that we've tried to reiterate. I never thought he'd be there. All the things you just said, Jeff, he's fast, he's athletic, he hits hard, he plays downhill, he's got good ball skills. He's got it all. He's got the production, the tape, the athleticism, everything. And I think Bears fans are going to love him. And I know you love safeties. I guess the one thing that we continue to question a little bit is it still the best way to build your defense going back to front? Shouldn't you do it around the ball first and then move away? Not to say that's the only way you have to do it, but Poles definitely seems to be more of a build it from the back end up front. And I know Jurko's questioned it, and some of us have questioned it from time to time. Is that the best way to build your defense?
Well, I've always also believed you build down the middle of a defense. So, you got to take care of that part of it as well. And so he can do that. So does Kobe Bryant, obviously. And they marry with each other. I mean, there's different ways to skin a cat, no question about it. But you also have to listen to your coaches. Dennis Allen is an old defensive back. He coached secondary. He is a guy that loves to deploy those weapons in a variety of ways. And he wants a lot of speed. So if you're going to force yourself to try and take a player that you're really not grading like you did Thieneman or other players, I just say I'm big on let the board come to you. Yeah. I know that there's many different ways it's been described. Ryan says he listens to the board. I always feel let it come to you. Don't pull the trigger on something you feel yay. So you're going to get somebody in there up front that you have a high grade on, but maybe not the highest grade. And he turns out to be, just a guy. I don't want any more just a guys.
Yeah. All right.
So you got to really love somebody to put them up there. And the day, the draft's not over. So second, third round is a key spot for them to do more damage. But they could double down in the secondary. They really could.
Well, I was just going to ask that because they told us all offseason they want speed. They went and got speed.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Kid runs a 4.3 40. He is blazing fast. He's got a crazy vertical. And it feels like if they're going to go the route in the second round of kind of that bigger-bodied perimeter defensive lineman that Dennis Allen likes, you'd have to forfeit a little bit of chasing speed. So I was just literally going to ask, is there a chance they double down in the secondary, maybe take a corner today so they can stick with getting more speed on this defense?
It's entirely possible. I mean, there's a vast avenues of building this football team. Heck, they can add a linebacker for all we know. They could add a defensive tackle. They can go edge. So I don't think they're married to any particular position. They just want the best football players and the ones that fit all these boxes that they're really emphasizing. I heard Ryan say, I didn't hear it. I just read it this morning before I got on with you, because I wasn't up at Hallis, obviously, to hear the news conferences, but they really trimmed the number of targets and they drilled down on these traits that they want. They're not going to budge from that. And I believe it's important. And I believe, you know what, also bringing leadership potential into that building, that's going to grow. Obviously, that's all organic, but you got to really think about that in the future. If you want this team to continue to grow and thrive, young guys that are ultimately going to become leaders for that next generation of football here in Chicago, with this coaching staff, I think that's something you have to also eyeball.
What would be your guess when they look at the offensive side of the ball here over the rest of the weekend, Jeff? Would it be prioritizing someone on the O-line, or is it still some skill and some speed, like those traits, as they drill down? Like, is there another wide receiver? Is there a running back that you wouldn't maybe be surprised if they called their name even tonight as high as 57 or 60?
I would think not running back. I wouldn't think that, but I would think that offensive line, they're always going to be looking for. I would draft one every year. I don't care what round. I just would keep filling that cylinder. But a tight end is still a possibility. I don't know about that high, but tight end would that's still to get a real good third who's a nasty blocker and has all these attributes that we speak of, that they want from this football team. They use that term violence for every single player on this football team. So I wouldn't exclude that whatsoever, but there are so many receivers. I mean, I think my binder I put together, I had the most players. You kept seeing things about all these different types of variety of receivers. So that you never know. You never know.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me. Like, especially, they're clearly not strangers to surprising us a little bit and avoiding what, like, we all think they need something, and we could be right. They could need something, but they go a different way. Like last year, nobody expected Luther Burden. So I'm kind of, again, in the same spot we were yesterday, Carm, where just nothing they do today would surprise me. They could package 57 and 60 to go into the high 30s and get an edge rusher they want. They could also just sit there and take a wide receiver. I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, would a trade up surprise you, Jeff?
Possibly it would, unless they're really hungry for a certain person there. But, there's a big gap. There's a 100 pick gap between the 4th and 7th round.
Yeah.
And, you're trying to fill as many holes on the football team as possible in building depth. And I keep bringing up the fact Seattle, I think they used the most rookie snaps in the NFL last year and still managed to win a Super Bowl. So I think young players that are healthy and fit all these boxes that they're trying to check. I think, like Shea is correct. The Luther Burden one, I didn't see coming last year.
No, I don't think any of us did.
But it turns out it's a significant move.
Yes.
That kid is going to be, he's going to be special.
Yeah.
I believe. Yeah, I think he's going to be special. And so you can't have enough. I know it's tried and true and it's a constant cliche, but get as many good football players. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay. Just bring them in. Bring good football players in.
Amen. How was the party last night? How was the draft? How were the vibes? How was the draft party last night?
Oh, it was good. I always get a kick out of the draft. It's one of my favorite times of the year, and everybody is obsessed with it. My phone was blowing up from friends all over the country. Hey, they better get to Jerry and Price. If they don't get, he's better than Jeremiah Love. Just take him. I love the passion of it. Yeah.
And everybody's right. Everybody's right on draft night.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I had somebody else, they passed on all the defensive linemen, none left.
I know, none left. That's it. It's over.
There's none left. Now they'll just take somebody. Everybody's an expert. They read a couple of draft analysis from somebody or check out a mock draft, and it's always comical.
It's hilarious.
But it's good. It's good. It's why we love this. we all have our thoughts.
Oh, yeah. I think football fans, we were talking about this yesterday. Football fans love the draft more than they love the Super Bowl at this point. Right?
I'm with you. I Tom Thayer, I brought it up last night on our show, and he got a little edgy about it, having won a Super Bowl and been there. But the big picture is that, non-expert fans, or those who, dedicate every single hour to checking this stuff out, this is fun for them. It's the scout wannabes.
That's right.
Yeah, so it's a little bit, I think it's spurred on by fantasy football. Clearly,
yes,
There's so many fantasy football players. Everybody becomes an expert.
That's right.
Right?
Just ask us.
Oh, they got to go get this guy.
All right,
come on.
Give us real quick. Give us one more Thieneman, like he's going to have a pick six or something. Give us the exclamation on Thieneman one more time. Go.
Thieneman with the pick.
There you go. Are you working on a nickname yet?
What's that?
Are you working on a nickname yet?
No. Those just happen.
Does that just come naturally, right, Jeff? It just
Those
happens?
just pop. Something clicks in. Yep, it just fit for the moment.
Yeah, that's right. You got to be.
I actually went up to Caleb. I go, I guess this is my fault, huh?
The Iceman stuff?
Yeah.
Now you got Drake making music videos.
I mean, yeah, that's really been something.
I love it. That's it. You can hang your hat on that. These things stick.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. And I like that it's just got to be extemporaneous. Like you don't put too much thought in it. It just happens. That's good.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. Have a great weekend. Thanks for the time.
All right,
We love
thanks
you.
for having me on. Good to talk to you guys.
All right, buddy.
Behave yourselves.
We'll try.
No,
there's
no
Jeff
promises.
Joniak. We love him on the Yingling guest hotline. We are going to continue to break down the draft. Want to play you guys some other stuff too, including. Here we go. We're all going to be body language police, but I can't help but think it was odd watching Sean McVay sitting next to Les Snead last night. I'm sorry. I thought it was very strange. I really did, especially when you've seen the sizzle reels that they release in the past of what's coming out of that war room normally. I thought it was very odd. Maybe we're crazy. We'll play it. You can see it. We're going to play the video if you guys want to hop on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/@Carmen and Jurko, if you want to hop on it there. But we're going to play you some of the stuff that they said about the selection that surprised some around the league. Ty Simpson going 13th overall to the Rams. We'll continue to talk about the Bears pick, what they're going to do tonight and the rest of the weekend. And we want more of your Bears thoughts and calls at 312-332-3776. Carmen and Jurk, Shea sitting in for Jurko. We're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bolingbrook and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
If you're in the market for windows, then you need to call me, Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. I do things differently than those other big-name window companies. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour-long sales pitches, simply the best product, best warranty, made right here in Chicago, all at the lowest price, guaranteed. Deal directly with me, the owner, and call the Chicago window guys today at 847-881-3060. And check out our 5-star reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
Chicago's ESPN 1000 is conducting a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Jeff definitely feels like a football Friday. We're talking draft, talking Bears, NFL. 300-something thousand people in Pittsburgh last night. Was that the count at the end? 300,000. Bears take Dylan Thieneman. A lot of work to still do. They've got picks 57, 60, and 89 tonight. Then they'll round it out tomorrow. As Droniak was just saying, there is a big gap, though, without 5th and 6th round picks. So we'll see how it shakes out, if they're moving up, or maybe what is more likely, as we just talked about with Droniak, could be a trade back to add something else to kind of fill in that gap. But they're letting the board come to them, and they'll see. And they didn't do anything crazy last night. They didn't get antsy and try to, like, move up for somebody. They let it come to them. I don't think anyone thought Dylan Thieneman would be there at 25. And they got a super athlete and a safety that I think is going to be a terrific player in this league. So that part of it is exciting. We still want them to grab a pass rusher somehow, somewhere, someone that will immediately start to impact one of the, I think, maybe the last weaknesses we see on this team when you start to evaluate it across all the different levels of offense and defense. They still seem to be a little bit short on pass rusher, but they've got picks left to do it this weekend. Shay's in for Jurko. Hope everyone's having a great Friday morning.
Yeah, I think I would like for them to move up, and not in the way that's going to cost them, a 4th round pick or a 7th round pick because of the big gap without picks in the 5th and 6th round.
Right.
But if they could package both 57 and 60, do you see a real need to use both of those picks? Obviously, getting more good football players
I know,
doesn't
just to take
hurt.
more swings. I always like it when you have a lot because I feel like you need a lot of swings. This is a very inexact science. This is a hard thing to do. Even good teams and good executives screw up and they miss. So, like, for me, I think that's been abundantly clear to people. I like having lots of picks. I think the good teams in this league don't trade picks away willy-nilly. I think more often than not, they're in acquisition mode. They want lots of swings. They want to take a bunch of chances because the hit rate isn't good. You're not going to hit 500. You might not hit 4. You might be lucky to hit like a great baseball player. You might be lucky to hit 300 every year on these. That's just how hard it is. Mm-hmm. And so I want chances. I want swings, Jay. I mean, I see your point. Do you need 2 that close together? If there's someone that really intrigues you.
Yeah, they'd obviously have to love someone.
You'd have to love someone. All right.
And we've heard they love Zion Young, so we'll see how much.
Yeah, because he's not going to be there at 57.
To steal your phrase. Not for nothing. They were at Oklahoma's pro day.
Yeah.
So maybe they really like R. Mason Thomas. Like, I don't think Field Yates mocked R. Mason Thomas to the Bears because he thinks they don't like them.
Agreed. It's not out of nowhere.
So
are either one of those guys going to be there at 57?
No,
probably not.
In all likelihood, no.
Yeah,
but I mean, anything can happen.
That'd
but
be surprising.
It'd be shocking.
That would be surprising. I agree with you.
So that's if they're really like in love with one of those players, and they would have to be, then okay, go ahead. If you can make a trade, package the 2 picks, move up, and get the guy you want.
There were some breadcrumbs about like the Rams liking Ty Simpson. That said, did it feel like the biggest stunner of the night? That it's kind of what I gathered from some text I got and just following online with, I was like, well, there were some breadcrumbs there, but 13th, Ty Simpson?
It was surprising.
Yeah?
Yeah, to me. I think it was surprising to Sean McVay.
The press conference is surprising. And so I hear my view from, being way, way, way back, obviously from that, whatever the internal happenings are within that organization, I would think Sean McVay's voice carries a lot of weight in that building. I don't know that anything really gets done without Sean McVay's approval.
That's how I feel.
That said, the press conference was odd. And so, Jack, you want to play a little bit of this? And if you guys are watching on our YouTube channel, you'll be able to see it. Certainly a lot of people already have. Obviously, our sports fans probably have, went to bed to this or saw it early this morning. It is making the rounds. You can be mad at us for playing the body language police. That's fine. But this all seemed odd. And so let's take a look and a listen as Les Snead and Sean McVay were meeting the media talking about Ty Simpson last night.
Claire, this is Matthew's team. And you get a chance to be able to address, the backup quarterback. We've got Stetson. We've talked about the importance of Jimmy. So to be able to add somebody that you can evaluate a body of work where he was asked to play the position and a lot of things that do translate in terms of concepts, reading with his feet, some of the different things in the drop back in the play action game, the movement game. So there's a lot of things that Coach Grubb did that's very similar to kind of how we operate. So it made it an easier evaluation to be able to kind of say, all right, what would that look like if you did translate it to our level? But there was a lot of players that we liked, and there was a lot of thought that kind of went into it. And we do feel really fortunate that when you look at the 13th pick, we were able to get that where, Atlanta had an interest in getting a player last year. We would have taken Ferguson with our first-round pick last year to move back to still get the guy that we wanted, and then to basically be able to get an extra pick. And then, oh, by the way, with your original one, go get a player like Trent McDuffie. So a lot of different things, but we're always going to make decisions that we think are best for the short and the long term. But, we'll be excited to be able to get to work with him, and that's where we're at.
That's the most in-depth he got on it. There were a few other answers that were very brief, very short, like one-word answers. And at one point, he's like, I'm not going to get it. I mean, and just watching him as Les was talking, he looked annoyed. Mm-hmm. He looked really annoyed. And he's multiple times talked about Jimmy G. Jimmy G's contemplating retirement. And he's like, Ty will come in and compete for the backup with Stetson and Jimmy G. They're trying to talk Jimmy G out of retirement. He mentioned him multiple times. And that whole thing seemed odd to me, Shay. It really did.
There was the other video clip in there I played this morning on Kap J Hood.
Do we have it?
McVay looks straight up furious.
He looks annoyed
while fielding questions from reporters.
Can we play that one too, Jack?
In a way that, it's almost off-putting watching it. That how could this guy possibly be excited about what's going on?
You know what it looked like to me? It looked like the day Rick Hahn had to introduce Tony La Russa.
That's a good call. Yeah.
That's what it looked like to me. Go back and watch that, you guys, if you remember. Rick Hahn being forced to announce that they're hiring Tony La Russa. He was so dejected. He was so annoyed. Maybe Sean McVay's just tired. Listen, we're maybe getting in an area like, guys, shut the hell up. What are you talking about here? Body language, please. It's an exhausting process. Maybe he's just tired, but I don't know. It looked weird. Play that other clip real quick that Shay was talking about that they played this morning. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, I did. I'll keep that between us. We'll see. He's going to compete with Stetson.
What was it about this pick?
And it goes on. Again, you guys can see all this. You can watch Les Snead giving his portion of giving his answers in his portion of this media session, the two of them sitting together. And McVay just looked annoyed and angry, quite frankly. But maybe he was just tired. It is. It's a long, exhausting process. These guys put a lot of work in it. They got look at him. A long grind this weekend. It's unbelievable.
He's glaring.
It's unbelievable.
Dude, he looks like he's ready to kill somebody.
He 100%. And it reminded me watching it of that day Rick Hahn had to bite his tongue and talk about how Tony La Russa was going to be the best manager for the White Sox, which he didn't believe for 1 second.
And it might be a case of reading into things, but this is also kind of what happens. Your quarterback just won MVP. He's 38. We know you got to prep for the future. Did you have to do it with the 13th pick? That's the question. But then the Ian Rappaport stuff comes out that Les Snead and Ty Simpson's dad go way back, and Les Snead was one of the primary consults that Ty Simpson's dad made when deciding whether to send him back to Alabama or go to the NFL draft. That is odd, I would say. That you're getting on the phone with a GM, and then apparently that GM's like, we'll take him.
I don't know, man.
Why don't you put him in the draft? We'll take him. And then McVay's all pissed off looking?
It kind of looks like it, but who knows? Maybe he's just tired. Long day, long weekend. I don't know. Sean McVay's the best coach in the game, if you ask me. And he could, who knows? He might work wonders with Ty Simpson. I mean, obviously Simpson is playing. He didn't play a lot. It's a little, he's better than Mitch. Don't get me wrong, but it's a little Mitch-esque where he didn't play a lot, but he also played at Alabama. He played in a bunch of big games. There is plenty of good tape on Ty Simpson.
Of course.
Plenty.
There's also a lot of tape from December in the playoff.
Yeah, it wasn't a great finish.
Late November, where there were rumors he was dealing with a back injury and things didn't look great.
You're right. It wasn't a great finish.
So it's kind of a two-way street.
November was awesome.
As October.
When
they ran that
gauntlet. Was that October?
Ranked SEC teams.
When they ran that gauntlet, it was like, oh, all right, Ty Simpson. So there is some good stuff. You're right. Doche. Like the back half of it is not so good. But it's a system that's going to look a lot like McVay's, and I think he does value that a great deal. And maybe he works wonders with him. And to your point, I'll never blame a team for thinking about its quarterback future.
No,
especially
absolutely
when
not.
he's 38, 39 years old.
Dude, and
I will never say that you should be drafting quarterbacks. I've said this for years, constantly. And the good organizations usually do. Even when you've got a good one, you should be drafting them constantly.
The Packers did this twice.
Yes.
This is the Rams trying to do what the Packers did twice. First with Rodgers against Favre, and then with Love against Rodgers. Now you do it with Ty Simpson. As much as I believe Sean McVay could turn Ty Simpson into an incredible quarterback, I equally believe he might never coach Ty Simpson. He's a guy who's flirted with retirement before. He at best looked exhausted last night.
He looked annoyed and exhausted.
So, is there a chance that when Stafford retires, McVay's like, you know what? I'm good too.
Man, I don't know. If I'm McVay, dude, you're not even 40 yet, right? Or did he just turn 40? He's
got to have just turned 40.
It's a hard job, and these guys make so much money. They might not have the longevity of some of the guys that we grew up, watching Coach Shea, or even a guy like Andy who's still doing it, because they make so much money. It's a different lifestyle. But this guy with all the wins he already has, do you ever start thinking about hey, I could track down the all-time greats. I could track down, I could win 300 games if I stay at this.
Some guys just don't care about it.
And that's very true. Sean McVay might be 300 wins. I'm not coaching that long.
Yeah.
How much money is Sean McVay's making? What, $12 million a year, $15 million a year, whatever he makes? Sean McVay might very well be are you guys nuts? I'm not going to hang around here and coach to win 300 games. Why would I do that?
He could also think I make $12 million to spend 60 hours a week doing football stuff. I could make $20 million to spend 8 hours a week doing TV stuff and have more time to hang out with my wife and my family.
Yeah. I mean, McVay is already, he just turned 40, I think. He did. He turned 40 in January. McVay already has 92 wins. He's 92-57. It's incredible. Let's see. Let's grab some calls. Let's go to Dylan on the south side. We got Bears, NFL, anything you guys want to talk about. It's draft weekend. Dylan, what's going on?
Delano, how you guys doing today?
Oh, Delano, I'm sorry. What's up, man?
No worries, no worries. Nice talking to you guys again.
You too.
So I just wanted to so if it was a year ago, I would completely agree with what Shay was saying about Ryan Poles, about how he picks linemen and how he hasn't been good at it, he hasn't picked them in the first round. So the fact that not that many of them went around where we were picking in this round this year, and the fact that it's loaded going forward into the second round, I have faith that in Ben I trust, because I think with Ben involved, because he said earlier this offseason that he'd been sitting in on more defensive meetings, that he's more involved with the defense. He's more involved with who they pick on defense, evaluating who they pick on defense. And I trust that they got some dogs targeted who fit the traits and the scheme that they play. And so I'm patient because I trust in Ben with Ryan Poles.
Okay.
Without Ben, then Ryan Poles, I didn't trust him that much last year. But now I do with Ben in the house.
All right, Delano. Ben makes a difference. Thanks, man. We appreciate the phone call. Let's say hi to Michael in Orlando. Go ahead, Michael.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Great.
Hey, first of all, what Shay was saying about Poles not trusting the line and going with the back end, I never really thought of that. That's pretty smart by Shay, I got to admit.
Don't tell Silvy.
What? But seriously, Cedarman's okay. My biggest fear is I'm afraid we might have David Archuleta 2.0, man. We got
Adam
line help.
Adam Archuleta.
Yeah.
Wasn't David Archuleta on American Idol?
He might have been.
He was. He came in second place. David Cook.
Is that Adam Archuleta's brother?
I don't think so.
No? All right. I don't know who David Archuleta is. Michael, there's always a bust factor, right?
Crazy
again, it's a hard job. I think Dylan Thieneman's going to be terrific. Now, Adam Archuleta was a pretty highly touted kid coming out of, where was it, ASU? Is my memory right? I want to say ASU for an Adam Archuleta, who was briefly a Bear, by the way. There's always a bust factor. There's always a risk. I don't worry about that with this kid. I think Thienemann's going to be terrific.
No, I think he's going to be very good.
Yes.
I have questions about the defense on the whole, but that's a completely different thing.
Totally different conversation to have. Absolutely. And I know nothing about David Archuleta. He was on what? American Idol?
Yeah, years ago.
Singer.
It's a pretty famous show, American Idol.
I know what American Idol is.
You ever heard of it, Carm?
I don't
What
know.
is it, American Idol?
No. I was just making sure. I didn't know if it was like Dancing with the Stars. I'm like, wait, did I hear American Idol? I just don't know who David Archuleta is.
Yeah.
No, I know American
He came
Idol.
in second place to David Cook. Good season.
All right.
David
I don't know
versus
David Cook
in the
either.
final.
I don't know who that is either.
Are you still an American Idol watcher?
Of course I'm an American Idol.
You watch American
I
Idol?
haven't paid as much attention this season. I watched the auditions and kind of tuned it out after that. But, yeah, it was a good season this year.
So he's the one, Carm.
Oh, I'm looking at David Archuleta. You're the one watching. You're still watching that, huh?
I'm not an avid follower, but I'll tune in every once in a while.
It is like I was just like, wasn't that guy an American Idol? And Jack's like, hey, he finished second to David Cook.
Unbelievable.
He can tell me the vote count in the finale. Are you like the American Idol super fan?
So funny. I just thought he misspoke. I didn't know there was an actual David Archuleta. And yes, I was right. It was Arizona State.
If I quizzed you on every American Idol winner, how many do you think you could name?
Past ones, I'd be pretty good.
I can name one.
The newer ones, I wouldn't be able to do.
I can name one. Kelly Clarkson.
No, you can name two.
I can?
Yes.
All right, hold on.
You can both name two. There's no way
Who's
you can only
Kelly
name
Clarkson? Who's high pitched?
Did Carrie Underwood win?
Yes.
Carrie Underwood.
That's the one
all right,
I
I
had.
did know that.
Yeah.
Okay, I did know that. That's it. I'm done at two. Carrie Underwood, Kelly Clarkson, Susan Boyle?
No, she was Britain.
That was Britain's Got Talent.
So you're watching the British one and the American
No,
one?
Susan Boyle was pretty big.
Oh,
when
yeah,
she
even
won.
I know that. Yeah, wait.
She's like the first. She was probably the first like viral moment I can remember that came from a TV show.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's how I knew about it because it went viral because it was so spectacular when she started belting out Les Mis. Wait, can I name another American Idol? I feel like I can. Wait, there's another semi-famous singer, right?
Yeah.
That from
The guy who
early
sings
on.
Home.
Oh, I got it. That's it. Philip Phillips.
Philip Phillips.
Bam!
Well done.
I named 3 American Idol winners.
Jennifer Hudson did not win.
No, she
correct?
did not.
What?
What place did she finish?
I think 5th.
How is that possible?
Maybe 3rd, 5th or 3rd.
What place did Clay Aiken finish?
I don't remember what Aiken finished. I know Daughtry was on there too.
How
He
could
didn't
Jennifer Hudson finish 5th?
Chris Daughtry didn't win either.
That sounds like Michael Jordan finishing like 4th in a MVP vote or something one year. How is that possible?
Who won the season Adam Lambert was on?
I don't know who that is either.
It's a good question. I don't know who won the season Adam Lambert was
I can't think of her name either, but if you had said it right, I would have known it was
knows a
right.
lot about American Idol, it seems
So,
like.
I want maybe I'm the super fan, but hey, I know a lot about everything, Carm.
That's true. Just ask Sylvie. I love it. It was like, don't tell Sylvie and ask Sylvie. All right, sit tight. More of your calls coming up, guys. We got some Bears, we got some Rams, and what was going on last night and what was happening. Like, was Sean McVay trying to send a message? Like, somebody come save me. I'm being held hostage. It was the craziest press conference. It's Carmen and Jurko. Shay's in for Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
We swept Marquette.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Tomorrow morning at 11. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, for sales, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hi, I'm Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. And this is our biggest sale ever. Buy a new air conditioner or furnace and get 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Plus, Four Seasons guarantees to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000, guaranteed. Call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866 4 Seasons.
One good shot can change the trajectory of your career. Seize your moment and train for a future with potential at ETI School of Skilled Trades. In as little as 7 months, you can get started in welding or HVAC with hands-on training in the skills employers are looking for. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule. Take your shot. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Sneezing, congestion, sinus pressure. Sound familiar? Hey, it's Kap. Allergy season is here. Sinus and Snoring MD offers needle-free allergy testing and treatment. No shots, no hassle, just simple allergy drops that actually treat the problem. If you're tired of feeling stuffed up all the time, do something about it. They've got over 25 years of experience, same-day appointments, and locations all over Chicagoland. Call 847-545-0147 for Sinus and Snoring MD.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana is offering up to 25% off windows and doors and 0% financing for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends April 30th, 2026.
We all know winning means showing up stronger, faster, better than before. And when you're chasing that edge, the Drop by GNC cuts through the noise, bringing you the best new innovations in sports nutrition and performance. From muscle building and strength support to improved recovery and focus, we curate the newest drops from GNC Amp, Pro Performance, and Mega Min. Plus, Ghost, Raw Nutrition, Bucked Up, and the top new brands changing the game. No guesswork, just leveling up. Check out the Drop by GNC for what's new, what works, and what's next.
Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. What's up, it's J Hood. At Advantage Toyota in River Oaks, it's simple. Real numbers, no mystery math, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Carmen and Jurko presented by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Ian Hodgkins, it's my guys. Find your Advantage at Advantage Dealer Group. And the Advantage Dealer Group also sponsors Jurko's Keys. Jurko's listening, by the way, which is weird. He doesn't usually tune in when he's gone. I said, shouldn't you be on the beach having mimosas? But he keeps texting me, which is weird.
This is the only time I could get away with the lady.
Yes.
And he's spending the time.
I'm like, why are you texting right now? Why are you listening? I'm like, I'm shocked by this. You should be having fun with Renee, sitting on the beach, getting some sun.
Keys to vacation. Don't listen.
Don't listen to the station when you're on vacation. You know, you guys should do that. Jurko shouldn't. Got to get away a little bit. So Shay's going to do keys? You're going to do Jurko's keys?
Apparently. I was told that this morning.
You're being forced into it, I guess. You got no choice, Shay.
So I have quickly drafted. I think this is the same way Jurko does it, so it's not a big deal. But I have quickly drafted some keys. Now,
I'll tell you, his keys last week were probably the best keys he's had in a year. That includes any of his keys on game day.
What were they?
The keys to playing golf when it's still cold in the spring, like cold and wet. They were sensational.
Okay.
I mean, he hit every note. I was like, you've never, and it's been 5 years since you gave Bears keys that were that good and that thorough. They were incredible last week. So you have big shoes to fill.
It's always big shoes to fill when I'm in for the good kid. So Jack wanted me to do keys to the second round. I'm not going to do that.
No, that's boring.
I made a suggestion.
The key to the second round is take an edge rusher, or I will throw things when I get here on Monday morning. But I do have, it is my wife's birthday weekend.
Happy birthday.
And we are doing a bar crawl tomorrow. So I have keys to a successful bar crawl.
Oh, this is good.
Key number 1. It is a marathon, not a sprint. You do not want to be the guy that has to be helped out of bar number 1 and thrown in the back of an Uber.
You don't want to be there, or bar number 2 for that matter.
For sure.
So are you saying, like, you don't want to be the guy that runs in and starts getting Jameson shots for everybody right out of the gate, right? Like, pace yourself?
Yeah, right out of the gate. Like, if you do what we're doing and you rent a bus, you can drink on the bus, have seltzers, have beers, but you start going nuts with the Jell-O shots or the hard liquor early, you're going to be in trouble. You got to pace yourself.
Excellent.
Key number 2, do it during the day. There's nothing I hate more than a nighttime bar crawl, because then you deal with all these packed bars. It's uncomfortable. If you do it during the day, you can start early, which means you can drink all day, party all day, and the bars might be a little less packed.
Yes.
You might have some space to roam, which takes me to key number 3.
Bad take on key number 2, by the way.
No, I agree with Shay.
Let the bars know you're coming.
Oh, that's a nice touch.
Because the last thing you need to do is walk into a bar in the middle of the day with 25 people and they have one bartender working. They didn't know they were getting swamped.
Wow, that's a really good one,
Let the
Shay.
people know that you're going to show up and when you're going to show up.
That's really good. I've never done that. I'm not being thoughtful enough. That's a really good key.
Key number 4. Pick a selection of bars that are either in walking distance or rent a party bus.
Yeah, amen.
Do not mess around with rideshare or having to get everybody on public transit and having to get everybody to the same place at the same time. If you're going to do a bar crawl, make sure it's walkable or you have a bus that can get everybody to the same place at the same time.
Sounds right.
And the final key, key number 5. Know when to end it. When it's time to go home, it's time to go home. If you've been out, if you do it during the day like we are, and you're starting at 1 in the afternoon, 8 o'clock's probably a good finale. You don't need to stretch this out to midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Nothing good's going to happen. And you'll wake up feeling horrible on Sunday, which is another reason to do it during the day.
That's right.
Get home at 8,
They're
put
young.
something on TV, hang out, relax. You'll wake up feeling okay Sunday morning.
Jack and Aiden are young. They're shaking their heads. You'll see. Give it 10 years.
Day drinking is the worst.
No, it's not.
Then
It's the
you're
best.
all tired at night.
That's the worst take you've ever had.
You get tired.
That's the worst take ever.
That's horrible.
And you know what? And I shouldn't say it's the worst take ever. It's Jack's 25. Talk to me in 8 years. Tell me how bad. Day drinking's the greatest.
25, you should have. Did you? Are you telling me when you were in school at Mizzou, you never did darties? You never had day parties?
I did, and I preferred the night ones.
Dude, there's nothing better than day drinking. Nothing.
Aiden, help this guy out.
Nothing.
I'm 2 years younger than Jack. I'm on their side.
Nothing
100%. That was a bad take.
You drink during the day, and then by 6 o'clock, you're tired and you fall asleep on your couch.
Yeah, exactly.
awesome.
No,
It's
and then
awesome.
your night's shot.
No, you're crazy. It's the worst take.
Productivity in the day,
The worst take.
party at night, drink at night,
what
wake up next morning, good to
productivity?
go. Let's go.
I want rapid reaction. Again, we're just stealing everything from Waddle and Silvy right now. I want rapid reaction right now. Right now, you guys. I want light these up. I want rapid reaction. Maybe this is an age thing. So, of all ages, legal drinking age, of course, day drinking, yay or nay? It's the worst take ever from Jack, potentially. Day drinking is the greatest. 312-332-3776. Right now, I want rapid reaction.
I think this needs one of his YouTube polls.
I think you absolutely
Is this
should.
Jack's worst take ever? That day drinking is worse.
It's crazy.
Day drinking is the greatest.
It is the greatest. And maybe you do have to be older. I mean, and maybe I can't even remember my 25-year-old self. It's so freaking long ago. Maybe you got to be a little bit older. But it is like the greatest thing. And when I'm excited for like a day drinking Saturday or Sunday,
The best.
It's the greatest. It's so much better than being, stumbling in at midnight or 2 a.m. and being hammered. And then, oh my God. All right, rapid reaction right now. This is gonna be the brunch rush. I know we got Bears calls still too. I'm not gonna forget you guys. I promise. Shay and I are gonna take your phone calls, but I want instant rapid reaction to this right now. On Jack's take, if that's not just completely awful. It's a bad take, Jesse. 312-332-3776. We'll get some of you guys here coming up. We'll do this, I think, as part of a fun brunch rush, and we'll get back to your Bears draft calls. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's a bad take.
2 to 6 in 2026.
Waddle, waddle.
The longest running show in Chicago sports content history, Waddle and Silvy expand to a full 4 hours. Hear them weekdays 2 to 6 p.m. We are Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
I was talking to our guy, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. We love Mayor Skip. Everybody does. But he's always saying how he's got the best job. I said, I get to talk sports for a living. He makes a strong argument, though. He's out in his community every day. He supports local businesses, plans first-class events. And, yeah, he gets to eat at some really incredible restaurants. And I'm stuck brown bagging it here with Jurko. Elmwood Park is one of those special places. Once you're there, you get it. The energy, the people, the community, the food. It's special. So go experience it for yourself. Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Postman Law has delivered more than $3 billion in verdicts and settlements for injured clients. When you're hurt, insurance companies have teams of lawyers working against you. You need a team that knows how to fight back and win. We take on the adjusters, the paperwork, and the medical bills so you don't have to. When it matters most, Postman Law delivers results. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise, Postman delivers.
Call 844-POSTMAN. Attorney Advertising.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been telling you about the Sanctuary Golf Course in New Lenox for years, and this summer they're celebrating their 30th season. I'm proud to endorse one of the best golf experiences in Chicagoland. The Sanctuary features 18 holes of great golf with outstanding course conditions, plus a covered heated range with top tracer technology, so you can practice and play year-round. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time today. That's golfsanctuary.com.
Saving money on your next project when you shop at Menards. We have everything you need for keeping your outdoor power equipment in tip-top shape. Ensure your lawnmower or boat is running smooth this year. Right now, all FVP lawn and garden and marine batteries are on sale. View our entire selection of FVP batteries today on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for all of the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper, so knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Hey, sports fans, the ESPN app has all of ESPN all in one place. The ESPN app is your home to thousands of live events, ESPN shows, and originals across every ESPN network and service. And now you can check if you already have ESPN Unlimited as part of your TV package for no additional cost. Visit activate.espn.com to learn how to access your account or sign up, then start streaming in the ESPN app. It's all of ESPN all in one place. Sign up for Activate now.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations, Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. Together, let's drive.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Our phones are blowing up here, and so are the lines. We're going to do some Waddle and Silvy style rapid reaction. I think, like, in 8 years, we should rack this, and in 8 years, we should play it back for Jack, and he'll be like, boy, that was a bad take.
I don't, but I think you're wrong, too. I don't think it's an age thing.
I don't know, man.
Because I have enjoyed it since I started drinking. Day drinking is awesome.
Can I
if you're just joining us, Jack said that day drinking is the worst.
No.
We're like, day drinking's the greatest.
Aiden, mute his mic. No.
Yeah, you're not allowed to talk.
I'm a sleepy guy, all right?
Oh, my God.
I fall asleep after I have a couple of drinks. I fall asleep. If I'm not out and about and doing things, and usually that's at night. So if I day drink, I get tired at like 2 p.m. and then it's no good. Then I'm gone for the rest of the day.
Jack,
I'd rather be tired late at night.
But you could rally nap. You get home, you take a nap, you go back out if you want to go back out. Or you're tired at the end of the night, you stay home, you wake up feeling great the next day. But I also want you to know, we spent an hour, 20 minutes talking draft. Nobody weighing in. I'm like, is anybody listening?
No, that's not true.
No, not on the. Obviously, we had callers, but I'm talking on my phone.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody's
Gotcha,
weighing in.
Gotcha.
As soon as he said day drinking blows, my phone got hot in my hand.
They're like, what's wrong with Jack?
People won't stop texting me. Like, what is he talking about?
Unbelievable. It's an unbelievable take. All right, rapid reaction. This is going to serve as our brunch rush for today, brought to you by the Village of Elmwood Park. From first-class events to unforgettable food, Elmwood Park is where community and flavor come together. Once you're here, you get it. Remember, you got to go fast here, guys. This is rapid reaction. Give your take. Get out of there. Here we go. Brett in Indianapolis. Go ahead.
Yeah, day drinking, since I've been in college, is the greatest thing ever.
Yep.
And you start early in the day, whatever. If you can't make it past 6 p.m., that's a you problem. Keep it going. If you want to go to 11, go to 11. It's not that hard.
Even if you can't make it to 6, to me, that's kind of the point. So be it, Brett. Thank you. Well done. AG in Peterson Park. Okay, AG, go ahead. AG. Going once, going twice.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yep,
All right, I'm here.
Go ahead.
All right. If you can't make it to 6 p.m., you're a lightweight and you're drinking too much. If by 8 o'clock you have an option to go to an after party and smoke a little greenery for the scenery, watch the sunset, and if you meet a girlie, you have enough time for a nice dinner if you made a connection with a girlfriend, and the bar call ends when the girls start dancing because that means it's time for bounce, bounce.
Well, he just gave you the whole, listen to that. AG gave you the whole day there, Jack.
Tremendous points.
Tremendous. So far, you're 0 for 2 here, McGrath. Ryan is in Noble Park. Go ahead, Ryan.
Hey, guys. As for Jack, great guy. Jack and Cokes downstairs at Ceres. They give you a rocks glass and a can of Coke on the side. I know you're a bourbon guy, but I'm just saying.
Oh, I'm with you.
And I used to work on the trading floor with one of our buddies.
I love it.
That's a great place.
Yeah, Ceres is and thanks, Ryan. Ceres is the famous bar restaurant that's on the first floor of the Board of Trade building where we are now. And our Jeff Dickerson Studios. And yeah, they're well known for their heavy pours.
Did I miss the take there? Are we 3-0
He definitely
right now?
said, yeah, it's 3-0. He definitely said, yes, get the heavy Jack and Coke at Ceres. Because Ceres is only open to like 7.
Yep.
It's only day drinking. Philly, Sid. Go ahead, Sid. Sid.
You know what? You wake up, you get yourself the right cocktail. You wake up, you get the right cocktail, you find a party bus, you make your way to...
We cut you off when we missed the tail part. We We got you, Sid. Don't worry. I can't even. What, you guys cut him off? What happened? What happened, Sid? Re-rack that for later. Philly Sid's like, what happened? What did I do? The tail sort of got interrupted there for a minute. You wake up and you get something else. I don't know. That's a different, whatever. That's a different activity. Kevin's in Lakeview. What's going on, Kev?
Hey, you got to keep it on the guardrails. If you're going to day drink, you got to pace yourself, and you can't start drinking until after 12 in the afternoon. You can make it to 6, and then you got to do the no-go or go.
And do you enjoy it, Kevin? Are you? Is it a yay?
Oh, you gotta love it in the Lakeview area in Wrigleyville.
See, there you go. There it is, Kevin.
Strong disagree though on wait till noon. College football Saturdays start at 11.
You know, Jack's moving into Lakeview in like a month.
Well,
not even.
Now I know not to send him a text while we're going out day drinking.
This is where he might start to realize it. Yes, of course, he went and he experienced the college lifestyle. I get that, but he's been living back home at his parents. He's moving out. He's moving into an apartment. He's moving into the city. He's going to go out with you guys this fall for a college football Saturday, and he's going to be like, oh, my God, this is glorious.
Yeah, it's
like
incredible.
Day drinking is the greatest.
Jack, I just quickly before the next rapid reaction, can I ask Jack a question?
Hit me.
Brunch, yay or nay?
Oh, please, don't kill me.
What do you mean brunch, yay or nay?
Don't break my heart.
Eating brunch?
Don't break my heart.
Or drinking at brunch?
No, weekend brunch, yay or nay?
Sunday brunch, mimosas.
Yeah.
Don't break my heart. Oh, it's the greatest meal of the week. Sunday brunch is the best meal of the week.
I'll eat brunch.
Right.
I'm saying yes to brunch.
Okay,
no to the mimosa at brunch.
A Bloody Mary?
No.
But brunch is a yay,
coffee.
right?
Before noon, I want coffee.
But brunch is
no other drinks enter my system.
But brunch is a yay.
Brunch is a yay.
Okay, thank God. We might have had to throw him out.
Aiden's gonna have a coronary.
Yeah, brunch. I mean, if you don't like brunch, I don't know what's happening here. The greatest meal of the week, Sunday brunch. Tom on the south side. Go ahead, Tom.
Hey, it's Pat from the south side, but it's all good,
Pat.
fellas.
Sorry, buddy.
No, Ty. T-Y.
Oh, Ty. What am I? Am I
Yes,
deaf?
sir.
I
Yes,
can't
sir.
hear. Ty, what's going on, Ty?
Hey, listen, I have to agree as far as the day drinking. I'm not too much of a day drinker. I'm a summer drinker because I like to drink some of everything.
All right, very good. That was well done, Ty. That was good. This is Todd in Iowa. What's up, Todd?
Hey, 59 years old, been doing day drinking for 40-plus years.
That's right.
Miller Lite and Bloody Marys for tailgates to start at 7 a.m.
Amen. Todd, thanks, buddy. Craig in St. John. Yay or nay to day drinking?
Yay, bad take, horrible take. I love AI Jack, but ask ChatGPT what it thinks, and he's still going to lose.
There you go. There you go. Craig, fabulous. Everybody loves AI Jack. They just couldn't believe this take. I don't even know if we have to continue.
It might be.
I mean, that's like...
I have to tell you, it might be the worst take, at least in my time working at this radio station. I have to imagine it would be in the Hall of Fame of bad takes ever given at this radio station.
I've had some bad takes, believe me. We all have. I've had some real bad ones, you guys. This one's up there.
It's
poor
Hall of
Jack.
Fame.
He probably thinks we're killing him and picking on him, but that, you know.
It's the worst take I've ever heard.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I feel like we don't. I'll do one more. Steven.
This is like the ketchup on a steak, like Mahomes. This is like an Orlovsky crazy food take where they all gang up on him.
Bad.
This is truly horrible.
It's just bad. Steve is in Lake. What is that? Lake Billow?
Lake Billow.
Where's Lake Billow? I don't even know where that is. What's up, Steve?
Hey, guys. Out by Germany, like anyway, have you never golfed and drank? Of course you day drinking.
Yeah.
Impossible.
That's day drinking. That counts as day drinking if you're on the golf course.
I'm
sure.
locked in when I'm golfing.
Thanks, Steve. You're locked in.
Oh, my God. Dude, there's no shot you have ever broken 90.
I was going to say, you're locked in to shoot 104? I mean, like, what are you locked in for? You might as well have a cup, have a flight by Yingling.
Yeah,
for crying out loud.
I'm terrible at golf. The whole fun of golf is I get on the cart and I get drunk. By the time I'm on the 11th hole, I'm just hitting the ball wherever. I don't care anymore. It's great.
I'm telling you, like being on vacation somewhere, like on a long weekend on a Friday morning, or like I was just with my girlfriend in Miami. It's like all I dreamed about was like sitting on the beach during the day on a Friday and drinking. It's like the greatest.
Jack, are you just
we
not
might
really...
have a drinking problem, but like that, there's nothing but given the choice drinking at night or the day, I'm taking the day every single
That's
time.
my thing.
Like every time I'm taking day drinking out of Friday or Saturday. Every time.
Jack, are you just not that into drinking?
We might be alcoholics.
I'll have some drinks. No, at night I'll have some drinks. You've been out with me before.
Yeah,
at
of
night.
course. One night I was out with you and I couldn't believe it. I was like,
that was a great night.
My goodness, McGrath.
It's so good.
But like I'm making the point, it's not like you offered, I'm not that big of a drinker. I definitely don't want to day drink.
No.
You just came out swinging. Day drinking sucks.
Oh, my God. It's crazy.
That is the worst take I've ever heard in my life, I think.
Take line 6, Michael in South Carolina.
Michael in South Carolina. And listen, Jack, don't worry. We all have bad takes. You'll have another one at some point. You do this long enough, all right? Jack's got a good head on his shoulders. He knows. He'll be all right. I know we're busting his chops pretty good right now. Michael in South Carolina. Go ahead, Michael.
Hey, it's 11:45 a.m. Hilton Head Island. I've already had a cigar and 2 Woodfords.
There you go. Beautiful. Michael, you're my kind of man. Like, that's what you do on a Friday when you're not working in Hilton Head. You get up, you have a cigar.
Amen, brother.
And a couple of Woodfords. Yes, Michael, thank you. I was in Mexico. Wait, no, where was I? Not Mexico. Where was I in December? I can't remember. Dominican. And, I was walking down by the pool at like 8 a.m. to put some towels out. And sure enough, like the guy setting up the cigars on the beach there, and he saw me take one glance and he knew he had a sale. I was eating out of the palm of his hand. I'm buying Cubans, getting ready to smuggle them home, and he's lighting one up for me because I bought, I probably overpaid for some Cubans anyway. He's like, "This one's on me, Poppy. This is a freebie." And I said, "A little early, no?" And he's like, "Little early. What else you got to do?" I was like, "Yeah, you're right. It was like 8:10. I'm firing up a Partagas, and then I'm stopping to get a mojito on the way." I'm like, "Yeah,
Dude,
come on, it's time to go. Like, it's the greatest."
The last time I was in Cancun, you wake up, get breakfast, you go to the pool. It's 10:30, 11 a.m. You start drinking. You go to dinner at whatever point you go to dinner, and then you go to bed. There's no crazy late night. But every day is the greatest.
The best. Now, Jack, what we could be learning from all this is that we're just degenerates and animals. I don't know, and you're not. But The rapid reaction is definitely on the side of day drinking is the best. All right, that's going to serve as the brunch rush. We do have more Bears calls. I promise we're going to take
Jim and Pete's gift card giveaway.
Oh, yeah, we got a Jim and Pete's gift card. I love Jim and Pete's in Elmwood Park, right there on North Avenue. Classic, legendary Italian, just on North Avenue, a little bit east of First Avenue there, between Harlem and First Avenue. So $50 gift card right now to caller. What do you want to do, Jack? 10? Is that all right? Caller 10, you'll get the gift card thanks to Jim and Pete's and the fine folks at the Village of Elmwood Park. 312-332-3776. Quick bonus play from Mike North coming up. We got the entire 11 o'clock hour to take phone calls with you guys about the Bears in the draft. It's Carmen and Jurko. Shay's in for Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Kap J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Smart capital planning starts with the roof. M&M Commercial Roofing, powered by over 50 years of trusted craftsmanship from M&M Home Remodeling, helps Chicagoland properties and facilities plan, not just react. M&M Commercial Roofing starts with detailed inspections and clear reports, then guides you through options, repairs, recovery systems, coatings, replacements, or new construction. This is roofing built around your priorities, timeline, and long-term plan. Schedule a consultation with M&M Commercial Roofing and plan with confidence.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. The Bullfrog Spa's Backyard Makeover Sale is on now. If you've been thinking about upgrading your backyard like I have, this is the perfect time. Right now, you could save up to $3,000 off MSRP on new hot tubs or swim spas, or up to 25% off clearance spots. Don't wait. Now's the time to create a space for comfort, connection, and year-round relaxation. The Bullfrog Spa's Backyard Makeover Sale ends April 26th. Find a Bullfrog Spa's factory store at bullfrogspas.com.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Harry Douglas here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
Hello, friends. Ever dreamed of shooting 8 under? At the Spring Scramble at Seven Bridges, you have 3 teammates to make it happen. Join us Saturday, April 25th for a Masters-themed scramble with food, drinks, prizes, and official merch. Sign up at sevenbridgesgolfclub.com.
Follow Chicago's home for sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
All right, fresh odds couple coming your way a little bit later today. Mike and I will tape right when me and Shay are done. Podcast will be up on the ESPN Chicago app around 1 or 1:30. Let's get out to the Yingling guest hotline right now and bring in Mike North for the bonus play. Mikey, what's up, partner?
Oh, feeling good, Carm. How you doing, Shay? Long time no talk, my friend.
What's up, Mikey?
Feeling good, man. I mean, let's face it. I mean, we had a decent draft. I mean, the Cubs are on a roll.
Oh, my God, they're on fire.
I mean, 9 in a row, and you got the White Sox playing better baseball. The stadium situation seems to be straightened out, and nobody wants to work for the Bulls. So we're back to normal.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, we're back to normal. But anyway, last week, 2-1, Carm. If you remember, we took the double bubble. We took the Cubs.
Yeah.
With the money line in the Mets, with the run line, the Cubs ended up winning that game 12-4, so we go 1-1. But then we had Griffin versus English in golf, which we've been very successful with on the bonus play, and he ended up winning that 68-69 for that day, Friday last week. So we go 2-1 now. For this week, I'm going to stick to the script about what's going on with the L.A. Lakers. They've had under games, and for good reason. Their major scorer, one of their major scorers, is out.
Their best, yeah.
Durant, I don't have nothing against him. I don't think he's been the greatest, like a lot of people like to talk about. But he's capable of doing what the Joker did last night, 7 for 26, if he's covered right and everything else. I just think Houston's going to try to win this game by slowing it down, and I think they're going to end up the under 207.5. That is very, very low, folks, but believe me when I tell you this, it's attainable. So take that. And then I'm going with Griffin again. This is the Zurich Classic. That's a two-man, 2 against 2. Match play. Ben Griffith and Andrew Novak, 12:39 match. You can put it up on Bovada odds right now. It's right up there. Ben Griffith and Andrew Novak versus Wyndham Clark and a guy named McGuire.
All right.
So you know what? Take that. And if you want, you could even get a little fancy. If the two teams tie, it's plus 750. I don't think that's a bad bet.
All right, plus 750 for a tie. It's like soccer. All right, Mikey, so we got a golf play, and we got the under in the Laker game tonight.
You got it, guys.
Sounds
Take
good,
care
buddy.
of yourself.
All right, we'll talk
See
to you in a
later,
little bit. There's Mike North on the Yingling guest hotline with the bonus play. He loves those golf matchups, man. He loves it. All right, we'll have odds couple a little bit later. I'm struggling to find a good best play for tonight. I hate the NBA board tonight. Might end up pulling the trigger here on Portland. I'm trying to keep updating, like, what's going to happen with Wemby. Do we know if Wemby's playing? I mean, I know it's questionable.
Nope.
Kind of feel like he's probably not.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Gonna play. But the Spurs went from like a 1.5, it was basically like a pick. It was like a 1.5 point favorite out to like 2.5. So
why don't you play something tomorrow?
Maybe I will. Maybe I'll take a look. I don't know. I'll end up finding something for tonight.
Just take the Sox.
They're hot. Tonight, they are hot. Yeah. Their best pitcher just went, though. I don't know if I want to back it up coming back home. I don't know. We'll see. You never know what you're going to get with them. I'll find something. I think maybe it's going to end up being Portland, but we'll see. Brian's in Oak Lawn. Wants to talk about the draft. What's going on, Brian? Brian. Going once, going twice.
All right.
Here you going. How about Gino in Michigan? What's up, Gino?
Hey, I want to share my thoughts on what the Bears did do over the weekend. Real quick, no worse thing than a bar crawl ending at 2 a.m. You take a girl home within 5 minutes, she's sleeping on your couch snoring.
Either you're sleeping or she is. That's exactly right. Okay. You don't want that.
So real quick, you guys were talking Tyson Bagent. I looked some stuff up. I'm going back to Mark Brunell. He was the same age when he got traded from the Packers. He was 12 for 27 in 2 career games played. He was a 5th-round pick. He went for a 3rd and a 5th. Based on Tyson being an undrafted free agent, and he's the same age with little playing time, the best I can give you on the data is that his true market value is probably a 6th and a 7th, maybe 2 6th-rounders. And that's just what the market is based on what Brunell for. And you got to get rid of him. You want to turn Ben Johnson into the quarterback university of Ben Johnson. You trade him. You draft an undrafted free agent, develop him between ages 21 and 24, flip him for a profit, draft another undrafted free agent, and keep that revolving door going. Utilize his quarterback whispering if that's what you believe he is. With that said, I'm looking for this weekend. I want you to pay attention. I think we can get Cole Kmet's tight end replacement as an undrafted free agent. It's supposed to be a deep tight end class. We're not looking for a tight end, too, to catch a lot of passes. Just understand the playbook. Don't drop the ball, and we don't need to pay him a lot of money. I don't mind trading up. I want you to pay attention to a wide receiver from Louisville named Chris Bell. He might drop to the 5th or maybe 6th round. If he's available, I wouldn't mind trading 2 7ths and a pick from next year, doing something to move up. He'd be a perfect wide receiver, too, because Luther Burden's going to get the big money. The rest of the receivers should all be on rookie deals or be cheap signings, free agent signings. Right. Colston Love is going to get your tight end money. All the other tight ends on the depth chart should be rookies.
Gino, you need to be doing your own show. You're loaded with info here. You got. I mean, what are you calling us for? You got to be doing your own show here, Gino.
You got to replace Roma Dunze with Chris Bell on a cheap 6th round.
All right, Gino. Hey, man, God bless you, Gino. I mean, Gino brought it.
I love it.
You know. By the way, you don't draft undrafted players. You sign undrafted players. But Gino brought it. All right. I mean, Gino needs to be doing his own podcast, it sounds like. He's doing a deep dive over here.
He had all the info.
I like what he did with the Brunell thing and trying to find a comp. The Bears aren't trading Tyson Bagent for 6th-round draft picks.
I don't. That market probably isn't relevant anymore either.
It probably isn't. It's 30
years ago.
30 years ago.
No. And I also... The Bears don't have to get rid of Tyson Bagent. Of course not. They can do whatever they want with him.
If somebody makes him a deal they can't pass up, sure.
Correct.
But they're not out there shopping him, I don't think.
My point is, on the whole front of it, my point has always just been, if you aren't going to do it this year and things go according to plan and he doesn't play at all, you will not be able to do it next year when he's on an expiring contract. Deal. Nobody's going to give up picks for a guy they haven't seen play in 3 years.
Right. That they might have to then, it's a tricky proposition any way you slice it, I think. 312-332-ESPN. It's Carmen and Jurko. Shay's in for Jurko. Back in 2 minutes.
Carmen and Jurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
If you don't pay your insurance on time each month, your coverage will be canceled. But did you know that the insurance company doesn't have a time frame in which they have to pay you? In fact, your insurance policy is full of obstacles and deadlines designed to make it harder for you to collect. But those same obstacles and deadlines don't apply to the insurance company. Why? Because they write the rules. Here's one example. You have a short period of time in which you have to file your claim, but there is no set amount of time in which an insurance company must pay you. In the years you're waiting for your claim to be resolved, you could lose your home and your health. People have had to go back to work while they're still injured, been forced to take short money or lowball offers. When you're giving an insurance company money each and every month, you're their good neighbor. But once you file a claim, you become their liability. If you want a law firm to help you overcome all of the obstacles the insurance company puts in your way, call the Verdoliak Law Group. 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, it's Maria.
And this is Ken with Family Waterproofing.
We're veteran-owned.
Family-run.
Here's how we work.
We show up.
We give you options.
And we repair it the right way.
If you've got foundation cracks, seepage, or a basement that just won't stay dry, we can help.
And now we've got something that makes it even easier. It's called Express Services.
If you already know what you need, you can book your project directly.
Less back and forth, less waiting.
Visit FamilyDry.com to learn about Express Services. Family Waterproofing. Your basement's best defense.
Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. What's up, it's Jay Hood. At Advantage Toyota in River Oaks, it's simple. Real numbers, no mystery math, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
With the 25th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman, defensive back, Oregon.
They bring blitz, free rusher. Fowler can't get away, and he does get it off in time, but it's incomplete. Reynolds the target. Thieneman can't defensive backfield and laid the hit.
Dylan's tape popped out.
Take it to Pena. Aller, sideline. Oh, it's picked! Dylan Thieneman calls game. That's a walk-off whiteout winner.
Just a sense of urgency that he plays with, the speed. We talk about taking the air, out of the defense or out of the offense. His ability to close on the football, both in the run and the pass, stood out really, really quick.
41-yard line. Less than a minute and a half to go. Williams deep drop, loads and lets fly. And right there is Thieneman to end the ball game with the interception.
Well, he ended the Penn State game with an interception, and that one puts Oregon in the playoff.
What's up, Chicago? It's Dylan Thieneman here. Super excited to get to work. Bear down.
Bear down is right. Like George McCaskey, I am not a professional football talent evaluator. I'm not. I can't do what a scout does, what a GM does. I can't give you all the little nuance of what goes into proper technique across all the various positions. With that said, in my humble opinion, I watch a lot of football. I don't see anything that Dylan Thieneman doesn't do well. I think he is a tremendous looking prospect, and I think he will be a tremendous player. I think Bears fans are going to love him. He is athletic. He's fast. He closes well. He plays downhill. He tackles. He's strong. He's got ball skills. He's got production that you can see in a box score. He's got film that you can put on and be like, you might not have to be a professional talent evaluator to go, hey, that kid's pretty good. He's around the football a lot. There are a whole bunch of things to love about Dylan Thieneman, and that's who the Bears took with the 25th overall pick last night.
Also was looking it up late last night, just the snap count, and played nearly, I think, half of his snaps his final year at Oregon were in the box. So versatility as a defender, where they can place him, what kind of math they can do to create mismatches. I love him as a player. The film is great. Right before you said it, I was going to say, like, I'm an idiot who just likes watching football.
Right, that's what we are. Yeah, we love watching football. We watch a lot of it.
If you turn on Oregon or Purdue from the last few years, you will notice Dylan Thieneman. Without looking for him, you will notice him.
Shay, that's the mark I use, right? That's it. I'm not a professional. That's what I use. Like, do you notice him?
Yeah.
If you brought an alien down who'd never seen football before, and you said, okay, watch 5 minutes. Now show me who the best player is. Like, they're probably going to watch 5 minutes and they're going to say, that guy, oh, that's Myles Garrett. That guy, oh, that's Penei Sewell. That guy, oh, that's Josh Allen. Like, that's my test usually, Shay, what you just said. Is he jumping off the page? That probably means he's pretty good. And he jumps off the page. Whenever you watched him, he jumped off the page.
And then you look at the athletic scores, and it just speaks for itself. Like, there's no question in my mind why the Bears were knocked out, as Poles said, from watching the tape, because he's a freak athlete.
Yes.
A 4.35 40. He's faster than Justin Jefferson.
It's crazy. He's got a 41-inch vertical. And we're not just doing the fall in love with the combine stuff. The tape is great. Like I said, you could watch games and you say, man, the kid makes an impact. Like, he's got a feel for it. I love how physical he plays, quite frankly. I mean, I think and Shay just gave you the stat of how many snaps were in the box, too. I mean, I think you watch Oregon and you see a guy that plays downhill a lot, can scrape down the line of scrimmage if he has to, just like physical, strong. The athleticism stuff is just, that's the cherry on top.
Yeah.
When he goes out, when he does what he did at Indy, that's just like, oh my God, now you really should love this guy.
He's like Caleb Downs light a little bit in the sense that he can kind of play any position on the field. Poles said they like him as a slot nickel or a nickel corner potentially. At times he played some nickel. He played slot with Oregon this year. Not a ton, but some. Obviously can play in the box. But the play recognition, like, as soon as you snap the ball, he sees what's happening.
Yeah.
That's what's so special when you watch Ohio State and you see Caleb Downs.
Yeah.
It's almost before the ball is snapped. He's like, I know exactly where you're going. He's diagnosing the play. Thieneman has that too.
All right, so what do you guys think about it? It's Carmen and Yurk. Shay's in for Yurko today. Yurk's back on Monday. We could nitpick some things here about like prioritizing safety here. Was this just too good to be true? And I think that was the case. They wanted to stick to best player. Nobody imagined this kid would be available. I thought the Vikings or the Panthers for sure. The Vikings kind of surprised some people, banking on huge upside with Caleb Banks, but also a player that's got, some injury history with his feet. And for, big guys and feet, that's, normally a little bit of a red flag for me. It is not for the Vikings. So as he tumbled a little bit, I shouldn't say tumbled, that's probably aggressive, but as he fell to a spot where the Bears were sitting there at 25, realizing, oh my God, this is a possibility, they felt like it was too good to pass up. What do you guys think about it in the aftermath of that? And what else do you want the Bears to do looking ahead at tonight with 3 more picks and then the rest of the weekend tomorrow? 312-332-3776 is the phone number. They still do need to address defensive end. Pass rush, let's play this. Shea was very passionate about this morning. Here's Ryan Poles, just real brief meeting the media, talking about some of their philosophy, and then we can get into whether we agree or disagree. But this was Poles summing up some things about Thieneman and why they chose safety over edge rusher last night.
The D-line helps the back end more often than not. But in this situation where, we have good corners, good safeties, we can be in a position where maybe we can have the quarterback hold the ball a little longer.
Definitely a different way to try to do it. And I think we'd all agree with that. And Jurko's been saying it for a while in analyzing Ryan Poles. He said, Jurko's always said, I'm not telling you can't, but it is odd that his preference seems to be build from the back front, which is not usually the way it goes. Usually it's right around the ball and out. So,
yeah, I mean, you think about the first couple drafts, the first free agency, certainly prioritizing 2 off-ball linebackers after moving off of Roquan Smith, right, paying both Tremaine Edmonds and TJ Edwards. It's been a lot of DB in the draft. His first draft was Brisker and Kyler Gordon, another second-round pick on Tyreek Stevenson. A lot of the young talent that gets brought in has been off the ball, and they have not really brought in elite young talent on the ball, with the exception of Darnell Wright.
Yes.
That is, for a guy who played in the trenches, it's just always going to be odd to me that Poles doesn't prioritize the trenches.
That's the weirdest part of it.
And I don't think it's unfair to say it either. Like, the weirdest thing to me right now is you get pushback if you say it. Oh, well, they have 2 picks in the second round. They have 3 picks today. They're still taking edge rusher. I'm not even disagreeing with that. I imagine they will take a pass rusher at some point today. But we do now have 5 years of evidence where he does not prioritize the most elite resources, the most valuable resources he has on acquiring guys who play in the trenches.
Yeah, across multiple regimes, too, with this organization, on the defensive side of the ball specifically, this has been a little area of weakness for this franchise for whatever reason. But they also haven't really prioritized it. We gave you the stat yesterday, and I could say it again. Since 2000, this century, the Bears have only drafted 3 edge rushers in round 1. Now, unfortunately, none of them hit. 2 were pretty big busts, quite frankly. I mean, Leonard Floyd had a nice career for himself. Just didn't work out here. Michael Haynes and Shea McClellan were complete busts and didn't play that much in the league and were out of the league very quickly. I don't think either of them even got to 10 sacks for their career. They were total busts. But they haven't really taken a lot of swings at it. And here's Ryan Poles again, sort of, I don't know if I would say neglecting. I mean, maybe by definition, that's what it is.
It's a little strong. But.
Yeah, but I don't think I would say that. But to your point, I don't think it's unfair to bring it up, question it, and wonder, are you trying to build this thing out in the way that's going to most impact your defense and your team?
Why I wouldn't say neglect, too. Like, if you neglect your child, the right thing to do is take care of your child. You are not doing it. I don't know if this is in their philosophy.
Which is, I guess that's the strange part.
That's, again, you've said all day, it doesn't mean it can't work.
That's right.
It's just not necessarily the way that the teams are winning are going about it. Everybody talks about trading for Saquon Barkley with the Eagles. The real key to winning that Super Bowl was they drafted Jalen Carter, they drafted Jordan Davis, they drafted Milton Williams, and they had monsters in the middle of their defense.
They had pass rushers galore.
Zach Bond.
Yeah. I mean, they had pass rushers galore. I mean, literally, it was like an embarrassment of riches.
Even the Chiefs, for all that we talk about, they got Mahomes, and it's just you have the greatest quarterback, and it is what it is. I'm not taking anything away from that, but they also have Chris Jones and George Karlaftis. Like, they've done well up front. They drafted Creed Humphrey.
Yep. Yes, they did.
And
they've struggled with the tackle thing. Maybe Simmons finally will pop for them.
A little bit.
They've struggled with the tackle thing, but you're 100% right. They drafted the kid who's probably the best center in the game at this point.
So it's not to say that Poles can't do it or that he's wrong for it, but I am at a point now, I believe it's the philosophy, and it is admittedly a different way of doing things than the recent Super Bowl champions.
I do think we're all going to love Dylan Thieneman. I really do. I think it's going to be super exciting and fun to watch him. And they had to replace 2 starting safeties, and they did that with a priority free agent and with the 25th overall pick in the draft. And we're certainly not telling you to not be excited about Dylan Thieneman, because I think he is the definition of exciting. And I think he's going to be a fun and impactful player. I think he's going to be a fun player to watch as Bears fans coming up here. Tim's in Northfield. What's up, Tim?
Hey, gentlemen. Love your show. Listen to you guys every single day driving around.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course, guys. My take here is I was not thrilled with Loveland last year, the draft pick at least, and then this year with Thieneman, but look how Loveland panned out. I just want to reinforce his go with what Ben Johnson's doing. If he thinks this is the right thing, I'm all for it. I watched the film. I think he's a great player and whatnot, but I feel like the need, like everyone's talking about, is defensive line. So my next step here is I would recommend bundling up your second-round picks, moving up and getting at Young from Missouri.
Yeah.
And then just get a D tackle, and then I'm happy. I don't care what they do the rest of the draft, but they have to this next round. I saw the projections of who's going to go ahead of us, and all these stud D linemen and D edge rushers are going to be projected to go ahead. So I think we have to be aggressive and move up and take a shot at and give the people what they want.
All right, Tim. Thanks, man. Appreciate the phone call.
Completely agree with him.
Okay.
That's exactly what I would do.
Yeah. Philly Sid's back. Last time he said something dirty. Do we want to put him on and hope he can contain his potty mouth?
You wake up, you get yourself the right cock.
All right. I don't know if that can be.
I don't know. I mean, that might be a little.
Wow.
I think that's probably got to get out of the system.
25-year listener, loyal as can be, and I get done dirty like that.
Unbelievable.
Hold on. Philly said, I want to hear from you for a minute, but I got to, Aiden, if you're going to do that, you got to put a bleep on it. Yeah, you got to censor that. That was crazy.
Yeah. You're going to redeem yourself right now. I know it.
I got a thought on Thieneman, but real quick, what I was talking about was I like Shay's idea of the party bus.
Yeah.
My introduction when I first moved to Chicago in 2000 was Cubs Day baseball, and it started off in the morning with a party bus, and we had Bloody Marys, and then after the game, it continued in Wrigley doing a pub crawl.
There you go.
So I don't know how you don't like day drinking in Chicago.
No,
I mean, that's an amazing day.
That's right.
But as far as Thieneman reminds me a lot of Cooper DeJean with Philly.
Yes.
Basically, they're the same size, same athleticism capabilities, both DBs with versatility. I mean, I think it's a great pick. I actually thought when I saw the board light up that the Eagles had moved up, I was like, are they going to go get Thieneman? Because they still have to figure out who's going to play next to Andrew Makuba as their second safety. But I was like, wow. And then all of a sudden they picked the receiver. I was like, oh, okay, well, bye, AJ. We'll see you, buddy. It was nice having you.
That's probably a fait accompli at this point, and all the reporting around. And Sid, thanks, buddy. And then the draft pick last night too. I think the Eagles probably ended up doing well there. All right, sit tight, you guys. We're going to grab more of your calls. Plus, I want Shay to kind of update his board a little bit and start looking at some of the players he's intrigued with. If the Bears have to move up to get somebody, if they can let it play out and still find someone that they like in the late 50s. So we'll talk about that here coming up. 312-332-ESPN for Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're enjoying the smooth sounds of the Carmen and Jurko show. But sometimes you need to experience it again. The Advantage Dealer Group invites you to check out their podcast. It's on the ESPN Chicago app.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there? A PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam.
Yeah! Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Another hospital bill from the accident and another letter from the insurance company.
Did you call them?
3 times this week. I keep getting transferred. Nobody will tell me anything.
Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. Put down the bills, hang up the phone. We'll handle the insurance company, help you find the right doctors, and be your one call for answers. Injured in an accident? Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. No fee unless we win. Attorney advertising.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Rocky. Golf should be comfortable, it should look good, and it definitely shouldn't feel stiff. That's why Pins and Aces works for me. Their apparel is made with premium materials that are lightweight, breathable, and actually move with you through your swing. The fit is clean and modern, not baggy, not tight, and the designs are stylish enough to wear on the course and keep on afterward. From gloves to head covers to apparel, Pins and Aces brings comfort and confidence to your game. Upgrade your golf gear for this season. Check out pinsandaces.com. Premium golf gear with an edge.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. It wasn't long ago when gorgeous spring days made me angry. It was beautiful outside, but our windows wouldn't open, and they'd only stay open with a stick propping it open. That's when we began our partnership with Window Nation. They installed custom-fit windows and made a huge difference in the Silverman household. Right now, you can save up to 50% off. The more you buy, the more you save sale. Plus, get 0% interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com today to book your consultation.
Evan Cohen here. Did you know the average employer sorts through about 250 resumes for one job opening? That's a lot of time reviewing applications. Well, if you're hiring, here's good news. You can now review resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter. With ZipRecruiter's new feature, qualified candidates who are very interested in your job show up at the top of your list. No wonder ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports. Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
With Xfinity, you already enjoy ESPN as part of your TV lineup. Now get even more with the ESPN Unlimited plan, and it's available at no extra cost. So unlock additional content in the app, including WWE Premium Live events. Visit Xfinity.com/your subscriptions to activate and start watching in the ESPN app.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
I think I heard Roger Goodell mention they set a record last night for the first night of attendance for over 300,000 people. I've enjoyed being in a few different cities for the NFL draft. Of course, we've had it here. We've done shows in and around the event. It's been fun. When we were in Kansas City, it was great experiencing the vibe, the energy. I would never want to be anywhere near it on that night, though. I'll tell you that much.
No.
Oh, my God, 300,000 people.
It looks horrible,
too. I mean, that's too many people.
They're all pressed in like sardines. You can't see anything. The person in front of you's got their phone up like this so they can tape Goodell for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing taping Roger Goodell for. He's really leaning into the everybody hates him thing. You know, he's like, boo me more. Come on, make it louder. Get louder, Pittsburgh. Boo me even more. But that's a lot of people. It is fun being in the city. I just wouldn't want to get too close. We've done it, I think, in a good way where, you know, we're around it during the day. You feel the energy, the vibe a little bit, and then watch it at a bar at night. That's, I think, the preferred choice for me. I know Jack, now this is not a bad take, Jack. Jack was saying the same thing. He said, would you want to go to that? No. I said, no, it's too many people. I wouldn't want to be packed in like that.
And you're standing the whole time.
Yeah,
there were no seats there. It's in the parking lot next door to the stadium. It's not even in the stadium.
Yeah. Look nice. The stadium, the baseball stadium right on the river there. I've never seen a game in Pittsburgh. I want to get there for a baseball game more than a football game.
You've never been there for a baseball game?
Never.
Dude, that place is incredible. Incredible.
I'm telling you, they're in San Diego or on the list. Much easier to get to Pittsburgh, obviously, for us. I need to do both of those. Cap's going this weekend. I'm jealous. He's going to L.A. and then to San Diego to see the Cubs as they hit the road. They get to go out and play the Dodgers, but they don't have to face. They don't face Yamamoto. They don't face Shohei. They don't face Glasnow. They face Roki tomorrow. They missed the top 3. Go ahead. Before we get to some of other Shay's picks here and what he thinks could happen in day 2, let's play this other Ryan Poles soundbite real quick, Jack. This is just talking about. There's a little Q&A about Thieneman, what's attractive about him, what they're drawn to, and how he kind of fell down the board. And, some are even thinking, like, why he really fell in the Bears' lap. This was too good to pass up. So this was Ryan Poles after the selection last night.
As we watched it, the comments you could hear, I mean, this guy is obsessed with football, plays fast, he's extremely smart, great leader, violent in the way that he plays the game, everything that we're looking for. Then on top of that, you have some versatility. If he has to, he can go over and play a little bit of nickel. He can play free, he can play strong. So really good fit for what we're trying to do.
How do you describe the aggressiveness in his play style?
Oh, it's the aggressiveness. I mean, it flies up the tape. He's a violent football player. He strikes. There's a knockback element to his tackling. And again, just the speed. There's like speed and there's like violent speed in terms of just the explosion off the spot. And that's what he brings. And it's pretty easy tape to watch. Yeah.
Ryan, what went into the weighing hit Dylan's strengths versus some pretty good candidates that were still there at defensive tackle, defensive end?
Yeah. On our board, again, we talk about the board talking to you. He was standing out. He was elevated on the board at a spot, so we kind of work lateral and see who else is up there. And he was the number 1 on our priority list. We take the board before, obviously, all this kicks off when we sequence it. And he was the top sequence guy on our board.
So there you go. There's Ryan Poles, top sequence guy on their board. Who do you like that's left here that like really stands out to you?
R. Mason Thomas was in the top tier yesterday. T.J. Parker was in the top of my tiers yesterday. Both still available. I can't imagine either get to 57.
I can't either.
I have a feeling today we're going to see an early run on pass rushers.
Because yesterday it was, 9 offensive linemen?
Yep.
It was, I lost count of the quarterbacks. We were talking about the over-under yesterday. Did it end up being 5? Hold on. I got to go back and double check. We could see, the run on the edge guys.
And a lot of teams, what's interesting is a lot of teams that I kind of thought would take edge-type players or defensive linemen ended up trading out of their picks. Buffalo moved back. It makes me wonder if all these teams did some calculus and thought, we're going to get the guy we wanted in the 30s if we can get back there. San Francisco. Mm-hmm. So I have a feeling there is going to be an early run. And if the Bears want to get a T.J. Parker or an R. Mason Thomas, you're probably going to have to move up. But that would be priority for me. The other guy, Blake Miller, is gone.
Blake Miller's gone.
Which... little interesting. Lions went right tackle. I think they're going to move Penei Sewell to left tackle.
Is that what's going to happen?
They mentioned that they are willing to do it and that they believe he can do it, which is ultimately, I've been saying for a few years, once you start paying an offensive tackle at the top of the league, you kind of want him on the left side if you have a right-handed quarterback, which is where I'm at with Darnell Wright. I wouldn't have been shocked if they took a right tackle and just flipped Darnell Wright over to the left side. They're going to pay him.
I know they're going to pay him, but that does not seem like anything that they want to do anytime soon.
Nope. But you wouldn't have said the Lions want to move Sewell either.
That's true. Look, Lane Johnson plays on the right side.
Yeah.
I mean, now they have 2 studs.
They have Mailata.
Yeah, they've got Mailata and Lane Johnson.
You have also maybe the best left tackle.
They have a nice luxury. So, but think about how good Lane's been and he's played over there. So, but I see what you're saying. Yeah.
And then it's Colton Hood's off the board because they went safety already. I don't want another DB. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren obviously off.
That's off for sure. Even though the injury concerns, we talked a lot about Jermon McCoy yesterday. He's going to go soon, I would think, right?
Yeah, I think so. Caleb Lomu went. A lot of people thought he'd be the offensive tackle the Bears might go for.
Yeah, he's off the board.
31. Where the Patriots traded up wherever they got him.
The Patriots traded up to 28 to get Lomu.
So what's left on Casey Concepcion is gone.
He's gone.
In that trade back tier, but Jacob Rodriguez is still there.
Believe it or not, can't believe I'm saying this. I thought the Browns did pretty well yesterday.
I thought they did well last year, too. They've now, the quarterback thing aside.
Right, the quarterback thing is still a mess.
I think that they got 2 stud defenders in the first round.
They did. They 100%
in
did.
Schlesinger and in Mason Graham.
They 100% did.
It's been a nice couple of years for the
Browns. Actually, you know who else? And now maybe they'll regret Bailey over Reese. We'll see. Although I think David Bailey's still going to be pretty good.
I agree. I like Bailey more than Reese.
Yeah,
personally. Not by a lot, but like I like Bailey a lot.
The Jets going Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, and Omar Cooper is not the craziest thing I've seen or the craziest thing they've ever done. You know, it's like, wait, did the Jets just have a good first round?
Giants too, and
the Giants just said, "Give me an offensive lineman and a defensive lineman."
The board dictated some luck, but like you said earlier, don't overthink it. If things fall in a way, you can't have too much edge help. You can't have too. This is the reason why I get frustrated hearing Ryan Poles say that we're going to ask the quarterback to hold the ball a little longer. John Harbaugh doesn't mess around.
The Giants just did the opposite. They're like, wait, if Reese fell into our lap, we have 3 pass rushers. Let's take a 4th. Maybe they'll trade Thibodeau now.
You kind of have to. You can't have all 4 of those guys, right?
I don't know that you have to right now, Jack. No. They might say, yes, we can. 2 of them are on rookie deals. They're paying Burns a ton. 2 of them are on rookie deals. What's Thibodeau's status? I'd have to double check. I feel like it's got to be second.
He's on his 5th-year option this year, and then he's a free agent next year.
So they don't have to. They got 2 guys on a rookie deal. They're paying Burns a fortune. Fine. He's a stud. And they can let Thibodeau play in his 5th-year option.
Why would they be motivated to trade him, too? Why are you going to make someone else better for what? A diminished pick return because he's on a 5th-year option and he needs an extension?
Because they're probably not going to sign him next year. You would think at this point.
This isn't baseball.
Right, exactly. I don't think they mind. If they get a great year out of him and if they can be one of those, we're going to be one of the bad teams that gets to the playoffs, I don't think they'll care.
And also, if they don't offer him and he leaves in free agency, or if they do offer him and he leaves in free agency, they get a 3rd-round comp pick.
Yeah.
So you'd have to beat the return on the comp pick. I don't think any team's interested in doing that. And I don't think the Giants would value that much more than having Kayvon Thibodeau. I always think you can't have too many guys on your defensive line.
Well, it is an example of that philosophy. Just like, well, Reese kind of fell here. So what if we're going to take another pass rush? You can never have too many of those guys. Ron's in Orland Park. What's up, Ron?
What's up, boys? How are you?
We're great.
The reason why I like the Thielemann pick is because, honestly, he was just the best player available at a position of need. Now, you just don't draft an edge rusher to say, hey, we drafted an edge rusher.
That's fair.
Right?
Yep.
And it's not like we were picking 14th and it was between him and Bain. It was a position of need. It was pretty much the only starter that we didn't have a spot for. You know, that's the only position on the team that they needed a starter for. And he's a great athlete. You can't tell me his tape is worse than Kevin Falk's tape. You know, so
Keldrick Falk's tape?
Pick. Yes.
Yeah. Well, wait, I don't know if I understand that. Wait, no. First of all, Thielmann's tape is phenomenal. I agree, but I don't know if I understand. You're saying you can't tell me that it's worse.
That Thielemann doesn't jump out more than Falk.
I got you. Right? I hear what you're saying.
I get that, yeah.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah. Ron, thanks, buddy. Yeah. We brought up Falk earlier, and I think Ron's bringing him up because that might be the one we look at and say, I hope they don't regret that. I'm not saying they will.
No.
But just we'll keep an eye on that going forward. Falk ended up going a few spots later as an edge rusher out of Auburn to he ended up going to Tennessee. But Tennessee actually had 2 pretty good picks in this draft too. So, all right, we'll take another break here. We'll come back. We got more draft conversation to have with you guys. How we think the rest of the weekend is going to go, and if you've got a thought on the Bears walking away with Thielemann, if you find yourself digging in a little bit more, familiarizing yourself with him, and if you like what you see, I think we're going to love him as Bears fans because he's just an animal on the field. 312-332-3776. Shay's in for Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the ball. Off-season never happens here. We are ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. From the combine through free agency and onward to the draft. No one brings it better. Coverage provided by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
White Sox fans, take advantage of our unbeatable season-long deals. Enjoy savings with a $5 concessions menu, which includes $5 Miller Lite draft beer, Garrett popcorn, Stadium buttery, Vienna hot dogs or Polishes, Beggar's Pizza, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. Plus, enjoy a fan favorite this season. Get 1 ticket and 2 beers starting at $24 with Miller Lite Baseball and Brews. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, for sales, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
One good shot can change the trajectory of your career. Seize your moment and train for a future with potential at ETI School of Skilled Trades. In as little as 7 months, you can get started in welding or HVAC with hands-on training and the skills employers are looking for. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule. Take your shot. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Save big money in your next project when you shop at Menards. We have an excellent in-stock selection of appliances. We carry great brands at the best prices, ready to take home today. Whether you want new laundry appliances or need upgrades for your kitchen, you'll find appliances that'll make your life easier. View our selection of appliance options today on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer and find plenty of great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Evan Cohen here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations, Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. Together, let's drive.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
First time since 1990 that the Bears go safety in round 1. Mark Carrier was the last one. Long time. So back out to the West Coast for another one. Dylan Thieneman is the Bears man. It was Matt Miller's best pick of the night. Matt Miller, draft analyst over at ESPN.com. Nobody thought he was going to fall. He did. And the Bears pounced. We're talking about what else they need to do. Anything else you want to react to from the draft? Talked about a few of the surprises who did well. The Ty Simpson thing was maybe slightly odd, but not nearly as odd as the press conference after, in which Sean McVay looked completely turned off and annoyed and angry. Who knows what's really going on there? Some people wondering why the Chiefs felt the need to move up to get Mansour Delane. I told you yesterday, I don't think Delane's getting past the Chiefs. I think that's a Spags special. I think Spags wanted him, and I think he'll make a big difference in their defense, especially after they lost McDuffie. But they went up to get him, and I guess that surprised some people. I'm not sure what they were fearful of. Somebody else maybe stepping in front or grabbing him before, where they were at 9 originally. Is that right, Shay? I think they were at 9. They went to 6.
Yeah.
They went defense. So as much as we talk about their need to find another wide receiver to kind of help Patrick Mahomes in that offense, they went defense in round one. They backed up Delane, who I think is going to be great for them, with Peter Woods out of Clemson. So
Yeah, and as much as like they've taken some flack for trading up to get Delane.
They have a little bit.
It's a third and a fifth. Like, does that kill them?
I mean, I don't know. Can you find another stud receiver in the third round
pick might be a starter.
Yeah, I think so.
And they found Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill was in the fifth round for some other reasons, but they got Tyreek Hill in the fifth round.
Tyreek fell for a reason, but they did well with it.
So
you're right about that.
But they got the player they wanted.
Yeah,
they'll be able to. They kind of screwed up corner a little bit. You could argue in trading Trent McDuffie. Gave up on L'Jarius Sneed, but they replaced these guys quick.
The good organizations tend to.
And Spags likes the island corner.
Yeah, so he loves it. That's why it made a lot of sense.
If they can get a better Chris Jones, then defensively, I think they'll be fine. The interesting thing yesterday to me, Carm, I brought this up on Cap and Hoodie this morning. Nobody wants to part ways with their 2027 picks.
Well, it's going to be good next year. Is that why? Because everybody's expecting it to be a really good class.
All the analysts kept saying, yeah, this draft sucks, but the 2027 draft looks great. There's a bunch of quarterbacks in it. Again, I take with a grain of salt what an analyst says, because you hear a lot of that, I think, on a yearly basis. Well, this draft's okay, but next year. But when you see NFL teams are like, we're going to covet our 2027 picks, it feels like they know too, which makes me wonder how easy it is to trade up from the back of the second round to the start of the second round, if nobody wants to, if you're not trying to give up 2027.
Going to give up a pick next year. Yeah, that's interesting. The Jeremiah Love pick to the Cardinals. Look, he's just the fifth running back this century, picked in the top three. And the list consists of these players. Ronnie Brown in 05. Reggie Bush in 06. He's the last first-round running back, I think, to win a Super Bowl with his team. Is that right? Is that stat correct? Reggie Bush was not even the starter, let's remember, for that team. I mean, he was a valuable piece because he had a little jack-of-all-trades to him. But Pierre Thomas was more of their bell cow when they won their Super Bowl. But Reggie Bush, I think, is the answer to that trivia question. I think he's the last first-round running back to win with his – because Kenneth Walker wasn't a first-rounder, was he? I mean, he just won, obviously.
I think he was a second rounder.
I think so.
He's a second rounder.
So I think Reggie Bush is the answer to that question, which,
that's a long time.
I'm almost positive. Maybe fact check me on that, but I thought I heard that or read that somewhere in the build-up to the draft, that it hasn't happened since Reggie. So it's Ronnie Brown in 05, Reggie Bush in 06, Trent Richardson in 12. We love Mike Holmgren around these parts, but that was just an awful pick by Mike. He was a complete bust. And Saquon in 18. And, we had said yesterday, would any of those teams make that same pick? Certainly the Browns wouldn't. The Saints, I'd say maybe. You brought up an excellent point yesterday with Saquon. As good as he is, they take Josh Allen. There might have been a few other guys, too, in that draft, believe it or not. They would, if you gave them the truth serum, they'd be like, yeah, that was a bad idea.
Well, and it's not Saquon's fault.
And then Ronnie Brown also. No, it's not. It's never. I'm not saying it's their fault. And Ronnie Brown was another guy. They would never take Ronnie Brown again in the top three.
Pretty sure there were multiple years, as great as Saquon is, I think there were multiple years that he was getting under 4 yards per carry with the Giants because they screwed it up and drafted Evan Neal and didn't get anybody on their offensive line worth a salt.
That's the issue with going big in those top three with running backs. It just doesn't even happen that often. Again, he's just the fifth one this century.
And you'd think here, like we have locally, the perfect example of not needing to go nuts at running back, because you get a head coach with a good offensive scheme who prioritizes rebuilding the middle of the offensive line. And suddenly Swift, who was not especially well liked after his first year here, is incredibly good. And you have a seventh-round running back who's super productive. The only thing that changed was the middle of the offensive line.
And changed in a very positive way. And look what happens. Mark's in Lincoln Park. What's up, Mark?
Hey, what's going on, Carmen and Jay? Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, buddy.
Before I get to my comment on McVay, I got to give AI Jack credit. He withstood the biggest peer pressure bashing from us alcoholics that I've ever heard.
He did.
Love that about the kid.
Do you know I also love that about Jack, and I told him that when we got to break. I said, Jack, you keep being you. That's why I love Jack. He took it in the teeth a little bit today. But he stood strong.
That was a 50,000-watt beatdown on poor Jack, but he took it.
Yeah.
Okay.
He took it like a man. He took his beating. He took his beating like a man.
I love it. Yeah, he got pinched and he took it like
That's
a man.
Right, exactly.
your comment on Jerry and Rick Hahn. So that's an owner poking his nose into a GM, where Les Snead is one of the most active GMs out there with McVay. Snead knows needs a quarterback. He's got Stafford at 38 with back problems.
Yeah.
Garoppolo wants to retire. Stetson Bennett's been out of the league for 2 years with mental health issues. I don't know if he's going to play. And so Ty Simpson, a 23-year-old from Alabama, that's good for their program because Snead's in charge. He's roster development. McVay can develop that guy. So I think McVay kind of blew it in that press conference. He needed to bite his lip where Hart it was in charge of roster construction, and Jerry poked his nose in that, and he shouldn't have. I think I agree with the press conference.
It looked the same. Yeah, the body language looked the same.
But I think it's a different relationship if you can follow that.
I follow you. I follow you on that. Yeah.
I think he did really well by the Rams. I mean, he knows he needs a quarterback.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's not, you're saying it's not like the flub that the White Sox made. No, yeah. And I wasn't suggesting that. Mark, thank you, buddy. I wasn't suggesting that at all. I just said it reminded me of Rick Hahn having to sort of suck it up, bite his lip, and talk about Tony La Russa. It was just an odd press conference. Look, we played it earlier. We played the video. You guys could find it very easily. It was just strange. I think Sean McVay's got a tremendously loud voice in that building. Shea does too. I mean, he's got to have some input, but it didn't look or feel that way. And I'm not even saying it was a bad pick, like Mark just laid out. And what I always say, you got to be thinking about quarterback. You've got to be drafting them. And when you've got an old one, you've got to be thinking about your future. I get it, but McVay seemed very annoyed.
I always had the thought, because if you look when Les Snead took over the Rams, Jeff Fisher was still the head coach. You go through some of those drafts, there's some really bad picks. And then McVay gets there, and suddenly they're drafting nails. Everything's good. So I always kind of had the thought McVay really has control over who they're selecting. But I didn't hear this, so if it's wrong, tell me. But I saw Ross Dellinger say that Ty Simpson on NFL Network last night said he had never met Sean McVay.
Wow. See, that is odd to me then. This whole thing is starting to become a little strange. And I feel like we're pretty good about avoiding the body language police thing, but in this case, I can't help it. I'm sorry. And maybe we're way out of line and we're misreading it, but it was odd, you guys. And I don't know. And I think, I don't know what all the reaction has been like on social media. I think most people kind of agree. That was a strange look. And McVay definitely seemed put off, annoyed, like all those things. And again, he's talking about Stetson Bennett and Jimmy G. They're trying to talk Jimmy G out of retirement, for crying out loud. And he's talking about those guys like as much as he talked about the kid they just drafted 13th overall. So and if that's true, I don't know. Could that be true?
I didn't hear him on NFL Network. I just saw Ross Dellinger say.
That's like a John Fox, Mitch Trubisky thing.
He said he had never met Sean McVay.
Could that be true?
Doesn't it feel like it could be if you get McVay immediately after going, yeah, he's going to compete with Stetson. I'm sorry. What?
It's weird.
Wasn't Stetson Bennett, what was it, a 7th round or a UDFA?
I think maybe. No, he got drafted, didn't he? I thought he did.
Was he a 6th round pick? You're going to have the kid you just picked 13th overall compete with your 6th round quarterback?
No, he was actually higher. Stetson was 4th. It was higher than I thought.
That is higher than I thought. But even still.
He was the 128th pick.
How many snaps has Stetson Bennett taken in the, 3 years he's been in the NFL?
He's had 0.
And that's the guy you're going to have compete with the dude you just took 13th, according to the head coach?
Yeah. He's 28 years old and he hasn't had a snap.
This could be Billy Bean and Art Howe, man.
Shay, Pro Football Talk.
Stetson's not going to compete because we just traded him.
Pro Football Talk has the same thing you brought up, Shay. He said at Alabama's Pro Day, he said he had a very brief interaction with a few Bama scouts. Quote, I met with some scouts, and that was really it. They talked to my agent, but it wasn't much. And then last night said, quote, this was my first time talking to Les tonight. This was my first contact.
Oh, with Les?
With Les, the GM, correct.
And now what about McVay? What is happening? They didn't talk to is Ty Simpson insinuating like he was surprised he went there?
Sure seems like it.
Could this be just like, again, Rappaport reported Les Snead and Ty Simpson's dad have a connection. Les Snead went to Auburn. They're both Alabama guys and was a consult on whether or not to have Ty Simpson go back to college or enter the NFL draft.
Wild.
Could this just be Les Snead and Ty Simpson's dad putting something together?
That seems shocking. Les is good. I hold Les in high regard. I think he's really good at his job.
I agree.
That would seem shocking to me. What a bizarre situation. Scott's on the south side. What's up, Scott?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning, buddy.
I love this draft pick. They got a starter, a day one starter. They didn't have to trade up. They didn't have to move. They look pretty smart. And with this kid's speed, I remember a lot of interceptions last year, but I remember our safeties getting burned deep a lot. And with his speed, I just think it's a good fit.
Yeah, I mean, especially after, they had injuries and they turned to CJ. CJ gave them some good run, and it was a tough situation to just kind of throw him in. But you're right.
You're right.
This is a different element. This is a different element.
Tough.
Yeah.
But his speed, if they use it right, I mean, what do I know? But I love the pick.
Yeah.
And I don't care what they do the rest of the day today. If they package them and can get another starter, I think instead of reaching and getting role players, but they look pretty smart yesterday, man. I'll give them credit.
Scotty. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate the phone call. All right, we'll wrap it. Coming up next, final thoughts. Rich Eisen's coming up. Waddle and Silvy are going to get you home 2 until 6. Recapping round 1, previewing rounds 2 and 3 later tonight from Pittsburgh, and then White Sox baseball's on the air a little bit later as they start a homestand against the Nationals and the Angels tonight on the South Side. It's Carmen and Jurko. Shay's in for Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
White Sox play in the afternoon.
If you want the Sox will still be available in our normal spot.
ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. And if you don't want to miss Waddle and Silvy,
the Waddle and Silvy show will air on our YouTube channel.
The best of both worlds.
You will get Waddle and Silvy even when the White Sox are playing. So it's youtube.com/Waddle and Silvy.
It's your choice. Waddle and Silvy. Watch them live daily 2 to 6 on YouTube.
All right, when buying a car, what are people looking for? They're looking for a little confidence, right? They want to be relaxed. They want to know they're in good hands. It could be intimidating. That's why Jurko and I recommend the Advantage Dealer Group. Chevy, Toyota, Acura, Cadillac, Buick, GMC, Honda coming soon. No matter the badge, the experience is always the same. It's professional. It's honest. It's respectful. They're going to take care of you just like they take care of us. Jurko might tell you his Advantage Chevy crew brings a little extra juice, but I say my folks over at Cadillac, Buick, GMC, and Hodgkins carry a more quiet confidence. But either way, you can debate the brands all day, but you cannot debate or argue the service. So find your advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Rocky. Golf should be comfortable, it should look good, and it definitely shouldn't feel stiff. That's why Pins and Aces works for me. Their apparel is made with premium materials that are lightweight, breathable, and actually move with you through your swing. The fit is clean and modern, not baggy, not tight, and the designs are stylish enough to wear on the course and keep on afterward. From gloves to head covers to apparel, Pins and Aces brings comfort and confidence to your game. Upgrade your golf gear for this season. Check out pinsandaces.com. Premium golf gear with an edge.
Hey guys, Sylvie here for Window Nation. Spring's a great time to open your windows and, oh, wait a minute, those windows won't open. They leak, they're cracked, or maybe they need repainting. Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a free consultation.
At Great Clips, they use clip notes to save your haircut details. So no matter which stylist you see or Great Clips salon you visit, it's easy to feel like the best version of you. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com. That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Harry Douglas here. Let me ask you something.
What if you can enjoy the taste of a cocktail, the warmth of a spirit, and still stay fully in control? That's RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category. RK delivers bold flavor and a real warming sensation with 0 alcohol, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and 0 calories. Perfect for nights out, social gatherings, or anytime you want the experience of a drink without sacrificing tomorrow. Check it out at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, all the flavor, none of the alcohol.
As an attorney and a mom, I know how busy life gets. After an accident, think of Postman Law as your personal to-do list. We'll deal with the insurance, the medical bills, even help you find the right doctor so you can focus on what matters most.
Call 844-POSTMAN. Attorney advertising.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
We're getting ready to wrap it up. Thanks to Shea the last couple of days, lending his insights and pinch hitting for the good kid. Yerk is back on Monday, and we'll have a full recap of everything else the Bears and all the other teams in the NFL do once the draft is over tomorrow in Pittsburgh. Let's try to squeeze in a few more calls before we're out of here. Craig's in Madison. Go ahead, Craig.
Hey, bye. Hey, guys. Good to hear from you.
You too, man. What's up?
Hey there. Hey, I was just thinking about some comps. What are your guys' comp players to Simpson? Who are you guys?
Ty Simpson? Jeez, I don't know. I'm not good at this comp game. I mean,
I have no idea.
I mean, I think he's a quarterback that can work in that system because it's not too dissimilar to what he was doing with Ryan Grubb and Caleb DeBoer. So, I mean, it's a pro-style system. I mean, I think that'll translate. But as far as a comp, I mean, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, does Kirk Cousins kind of ring bells?
More Mendoza, I think, for Cousins.
Oh yeah, Mendoza and Cousins.
A lot of people have made that comp.
Even too.
But
Yeah.
you think Ty Simpson too? Yeah, I mean look, if that's the case, that'll work for McVay. I get your point there, Craig. Like McVay might have been annoyed last night. Who knows? Maybe he'll learn to love it. Maybe this will be great for them. And I don't think Shea or I, or even most people are been too critical of why they would draft a quarterback there. Their roster's pretty good. They're going to have Stafford.
It was just surprising.
It was maybe a little surprising. The weirdest thing for me was the press conference.
Yes.
That's all we're saying. I'm not saying it's a bad pick. Like, I get why they're interested in quarterback. Stafford's old. And yes, he was the MVP. You don't play forever. And he's knocking on the door of 40, and we know what that looks like. They've got a really talented roster. They're ready to try to win next year. So can you talk me into they could use their 13th overall pick on the future? Okay. The only strange thing to me, the really strange thing is the press conference. That's it. And McVay's reaction to the whole thing. So Brian's in Oak Lawn. What's up, Brian?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Sorry about that drop earlier. I think
All good.
Jack wanted to drop me because I was going to write him about his day drinking take. But,
all good.
All right. So I'm going to preface this by three things. One, I'm an Iowa grad. I'm a total homer. I drank all the Kool-Aid they gave me, especially during the day. I'm also not comparing Darnell Wright to Penny Sewell. And I'm assuming that Shamar Turner is going to be a contributor. So I started my own prayer circle that the Bears stay in place, that Gabe Jackas drops to 57 and take him.
Yep.
They followed it up with Jennings Dunker and his beautiful golden locks.
Mm-hmm.
And then, just like you guys talked about, is there a scenario where Wright moves over to the left? They let Dunker play on the right. Now you've got an edge. And all of a sudden, the defense looks pretty good, in my opinion. I mean, I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's certainly much better than what we started with.
Yeah,
so
Brian, that's good stuff, Brian. I think Dunker's probably a little bit more of a guard in the league.
That's
Do
what
we
a lot
agree?
of people think. Yeah, I would not.
I wouldn't rage against anything you just said. I know you like Jackas. I do too.
I like Dunker too.
I do too. Even if he projects a little bit more as a guard, so be it. I love his attitude. How do you not love that kid? I mean, boy, if they walked away with Thieneman and Dunker, we're going to go nuts as Meathead Bears fans. I mean, Dunker is a dream come true.
Yeah, of course.
As a guy. He's an absolute gem. But I think he could play, and he might bump inside. And then, yes, Shea and I both like Jackas. I gave you two names from the Big Ten that I like in the position they're in later today. Denai Dennis Sutton's one from Penn State. I think he could be a stud, and I like Jackas too. I'm with Shea.
The first part of the call, I would not at this point think it's unreasonable to compare Darnell Wright and Penei Sewell, by the way.
You would not?
Mm-mm. I don't like Darnell Wright was really good.
I would have thought that was crazy 6 months ago, but you might be right.
You know what I'm saying? At the start of the year, I would have been like, well, that's just nuts.
Yes.
But the way the year went, now I don't think it's unreasonable at all.
Yeah, no, you could be right. Yeah. Jack, you took it like a man today. Good work. All right. You stuck to your guns. Even though it's a wacky take, you did it. You're learning, my friend. You be you, Jack McGrath. Everybody loves you. You remember that, even when you have bad takes. I walked outside before the office, was like, Jesus, Jack, that's the worst take ever. But they're all like, all right, way to go, Jack. Way to stick up for yourself.
I'm still getting texts that it's the worst take in the history of the radio station.
If you're wondering if you missed it, Jack doesn't understand day drinking. He thinks it's silly, and everybody started firing on him. We're like, day drinking's the greatest thing ever. We're also degenerates, so,
Do you feel like you got beat up today, Jack?
No, I don't. I actually feel like I won the argument. I feel like all the arguments against me just were bad.
You won.
Just because you have more in your camp doesn't necessarily make it the right argument.
Here's the other question.
You know, that's some wisdom for you. I'll drop it on you right there.
Here's the other question.
Jack thinks he knows.
Did you go downstairs and get some ice cream yesterday?
Of course I did. I brought some up and ate some for breakfast this morning because I left it in the freezer.
Ice cream for breakfast, huh?
Well, they're young.
It's a good start to the day.
Of course. They're nice and young.
Chris Allen beat Adam Lambert in that American Idol season, by the way.
Was it Chris Allen? I thought it was.
It was Chris. No, it was Chris Allen. I looked it up. It was Chris Allen.
Oh, all right. I would have been wrong.
Thank you for calling today, everybody. Thanks for listening and calling. Good participation on the draft, and we'll do it again on Monday to recap everything when the good kid is back. Thanks to Jeff Joniak for joining us and Mike North for giving us the bonus play. Great job by Aiden O'Connor and by Jack McGrath. Excellent work, boys. Everybody, enjoy the weekend. Shay, happy birthday to Kinsey for the weekend.
You were telling me happy birthday.
No, it's your lovely bride, and have a good time. And that'll put the finishing touches on this show. We'll see you guys on Monday. Rich Eisen's coming up next. Waddle and Silvy are back at 2. Have a great weekend. I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there? A PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam.
Yeah! Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into an Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Hodgkins and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together. Let's drive.
A date night plan.
Buy tickets to see South Pacific.
A 10-time Tony-winning Rodgers and Hammerstein classic.
At Aurora's Paramount Theater.
It's got everything.
Wartime drama.
A little intrigue.
And a love story that actually delivers.
Plus tunes we all know.
Some Enchanted Evening.
Bali High.
Wash That Man Right Out of My Hair.
And Paramount always raises the bar with their Broadway-ready productions.
South Pacific.
April 29th.
Through June 14th.
Tickets start at $31 at the box office.
Date night plan.
For the win.
Get the tickets.
ParamountAurora.com.
Saving money in your interior staining project when you shop at Menards. Varathane Premium Fast Dry is an interior wood stain that provides color in just one coat. It's ideal for interior wood projects, including floors, furniture, and more. Save big on Varathane Fast Dry Wood Stain today. View our entire selection of stain and accessories on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer to find all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards. This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey,
everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. Live from the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh, it's the Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport. Coming up, Fox Sports lead college football analyst Joel Klatt. Pro Football Hall of Famer Calvin Johnson. Pittsburgh Steelers head coach Mike McCarthy. ESPN NFL draft hosts Reese Davis and Mike Greenberg. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
What a great hour number 2 we're about to have right here on the program. Hall of Famer Calvin Johnson making his way to our set here in downtown Pittsburgh, mere steps from the confluence across the rivers, plural, from the draft hall right in the shadows of Acrisure Stadium. And then Mike McCarthy, the native son of the Pittsburgh Steelers, the head coach, will be joining us on the program. But look who kicks off hour number 3, my buddy from Fox Sports. And
all right, let's go.
Hanging out with him again tonight on NFL Network's draft coverage.
It's fun to be with you again last night.
It was a great,
that was a great night.
It is great. It is great. And I just, first question I got to ask, though, the Omar Cooper touchdown against Penn State.
Yes.
How many lozenges did Gus need after that? Man. Walk me through that final drive, the post moment, because we keep showing that touchdown for good reason. It was the catch of the year. Yeah. It was the culmination of Fernando Mendoza on the road doing a Brady-like thing, to be very honest with you, right? Yeah. And it was a great catch, and that call is too.
They had not played well that day.
Right.
It was one of their worst performances. They didn't run the football very well. Penn State had an interim head coach. You know, they had fired James Franklin at the time, and this was kind of their Super Bowl. You know, it's like, we're going to go out. They had Drew Aller was injured by that point, and so this was their moment at home to kind of prove that they were better than what they had played during the course of the year. And Curt Cignetti, before the game, was adamant. He was like, Joel, this will be our toughest game. It's going to be a dogfight till the very end. He was adamant. He was like, I don't care that their backup quarterback is in. They're going to play well. They're going to run the ball well. Elijah Surratt is banged up. Our offensive line is banged up. We're missing a starter up there. He's like, this is going to come down to the last possession. And I was kind of like, Kurt, I mean, like, you've played so well. What do you mean? And he was dead accurate. And then what people don't remember, and this happened at Oregon and Iowa, but Mendoza made mistakes before those late series. He threw a bad interception, allowed Penn State to score and take the lead. And then they took a sack on the first down of the drive. The first play of that last drive, they took a sack. It's like 2nd and 16. They're backed up inside their own 20. And I've done a lot of games in Penn State. That was the loudest I've ever heard the crowd at Penn State. They were going. And Denai Dennis Sutton, who will probably hear his name called maybe tonight, certainly tomorrow, he was on the edge and rushing hard. And I thought to myself in the booth, I was like, this is it. Like, they're not.
It's a wrap.
This is not going to happen.
Season's over.
And I'll remember, yes, the Cooper catch was amazing. But the second down throw to get the drive started was like, it was one of those moments that you're like, okay, this guy's got something to him, because the rush is bearing down in his face, and he hits Riley Nowakowski, their little H-back, right down the seam, on the right seam, and just Mendoza gets blasted in the face and delivers a dime, and now all of a sudden the drive has started. He hits Cooper down the seam, Nowakowski down the seam, he hits Charlie Becker on the sideline. Now he's rolling. It's the first time all day that they've gotten rolling. And then they get inside the 10, and it stalls out a little bit. And I'll always remember, he got a ball tipped at the line of scrimmage. And this is right before the Cooper play. And the safety, and forgive me, I can't remember exactly which safety it was for Penn State.
All good.
He slips. So he's going for this tipped ball, and his foot slips, and he misses it by a fingertip. And that's when I thought to myself, Mendoza's going to kill him right here. Like that, you can't that was their opportunity to win the game. And sure enough, he finds Cooper in the back of the end zone. So then, I know it's a long story to get to the specific play that you're talking about. I've worked with Gus now 11 seasons. This will be our 12th year together in the booth.
Yeah.
I've never looked over and been like, is he okay? Right? But that was it. That was the one moment. And that weekend, he was struggling a little bit with a cold.
Yeah.
And you heard that when it came out. But, man, and then like a nerd, because from my angle, guys, there was no chance his foot was inbounds. Because I'm up in the booth, I'm looking over to my left, and the way that the play happens and the way his body is contorted and leaning towards the out of bounds, when the official put his arms up, I was like, no way, in my mind.
And then both feet got in.
And so that's why my first comment was just like, did he get his foot down?
Yeah,
you know, like bringing it back.
Legit.
Oh my gosh! But that was a great moment, and I'll always remember it. And in particular, with the way that their season finished, he ends up winning the Heisman Trophy on the back of Gus's call. Give him the Heisman Trophy now. You know, I mean, it was great.
It was just a magical ride, obviously, for Indiana and you and Gus on Big Noon, as well as the Big Ten championship game. It had a front row seat to it. And then last night, you were referring to a graphic frequently when Mendoza came up, and it's a great graphic where you had all of the collegiate starts and yards and average yards and things of that nature compiled for Super Bowl quarterbacks.
That's right.
And Mendoza's numbers
identical
matched them,
identical,
right? From a collegiate record. And then when you think about this, okay, if I asked you guys to name me 4 young quarterbacks in the NFL drafted high who hit it, right? You'd say Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, C.J. Stroud would be 4 of them, right? I just named you 4 players in the last 5 seasons who have had 40 or more passing touchdowns or fewer than 7 interceptions, okay, in a season over the last 5 seasons. The 5th is Fernando Mendoza. So he matches
all that. By the way, all those
in the pros.
All those guys had a lot of experience in college as well.
Right.
A lot of starts under their belt. And that leads and so what Rich is referring to is this graphic. On average, in this century, so 25 Super Bowl winners at quarterback. The average number of starts in college for all of those guys is 34, 1,100 passing attempts, 70 touchdown passes. Mendoza is 35, 1,071. It is identical. And so that's why I think that he's going to come in and have some success in this league. But that's also what leads directly to the question about Ty Simpson, who doesn't have that. And he has 1 year as a starter at Alabama, and yet, you know, I think the most surprising pick of the first round going to the Rams.
Let's talk about that. Joel Klatt here on the Rich Eisen Show. What did you make of Ty Simpson being chosen 13th overall?
So his talent suggests he's a first-round player. Like I'm fully on board with the evaluation of Ty Simpson. When you watch him throw, he doesn't look like a one-year starter. And what I love about him is that he's an anticipatory thrower. And in that regard, not many college guys do that. They're what I would call see throws. They've got to see the opening, and then they're going to pull the trigger. And this guy pulls the trigger just based on defensive schematics and anticipating where the windows are going to be, and he throws with great accuracy down the field. So the film suggests that he should be taken in this moment. There's questions about his stature because he's not a huge guy, and then the number of starts. And the concern that I have, before we get to the Rams, I would just say the concern that I have is, yes, you would want him to sit and develop. But that's what he did at Alabama. So think about this. Guys, his last year in high school was, 2021? Then he sits for 3 years, has one bit of play when Nick Saban threw him out there against South Florida in a game that Bama struggled and Nick's, last year. Then he goes back to the bench, and then he gets his 15 starts. Let's say he sits for 2 years, and that might even be optimistic because Matt Stafford just played as well as anybody has ever played in a season. Let's say he sits for 2 years, and we're going to see him start in 2028. You're telling me in 7 years, 21 to 28, he's got 15 starts. That's concerning. That's a lot of sitting and developing. And you're banking on the fact that he's the son of a coach, grew up in the locker room, and can get better by not playing on the field.
So what about the Rams choosing him and using the pick 13th overall rather than tripling, quadrupling down for their MVP quarterback? And his 38th year on planet Earth.
I think Sean and Les look at those matchups with the Seahawks, and they say to themselves, our problem was not on offense. Our problem was on defense. And they address that in free agency and accumulating talent in the back end, Trent McDuffie being one of those, which I know you've been talking about.
Yeah, I mean, they drafted Trent McDuffie 29th overall.
Essentially, and he's a proven commodity, and he can come in and help them. And I think they view that as that will get us over the hump, not only in our own division, but in the NFC and potentially for a Super Bowl. And at that point, if you feel like your house is in order, you might as well get the vacation house. You know, so it's rich people problems. I know someone already said that, so I'm echoing that sentiment. And only time will tell. You know, we're not going to be able to grade this pick next year, although if they don't get over the hump and they don't beat Seattle, and let's just say it comes down to an offensive series, and let's say Devontae doesn't play healthy and they've got injuries in the wide receiver room, a lot of people will say to themselves, hey, you had a chance at Mekhi Lemon, who fits your scheme. He's right in your backyard. He's got great spatial awareness over the middle of the field. That's something that Stafford has had great success with over his career. I think of Cooper Kupp in that regard. And they'll say to themselves, you know, you had a chance to put the chips in the middle of the table for a Super Bowl and didn't. And I'm sure that there's a lot of frustration for Matt at this point because he probably wanted that weapon.
I bet. The Joel Klatt here on the Rich Eisen Show. We have, I guess, I put the graphic up on the screen, Mike Hoskins. There it is. The first-round quarterbacks in the last 10 years with the fewest college starts. Only Trubisky, Anthony Richardson, and the late Dwayne Haskins have had fewer than Ty Simpson's 15. I guess, again, we forget he also won a college football playoff game this year, too.
He did,
which is one and done. And
one of the evaluation points.
He apparently did it, you know, not fully healthy, not at full weight.
Correct. And on the road, which had not happened in the college football playoff in the previous season. I know Miami went on the road and beat Texas A&M, but against that defense that Oklahoma had, Oklahoma was one of the best defenses in college football, one of the three best defenses in college football. And on the road, he leads them back after a rough start. And by the way, and I know it's tough to say this, and Bama fans don't want to hear this, but he did not have a lot of help. That was not a very good Bama team. They weren't great up front, even though Caden Proctor got selected in the first round. Yeah. They could not run the football, which was a huge problem. They had problems on the outside. Ryan Williams was supposed to be the second best wide receiver in college football, did not have a great year. And so they had to rely on Jeremy Bernard, which, by the way, I brought this up. I think the Rams will address wide receiver and potentially slot wide receiver tonight. Maybe a Jeremy Bernard. He was Ty Simpson's teammate at Alabama. Really good player. Has been with Kalen DeBoer at a couple of different locations. Maybe even Zachariah Branch from Georgia, who is an electric player on the inside as well.
Yeah, so I'm only laughing when you're hearing you say that. It's like, oh, that's right. The Rams do have more draft choices.
That's right. Their draft isn't over.
And they do have and they do again have a general manager who has turned fifth round picks into big-time receivers.
That's
just
right.
to name one in particular, obviously, with Puka Nacua.
Exactly.
I've got the first-round list right here if you want to refresh your memory as I ask you your other picks that that you think stood out from less night.
Well, I can't come on this show and not talk about the Giants. Because
yes, Joel.
I have been... Okay. This has been like an annual deal. I come on and like, what are the Giants doing? I don't like this pick. Yeah. Hey, New York Football Giants, I thought you nailed it on night one. So there you go. I thought that they did a really nice job in the first round. Getting Arvell Reese at 5 for John Harbaugh, like that's a ceiling pick. John's going to be creative with him. Yeah. They're going to invent a position where he can be impactful. He's very much in the Micah Parsons mold, at least in my estimation. I really liked that selection. And to me, there was value there because most people thought he wouldn't be there at 5.
Correct.
Then Maui Noah, same thing. You get him as the second tackle off the board. Many thought, including me, that he would be the first tackle off the board. So the opportunity to get Reese and Maui Noah in the top 10 Maui Noah is widely considered the best offensive lineman in this draft. I think he can move down to guard and be like an exceptional player, but he can play tackle as well. So I really liked what the Giants were able to do, and then I loved what the Jets were able to do because they need talent everywhere. They need speed. They need explosiveness. Their entire roster needed a revamp, and they were able to do that. So getting David Bailey, that's immediate juice on your defense, which they need, and maybe a pass rusher is going to help them defend the pass and maybe even lead to a few interceptions.
Yeah, we all had more
an
interceptions
actual interception. Yeah,
collectively, all four of us here.
Well done by us. Yeah. I've been a huge fan of Kenyon Sadiq. I think he is the prototypical perfect modern tight end because he gives you a ton of versatility. You don't just flex him out. You don't just put him in line. And so he's got the ability to be a great blocker and help your run game. And you can flex him out, and he's got, outrageous athleticism. I know in the last hour you were listing all the guys that he performed better than in certain exercises at the combine, and that list is astounding. And then to jump back in and get Omar Cooper Jr., I'm a huge fan of Omar Cooper. He's been resilient. He began his career at Indiana. A lot of people think that Curt Cignetti did this with just transfer players, but he inherited Omar Cooper, who worked himself into a first-round player, and I really like. So I like what the Jets did. I like what the Giants did. It's just a New York state of mind here.
Look at you, man. And by the way, Cignetti's going to – this is not a flash in the pan, right?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either because, whatever cash that they did get to get the players in was well spent.
Yes.
And if Cuban and others get return on investment like we just saw, the coffers will still be open. And he's just a fantastic coach.
Oh, he's a great coach.
He's
a great coach.
When he said that the kid from TCU that's coming,
Josh Hoover.
Right, Josh Hoover, that he's met his, who had a lot of interception problems. Mm-hmm. And he pointed out how Sonny Dykes kind of had a little bit of a jab.
Yeah.
But Hoover's now, they're going to work on that, and he's done a good job working on that. But he's met his, did you see the soundbite? He's met his two new best friends, a defense and a running game. And then he winked at the reporter. I'm like, look out, man.
This guy is so good. He's quickly become one of the, 2 or 3 best coaches in college football. I'm glad that he stayed at Indiana. I'm glad they're committed to him. I firmly believe so. There's a lot of problems in college football. We all know that, right? And is it sustainable, this current model? Probably not. However, I am adamant. College football's never been better. Never been better. The parity is incredible. Mm-hmm. We've got Alabama, struggling. We've got Indiana going 16-0 and winning a national championship. I think that the dispersion of talent across the country has impacted the game in a really positive way. And the same 2 or 3 programs can't just stockpile talent anymore. Mm-hmm. And now it's going all over the country. And how about, last night for a conference that I cover, what a night for the Big Ten. This is the first time in 10 or 15 years that a conference other than the SEC had the most first-round draft picks. So Big Ten with 10 first-round draft picks, it's a big night for that conference.
No doubt. And then just before I let you go, the line that you used last night about NIL money and second and third round picks that we're seeing get drafted tonight, go ahead and say it.
Well, we're entering that portion of the draft where every player that gets their name selected is taking a pay cut. That's just wild, Wild.
It is. Great to see you back.
You as well.
I look forward to another night with you, bud.
Yeah, it'll be good.
Anytime. That's Joel Klatt of Fox Sports right here on the Rich Eisen Show. In high-interest credit card debt, if that's grinding you down, it might be time to call an audible with a SoFi personal loan. A SoFi personal loan consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay. When we come back, Pro Football Hall of Famer Calvin Johnson is here with Mike McCarthy of the Steelers right behind him.
Kevin Cohen here. You know the feeling when a candidate just stands out. Not just the resume, but their energy. They're eager, engaged, and you know they want the role. That makes a difference. If you're hiring, you want a candidate who's passionate, but you can't get that insight from a resume unless you post your job on ZipRecruiter. Their matching technology finds qualified candidates fast, and ZipRecruiter has a new feature that shows you the most interested qualified candidates first. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Okay, team. Huddle up.
Why are you dressed like a hockey player?
Because America's energy security is on thin ice. We're facing an overburdened electric grid, rising fuel costs, and severe weather. But here's your power play. Propane. It's affordable, abundant, safe. Propane is reliable energy, even when the grid isn't. Advantage Propane.
Learn more at propane.com/powerplay.
Get ready for 3 can't-miss post-game concerts at Rate Field this season. It starts June 26th following Sox vs. Royals with Marshmello presented by Minute Maid Spike. Next up on August 7th, after the Sox face the Guardians, enjoy Ja Rule presented by Coca-Cola. The concerts wrap up September 18th with Cole Swindell presented by Xfinity. Field passes are on sale now with limited availability. Visit whitesox.com/concert.
Water in your basement doesn't wait, and neither should you. This is Maria.
And this is Ken at Family Waterproofing, and we believe in doing the job right and respecting your time.
From foundation cracks to full basement waterproofing systems, we protect what matters most.
And now with our new Express Services option, if you already know the solution you need, you can book your project directly.
No extra appointments, no unnecessary delays.
Fast, straightforward, reliable.
That's Family Waterproofing.
Protect your home today at FamilyDry.com.
Family Waterproofing, your basement's best defense.
The United States has the worst rate of mothers dying in childbirth than any country in the developed world. While countries like the UK and France have seen a 20 to 30% decrease in deaths over the past decades, the number of mothers dying in the U.S. has almost tripled since 1987. That means in our country, more mothers die during childbirth than in places like Kazakhstan and Libya. To make matters worse, the CDC reports that 60% of these deaths were preventable. Considering the advancements in medicine, you'd think that deaths would have decreased. But NPR reports that hodgepodge protocols continually turn treatable complications into lethal killers. In addition, many doctors specializing in maternal fetal medicine are able to complete their training without ever stepping foot in a baby delivery unit. And finally, because you're relying on statements and records from doctors, nurses, and staff, many times the truth is camouflaged in complicated medical terminology. You need a law firm who has been uncovering the truth in medical negligence cases for almost 60 years. Call the Verdoliak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com! Financing on select models with approved credit.
Take it home this April at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. $300,000 is on the line, and you're at bat to win your share. Just play with your rewards card for entries. Prize drawings on Thursdays. Plus, your April drawing entries all count toward another prize drawing in June. It's the Base Race Game Show. Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. We're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at USO.org today. We're with Liam after his 4th military move, when being new is starting to get old. We're with Tara during the holidays, when she misses home the most. We're with all service members and their families who need connection, comfort, and a home away from home. Are you with them? Learn more at USO.org today.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Carmen and Jurko now, 9 a.m. to noon, weekdays on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
Excited about it. You know, they're on my ass too. Yeah.
Calvin Johnson here on the Rich Eisen Show. The ESPN radio audience has just rejoined us here on Disney Plus and the ESPN app. Calvin Johnson Jr. Foundation Celebrity Golf Classic is back for its 4th annual year. It's taking place right in the middle of June 15th at the Cardinal at St. John's Resort in Plymouth, Michigan. Calvin Johnson Jr. Foundation.com, the purchase of foursome or sponsor. How much you play? How much you playing?
Man, last year I got back to playing a lot because my 4-year-old went to school, so that opened up some time every day for me to get out without, you know, ticking off the wife. You know, now, you know, I didn't help myself this year. You know, I got a dog now. You know, so now I got a new baby, so that's gonna cut into my time a little bit. But I'm feeling good about everything. I'm feeling good about my swing right now. Yeah. And you know, I got to get out. So wife, she's gonna be mad at me. I love you though.
See, it's amazing. I finally found how I'm like Calvin Johnson. Yeah, of course. Blaming my poor golf game on my wife, children, and dog. I mean, that's exactly. Yep.
That's really what I did, huh?
Calvin's just like us. I had no idea. What's the best you've ever shot?
80. Yeah, I never broke
80.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm close.
Why can't someone how you're what, are you 6'5", 6'6"?
Yeah, 6'5".
Sorry. That's not easy. 6'5" golf swing's not easy.
You got to get some lessons. You know, I remember 5 years ago, I really got some lessons, and it really, you know, I had to throw away all the bad stuff I taught myself, and I still had to fight that stuff off at times. Just, you know, swing with my arms and not let my body do the work. But man, if I can, you know, when I get into a groove, you know, I can play well.
Okay. Who's the most famous person you played golf with, Calvin Johnson?
Most famous person I've played golf with? Yes. Mark Wahlberg.
Okay. Ooh. He's got it. I mean, he's really, really good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's solid. He plays speed golf. Yeah.
Oh, right. That's right. Yeah, he plays golf like it's polo because he never really even gets out of the cart. Right. He's just hitting it.
100%. He'll run to the next ball. Yeah, crazy.
Oh, okay. All right, very good. So, what advice would you have for, say, Carnell Tate, 4th overall pick? You know, he's going to a town that is hungry for wins. You did the same thing back in the day. What would your message to the first receiver drafted last night be?
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously find a pro that you think is doing it, that you see that's doing it the right way, putting the work in, and just find a way to endear yourself to the fans. And the way to do that is by working your tail off. You know, really focusing on what you're good at, what you're bad at. You know, making that list. You know, and going through that list and putting work into each of those different attributes each and every day. I mean, more so the things that you really need to improve upon. Not that you're not working on, our good attributes. Just for example, you know, my footwork needs to get better. So every day, you know, I would go out before practice and I would put an emphasis in the footwork drills in practice or in just drill work that we did. I would do the top of my routes in my drill work. I would find a way to incorporate those things so that I'm constantly working on it, constantly getting better. Not just footwork, my hands. You know, I work on seeing the ball to my hands a little bit longer stronger when I catch the ball, just to make sure I see it into the tuck, and just working on those little things over time. You know, all those attributes will start to level up. You know, and it's all about making a goal. You know, doing the diagnosis. You know, an analysis of yourself, creating a goal for where you want to be at, and then once you create that goal, your mind instantly starts to go from, okay, how do I connect A to B?
And, of course, get yourself an all-world quarterback. And Cam Ward, hopefully, is that for him.
Get yourself a great quarterback. Cam Ward seems like he can be that guy potentially in the future. And, I mean, a great quarterback. I mean, obviously, I had Matt Stafford.
That was going to be my question, is when Matthew Stafford showed up, how fast did you realize that he was special?
Instantly, Instantly. And he was, blowing my hands up instantly. So I'm just like,
what do you mean?
With a flick of the wrist, when the ball's coming in, just pop your hands. You just got to be a little stronger in that thing, So, but what I learned that was, I was like, oh, okay, well, yeah, he throws the ball hard. I play baseball. I could see it. I could diagnose that. I could catch that. But, what I was like, oh, shoot, that dude can get me the ball anywhere on the field. And he could. He still can.
He can. I mean, what he just did, too, right?
So easy. It looks so easy.
It did. And he just has a way of fitting a football in that few human beings can do.
Yeah, he's great.
What do you think he's thinking right now? Age 38, he's the MVP. Again, Ty Simpson's not beating him out. That's not going to happen. And the Rams have no intention of playing him until Stafford, I guess, gives the high sign that he's done. But what do you think he is thinking out there on the left coast?
I mean, I don't think Matthew is stressing about that. I think Matthew understands how these things work. Obviously there is life. There's football after Matthew Stafford. So he understands that the organization has to put themselves in situation, and I think he can be a great mentor for whoever they bring in there. I think y'all were talking about Ty Simpson earlier on the screen, however many starts he had. I think that if there's anybody that can help out with that, kind of curb and then give him a dump experience into him and help him, Matthew could be that guy. So hopefully, they set themselves up, for a situation like the Green Bay Packers did, all those years.
With Love and waiting for, Rodgers wasn't terribly happy about it, but that's a different story. Rodgers was there for, 18 some odd years, 16 years when something like that happened. What's your favorite Stafford moment that you were on the field with him for?
When we were playing the Dallas Cowboys, not so many, but we were playing the Dallas Cowboys, and I had 329 that game or something.
You started shaking your head right away. I walked to you. I honestly, TJ, I was not going in that direction.
Last drive of the game, going down the field, my boy KD Durham caught one on the left side of the field, long one, like 40-yard pass. I caught like a 20, 30-yard pass down to the 1-yard line, got popped, and I'm still trying to get myself together. He's just trying to get up to the line of scrimmage. I had no idea. I don't know if this came in through the mic. I don't know if Coach told him to do it, but I say it was all Matthew. But he snapped the ball. Everybody just thought he was just going to spike the ball because the clock was running down.
Right.
He snapped the ball and threw that thing over the top, and I was just like, I didn't know what was happening. That was the greatest moment, one of the greatest moments. Because that was a tough fought game, and we needed to win that one with the stats we put up.
Did you know how many yards you had in the middle of that game?
No, I didn't. I mean, I knew we were going. I mean, once I hit the first one for like 80-plus yards, I'm like, okay, this is a 200-yard game. I knew that.
Right.
But 300, never would have thought that.
When did you know you had that many yards?
I don't know. Probably when they made it announce something or show the graphic probably on the screen.
So it wasn't like you go back in the locker room and you found out, oh, wow, I had 320 and change.
And they probably told me, that's when I probably found out, oh, yeah, you had 329. You were the second most in history of the league. And I was like, dang, that's who's first?
You need to get back out there. Do you miss it?
I don't miss the grind. I miss the camaraderie. You miss hanging out with your guys. That's why, I do that's not why I do my, my golf outing, my scholarship thing, but a big reason, a big part of it is to bring the guys back together. That is to bring the guys back together, get that camaraderie back going that we had. None of us miss it. I don't miss running, 3 to 6 miles a day. We don't miss pushing all that weight. I mean, someone was like still pushing weight and whatnot, but nobody misses that kind of grind, what it does to the body. But we do miss, being in each other's presence.
And catching touchdowns?
I mean, there's something to that, you know. Being in Ford Field, catching a touchdown, even just being there when, you know, Jahmyr Gibbs goes off and, you know, pops a big one, it still just gives you chills because, you know, you've been there, done that. You know what that feels like.
Did the Lions ever call you to come back?
Come back for what?
For No. That never happened?
No.
Try one more time? Come back?
Man, I got too many grades. I'm raising these kids. I'm trying to keep up with these kids, man. I got a business to run. You know, I got so many things that, you know, I accomplished the goals that I set forth for myself on the field. I think that's a key thing for guys is, you know, God willing, you don't get injured, but you got to set some goals for yourself. You know, give you something, you know, to drive for. I never really shared my goals with the media, even though they asked me every year, but I knew exactly what I was trying to accomplish when I came into the league. You know, did I play as long as I wanted to play? No, not really, but my body was telling me something different. Did I accomplish all the other goals I wanted to accomplish? Yeah. So.
Calvin Johnson Jr. Foundation.com. Purchase a foursome, become a sponsor, or just learn more about the mission. Do you want to? I give you the floor on the mission.
Yeah, man. We really just striving to, you know, bring literacy to children. You know, really just to protect our youth. You know, just bring them up to be productive members of society. You know, and what we're doing, we're just trying to give scholarships to those that start deserving youth that are really putting back in their community, that are deserving by showing their grades, and that really can use the financial impact. You know, so we put everybody, you know, do that gauntlet. We really try to measure what we're doing, you know, so that we can change, you know, the impact or, you know, change the trajectory, you know, of the youth. I think the conference that we do every year, really by bringing people that have had success in different areas and people that look like these guys, like these gentlemen that are getting these scholarships, can really, you know, breathe success into them. I just think back to the time that really, one of the moments that really, you know, breathed success into me, or just confidence really, was my high school coach. He told me, you know, hey, you really know, he sat me down, you know, one day in his office. He was just like, you know, you really could be one of the best that's ever done this. And I'm all goofy, ain't even really got it to my body. I'm in 11th grade, starting to get letters from all the schools and stuff like that. I'm just like, you know, I ain't even thinking about college somewhere. I'm having fun. I'm trying to be prom king and all that stuff. You know, I ain't thinking about that. And he tells me that, and it kind of changes my mindset, you know, from, you know, high school to like, okay, what's next? You know, my mom always talked about, you know, what's next, what's your goals? You know, you hear it from somebody else who's like, okay, dang it, she knew what she was talking about. You know, so then I was always goal oriented, and, you know, that confidence built, it was the start. You know, the snowball effect, I guess I could say.
Well, I'm just glad that your confidence wasn't burst by the fact that Sean McVay was the player of the year over you.
He wasn't even, that's BS. That's BS because he wasn't even the same year as me. That's
just not a true story.
It's not a true story. Just like somebody gave me cleats at the combine. Like.
Calvin, if I could ask you about another guy, right? We've spoke about this years ago on the show, but now with our new home here on Disney Plus and ESPN, they might not know. You played at Georgia Tech with a man named Joe Anawayi, who now most of the world knows as Roman Reigns. Just became world heavyweight champion. What do you remember about Joe from your
man to be reckoned with? If Joe was healthy, man, like, he will wreck a defense. He'll come off the edge, he'll come off the middle. You couldn't stop him. You know, like Samoa Blood, that dude was a beast in there. And as you see, like, you know, he made it to the NFL. You know, he had his cancer battle. You know, God willing, he was able to overcome that. And, you know, that just wasn't his path. But he's found his path. He's had success. He's doing well for his family. So it's awesome just to think back. I was just talking to Reggie Ball, our quarterback, in the days, you know, when we were in college. And, you know, we'll go see Joe when he's in town or if he has a show and stuff like that. But, you know, just we had a captain's picture. It'd be like Reggie, myself, and then Joe in the back. And we all had, like, these mirror visors. And it was so cold. Like, we had a great crew. A lot of us made it to the league, and, you know, Joe's story it's an awesome story.
The Georgia Institute of Technology, as it's officially known. Yes, and then he goes and he hooks up with a Georgia Bulldog in the professional ranks.
How about that?
And now the Georgia Bulldog is coached by Sean McVay, who did not beat this man out for Player of the Year in high school.
Because that's a story going around.
What I heard. I mean, I just don't know. Good to see you.
All right. Thanks for having me.
That is Hall of Famer Calvin Johnson. Again, Calvin Johnson Jr. Foundation.com to learn more about the great golf tournament in Plymouth, Michigan on June 15th, and of course the foundation itself. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we have got Mike McCarthy of the Pittsburgh Steelers joining us here on a draft day in Pittsburgh.
I can't do it today.
I already have plans. Something came up. There are a million reasons to put off a cancer screening, but one reason to keep it. Early detection can save lives. Every screening, every result, every early detection matters. At Pfizer, we're fighting against cancer, aiming for 8 cancer breakthroughs by 2030. Join the fight against cancer and get screened at Pfizerforall.com/screenings.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with 0 alcohol, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and 0 calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Bridgeview and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has helped Chicagoland homeowners protect and improve their homes with expert craftsmanship, honest service, and industry-leading warranties, earning the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for business ethics twice. From durable roofing to beautiful siding and energy-efficient windows, M&M delivers quality you can trust with clear communication, dependable results, and peace of mind every step of the way. When it comes to your home, trust the company Chicagoland has relied on for over 50 years. Call M&M Home Remodeling today.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You're great at protecting your data, but lots of places could still expose you to identity theft.
I thought it was safe.
If that happens, LifeLock gives you a U.S.-based restoration agent who will stick by your side from start to finish. Phone calls, filing documentation, preparing insurance claims, your agent handles it all. In fact, we're so confident restoration is guaranteed or your money back. Isn't it nice to have someone like that on your side? Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
It's the Kap J Hood Show here with Howard Ankin. Howard, remember back in the day when upper deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Ankin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our go-to lawyer on the Kap J Hood Show weekday mornings
on ESPN Chicago.
Borrow what you need when you need it with a home equity line of credit from Republic Bank of Chicago. From home improvements to unplanned expenses and everything in between, rest easy knowing we've got you covered. Visit ourbankchicago.com or one of 20 locations to get started with your Republic Bank home equity line today. Subject to credit approval. Property insurance required. Contact us for current rates. Equal housing lender. Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations.
I am so sorry I was late. I was at the retina specialist getting my first AMD treatment. I was worried that the injection would hurt, but it was much better than I expected.
I'm so glad you're getting your AMD treated. Did you go to the same retina specialist that I see for my diabetic retinopathy?
Yes, and I was already having blurred central vision. And the retina specialist told me that by treating it early, I had a better chance of saving and even improving my vision.
It's important that we see an expert for our retinal conditions. A retina specialist also treated my son when his retina detached several years ago. The surgery saved his sight. When your vision is at risk from retinal disease, you need the expertise of a retina specialist. Retina specialists are highly trained physicians and surgeons who treat retinal conditions in adults and children, as well as severe eye trauma. If you experience blurred central vision, a curtain-like shadow in your vision, floaters, flashing lights, or wavy lines, see a retina specialist as soon as possible.
There's an app for that. Download. Listen live. Podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
That's pretty good, man.
No, that's really good.
Marty and McGee. Saturday mornings from 7 to 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the SEC Network.
doubt about it.
It was outstanding.
No doubt about it. The radio audience has returned. Mike McCarthy is here on the Rich Eisen Show, the Pittsburgh Steelers head coach. And just again, personally for you, are you pinching yourself every now and then? Obviously, you've got tunnel vision. You're a coach. You got to figure this out. You got to figure that out. You got practice schedules. You got culture to establish. But, like looking down, looking down on your chest right there, there's this Steelers logo. Do you have a pinch yourself moment every now and then, Mike?
Oh, definitely, all the time. I mean, it's been surreal. Since the interview, then the press conference, and to look out your office window and see your neighborhood across the river. So the drive into work is on the streets that I grew up on. So personally, it's just been incredible. But it's year one, loving the grind of it. Putting together a staff and putting together the playbooks and all the stuff that football coaches we love to do. It's been incredible having the players here the last 2.5 weeks. So it's football. We're back into it now. We get the draft here in Pittsburgh. So the energy and the vibe of the Pittsburgh Steelers has always been so unique, and I'm enjoying every minute of it.
So your 21st overall selection last night, the tackle out of Arizona State, Maxie Honachor. What do you like about him? What does he bring to the equation for you?
Well, number one, we just love his play style. I mean, obviously his physical gifts are, that of such with a high ceiling. Just his feet. One thing I've always look for particularly an offensive lineman, the ability to strike and sustain, and he does it. I mean, you see when he strikes, he sticks on blocks, he finishes, does a great job against second and third reaction. So there's just a lot there, and I think he's an incredible fit for our offensive line group, which I'm very high on already. Just having a chance to work with those guys the last couple of weeks. They've been here, and we've been able to look at different things that all first year staffs and normal process of going through. So Max is a great fit for us.
Yeah, and then obviously Broderick Jones and what's going on with him. What can you tell me on that front end? Did it influence who you chose last night?
Well, I mean, Broderick's, he's going through a medical situation. It's a normal process that he's coming back. So I think I'm personally of the opinion that you can't have enough big men in your building. So but Broderick's he's doing well. He's going through the rehab process, and but it's going to be a minute for him.
And then last night the story of the drafting of the kid that you did draft, and how you were keeping your options open just to pick before trying to reach Mekhi Lemon on the phone. Is there any from your perspective, have you ever had a situation where you're trying to talk to a kid you're thinking of drafting and somebody else is breaking in on call waiting? Is that the first time that happened with you, Mike?
For me personally, but I think the norm, but that I've been experienced, and my experience that has served me is, when you get down to these picks, particularly when you're down in the 20s, you usually have a pot of players, and which was our case, and Lemon was definitely part of that. He's a fine player, and obviously ended up in Philadelphia. So I think the good Lord is, always works, and works his magic. So, and Max is with us. So I feel great about the way it ended up. He's, like I said, Lemon he'll do great over there in Philadelphia, but we're right where we need to be for good reason.
Well, and again, I'll ask you, since fans ask me all the time, this is clearly not your first draft rodeo, it's your umpteenth. Why do coaches and general managers and teams want to call the player? Like, what is the purpose of actually contacting the player that you're thinking of drafting, you're about to draft? From your perspective?
Rich, that's a great question. I think so much of what we do, whether it's training camp, and and every organization is a little different, and there are traditions and mechanics of how you operate that carry over. But that's a great question, and I think really the excitement of bringing an individual into your building. I mean, I did as part of the draft day process. So, so I don't think it's out of the norm, but it's definitely not out of the norm to go the direction that it went.
I hear you. Mike McCarthy, a few minutes left with the Steelers head coach here on the Rich Eisen Show. I think I have shown remarkable restraint, if you don't mind, but I haven't brought Aaron Rodgers up to you yet.
I thought it was almost a clean getaway.
Not to pat myself on the back here, but there is an I in Rich and Eisen, you know. So where do things stand with Aaron right now, Mike?
Well, we're in constant, consistent communication, and so I mean he's going through his process, but you know we're just continuing to keep working. You know, our focus is on the draft, and hopefully we'll have a decision in the near future.
Right, and in terms of so in the meantime, you're getting reps in for the guys who are there. You know, I had Cam Hayward on the show the other day, and he complained to me that I got him into trouble because I only talked about Will Howard with him and not Mason Rudolph with him the other day, and apparently Mason pissed. So where do this talk about the quarterbacks that you do have, the guys that are there? And you're
yes, definitely. I mean, Mason and Will have been there, you know, the whole time, and frankly, and I've even discussed this with Aaron because it was no different when he was younger. I prefer for the veteran not to be here at this particular time because it gives us the opportunity to be fully focused on our two younger quarterbacks. So, Will and Mason have done a great job, and we had a chance to get on the field, Monday and Tuesday in our veteran mini camp, and it was great work. This time of year, frankly, is a chance for your younger players to get those reps, and our young guys are doing a great job taking advantage of that.
Okay, and so with Will, what have you seen? What's your assessment of the kid, Mike?
Very athletic. It's something that I think like a lot of past experiences, you never really know until you get in there and work directly with your athletes. And but the quarterback school drills, I mean, I thought he did a hell of a job the first time out. So the ability to throw the ball around and put some concepts in. So he's off to an excellent start.
So if I had told you, since you just pointed out there that you've told Aaron, like, hey, back in the day, I guess it helped when Favre was kind of wondering what's up, and you're getting reps for Rodgers. Just the fact that, does it marvel you at all that this situation, you're in a way waiting on an answer from Aaron Rodgers in the same way you were on Favre back in the day, and the kid that you're bringing along is a guy named Rodgers, who's now the guy you're waiting for the Steelers, which is the team you beat in the Super Bowl in Dallas, where you wound up coaching anyway? Like, you can't make this up. Did I miss anything, Mike, with you?
No, that's plenty, Rich. I mean, it's hard to believe everything you just said is actually true. But it's been an incredible ride, and I can't tell you how grateful I am to be here and enjoying every minute of it. So, but the experience with Aaron and Brett it serves me well. I think it gives me peace in these type of moments.
Yeah, I mean, this man. By the way, this is nothing compared to back then. Like this is a walk in the park on a day like today compared to back then. Mike,
Well, I'm working with pro. I'm working with the pro. I mean, you make it so easy. I feel like I can hit out.
I'm not talking about the media. I'm talking about.
Just keep feeding it.
Listen, thanks for the time. I'm not even going to ask you about tonight, right? I mean, what would you allow? What are you willing to at least say about your plan for this evening without tipping anything, Mike?
Well, second round, third round is always exciting. I think, you look at the history with, what happens in the second round, and particularly watching what happened at the end of the first round. So, people jumping up in there and, getting what they feel like they need. And I think that's always helpful to these second and third round picks. So, obviously, we have 4 picks coming up, and I'm just excited to add a huge draft class to this football team. So, yeah, we're just looking at all the options right now. But, the city's buzzing. It's a great atmosphere. But, I really love the job that our personnel department's done, and we just got to trust the board.
Mike, I appreciate the time, man. Congrats again. I haven't spoken to you since you got the gig in your hometown for the hometown team. You're a good man, Mike, and I'm psyched for you, and I appreciate everything that you've done so far. Here.
All right, Rich, all the best. Always appreciate you. Thank you.
You got it. That's Mike McCarthy, head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, right here on the Rich Eisen Show, everybody. If you're running a small business, that means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one, well, that helps your business grow. The challenge is finding that person without sorting through resumes, and that's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn Hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply. All right.
Okay.
Let's take a break because the radio hard out, as they say, is about to come. What's with the two people that stood behind me and just turned around and showed their Kirk Cousins 8 jerseys?
I totally.
I hope they felt better.
I think they went to take a picture.
I hope they felt better.
I think they were taking a
That was great.
maybe.
They see it's the Rich Eisen Show.
Yeah, you know what? This is what happens when you've got this beautiful vista behind you.
Draft week, baby.
Reese and Greeny next on the Rich Eisen Show to kick off Hour 3 on a What's More Likely Friday. Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an Audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an Audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
We all know winning means showing up stronger, faster, better than before. And when you're chasing that edge, the Drop by GNC cuts through the noise, bringing you the best new innovations in sports nutrition and performance. From muscle building and strength support to improved recovery and focus, we curate the newest drops from GNC Amp, Pro Performance, and Mega Min. Plus, Ghost, Raw Nutrition, Bucked Up, and the top new brands changing the game. No guesswork, just leveling up. Check out the Drop by GNC for what's new, what works, and what's next.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there? A PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam.
Yeah! Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Dear Savvy, Toyota says you can have it all. With the Camry, the Corolla, and the Corolla Cross. You've got the tech, you've got the drive, and you've got Toyota value that spells affordable. You ready? Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. Andrew Benintendi hit a clutch go-ahead 3-run homer in the ninth to propel the Sox to a 4-1 win in Arizona on Thursday. It completed a nice 4-2 Western road trip for the Sox, who got a 4th consecutive quality start out of Davis Martin. The Sox will try to transfer that road success back to their home ballpark tonight when they welcome in the Washington Nationals at 6:40. Sox fans, bring your pup out to the ballpark Monday, April 27th for Dog Days, sponsored by Tito's Handmade Vodka. Grab a seat in the outfield and watch the Sox take on the Angels at 6:40 p.m. Limited availability. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Saving money in your next outdoor project when you shop at Menards. Pittsburgh's Ultra Advanced Semi-Transparent Exterior Stain and Sealant in 1 can be applied to damp wood, allowing you to clean the surface and stain in 1 day. Save big on Ultra Advanced Wood Stain today. View our entire selection of stain and accessories on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer to find all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Another medical bill from the accident. Another bill. A letter from the insurance company saying they need more documentation.
Did you call them?
I've been on hold 3 times this week. Nobody's telling me anything. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. We'll deal with the insurance company. We'll connect you with the right doctors for your injuries. We'll be your one call for everything.
Everything?
Everything. Postman Law. Injury attorneys who deliver peace of mind. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
When I was diagnosed with Hodgkin lymphoma, I had so many questions. I didn't even know that it was cancer. Now I do. It is cancer. Blood cancer. It's actually one of more than 100 different types, and they're all treated differently. Now, unlike some other forms of cancer, usually there's no tumor. You can't screen for it to prevent it, and the symptoms can look like other things, so it could be hard to diagnose. I had a fever for weeks. I was so tired all the time. I didn't feel like eating or doing anything else for that matter. And I know that this can feel scary. But if you know what to look out for, you'll know what to tell your doctor. And you'll feel more empowered to take the next steps. Like getting in touch with the people who know the ins and outs and can help with everything blood cancer related. Blood Cancer United. They work one-on-one with each person who reaches out to answer questions and offer resources. Blood Cancer United was there for me, and they can be there for you.
Go to bloodcancerunited.org to learn more.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Okay, if you do. The Paul Feinbaum Show. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and on the SEC network.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. Live from the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh, it's the Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport, Fox Sports lead college football analyst Joel Klatt, Pro Football Hall of Famer Calvin Johnson, Pittsburgh Steelers head coach Mike McCarthy. Coming up, ESPN NFL draft hosts Reese Davis and Mike Greenberg. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3. It's our final hour of our 3-day residency here in the draft town of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, just mere steps from the confluence across the rivers from Acrisure Stadium in the makeshift draft hall, from which the ESPN, NFL Network, and ABC draft coverages all emanate, and that is the way I welcome in our third-hour guests. This is just always a pleasure for me to be able to do this with you guys, not just separately when we're doing our own broadcast, but to have us all together here. Two guys that I've known for 30 years now and counting, the ABC host, Reese Davis, the ESPN host of the draft, Mike Greenberg. Sir, you guys, how are you?
Great, man.
First time that we're doing this with actually us being on ESPN Radio and Disney Plus. We're all one part of the same family, man.
It's an annual rite of spring. I said to you the other day, is this get together wouldn't feel like the draft without it.
It's a lot of fun. I appreciate it. You guys are awesome to do this. Last night felt like it was cardio hosting last night. The 8 minutes really, early on, I'm wondering, did it affect you guys or in any way, shape, or form? Because I was like, this is going fast, man.
It did in a way. I wasn't as opposed to it as some of the people in our truck.
Yes.
But what we had to adjust, because our philosophy on ABC is a little bit more player journey driven.
Yes.
So when we would show the vignettes or do the family interviews, we had to get to them faster than we had in the past. In the past, we'd let the walk happen, or at least most of it, maybe even the hug.
Yes.
Then vignette, then highlight, then family interview.
Yes.
Couldn't do all of that last night. So we just started doing the vignettes a little earlier, two-boxing them sometimes, showing them walk. It worked out fine for us.
Right.
But if you're discussing, hey, this trade happened, they're moving draft capital, which is not necessarily our focus.
Yes.
I can understand where it might have been squeezed. There still would have been times we would like to have talked a little bit more about picks. Ty Simpson, for instance.
Yeah, here's what I'm proposing.
I love that you're going solutions-based.
We're tag teaming this. I lay it out, and now Greeny's got an answer.
I think generally it's good, because I try to think of it, if I'm home home watching, which I was for the entirety of my life until 5 years ago, then I think I like it being pacier. Like a lot of the things that happen in between are very exciting for us because we've done months and months of research on these players. But the audience is probably happy with it moving forward. I do think there were a few moments in the draft that maybe demand is too strong a word, but certainly suggest that we should pause and reflect on it for a moment. So when Jeremiah Love goes 3, when you have running back going 3 that high to a team like the Arizona Cardinals, it would be nice for a week if we could just say, all right, hold on, we're calling we get like 2 timeouts.
Oh, as a broadcast, we can stop the clock.
Okay, hold it a second. Okay. Just put who was 4? Tennessee. Put Tennessee on pause for just a minute. We need 3 minutes to talk about this. And then the same thing at 13.
I like it.
Ty Simpson just went 13 to the Rams. This is reminiscent of Tommy Maddox getting drafted by Denver and John Elway being all upset about it and Dan Reeves ultimately leaving there. Those of us who remember that and all that. And the Rams making what was clearly the signature decision of night 1. And we had 45 seconds to talk about the impact of it before I hear in my ear, 30
Move on,
seconds. So I'd like to have been able to call a timeout right there and say, no, we need 2 minutes to discuss this. Most of it, I think we could just roll along. There were a few moments that I thought it would have been nice to have a little extra time.
So how does it, by the way, great idea. How does this work, though? Like, what if Reese and I don't agree with your decision to stop the clock on ESPN? We've got our own broadcaster. What if, Reese, I do it, and suddenly you guys are like, wait a minute, I don't think that merits it. Do we have a preemptory on somebody else's challenge?
Okay, I've got another suggestion.
Sure,
So, this is going to be a really, really ridiculous comparison for me to make.
Great setup.
If you ever watch, like, America's Got Talent, each of them gets one golden buzzer. Each of them gets to put, like, Simon gets one person out of the whole. So each of us gets one. So there'll be 3. So, Rich, you get 1. You got to use it judiciously. Reese gets 1 and I get 1. So over the course of the night, there will be 3 pauses. And we each get to choose where they go.
Or it could be like The Voice, where I turn my chair, right?
Then if you did that from where we are, you would see the stage. Then you turn.
That's true. Right. And then you'd see Rich turned his chair because I'm kind of in your periphery. You're in mine. You're all the way up front. The thing that got me last night that was particularly difficult was when we were by the way, this is all TV problems, I understand. Because how was it to you guys watching it?
I likened it to Major League Baseball's pitch clock. When you're watching at home, it's great because it's going fast and it keeps things moving. When you're physically at the game, it goes way too fast.
Because we were, physically there, it felt like it was moving really fast to the point where a couple of picks were not yet announced. And there's the third team's on the clock. We were at one point 3 picks behind. And I get antsy when that happens. Certainly when we're 2 picks behind and we're about to be 3 picks behind, Roger comes out and the band kept playing. Did you guys notice that one where the house band kept playing music? Sort of the Rogers, Sweet Caroline.
Interrupt Sweet Caroline. He just sort of stood there and let them keep going.
I actually said on the NFL Network broadcast, like, what are we doing here? Like, up the music. Like, when the commissioner comes out, you were cutting the music. Like, let's go. We got 2 picks to go. And at one point, I'm like, are they waiting for the commissioner to put $5 in the tip jar?
So Reese and I were having this
couldn't help myself.
Yeah, we talked about
it. And I'll let you explain our mutual position. But the bottom line of it is there are 2 experiences you can have watching the draft. If you're home watching.
Yes, sir.
One of them is online and the other one is not.
Correct.
So if you're just watching television, then I don't think it makes any difference, Reese, whether we're 2 picks behind or whatever the case may be. It's not us who are 2 picks behind. It's the announcements that are 2 picks behind. If you're not on Twitter or anywhere else, you don't know that it's 2 picks behind, and I think that's the problem.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention to social media during the broadcast. I just don't do that.
I can't. I mean, you can't.
You can't. So in the aftermath, though, I look back and I see a lot of this. Everybody's a few picks behind. And my reaction was, how do you know that? Unless there's intel being leaked from someplace else, because we didn't miss an announcement.
Right.
Like every time Commissioner Goodell went to the podium, we took it live. So it's not like we missed one.
Right.
So I didn't have a big problem with that, and I think you have to decide how you want to experience the draft, and it's okay to do it both ways. I'm not You know, I'm not criticizing anybody that wants the information right then. Right. But if you're watching and you want to see the analysis of the pick, whether it was a good value choice, whether if you're watching our show and you want to see their backstory, I don't understand why that bothers you so much, you know, as a viewer. I mean, I guess so.
Reese Davis and Mike Greenberg here on the Rich Eisen Show, the Friday after a big night on Thursday. There was another big moment where could have taken your time out, if you will. Carnell Tate going 4. That was kind of a surprise. But the Ty Simpson moment, again, I'm still catching up on stuff, but still sitting here. What did Saban have to say about that?
He thought for Ty, it was the perfect spot for him, simply because he only has, 15 starts in his career. Right. He's a really smart guy. He can learn from Matthew Stafford and from Sean McVay. I think he was also very happy for Ty that he didn't plummet in the green room and have to wait until tonight to be drafted. But, I think it was a bit of a surprise to everybody. I mean, Matthew Stafford's still the reigning MVP of the league, and you feel like they're a Super Bowl contender, and maybe you want something to help right now. So, look, I'm very happy for Ty. It's one of the things that I feel like sometimes that people get a little offended personally, and then they end up projecting on the player if they don't agree with it a little bit. Ty's a terrific player. I mean, Orlovsky loves him. Chase Daniel loves him. Gruden loves him. So people that don't, that's okay too. But there are plenty of people who do. So I think big picture, long term, I understand why you would make the pick. But for their particular situation, I questioned it a lot. I would have much rather, I'm a forget them picks kind of thing in the future. Everybody's reconfiguring their roster every year, just like we are in college football now. You got to try to win now. I would have gotten them some more help right now. Another receiver, offensive lineman, edge rusher, whatever, anything. Right. I would have waited. And if you are willing to spend, and you guys are more in tune with the draft capital aspect of it, but if you are willing to spend the 13th pick on your future quarterback, then I would think you can probably find somebody to make a deal with to trade back up later on and get him in the 20s and still make your 13th pick in order to help Matthew Stafford. That's part of it that I didn't
there's
understand.
no doubt about that. It's just, though, you never know, man. That's the whole thing. Right.
You never know which part.
You never know if you can get back in to go.
Maybe you can. That's
again, and the perfect example is that the Steelers think the Cowboys are taking a defender here. So let's call Mekhi Lemon. They're on the phone with him, and you saw that video, right? Mekhi Lemon's like, what are the Eagles doing calling me right now? Which is the way, you always look when you're on TV or whatever, and you look down at your phone like, this person knows I'm on TV right now. What the hell's they calling right? He's like, what are the Eagles calling me right now? And the agent comes up to, because the Eagles are just traded for you. And the Steelers are sitting there probably going, what was that all about? That's why if you got the 13th overall pick and you're going to you think about the kid, you're going to trade down and then run and then now spend the next 2 hours grinding it out, right? I don't know. That's why you do it. It's no, and it doesn't matter if a trophy winds up in the case.
Let's be as direct as we can be.
Yes, sir.
It's a terrible pick. It's an absolutely terrible pick by the Rams.
Why do you feel?
It makes no
doesn't
sense
mean you're not saying that he's a terrible player.
Absolutely not. He may wind up being the greatest player of all time, but he will. They have Matthew Stafford at an age where he is the very definition of year to year. They had the best team in the NFL last year and didn't win the whole thing. Yes. They could have used they literally got, for the most valuable asset they had in this entire exercise of the NFL draft, they got someone who will contribute zero to their effort to win the Super Bowl next year. So this is, to me, it's reminiscent of, look, if he winds up being Aaron Rodgers and maybe Jordan Love, then maybe you could argue that those picks worked out well for Green Bay because they got them in the long run. But at the end of the day, from the time that they drafted those players, Brett Favre didn't win any more Super Bowls, and neither did Aaron Rodgers. So I think one could look at the Green Bay Packers and say, you should have won more than you did with Favre. You should have won more than you did with Rodgers. And I think we could look at the Rams and say, you should have gotten someone who would help you win the championship this year and figure out who your next quarterback is going to be another time.
That's what I think that too. I mean, and look, I love
round of applause from Brockman right away.
I love Ty Simpson, but I agree with you. Try to win now. You don't know what's going to happen in the future.
Right. But they got Trent McDuffie with the other pick. Yeah. I understand that could have been one more. And the issue that Les Snead has in pushing back on something that you just said is his track record is basically his own track record is his biggest issue to deal with and pushing back on you, because he's so great at turning picks like the 13th overall into somebody that can go and crush it for them right now and generationally, potentially, over the next 10 years. So that's the issue. And I totally understand that. It is a head-scratcher at the least, and the way that you placed it out there at the worst.
If you're going to use the 13th pick in the draft, and I know this is not, like every draft is not created equal.
Right.
So I know the 13th best player in this draft might not have been the 13th best last year or next year.
Yes.
But it's still a very valuable asset.
Sure.
If you're going to use that on your future quarterback, on someone who's not going to play in a perfect world for at least another year, if not two,
right,
then I think the projection on him, again, Ty Simpson might wind up being terrific, but he doesn't check any of the boxes, literally any of the boxes. He doesn't have the size. He doesn't have the huge arm. He doesn't have the number of starts in college. He doesn't fulfill any of the Bill Parcells rules of quarterbacks. To use a pick it's one thing if you use the 29th pick in the draft. This is the 13th pick in the draft. That seemed like that is a very, very aggressive move that I have a real hard time understanding.
The one thing I would push back on is true, though. He is the one guy in this quarterback class, and maybe one of the few in the next quarterback class, that kind of comes out of the pro system. I remember we did a tape on game day that I worked with a scout on about him identifying, changing protections, and making a third down throw in traffic to complete a 3rd and 7 against Georgia on a big drive. And the guy I was working with on the tape said, you don't see this in college. You just don't see it. And I think because of that it might change the dynamics. I agree with you. He's not the biggest guy in the world. Once he lost all that weight after he got sick and injured and all of that happened to him, he was not the same physically. But he does have some things that he has experience in that other quarterbacks coming out don't have, I think.
I got Reese Davis and Mike Greenberg here on the Rich Eisen Show. We both kind of touched on it in the times that I've run into you in our hotel. But I went back to Bristol a couple of Sundays ago. And I was just I was out of body. I didn't recognize the place, but it was just going back in a time machine. When I first met you guys 30 years ago, it was unbelievable, But you guys, when was the last time you guys were in Bristol? I mean, you're down in New York.
Are you there regularly? I mean,
I'm there like probably 12, 15 days a year, something like that. But
so in the last calendar
selection day, I was there selection day and for a couple of days in the NCAA tournament. So
because I watch it when you're on. I watch you there. I haven't been there in a little while, but I'm very much aware of what you're talking about. It is. See, what was funny is he said to me, "I can't believe the old Sports Center set," and I said, "Well, you're actually 2 sporters. You're a couple of picks behind. It's sort of like the NFL last night. Like there have been 2 other Sports Center sets since the one you remember."
But I had no bearings where there are buildings where parking lots used to be. There's a cafeteria where a parking lot used to be. Building 5, which is the old garage, right, where I used to do some deuce wraps, for college basketball. That was there. And then I finally did get my bearings. I walked past my cubicle, which wasn't too far from yours, if I'm not mistaken, on that 3rd floor area. Just walked past there and saw the doors of the offices that I would never be able to get because I was too untenured. Walked down the steps, went into the old Sports Center, finally found the old Sports Center studio, and it blew me away. The old Baseball Tonight set. I don't know. I just wanted to share that with you guys. I have no questions for you.
No, I understand the way you feel. It is hard to believe sometimes. Like I assume Reese feels this way. This past year, I turned 58, and I reached my 29th anniversary at ESPN. So I literally have worked at ESPN now more than half of my life, and that was a stunning realization for me to make, and it sort of all goes along the same lines.
The ESPN News Studio doesn't exist anymore.
No.
Did you do your first broadcast from the ESPN2 studio? Or?
Yeah, from the ESPN2 studio doing the Sports Smash with Stuart and Susie Colbert. Stuart Scott and Susie Colbert were hosting the show.
That was your first?
That was my first broadcast.
Where did you come from? Where you came from? Michigan?
Beautiful downtown Flint, Michigan.
Yeah. You got a call from Flint, Michigan. Come on, and you start doing deuce wraps.
I did. Yeah, that was pretty much
with
it.
Stu.
Yeah.
I miss that guy, dude.
Yeah, he was the best.
I mean, I don't know. I can go down that road with him for sure, but it just wigged me out. And I'll be straight up honest with you. I don't know if I said this on the air here, so pardon me yet, but I wore Rich Eisen show gear to go back there on purpose because I was going to walk through the door that I walked out of the last time, where I had a cardboard box and I had my belongings. I was like, I'm going to go walk out that door with my belongings, but I'm going to walk in this time with my show gear. It's a different broadcaster, okay? So it's walking around there taking pictures and stuff like that. And I'm like, I'm going to do that. Just for my own self, it's been 30-something, 23 years, with all that stuff. And I went to look for that door, and it's now a brick wall.
There's a message in that somewhere.
And I'm like, wait a minute, it's a brick wall now. But but the Sports Center crew was as great as it was back then. The camaraderie around the pods, watching the Masters and then the NBA regular season finale, and all of us talking about the rundown and the scripts, as great as ever, and it's pretty cool. So, when are we doing a Sports Center again?
We should do it.
We should do it.
Let's do it. Let's.
I'm serious.
We'd better mean it.
No,
because we put it on your show right now. Somebody's like,
three of you. I'm just calling you out. I mean,
No.
I did that to Dan. I did that to Dan the other day too.
Let's go.
Because you and I sat down for the show that's coming out this summer called This Was Sports Center, where you and where I'm interviewing. I want you as a guest as well, talking about the old days, what it was like to be on Sports Center. Exactly. I want more stories like the one you just said. Hey, I came from Michigan and I went on the Deuce set and all that stuff. So I'm doing all that. And it's going to be coming out. I've interviewed you and Berman and Fowler. Chris Fowler came into the LA studio on his way back from the Australian Open. And we're going to put this together, and we're going to throw it together. And the nostalgia aspect of it is just as great as ever. You know what I mean? So we're going to do it. I think we should start doing this.
That'd be fun. I'd love to.
Hey. All right, very good. But let's get through tonight first.
Some of us are going to get through tomorrow also.
Oh, that's... What are you doing tomorrow?
I'm flying home at 8:36.
Come on.
We could practice co-hosting Sports Center.
Tomorrow.
You could come.
I'll come.
You and I,
Look, I don't know how you do that many. So I do the first 3 rounds.
Yes.
So that is with the compensatory. I'm not sure how many compensatory picks we're going to have tonight.
Doesn't matter. There's way fewer compensatory picks than day 3 picks that Reese and I.
Oh, for sure. But what I'm saying is, so I'm going to do roughly 100 players. Roughly 100 players will get drafted on my watch.
Yes,
so this year I prepared 169 players. Because my goal is always to try and get all of them. I never have succeeded before. And as I always say, if you're watching on ESPN and you hear the commissioner say a name and all you hear me say is Mel, then you'll know it's someone I didn't do. But you must do, 300 and something, 400 players?
I feel like in a lot of ways that because I do college football, there's a little bit of a head.
Yeah, you know these guys way better than I do.
And I'm hosting the Combine, and so 98% of drafted players come from the Combine.
That's right.
I've already seen the draft just out of order, is what I like to say.
That's great.
You know what I mean? So that kind of helps.
I just sit in my room and practice saying Olai Vavenga Ioane.
There you go.
just keep practicing his name. Olai Vavenga.
That was very good.
He's
well done. Yeah, you just call him Venga for short.
Right, but I thought he was the best. Honestly, I thought he was the surest thing in this draft. If you were going to say there's one player who you would bet your life savings is going to be a great pro, it's that guy. You watch the way he mauls people. There's that one video where he's coming from the left to the right and he just destroys a safety. That's the guy everyone should have drafted.
Very rarely will I remember a Combine workout for a guard, but he did this past year. It was like, whoa, like he was the one who stood out too, and I honestly thought like he would be a Charger if he lasted that long, and instead the Ravens took him, which is a very Ravens draft choice for sure. Hey, good luck tonight. May you tell the band to turn the music down. May that work out for you.
Yeah, my spot's a little louder than you guys.
Well, you're closer to the band and the canopy's over you. We're just sitting in the back, The only people we have to talk over are the people yelling at Pat for 3. Is he back there tonight? Or, is he one and done? Is he one and done?
I'm not sure if he is or not. But that you could hear people. You could hear the reaction last night, especially when Dan Orlovsky came up on his set after Simpson was picked. It was,
that would be
it's
a coronation.
Too.
A coronation.
No one is. There's not a happier. I'm telling you right now. We should have had a video of Dan with his family, like all the picks. Like all the players when their families are gathered around them. When Dan got the call, Ty Simpson is going 13, and they're all gathered around and cheering and screaming. That's the video that we need.
What should have happened last night? Is Ty Simpson goes up to that mirror to put on his hat, and there's Dan right behind him, like looking at him in the mirror. Like stepbrothers. You know what I mean? That'd have been great. Reese Davis, best of luck on the ABC broadcast. And you, sir, on the ESPN
you
broadcast.
Too. Thanks,
there are my friends right here. Reese Davis, as well as Mike Greenberg here on the Rich Eisen Show. Any world of, I need to do some business, but you understand this. You remember these days, back in the day.
Only too well.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Because when you're hauling kids, gear, snacks, and backpacks, space matters, and so does comfort. Just make sure they keep their cleats off the seats. The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for details. No pressure reading a read in front of 2 lead pipe wielding 3-decade professionals just checking me out doing that. Thank you for coming on, Reese and Mike Greenberg. We come back a What's More Likely Friday here at the Draft in Pittsburgh.
Adam Schefter here. Did you know the average employer sorts through about 250 resumes for one job opening? Well, if you're hiring, here's good news. You can now review resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter. With ZipRecruiter's new feature, qualified candidates who are very interested in your job show up at the top of your list. No wonder ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana is offering up to 25% off windows and doors and 0% financing for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends April 30th, 2026.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Rocky. Golf should be comfortable, it should look good, and it definitely shouldn't feel stiff. That's why Pins and Aces works for me. Their apparel is made with premium materials that are lightweight, breathable, and actually move with you through your swing. The fit is clean and modern, not baggy, not tight, and the designs are stylish enough to wear on the course and keep on afterward. From gloves to head covers to apparel, Pins and Aces brings comfort and confidence to your game. Upgrade your golf gear for this season. Check out pinsandaces.com. Premium golf gear with an edge.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. It wasn't long ago when gorgeous spring days made me angry. It was beautiful outside, but our windows wouldn't open, and they'd only stay open with a stick propping it open. That's when we began our partnership with Window Nation. They installed custom-fit windows and made a huge difference in the Silverman household. Right now, you can save up to 50% off. The more you buy, the more you save sale. Plus, get 0% interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com today to book your consultation.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Walner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Walner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Waldner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Waldner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Waldner Law, 312-8-million.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Hodgkins and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together. Let's drive.
What does life after service look like? Kicking back? Taking it easy? We believe it looks a little different. It looks like leading for all veterans, helping shape policies to make certain they get the benefits they've earned, and ensuring every veteran's voice is heard. It looks like advancing to meet today's veterans where they are, lifting them up and strengthening the bond that unites us. It looks like serving when disaster strikes, with boots on the ground helping our communities recover and rebuild. From the capital to our hometowns, we don't just show up when it's easy. We show up when it matters. Because a veteran's mission never truly ends, and neither does ours. The VFW, still leading, still advancing, still serving. Get involved at stillserving.org.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Carmen and Jurko now, 9 a.m. to noon, weekdays on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
It's taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show as one big happy simulcast. That was fun with Disney Plus and ESPN, being the ones that sent out a conversation between Greeny and Reese and yours truly here.
Love that.
They're knowing them for 30 years. Okay, let's do a very important edition of What's More Likely.
Hey, now.
This is a Friday after.
This is one of the most fun ones of the year. Yeah, buddy.
What's More Likely, presented by Pella Windows and Doors.
What's more likely?
Never say never, but never.
On the Tomlin Drop here in Pittsburgh, PA. What's more likely, presented by Pella Windows and Doors. Christopher, you've got the floor.
Guys, happy Friday. Happy NFL draft. Great job last night, Rich.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I hate that you were happy last night.
Me?
Let's get this started. Guys, more likely to be the lower number. Week we see Fernando Mendoza this season or the Raiders' 2027 draft slot?
Lower number, the week we see Fernando Mendoza or their draft slot. I will go Fernando Mendoza week we see him.
So you think he does play this year?
I think he plays early because maybe Cousins might not be able to answer the bell.
Oh, interesting.
How about that, Matt?
I like you calling your shot. I like that.
I'm just going to be direct. But what's more likely, the Raiders choose top 10 again next year? And then he starts later.
Right.
Because they're just going to finally get him in there. Listen, they've got Genty and they've got Bowers for the kid and Linderbaum for the kid.
They could get Denzel Boston tonight.
They've changed out their coach, quarterback, and center, which is kind of rare in the National Football League.
Got to expect them to get a wide receiver at some point as well.
So, yeah, and that's right. That's going down tonight. So,
yeah.
I'll just stick with what my original plan was. I might have just talked myself out. Keep going.
How about this, guys? More likely top 10 non-quarterback to be Offensive Player of the Year: Jeremiah Love, Carnell Tate, Jordan Tyson.
The top 10 non-quarterback to be offensive player.
Basically, the offensive player is not Mendoza.
Jeremiah Love. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
They have 38 running backs in that room.
I understand.
And a guy who's really good, Tyler Algier.
Arthur Smith is the offensive coordinator at Ohio State right now. He's not in Arizona.
Okay.
So, Tyler Algier might not, get all the...
I mean, the vulturing
as much as
vulturing works at Arizona, too.
No, and again, we need to see Cam Ward and Tyler Shuck in year 2 deliver the football in a way that, say, Bryce Young in year 3 was able to deliver it to Tetaroa McMillan. A running back is less ball dependent than a wide receiver. I'll go with the running back and say that's the most likely, certainly since he's that talented. He's that good. Chris.
TJ, do I take him early in my fantasy draft? What do I do?
You might want to.
Guys, more likely to be the more head-scratching first-round quarterback pick.
Oh, that's easy.
Ty Simpson this year or Michael Penix in 2024?
Well, I'll go Penix.
Really?
Yeah. I'll go Penix. Let's see what Ty Simpson. I'm not going to.
You're not going to see anything of the Ty Simpson this year.
Exactly. Maybe 2 years.
Yeah, I'm not going to damn the kid now.
2 years.
I'm just not going to do it.
It's not about damning him, though. It's about.
It is.
Again, like Greeny said, it's not about the player. It is about.
I didn't want to get too deep in it. Of course, it's about the player.
No,
it's about the player.
No. I disagree. You host the draft.
It's about the position and the location of their pick.
If Ty Simpson had the entire world saying about him what Dan Orlovsky said about him, if he had a resume of significance, we wouldn't be batting an eyelash.
So why didn't the Jets take him?
Because why didn't they take him at 2nd overall?
Yeah, if he's that good and he has as good a tape as Mendoza and Orlovsky and all these other people are pumping him, why didn't he go 2nd?
Because he's not. That's why I'm saying it's about the player. It's not about, the fact that you... All right, let's move on.
Okay, great.
We're just not going to agree on this one.
Correct.
We're not going to agree.
Right.
All right, TJ, this is for you.
Oh, me?
Penix is already hurt. He had a lot of questions about why we would draft him is because he's been injury prone. It's in his knees too, and it happened. It happened. He didn't even play a full season.
I was pretty stunned when Penix and Simpson lost.
Yeah, and Tua's there right now. Look out.
I think Tua's going to play well.
Right, do too.
Yeah.
Guys, is it more likely that...
So I just gave you my reasoning, and you have a problem.
I still don't like it.
Okay, what else? Let's move on.
I hate
Moving on.
Me and Greeny.
Moving on.
Is it more likely Jerry Jones now looks like an absolute genius for trading Micah Parsons, or that was still a questionable trade?
Oh, well.
I don't think it's as questionable anymore.
I don't either. I think Jerry looks like a genius.
I don't know about a genius.
Look at all the guys he's got.
Excuse me. They've done a very good job of turning this lemon into lemonade so far, okay? Rashawn Gary and Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams. And now they just use the actual first-round draft choice, the first one they got from Micah Parsons, okay, into, their new edge rusher.
Yeah, Malachi Lawrence.
Right? So now they've done that. And they used another first-rounder from the trade to get Quinnen Williams, all right? I like what they're doing.
Sprinkle Caleb Downs on top of that.
But the problem is part of the reason the draft was brought about was this whole weird, you shook my hand in my office. All right, that's not genius. But it is.
That's ego, is what
it is. It's more Rumpelstiltskin. You know,
it worked out.
It turned straw into gold.
True that.
But I don't think it's a questionable deal as much anymore.
No, I don't think so either.
Was Rumpelstiltskin where the girl had long hair and he climbed?
No, that's
Rapunzel.
Oh, my bad.
Rumpelstiltskin turned straw into gold. That's why I said turn straw into gold.
That's my name.
I can help you with the fables.
Thank you, Aesop. Thank you, Aesop.
You can watch Shrek too.
Yeah, the rich Aesop show.
Aesop Richie.
Okay.
Guys, more likely
with
team...
a dollar sign as the yes.
Obviously.
Okay, very good.
All right, let's reel it in. Guys, more likely team that got the best value with their pick last night. The Bucks, Eagles, or Bears?
What about the Cowboys?
Bucks, Eagles, or Bears?
Bucks took.
I like the Bears getting Thieneman. I like that a lot.
Yeah, he felt, what was it, 25?
And as a matter of fact, you want to talk about value. Remember, I used this in the beginning with my top 5.
Bain going to 15.
Based on Daniel Jeremiah's top 150 rankings. And again, when we're pick 150 tonight, we're going to match up the draft to Daniel's.
See how many he gets.
And he's really great at this, okay? The top value, 13 spots better from where Daniel ranked him, the Jets got Omar Cooper, plus 13 value. Okay, they got him 30th overall. Daniel had him ranked 17th. Mekhi Lemon, he had him ranked 12th. He got picked 20th. That's 8. Reuben Bain was 7th on his list. He got picked 15th. That's plus 8. Dylan Thieneman is 2nd on this list. He had him ranked 16th. He was picked 25th. That's a plus 9. So I'll go with the Thieneman right there.
And the Bears need safety too.
What else you got?
Guys, more likely New York fan base feeling the best today. Giants, Jets, Bills.
Well, I'm telling you, it's not the Bills. I mean, unless you want to include their fans that are psyched the Sabres won a playoff game.
I think that counts.
Okay.
Hello, Mike.
The Bills fans are like, wait a minute. We're sitting here ready for 26, and then you trade down. And then we're ready for 28, and then you trade down, and then we're ready for, I think, 31, and then you trade down. Like, what's up?
They got a lot of draft picks now.
What's up with that?
Now they can make moves.
As Mike Hoskins said when I first got here, the Bills drafted Trey last night. I'm like, what? And he goes, trade down. Like,
oh, hey, Hoskins.
Well, now they have.
I don't know. Hoskins had the dad joke.
And now they have 9 picks, including 35.
Okay. No, so throw that out.
Right off the bat.
No, Jets fans are.
Yeah,
Jets fans are feeling. Listen, I think the Jets fans are feeling particularly great. They got 3 players. Last time that happened, they hit on all 3. They wound up, getting rid of 2 of the 3. And next year, if the Jets hold on to all 3 of their first-round draft choices, they will be the first team in NFL draft history to have 3 first-round picks and use them in 2 straight years. So they got to feel good about this and feel good about the future. And the general manager who's in charge of turning those picks into people, turning them into David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, and Omar Cooper Jr. is a really great, well-done job.
Yeah, I hate that you guys got Sadiq.
Okay. You got any more?
I got a few more. You mentioned these 2 quarterbacks already. I'm sure they were sitting at home having a good night. Second-year quarterback more likely to have the better 2026. Cam Ward, Tyler Shuck.
Good question.
I mean, look at Tyler's receiving core right now.
Yeah, I kind of think it is better than what Tennessee's putting out there.
I think
despite having Carnell Tate. So I'll go with Shuck.
Okay.
Although Cam Ward, let's just see if he has that year 2 leap with Brian Daboll as well, that's possible. But you're right. I'm taking a look. I mean, there's no. I guess is Ridley the Olave of the equation?
If you're going to pair them up and go against each other, yeah.
Yeah.
Saints might be sneaky.
You just went higher register. What else you got?
Guys, more likely surprising positional move from last night. 2 quarterbacks taken or 2 running backs taken.
Well, that's the first time that we've ever seen 2 first-round running backs taken from the same school. That's the first time we've ever seen. Well, actually, that's not true. We've seen Arkansas. 2 first-round running backs. Yeah, Felix Jones and Darren McFadden went in the first round of the same draft. It's the first time, this is the stat, that the first 2 running backs taken in a draft come from the same school. That's never happened. Notre Dame and then Notre Dame there. I'm gonna say. The 2 quarterbacks drafted, Jadarian Price going to the Seahawks at 32 is no surprise. at all. And Jeremiah Love being drafted 3rd overall, you know, obviously it's high, but I'm not going to sit there and say that is a surprise. Ty Simpson going 13 overall was the shock of Thursday night.
I agree.
Was.
All right, last one. Rich, sorry, I'm sorry to bring this up, but I have to do it. More likely Ohio State star to win Rookie of the Year. Carnell Tate, Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs.
That's an obvious answer. If you
Well, I mean, there's a split vote of all three on defense. So I'll go Carnell Tate. You know?
It's not the answer.
Although I will say listen, a safety to win defensive Rookie of the Year it would be but Sonny Styles is going to ball out. I mean,
I think so.
So I would if I had to rank them, I'd go Styles, Tate, Downs, and Reese. You know, because I don't know. Again, Reese is on the defensive line with.
Well, he might play inside linebacker for all.
I know. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
Great questions. But I'll go Tate. It's just one guy, and as opposed to 3 others that might split the vote.
I hope Cowboy Caleb sees this.
By the way, I'm absolutely fine with that. I'm all good with exactly what you just said. Not a problem.
That's growth.
What's More Likely is brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always have the winning game plan. That's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen. I've got some great nuggets from last night that I don't believe I've gotten a chance to mention on this program. Some great stats about your first night that you might not have heard anywhere else, including just breaking down how unique that Eagles-Cowboys trade was last night. And then we'll send you out the door for the rest of your NFL draft here on a beautiful day in Pittsburgh. Don't you dare move.
Okay, team. Huddle up.
Why are you dressed like a hockey player?
Because America's energy security is on thin ice. We're facing an overburdened electric grid, rising fuel costs, and severe weather. But here's your power play. Propane. It's affordable, abundant, safe. Propane is reliable energy, even when the grid isn't. Advantage Propane.
Learn more at propane.com/powerplay.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
Save big money on your next project when you shop at Menards. Eliminate odors with Damp Rid Moisture Absorbers. They're perfect for basements, attics, closets, and more. Damp Rid Moisture Absorbers work to attract and trap excessive moisture to create noticeably cleaner, fresher air. Save big on all Damp Rid product today. Plus, visit Menards.com to check out our weekly flyer and find all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
We've all learned since childhood that the only way to stop a bully is to stand up to them. At the Verdoliak Law Group, we believe that injured people are being bullied every day into accepting lowball offers from insurance companies. Here's how it happens. When a claim is filed, the insurance company looks to see which law firm is representing the claimant. A simple search tells them whether or not that law firm has a history of taking cases to trial. Think about it. When insurance companies see lawyers that rarely, if ever, take cases to trial, they know the lawyer is afraid to try a case. So why would they ever offer them top dollar? On the other hand, when lawyers consistently fight for their clients by taking cases to trial, insurance companies are left with no choice but to offer them top dollar settlements sooner and more often. Over the past several years, you'd be hard-pressed to find a plaintiff's law firm that has taken more cases to trial than the Verdoliak Law Group. If you want a law firm that's been standing up to insurance companies and trying cases for over 50 years, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Hey, golfers, it's Silvy. I've been telling you about the Sanctuary Golf Course in New Lenox for years, and this summer they're celebrating their 30th season. I'm proud to endorse one of the best golf experiences in Chicagoland. The Sanctuary features 18 holes of great golf with outstanding course conditions, plus a covered heated range with top tracer technology, so you can practice and play year-round. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time today. That's golfsanctuary.com.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He was just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated. And I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller, Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura.
Marriage is a show? You let your husband go watch the show because you don't even know if you like it yet or not.
Amber Indian, weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
For sure. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, draft season, as we all know, we're in the middle of it. Everybody's talking about franchise players, blockbuster trades, and the moves that can reshape a team. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors is the kind of pick you can trust, especially after another long winter with your old windows. Discover why Pella Windows and Doors is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen. Make life brighter with Pella Windows and Doors. So coming into this draft, the conversation was the number of positions that aren't supposed to be drafted very high. You know, off the ball, linebacker, running back, safety. Yeah. Like, you're just not going to draft them that high. Right. And those are the best players, and the tug of war between when you're going to draft them and not. At the end of the day, last night's first round was only the second draft in the common draft era, meaning when the AFL and the NFL got together. Only the second time to feature a running back, a safety, an inside linebacker, and a tight end selected in the top half of the first round. The other was 2006. Now, last night, here are the players we're talking about. Jeremiah Love, Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, Kenyon Sadiq. In 2006, Reggie Bush was drafted second overall. The inside linebacker was A.J. Hawk, fifth overall. Interesting enough, it's from the same school. Ernie Sims was also drafted as an inside linebacker, ninth overall. Caleb Downs, 11th overall. Two safeties in 2006 were drafted in the top half. Michael Huff and Dante Whitner.
I remember.
The tight end, Kenyon Sadiq, last night in 2006 was Vernon Davis, another combine warrior.
Interesting.
So some good players. Yeah. Some have won a Super Bowl, obviously, with Reggie Bush, right? And then, you know, we're always talking about what you turn picks that you acquire into, right? So there were 6 teams that had multiple picks last night. So the Giants traded Dexter Lawrence and turned him into Francis Mauigoa. The Rams took James Pierce's selection by Atlanta, turned that pick into Ty Simpson. The Jets turned Sauce Gardner into Kenyon Sadiq, the first-round pick that they got for Sauce. The first-round pick that the Cowboys got from Micah turned into Malachi Lawrence. And the Browns turned the Travis Hunter pick. Instead of choosing Travis Hunter, they went and traded down and got Mason Graham, turned him into Casey Concepcion. The pick that the Dolphins got for Jalen Waddle turned into the cornerback, Chris Johnson. And the Chiefs turned Trent McDuffie into Peter Woods. Just food for thought, turning the picks into people right there. And the Cowboys pick in particular. This is wild. So once that trade goes down, I get into the ear of NFL Network researcher Jack Andrade, who you guys know, and he's awesome. I'm like, when was the last time the Eagles and Cowboys made a draft trade? And he's just like, immediately comes back. He goes, it was in 2021 when the Cowboys went from 10 down to 12, and the Eagles went from 12 up to 10. And the Eagles took Devontae Smith, and the Cowboys took none other than Micah Parsons. And so when that trade went down last night, and they move down, and the Eagles move up, the pick that the Cowboys used to move down, the pick that the Eagles traded up to get from the Cowboys, that pick existed, was from the Micah Parsons trade.
Oh, wow.
And the Eagles moved up to take a wide receiver. And the Cowboys traded down and replaced, technically, Micah Parsons with the pick. And I just geek out on stuff like that. It's wild.
That is wild.
Think about it.
History repeats itself.
That the Eagles and the Cowboys last traded. The Cowboys moved down, took Micah. The Eagles moved up, took Devontae Smith. The Cowboys wind up trading away Micah Parsons, getting a first-round selection that the Eagles say we want, again, to take a wide receiver. The Cowboys move down and take an edge rusher who they hope in any way, shape, or form can turn into Micah Parsons. Right. Can't get enough of stuff like that. And that wraps up our stay here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, here on ESPN Radio and Sirius XM Channel 80. I'll be on NFL Network for an absurd amount of time between now and the next time we chat with one another on Monday. I'll be there on Saturday. stjude.org/runrichrun to please donate. On Saturday, we reveal my run.
Yes.
And my run just ended, actually. That's how slow it was.
Come on.
See you on Monday.
All right, Rich, good stuff, raising a lot of money there. Happy Friday to everyone. Ring it up and tell us what you thought of the Bears' first-round selection of Dylan Thieneman, 312-332-3776.
Really good football player, position of need. I'll tell you how I really feel on Monday after I see what they do tonight, tomorrow.
What are you going to tell us now?
I have to come back and figure it out.
All right. So
break
if you
down
went
the
away
Cubs and Dodgers is what I'm going to do for you.
We're going to carry the Thieneman press conference at 3, and then he's going to hop on right after the press conference with us at about 3:20. Tom Thayer also today. Ring it up now. Get in 332-3776. It's a Connie's Frozen Pizza Pete Takeover Day on ESPN 1000.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in an all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Because when you're hauling kids, gear, snacks, and backpacks, space matters. And so does comfort. Just make sure they keep their cleats off the seats. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for details. Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an Audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an Audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
White Sox fans looking for family fun that everyone can enjoy? Bring the whole crew to the ballpark with a family pack. Tickets starting at just $21. Families eat free. Plus, every Sunday home game features family-friendly activities. Kids run the bases, postgame, and more. The Family Sundays presented by Coca-Cola. Tickets starting at just $12 to purchase. Visit whitesox.com/offers.
Apt, your #1 destination for the home for 90 years, has everything you need to furnish your home. Explore their newly expanded furniture department with stylish, comfortable pieces for every space in your home. With beds, sectionals, dining tables, and more, their showroom offers high-quality furniture from a wide range of brands. You can also get assistance from Apt's design experts, whether you're furnishing a single room or your whole home. For free and home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop at Apt, pleasing people since 1936.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-345-2789. 800-345-2789 or biglou.com.
Hey, it's Dionne Miller, and if you're in the market or even think you should be in the market for new windows, you need to call Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. For over 30 years, Russ has done things differently. He offers the most energy-efficient windows and doors at the lowest price, and they come with a lifetime guarantee. And when you call Chicago window guys like I did, you get to deal directly with Russ, and you will not be sorry. So call Chicago window guys today at 847-881-3060 or check them out for yourself at chicagowindowguys.com. chicagowindowguys.com.
Let me ask you something. Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. That's why you go to Advantage Toyota in River Oaks. What's up, it's J Hood. You've got a budget, they've got Toyotas that you want to drive. And here's the best part I appreciate. They keep it simple. No marathon sessions, no mystery math, just straight answers, real numbers, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Need a haircut? With the Great Clips app, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and head to the salon when you're up next. Because getting a great haircut shouldn't mean putting your life on hold. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
With the 25th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman, defensive back, Oregon.
Oh, man. Big-time play by Dylan Thieneman to take down Jacoby Williams.
Ducks bring another blitz. Barnett. Breaking a tackle, but only picking up about a yard is Josh Fife.
His number yet today. This is going to go. And it is Xavier Williams, but Thieneman brings him down. He might have gotten a yard out of it.
Give Wayne Knight any progress, so it's a full 3rd down and 10. Swing pass to Wislowski, and he is brought down by Thieneman.
A lot of guys who can rush the quarterback. 3rd down here. Sorsby airs it out for McCulley. Thieneman, another interception.
That's our guy right there, Dylan Thieneman.
Our guy!
He's the 25th overall selection of this year's first round of the NFL Draft. We're ready for day 2 to see what 57 and 60 and 89 will bring. But first, we've got to break this thing down. 332-3776.
He was their guy. I mean, he was the highest rated player on the board, regardless of position. It's a position of need. I believe, Charlie, wasn't he the second highest rated safety after the kid from Ohio State.
Yeah, it was pretty universally Downs, then Thieneman,
And then it was him.
McNeil Warren.
There's obviously a need for him. Look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I still don't want some pass rush. I do, but you needed a starting safety, and now you got a much more athletic secondary, at least at the safety position. Faster, more athletic, two guys that can actually cover better than the previous two safeties and won't be targeted as frequently as I think Kevin Byard, who was a first-team All-Pro, but you could tell that there were some coverage limitations, and I think the same was the case with Jaquan Brisker. You got two outstanding athletes at those two positions now.
I was telling you guys at the beginning of yesterday's YouTube show, and if you were around, thank you, when the White Sox play, we still do our show on YouTube and Twitch only. Today we're everywhere, so we'd love to hear from you at 332-3776, and we're going to have Thieneman on coming up at about 3:20. We'll carry his press conference in less than an hour from right now. At the beginning of the show, I don't know if you remember what my thing was about the safety, that I was very at first against it, where I'm like, look, your biggest signing was Kobe Bryant, a safety, an off-ball linebacker. And if your number 25 overall pick is a safety, like, when are you going to fix the line? But and then I told you that I've come around on that a little bit more with best player available and all that sort of stuff, and especially if you could get a dynamic one. As I was watching the draft, and I was watching it with Braxton, who was in studio here, and my wife, my oldest son Mason was at basketball practice, and we were talking about who do you think, who do you want, and that name, Thieneman, just kept staring at you as, many people's best prospect on the board, that it was just one of those things where the player is so good. He's so good at what he does. He hits everything. He's a football junkie. He's a crazy athlete. He's had production. He's played at the highest level. It's a need, like you said. So it was like, I can't, as it was going on, and I was sort of happy then, because there are lots of edge guys available that you could have reached for there, or you could have made a case for, but I think you're getting a stud. And I don't think, like, in general, that the Bears have enough studs on defense as it is. Guys that you have to worry about. I would love them to be an edge or a tackle.
Well, he's a day one starter, too. So he fits in.
Day one, he's a baller, but he's a guy that you have to worry about. And Dennis Allen loves disguising the coverages and blitzing his safeties as well. He plays very well in the box.
Good football player. Really good football player. You're faster. You're more athletic. They've obviously went into this offseason with a theme. Definitely wanted to get faster and more athletic, which is a good thing when you're playing in the NFL. If you come away with a pass rusher or two tonight, I'll feel even better.
Yes. So that's why you're withholding judgment, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to abandon my desire. Look, safety was a need for them. So is edge rusher. So is somebody that can get to the other team's quarterback. So, like, when we get through today and you've got two picks, 57 and 60, we can have the conversation about whether or not they should package some stuff up and move forward, because I do think there's going to be a run on pass rushers early in the second round. We can talk about that later. But if you come out of tonight's activity and you got your starting safety and you've got a guy that you really trust that can help you dramatically get after the opposing team's quarterback, maybe you get a center as well. But I think you got to come out of tonight's work with somebody that can get after the opposing quarterback. And if you do that, then I'm going to be even more excited.
My brain's spinning. Like I don't even know where to go after, because I have so many thoughts about this. It's such an interesting puzzle. And then, like, I think, with the pass rushing thing, like that's the elephant in the room. And the elephant has been there since Ryan Poles took over this team. Like, I think both things can be true, where you really like that Dylan Thieneman is a Bear. Absolutely. You really like it. And you can't fault them in the zoom in moment of 25, this kid who many people had going in the top 15, falling to you pouncing on him.
I think they were surprised he was there.
Yes, and you getting better. Then there's the zoom out, where I keep hearing, since Ryan Poles has been here, different excuses as to why they haven't solved the defensive line. And I get frustrated on that just in general terms, like free agency this year. Hey, we wanted to be aggressive. Go after Hendrickson. Go after Max Crosby. Go after somebody. Whoever it is, whatever the couple years ago, we were talking about the guys in Minnesota and Houston where they swapped with Grenard and stuff. We were talking about those guys. And every time, well, we don't have enough money this time, we'll solve it in the draft. And then the draft comes around and you taking the BPA. Everyone loves to yell, BPA, BPA, BPA.
Because we don't like to pronounce words anymore. We just like initials.
Yeah, everything's got to be short.
Yeah, because we're lazy.
So like, I love the player. I hate that in 5 years of Ryan Poles' draft, I don't believe they're close. I don't think they've ever been close to solving the pass rushing issue, the defensive tackle issue. So to me, I get frustrated with that. I get frustrated that they still don't have a true left tackle.
I'm with you, but
so you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, totally.
I am very confused. I love the pick. I hate where they are on the defensive line. I hate the way they build from back to front as well. That philosophy.
That's what I was going to say. The reverse engineering of your defense to think that, you know, because you're good in the secondary, you're going to force a quarterback to hold the ball longer. That's a better path to success defensively versus having a better group at the line of scrimmage that makes the quarterback get rid of the ball quicker, which then takes some heat off of your secondary. That's the more desirable route in the NFL, is to have stout pass rushers that take pressure off your cornerbacks and safeties, not stout cornerbacks and safeties that take the pressure off your pass rushers.
Yes.
Now, ideally, you're going to have both, and that's what we want to see from them. But I thought, you know, when Ryan made that statement yesterday, that's one of the things that probably caught a lot of people's attention. Hey, we're going to be better up front because our guys in the back are so much better. And I think that works better at the high school and college level than it does at the NFL level. Certainly you want to be great in the secondary, but not at the expense of not having a desirable pass.
When have we had an athlete like this on defense? Like the last one, the Urlacher, like who could run sideline to sideline, who was just a crazy athlete for a middle linebacker. Yeah, I'm trying to think the true athletes. I'm not saying great football players, the measurables that totally jump off the chart at you.
He's 4.35, 41 vertical. Like
there's a service called I can't remember what it's called. So
is it RAS?
Yeah,
like that?
Relative Athletic Score. Yeah. So he's the third highest rated guy on that chart, like on that grading scale that they've drafted since, you know, their data goes back. The highest is Urlacher, who received a straight 10 out of 10. I can't remember who the guy after him was, but it was Urlacher, somebody else, and then Thieneman.
And look, again, you're better, and it's hard to even say that when you said goodbye to a quality player in Kevin Byard, who was a first-team All-Pro. But Kobe Bryant and Dylan Thieneman are different types of athletes.
Yes. It's like they're remaking the defense again into the younger guys.
Yeah, and that's a good thing. And you're not going to be troubled by leaving them in coverage, whether it's against tight ends or running backs or even wide receivers, the way you were at times last year. Charlie made a great point in the pre-show fist fight. Like, you know, it was obvious to opposing offensive coordinators and coaches. You'd run these deep crossers and you make them chase. And in most instances, the chase wasn't good enough because their athletes were better than ours. That gets nullified quite a bit in this system. So, these are interchangeable guys. Like, if you're in a too-high set, you know, and they go motion, you can drop one safety in the box and put the other guy in the center of the field or vice versa. So, you know, there is definitely a benefit to having a player of this quality. Just give me a pass rusher tonight, okay? That's all I'm asking for.
Or a couple.
Okay,
yeah, a couple. Now, like, what do you guys think? So, like, and Charlie, I want to hear your breakdown too of Thieneman. Field Yates sent us a video too. If you're watching on YouTube right now, youtube.com/@ESPN1000 Chicago, or on Twitch, we're showing you some of the crazy athletic highlights from Thieneman, who played most of his career at Purdue.
2 years at Purdue, one at Oregon.
Yeah. And his rookie year freshman year was as good as anybody's freshman year.
6 interceptions as a freshman.
Yeah, he was a stud.
And he broke Rod Woodson's freshman tackling record at Purdue. It's a pretty outstanding
tackles and turnovers.
What I like about the Purdue to Oregon thing is he was playing two completely different types of safety. at both spots.
In the more in the box in Oregon.
At Purdue, he's just a straight up like center fielder, cover 3, 1 high safety. This one, he's in the box. He's in the deep post. He's lined up on a slot receiver. Like, he moves all over the place.
Charlie showed me some film, and I'm seeing some of the highlights as well. Oregon played it like a really kind of, you see this picture here, it's almost a 2 high, but with a robber in the middle. And Charlie was like, does that look like what the Bears used to do with Urlacher? And I said, no, because Brian was always much closer to the line of scrimmage, and he was such a gifted athlete, he could still get back there. But, boy, he's got such range, this kid Thieneman, that you can drop him in, you can move him around. It's really interesting to watch him, probably his Purdue tape, Charlie, and then watch him at Oregon and just see the versatility. And I think when he was talking with Laura Rutledge last night when they interviewed him, that's what he talked about, his athleticism and his versatility, which allows you to be interchangeable at the safety position.
So I heard Carmen say this too, and I could not agree more. This kid's going to be a fan favorite. People are going to love him. His jersey will, like, on a team now that has other in-demand jerseys. Remember, just a few years ago, we didn't have a team where you could even think about buying one of their jerseys. It was Fields, and it was really nobody else. And then DJ came, and the two started going. But, like, now in a crowded landscape where you could buy Loveland, you could buy Caleb, you could buy Rome, you could buy Burden. Like, there are a lot of guys that you could get behind on this team and buy their jerseys. I think Thieneman's going to be really, really popular.
Watch out, Lollapalooza.
Oh, you think so?
Well, this jersey is going to go nuts.
That
at
or like
Lollapalooza.
Thieneman Purdue jerseys, especially, like those are going to go crazy.
Okay, so like the old retro college one. And like, again, I'm just telling you, I'm in 2 different camps. I love the pick. I hate that in 5 years, we keep wondering when they're going to solve pass rush. You know, like his first 3 picks when he took over were two defensive backs and a reach for it wide receiver, right? It was Gordon, Brisker, Velus. Yeah. You were going through a rebuild. You were building it from the ground up. No offensive linemen, no edge rushers. Like, he had to trade for Sweat. He hasn't solved that yet. So when? That's my only question. Today? Maybe it's today.
Hopefully.
Do you want him to trade up? Look, and I've learned through covering I've covered probably now. I was on the beat in 95. And over all the years of covering the Bears now in 30 plus years, the one thing that I've learned is none of us really know. None of us know. And that you can't have a total love it or hate it either mentality. Benefit of the doubt. Let's see how it goes. So I'm not gonna rip it. If they do trade up, I won't kill it either. I would like to continue to have the draft come to you. And like, don't overpay. It would be nice if you had an extra 3rd round pick and with a compensatory pick that you could have thrown in with with 57 or 60 to go up higher. That would have been nice, but the NFL screwed us. I would like to continue to. We know you usually don't hit on your first 4 picks, all 4. You don't usually go 4 for 4. So I want to have as many swings as possible. Now I want to limit it to 3 for 3. If you trade up, way up to get one of these edge guys. So I don't know is pretty much my answer. So are you in favor of them trading up?
I don't mind if they do. I'm gonna ride with this. I don't want you to trade up for a cornerback or for a wide receiver. Again, I think positionally, I'm still thirsting for a pass rusher. If you trade up for a guy that you think is the best possible pass rusher, then yes, then I'm okay with it. I'm not going to. I didn't want to give up a 1st round pick for from next year's draft and this year's first. Like, I didn't want them to move up from 25 and move towards the top and give up something in 2027. If you give up something from this year's draft and you get a guy that can get after the quarterback, I'd be okay with it.
Where's the gap, Charlie, on their picks? Coming up after 89. They go from 89 to what?
I don't think they have a 4th, so I think it's like 107 or something like that.
They've got a 4th. They do have a 4th. Number 29 in the 4th round.
Is it a 5th they're missing?
Yeah, they have a gap.
And a 6th.
So what is there's a big gap in there somewhere.
They pick 29th in the round of the 4th round, and they don't pick again until the 23rd pick of the 7th round.
So they don't have a 5th or a 6th. So then let's say then they go and they trade either the third with the second to go up, or they trade both seconds. Now, all of a sudden, how many more picks do you have? You don't, like, you're putting a lot of eggs into just a few picks. They don't have a ton of picks anyway. So that's why I'm apprehensive to say, like, unless you know, and do they really know? Like, you've talked about these. How many of your edge guys, Charlie, that you've liked and you've talked about are still on the board? There are a lot of them, are there not?
There's 3 off the top of my head. There's 3 right now. It's Gabe Akis, Zion Young, and TJ Parker. I would actually reverse that order. But there's a lot of D tackles still left.
R. Mason.
R. Mason Thomas is still out there. Yeah, there's like a lot of guys.
But he's not one of your guys. He's more one of Shea guys.
Yeah, Shea. That's why I love the draft. Is like this thing is such a Rorschach test. Like I'm not as into R. Mason Thomas as Shea is, but like if that's the guy that they end up going with, like I think that's totally okay to be excited about. There's a lot of D tackles still left available too, and like they need help on the interior. I know they threw some money at that in the offseason, but like they can't stop the run either. So they're in a nice spot as far as like what the depth of the position is still left. There's a lot of cornerbacks left too. And so I would say, hey, you've addressed the secondary. Like let's focus on the line now, but that can benefit them if there's a lot of teams left who still want,
I like this,
who still want to get into that cornerback action.
What are we seeing on the screen here, Charlie?
Those are top dogs as Chardog's best Bears fits available.
So
yeah.
You got your list. These are the best fits available going into pick 57, and many of them will probably go. Yeah.
The last half of these are more like back end of round 2, start of round 3 guys. But yeah, these are kind of the names to keep an eye on. Obviously, they could surprise everybody and take like a corner or take a receiver or something like that. I don't think any of us would be super on board with that. But like if we're looking at the trenches, to me, these are the best guys available. And maybe they take a center tonight at some point. I mean, I agree. I think a lot of things are still on the table for them because, like you said, Silly, they have so many holes they still need to address.
Tyler, what do you think? How are you? How did you react to the pick? And then also, what would you like to see them do today?
So overall, in the moment, I was cool with it because he was a player that was definitely sliding down the board. I think some mocks had him as high as like 15. Not that that's gospel or anything, but he's a player that fits what you need. You needed a safety to play alongside Kobe Bryant, but I felt even better about it after the first round ended. And you saw a lot of these guys who Charlie loves and who a lot of people have mocked to the Bears still on the board. And I think you can be open to trading up tonight in some capacity to move up, whether it's from 57 or from 60, getting one of those into the early 40s or late 30s, and you can find yourself an edge rusher. And if you do that and you end up with a guy who some of us wanted in the first round, then you got 2 great players that you were really willing to wrap your arms around.
Yeah, if you get one of the top-rated pass rushers left and you have to make a deal to move up, I'm not gonna hate it. Or if you stay, you stay where you're at and you find 2 guys, whether it's an edge rusher and a center or something like that. I mean, I just want to see the draft come to them, and I have an open mind about what's going to happen.
You could do a little bit of both. A couple teams did that yesterday. Was it Dallas who went up and then they went back and got more picks? So like you could try to go up from 57 and then whatever your next pick is, go down and try and get more picks that way. So we'll see. But I totally understand why they picked Dylan Thieneman.
I don't think they thought he was going to be there, and there was no doubt that he was the highest rated player on their board regardless of position. So to me, that was an easy choice for them. For us, who want to see some pass rush, it's a little bit of there's still that little bit of angst that exists. But for them inside their room, they got a good player. He's a day 1 starter, position of need, checks every box for them. So look, this is a good pick. This is a good pick for them for sure. I think you and I were both belaboring the need for a pass rusher before, the draft kicked off last night. But this...
For the last 4 years we have. That's what I mean, like every year we're saying this.
You're right. But, look, would you rather have a safety that you had rated 15th on your board?
Yes.
Or a pass rusher that you had rated 39th on?
No, that's why, that's why my zoom in, good pick. Yeah. My zoom out is, why haven't you fixed this yet? Like every time there's something different.
That's why I mentioned I'll have a better feel for where I'm truly at after tonight. Like, show me what you're going to do with 57 and 60. Do they draft 80? Do they draft in the third round tonight as well?
Yes,
Okay,
they have all three tonight.
Right, so tonight, at the end of tonight, I'll have a much better feel for how I feel.
It should be an action-packed night. We got a great night. Like, there's baseball on the south side. We've got the draft with 3 picks, and the Cubs are on the West Coast. And then you've got playoffs in both the NHL and NBA. So tonight's one of those great nights in
Spring
sports.
Night. It's spring night.
All right, ring it up. I want to hear from you, Bears fans. Let's get your opinion. 1, do you like the pick? 2, what would you do tonight? Are you going to sit back, let the draft come to you, and continue to go BPA? Or are you looking to make some things happen? If there is a run on edges like we think, are you going up to try to beat the crowd? Could cost you more of a premium, too, with a lot of teams looking to do that.
Did you see the quote from Ryan Poles as well that said they did consider moving back, but there was nothing that materialized? And I think the fact that Thieneman dropped to 25, that took that off the table.
Like, I was very excited. I am very excited. I can't wait for this year of Bears football. And I do love having better play, like just guys who are just not good players or solid players, but guys who can really be special. And he is special with his production and his athleticism. You can't argue that.
So it's a good pick.
Yeah. All right, so that's kind of how we feel, a little bit of, not confusion, but sort of double-edged sword type of thinking. 312-332-3776. I've got Fields Yates' breakdown. He made a personal video for us. Him telling us what he thought of the Thieneman pick and what he would do tonight. We will play that for you coming up. We will play you Ryan Poles. We will carry the Thieneman press conference at 3 o'clock, and then he will join us at 3:20. We will also talk to Tom Thayer today, who is at the Bears draft party at Soldier Field. He joins us at 4:30. I know he's going to give us crap about not being at Soldier Field, but it was a fun night watching the draft where they really increased the pace. The 2 minutes felt like a lot more than 2 minutes the way they adjusted that first round. So let's ring it up, 332-3776. It's Waddle and Silvy. You've made it to the weekend.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Here comes the ball.
Off-season never happens here. We are ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. From the combine through free agency and onward to the draft. No one brings it better. Coverage provided by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Oh, Waddle, baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds. Don't steal when you're up big, don't flip the bat, and definitely don't admire that long homer.
Oh, you were so right. You hit it 460 feet. Immediately supposed to look down. Right. Act like you've done it before, even if you haven't. So stupid.
That's not you. That's not me. We're watching that thing fly. And you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? That's our friends at Flight by Yuengling.
That is correct. They made Flight 95 calories and 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
Sounds like a rule breaker to me. Light beer with real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
And grab yourself a Flight by Yuengling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
A date night plan.
Buy tickets to see South Pacific.
A 10-time Tony-winning Rodgers and Hammerstein classic.
At Aurora's Paramount Theater.
It's got everything.
Wartime drama.
A little intrigue.
And a love story that actually delivers.
Plus tunes we all know.
Some enchanted evening.
Bali High.
Wash that man right out of my hair.
And Paramount always raises the bar with their Broadway-ready productions.
South Pacific.
April 29th.
Through June 14th.
Tickets start at $31 at the box office.
Date night plan.
For the win.
Get the tickets.
ParamountAurora.com.
Save big money in outdoor storage when you shop at Menards. Suncast sheds have the storage space you need for any backyard. Whether you're protecting bikes and toys or sorting yard tools, Suncast's selection of durable, low-maintenance outdoor sheds come in a variety of styles and sizes to fit your needs. Pick up an in-stock Suncast storage shed today and check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all our great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there, a PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam.
Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. The Bullfrog Spa's Backyard Makeover Sale is happening now through April 26th. You can save up to $3,000 off MSRP on a new hot tub or swim spa, or up to 25% off clearance spas. Definitely check it out. I did. Visit a Bullfrog Spa factory store today.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
So tried to get 2 points on the board for Penn State on a return. Instead, they're going to have to score and convert on the 2-point conversion. Take it to Pena. Aller, sideline. Oh, it's picked! Dylan Thieneman calls game. That's a walk-off, whiteout winner.
Here you go. You'll hear some Thieneman highlights all day today. He's going to join us in less than an hour. We'll carry his press conference in about a half hour from right now on your home for the Bears.
There were several people that pointed out that he's basically wearing kind of the same combination clothing-wise that Ben wore when his first day was here at Hallis Hall last year.
With the blue slacks.
The blue slacks and the white with blue check shirt.
You think he did that on purpose?
No, I don't. I just thought it was very cool, very ironic that they had the same exact look.
He is like I think we go back to Mike Brown as our last truly great safety. Am I right there?
Yeah.
The thing about Mike Brown that made him a difference-making player was his brain and his processing. Thieneman is supposed to be like this, quick processor with the athleticism.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That's where this is different. Like this guy's got he's got it all. He really does. So I'm excited about that. I need the pass rush. I think we all are in the same camp that we need to see the pass rush get better. You just can't say that our secondary is going to hold them, cover them longer so we can run into coverage sacks, like Pohl said. Play that. Here is Field Yates. He filmed a video for us. If you're watching on YouTube, you'll see him. He's on the stage of the NFL draft. He worked on the ABC side of things yesterday. Field is so good at what he does. This is what he does year-round. He breaks things down. He was a former scout in the NFL. He started, too, working with Ryan Poles in Kansas City as a scout. Now he does great work on ESPN. And this was his take, and he sent it to me on Thieneman and what the Bears should do today.
Discussed as the 2 cleanest in the class. My only negative for Dylan Thieneman is that I wish I had put him in my mock draft, number 25 overall to the Bears. Big-time player, that's Chicago. What's up, guys, over at Waddle and Silvy, and all the loyal listeners and viewers. Field Yates coming to you live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Day 2 of the NFL draft right around the corner. Let's talk Dylan Thieneman, 25th pick overall to the Chicago Bears. Here's the good. Dylan Thieneman, best ball skills in the class. True freshman at Purdue, you probably know by now. 6 interceptions. Year later, leads the Big Ten in defensive backs, tackles. He had 2 interceptions at Oregon this past season. Think about Kevin Byard, NFL's interception leader. now a New England Patriot. This is maybe not a carbon copy because a much younger version of Kevin, but a guy who brings a lot of the same skill set to the table. Incredible athlete, versatile enough to cover in the slot, and obviously the back end is going to really help cut down on explosive plays. Thieneman was one of the cleanest prospects in this year's class. He and Benga Ioane, the guard who went 14 to the Ravens on the offensive side of the ball, often discussed as the two cleanest in the class. My only negative for Dylan Thieneman is that I wish I had put him in my mock draft, number 25 overall to the Bears. Big-time player, heads to Chicago.
What did he say at the end about the mock draft? Did he
wish he had mocked him at 25.
Yeah. He like I sent him, I go, give me a positive, give me a negative. And he goes, I really don't have a negative.
Well, he said he was one of the cleanest players in the draft. And by the way, Matt Miller had that pick as the best pick of day one of the draft.
Pretty good, right? With the value of where you're getting him.
I think the world of Matt Miller's ability to evaluate talent, as you know. So, like,
I think everyone would have mocked him to the Bears if they would have thought he would last to 25.
Yeah. I didn't do a ton of Thieneman work until the pick was in last night.
You didn't think he was going to be there?
Yeah, like obviously, like I watched a lot of Oregon this year, and like you hear about this guy, but like after the combine, it was like there's no way he gets by Minnesota and Carolina, and then all of a sudden they go Caleb Banks and Monroe Freeling, and it's like this guy might be available at 25 now.
You don't find many safeties who run 4.35 in the 40, and some will have a 41 vertical, but
that's what I mean. Like as far as the clean prospect, he's got this really high floor. Like we always talk about the floor and the ceiling. He's got the clean. He's at the very worst going to be a really good player, but because of the athleticism, he could be a great player. He's got a high ceiling too.
Yeah.
So that's
why I think it's a good pick.
Yes. Keith on the South Side. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Keith?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Yes, I am so excited about this pick because he reminds me of Woodson so much. With all of his athleticism, you're not going to be able to throw that ball to the back of the end zone. I really think this is what they need more than a defensive end, because if you can cover guys, that makes it easier for those guys to get to the quarterback. And I think we got a pretty good line. We just need a tackle that can stop the run. We really need a guy that can plug up that middle because it's too easy. It was too easy last year.
Yeah, Keith,
I'm on the other side of that equation. I think it's I would rather have the elite pass rusher that takes pressure off of my secondary player versus a really elite secondary player that takes pressure off my pass rusher.
We all would, but I think like there wasn't that elite pass rusher there compared to the elite safety. But all things being equal, you'd always rather have the guy who can get the quarterback.
Who are the players that are most important, especially on defense? The guys that are closer to the line of scrimmage. Like for me, I mean, people can feel however they want. I think the most important player on your defense is somebody that can get after the quarterback. And if that guy is a 3-technique tackle, he's even more valuable. But an off-ball linebacker is in a different category for me versus a pass rusher. And I would say the same thing about different positions. So closer to the line of scrimmage, I think, is the more important position. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't have good players at other positions as well.
This is funny. Chris on the South Side. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Chris?
Boys, I cannot match wits with the brains in these discussions, but I will say, even as a South Sider, it sounds like we drafted PCA's twin brother who plays football.
I don't know what. So fast, the same kind of measurables, kind of that swaggy. You could tell with the sunglasses last night, he's got some swag.
Yeah, I mean, why? Is it because they're both white guys too? I mean, is that why?
Yeah.
Did I speak the quiet part out loud? Yeah, I mean, look, it's.
I could see PCA taking some rough angles to the ball.
The prediction markets.
Yeah.
Got to go to the prediction markets. You'll see them at a Bulls or Hawks game together. Promise you that.
That's not because they're both young white guys. It's because they're both like top-end athletes here in Chicago.
I'm choosing to look at the speed, Waddle.
Yeah.
Speed kills.
Well, can you imagine a white guy running a 4.35 like that?
What are the measure? What he's 6 foot, right?
6 foot, 205, runs a 4.35 with a 41-inch vertical.
So what is PCA? He's 6 foot. Is he a little lighter?
Yeah.
180. So he's like you're a little lighter.
Yeah.
but runs probably a 4.3.
Probably, yeah.
Chris, thanks.
I'd
That's
much
why it
rather-
made me laugh. It
I'd
has
much
nothing to
rather-
do with anything, but it made me giggle.
Do we think he's getting an invite to the group chat?
Yes.
No doubt.
Yes.
You think so?
Of course.
Caleb may have already looped him in. Hey, guys, I want you to meet my new teammate.
I don't know, because he's 2 years, like if this was last year maybe, so he may have to earn that invite into the group chat. It's a little early.
Probably wasn't drafted high enough. Not
That
this, I
could
mean, he's
be
a
as
first
well.
rounder, but like all those other guys are like top 10 picks.
And again, Caleb's going to be in his 3rd year, so there's a 2-year difference. I don't know if you earn just the automatic invite into the chat group that quick.
Got to earn your pinstripes.
I think so. I think so.
Meller has now entered the chat. Did you see Meller's text us?
I did not, no.
Meller texted us. He said, Jerron Gilbert, elite pool vertical. Like when we talk about measurables, the difference here is Gilbert wasn't he
He's
a
like
small
a 3rd rounder, wasn't he?
2nd or 3rd, but he was like I don't think he had the production.
Dylan Thieneman was a first-team All-American this year.
This is what I mean. Like he's got both. Yeah. If you, like I've always said, you draft football players. You know, too often we're worried about John Theory, who's got all the skill set of an edge, but doesn't really put it together coming out of Alcorn State. Like this guy played in the Big Ten, freshman All-American, transferred to Oregon on a better team, played differently, like Charlie said. Sort of evolved his game, playing more in the box to show people what he can do on a really good team. And he's a great athlete.
And that's why I don't sweat the fact that he doesn't rush the passer, because he is a day one starter at a position of need, and he was the highest rated, I don't know if he was the highest rated overall player by most teams at that spot, but outside of the safety from Downs from Ohio State, he was the 2nd highest rated safety on most people's boards. So it seems like it was an obvious pick for the Bears.
Who was the other one, McNeil Warren, that everyone was talking about? And Charlie, you're more into that than me, the scouting aspect of it. I felt like if it wasn't one of those top 2 safeties, that's where I didn't want to reach for a safety.
Yeah.
Just at number 1, like you were pitching to us, 2nd, 3rd round, you could get a lot of guys sort of like that. But like Waddle was just saying with Downs and Thieneman, they were separate from the other group of safeties, correct?
Yeah, and I love McNeil Warren, but like towards the end of this process, it was you were starting to see him outside the 1st round a lot, and that's when I was like, oh, like teams are cooling off on this guy. It seems like, because for a while it was McNeil Warren and the Bears were like 2 peas in a pod.
Yeah, and that kid's not the athlete that this kid is.
No, I mean, not many guys are.
Right,
like,
that's my point. That's why he was drafted, where he was in the 1st round. So.
Jimmy on the north side, you're on ESPN 1000. What's your quick pitch, Jimmy?
Fellas, how are you?
We're good.
Best,
we
family. Listen, I turned 40 this week. The amount of happy birthdays I got is my quick
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
Wow, that was special. That was really special. I appreciate that, guys. But my quick pitch is the amount of people that wish me happy birthday, given the fact that I've never reached out to give anybody happy birthday.
They're a tit-for-tat birthday person. I don't like that. That's a quick pitch of mine. You should not keep tallies on who wishes you a happy birthday. If you feel like wishing a friend a happy birthday, wish the friend a happy birthday.
Don't hold it against them if you don't get one in return.
8 birthdays.
You don't
I
want?
know 8 birthdays by heart. And I'm in between 2 days for 2 of my sons. I'm not sure which one it is. So, with respect to the Chicago Bears, interested to see what you guys think about the fact that Kevin Warren and the Brain Trust up there weren't able to acquire the 2 compensatory picks with possibly the most airtight case you could ever come across based on the rules.
Jimmy,
that would make a big difference, right? Because you could trade up to get one of that a defensive end that we've needed for
quite a while,
4 seasons.
Yeah.
So I think that is actually a big factor here, and I guess I'm just surprised that they weren't able to make a case to in front of reasonable people.
I think we all share the enthusiasm for them getting what they deserved, and that was the 2 comp picks. I also know how, Jimmy, you feel about Kevin Warren. I actually am impressed by how much they pursued getting these picks. In fact, they asked 3 times. They were turned down twice. I believe this was the 3rd time that the league actually told them no.
Look, I commend George.
Yeah.
George was like, we talked more confident, more outspoken on this matter. He's on the committee. And it's not just this year's 3rd-round pick that they could have gotten. Yeah. They had next year's, too. There was 2 3rd-round picks that you normally get. You could have traded one of those.
Yeah, and I thought
you could keep your 3rd round, the extra 3rd round pick, and you could trade the other one next year, couldn't you?
Yes.
Unless those aren't rewarded till how does that work?
No, yeah, you'd get one this year and next year.
Yeah. So you could have traded. There's so many different ways you could have done it.
I thought George's argument was stronger and better than Kevin Warren's. In fact, when we heard what Kevin had to say, we were like, no, you do have to go to New York and change their mind about it.
That was just the public way they spoke. We don't know what they said behind closed doors.
Right. So I can't tell you what they said behind closed doors. So, but I was impressed with how the Bears actually did pursue getting what was rightfully theirs, and they were unfortunately jobbed.
Brian in Colorado, you're on ESPN 1000. What do you think, Bri?
I'm pretty excited. This is my first call in about 15 years. The last time I called you guys, I was pissed about the Bears trading Olsen, so a little bit of a better personnel.
I'm still mad about that. Yeah, I'm still mad about that, by the way.
Quite a time to hold a grudge.
Yeah, well, not against you guys, but definitely against the Bears. But the one thing I think people need to take, and I sent Sylvia a pretty lengthy message the other day.
I was going to read it too, Bri. I was going to read this message because I got it and I had it queued up. I'm glad you called, so have at it.
So, again, I don't think need should drive a pick solely. I also don't think you can go BPA blindly, but you can find pass rushers. If you take the top 11 sack leaders, because I think there were a few ties, and I realize sacks are not the end-all, be-all. About half of them were first-round picks, to Charlie's point, which I do respect. Charlie's, film work. I've watched about 100 to 120 players this cycle as well. We disagree on some, we disagree on others. But over half I would say, top pass rushers were taken 2nd round or later. So there's still hope for tonight. This is when the bulk of your team is built from the 2nd through the 5th round. And there's a lot of guys still available, like you guys noted. I expected more pushback because I had Charlie's line where he was like, you guys, Thieneman and McNeil Warren, go be good somewhere else. Well, now they're going to be good here. That's not really a sound argument for me. I want premium players. I don't worry about premium positions. Now, obviously, I don't want to take a running back in the 1st round if it's a reach, but you can get good players theoretically at any point in the draft. It's just up to the person pulling the trigger.
So then what is your philosophy, Brian, since you've done a lot of background and you're pretty opinionated? Do you want them to get one of these edge rushers with a trade up, or can you get some of your guys at 57 or 60?
I think you can get some people at 57 or 60. I'm not opposed to moving up. I agree with Waddle. I would not give up capital for 27. And then I would only do it if I was getting the same amount of picks. So maybe you move those 2 seconds and then you get maybe a later 3rd back. I don't want it. You have so many holes to fill, even for an 11-win team. They still have to fill, and you can't fill 3 holes with 1 pick. But if you trade all those picks away, then you're kind of left with you're putting all your eggs in one basket.
Yes, yeah, I like that.
I would probably stick and pick.
Yeah, that's good stuff, Bri. You're very educated on this. Don't wait 15 more years. We probably won't be here. I'm pretty certain we won't be here. You and I, like in 15 years.
Nope.
So,
at that point, I'll be 74 years old. Or I'll be in the ground, or worms.
Oh, no, how dare you say that?
Well, you don't know.
How dare you?
Well, I might be both of you to the grave. Who knows?
Right.
So we don't know what tomorrow.
You never know. Yeah.
Bri, thanks. You won't.
I don't know.
Here's how I picture you at 74. All your teeth have fallen out because you've completely not paid attention. You're drinking a beer. You're sitting on a porch in South Carolina.
That's true.
And you were thinking about playing golf that day, but you can't because your body is completely wrecked.
Everything you said is true except for the teeth. My teeth will be in my mouth for the remainder of my life.
Only if you take care of it for the remainder.
I didn't have any, as Charlie pointed out, 4 years later, there were no new cavities.
You're making the argument for going 4 years.
No, I'm going to go back in 6 months. My jaw still hurts like so bad I can't even begin to tell you, but that's because I had like 7 shots of Novocaine to get my tooth numb.
All right, ring it up. What do you guys think? I think I'll give you some of these results from Bears fans on the poll questions that I have out there. But I think what Brian said, that he was surprised as a safety guy, how many people have backed this pick. I think most Bears fans, when you zoom in on just the pick, just 25, I think most people love it. 312-332-3776. Now you got to fix the pass rush. You got to stop the run. They certainly need help on both. We'll talk about that coming up next.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's the biggest names in golf, and it's the best news and information about Chicago golf. Host Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky are your starters for the golf weekend. The CDGA Golf Show, tomorrow morning at 9 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Guys, what a day we had yesterday. 82, 83 degrees, and a nice cool night. Had those windows open for the beautiful spring Chicago air. But are your windows not able to open? Or maybe they're able to open, but they're a pain in the you-know-what to shut because they won't seal properly. We know it's going to get cooler again this weekend. So if you're playing this yo-yo game, trying to open them, trying to close them, maybe when we get a big storm, your windows leak a bit. That's what happened to me. It's when I called Window Nation. Spring's the best time to replace your windows, guys. Call Window Nation now at 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. It's Friday. Now's a good time to get in your call before the weekend. They've got the more you buy, the more you save sale. So you could save up to 50% off. Also, you'll have 5 years of no interest. So you want to pay off your project and you want to save money with the lack of interest payments, Window Nation will set that up for you. 45,000 5-star reviews and A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Call them today at 866-90-NATION. Get that free in-home estimate. You want to check them out online, see all they have to offer, how good these windows will look in your home? It's windownation.com, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. Advantage Chevrolet. 3 locations, Chicagoland's covered. You want a Chevy? They've got it. You want savings? Oh, yeah. Most important, trust. No runaround. They shoot you straight. Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. Together, let's drive.
Postman Law has delivered over $3 billion for injured clients. We take on the adjusters, the paperwork, and the medical bills so you don't have to. If you've been injured, let us fight for you. Go to postmanlaw.com. Others promise, Postman delivers.
Call 844-POSTMAN. Attorney Advertising.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. Ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You're great at protecting your data, but lots of places could still expose you to identity theft.
I thought it was safe.
If that happens, LifeLock gives you a U.S.-based restoration agent who will stick by your side from start to finish. Phone calls, filing documentation, preparing insurance claims, your agent handles it all. In fact, we're so confident restoration is guaranteed or your money back. Isn't it nice to have someone like that on your side? Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The D-line helps the back end more often than not. But in this situation where, we have good corners, good safeties, we can be in a position where maybe we can have the quarterback hold the ball a little longer.
See, that's where I heard the guys earlier talk about where they had the problem. Like, I'd just rather say, yeah, we have plans to fix the pass rush.
We want to rip the face off opposing quarterbacks from the line of scrimmage.
But we love a premium player there that we couldn't pass up. I just don't. I'm hoping that's just the, like Big Cat says, the spin zone, that his belief isn't from building it from the back to the front.
We'll find out tonight, won't we? They've got 3 picks. 57, 60, 89.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what they do.
Fans are split. It's very early. I just put this one out. Should the Bears trade up in round 2? It's brought to you by your local Chicagoland Toyota dealers. 47.3% say yes. 52.7% say no.
I think the answer is I mean, how the hell should I know? Like, if necessary, should they trade up? Or do you let whatever comes to you come to you? If you're convicted and there's a player that you have to move up for, and that guy helps get to opposing quarterbacks, I'm in. If you are giving up draft currency to find a player that doesn't fit one of those needs, then I probably would say no. I'm not trading up for the sake of trading up. But, I mean, if there's a guy I need to go after, then I'm okay with it.
And then the other question is, are you happy with the Bears' selection of Dylan Thieneman? Yes, no, or the shrug emoji. Because like you said, who the hell knows? Who knows? Like, maybe you just don't judge. But I'm shocked by this. Bears fans are, like, it's not always 78.2% agreement of yes.
It's pretty high.
You know what I mean? That's I think Bears fans sort of like just adopted. They're winning now, and they trust Ben, even though he's offensive coach, but he knows what a defensive player with that skill set can disrupt as well.
Yeah, listen, again, this is a proven player who is very highly rated, was the second highest rated safety on the board by most people's, grading process. He's an accomplished player. And he's a fantastic athlete. So there's really no downside to it. The only downside to it is he doesn't play a defensive end or defensive tackle position. And I'm not going to hold that against Dylan Thieneman.
Right.
I can't, that's silly. He's a good pick. He's a good player. He will help them defensively. It's not his fault that they were the 31st ranked pass rush last year. He's going to get out there and give you positive play. So he's a good pick. You may have wanted a dynamic pass rusher, but if that guy didn't exist, I didn't want you reaching. You got a good player.
Emmett in Kansas, really quick, before we go to the press conference. Emmett, what's on your mind?
I like the pick a lot. I think it was a great pick. I kind of want to trade up. I want to get TJ Parker because I think he's a really good defensive end that would help us get the quarterback. Me and my dad listen to you guys every day, and we hope, we love the Bears. And once they beat the Packers, we got so happy. And after Walter Payton, Brian Urlacher, and Mike Singletary, you're my dad's favorite player.
That's
wow,
awesome.
How about that?
Get used to beating the Packers because that's going to be common. It's going to be very common going forward, young man.
Yeah.
So you don't root for the Chiefs out there. You're a Bears fan.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Smart kid.
Emmett, thank you. We
Thanks,
appreciate
Emmett.
it. Sad of your dad for us, too.
Yeah.
Emmett in Kansas. Like that accent, too. All right, coming up next, we will carry the Dylan Thieneman press conference. Then he joins us at 3:20. You want to talk to us, 332-3776. It is a Connie's Frozen Pizza Takeover Friday on ESPN 1000.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Kap and J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. You in the market for a new car? Well, shop hawkauto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume, so you save in volume. Plus, you'll get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. You can save even more with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. Financing on select models with approved credit.
Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate experience. The winner and 7 guests will enjoy VIP access to the Minute Maid Spike tailgate and tickets to the Friday, May 15th game against the Cubs. Make it an all-day experience with friends and family. Must be 21 or older with a valid ID. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Do you read more about your team in the off-season than in the season? Does your game day outfit include a brown bag with eye holes? Then you may be a fan of a BST or bad sports team. Luckily, when you bundle your home and auto insurance with Progressive, you're protected. Because seeing your painted face in the rearview mirror after a loss isn't just depressing. It's distracting. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Covered subject to policy terms. Not available in all states or situations.
I can't do it today. I already have plans. Something came up. There are a million reasons to put off a cancer screening, but one reason to keep it. Early detection can save lives. Every screening, every result, every early detection matters. At Pfizer, we're fighting against cancer, aiming for 8 cancer breakthroughs by 2030. Join the fight against cancer and get screened at Pfizerforall.com/screenings.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. White elastomeric roof coating stops leaks and revives aged flat roofs. It lowers roof temperature by reflecting heat from the sun, helping you save on energy costs. And it's easy to apply with a brush, roller, or sprayer. Shop our entire selection of roof coatings today on Menards.com. Plus, check our weekly flyer for all of the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
$3.3 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $3.3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. Hey, it's Jurko, and I'm telling you, if you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
I will go right to the podium when Dylan Thieneman heads there at Hallis Hall. Then he's going to join us. We got, don't we have the video as well on all these press conferences? That's what's cool now, too. If you've been watching us on YouTube, and we appreciate when you stop by when it's YouTube only, like yesterday, I think we took 3 breaks the whole show.
I didn't
4
notice.
hours, yeah.
I think 3. I think you're
3
right.
breaks the whole show. Like, we basically gave you an extra hour of content. It's all
Boom,
available.
there it is. It's kind of generous folks we are.
That's right, and it's all available on the podcast as well. But we've added like the videos that we're putting on here while we're talking. So it's more than just watching 2 guys in the studio. with the way the technology is going. A lot of our guests, like Charles Barkley, even missed that. It's breaking a lot of news across the country with the MJ stuff, with the Tiger Woods stuff. He was on our video. Field just sent in a scouting report from the NFL draft. We had that video. And then when we do all these press conferences now, it's not just listening to the press conference. You could watch Caleb. You can watch Ben. And in this case, you'll watch Dylan Thieneman.
Jeff Joniak joined us via video as well. And he looked fantastic.
It's easy. Like these days now, the way the country has gone with all these Zoom videos being just the norm.
You just hook it up to your...
It's easier than even calling.
Yeah, it's easier than a Comrex.
That's for sure. But like even with the cell phone still going through interference, this is, if your Wi-Fi is good, the Zoom videos are good. So
agreed.
We'll go to that in just a minute. Can I take a call really quick, Tyler? Because this one intrigues me. And then just interrupt us if Thieneman comes in. 332-3776. Brian, it's an interesting summary of your call. I'll let you talk about it, but I want to see if you're going to say what I think you're going to say. What's up, Bri?
As a Bears meatball, this guy checks all the boxes. The gritty, grindy, except he's actually really athletic. There's no hype to it. Like, he's beyond the pale. I think this guy has any sort of success.
Beyond the pale, was that intentional? Was that intentional? The pale part of it?
Yes, it was. And also,
okay, good job.
Has anyone reached out to Stacey Davis Gates to find out if she approves? Because I'm concerned. Does she approve of this? Thank you, boys.
She's the one in charge of the school districts, right?
The teachers
union. Okay. Yeah. Here's hoping we're moving towards an answer on the stadium front, too.
Let's go to Hallis Hall here. Here's Dylan Thieneman meeting the media.
Yeah. It's been a great experience, like a lot of moving around, like being in Pittsburgh and going to different events, the red carpet, then the green room, and coming out here. But it's been incredible. I'm happy to be here.
Were you able to get any sleep last night, or like what was it?
A little bit. I was thinking about it a lot, but I was able to sleep a little bit.
What were your impressions just walking through the building, especially that player's entrance, and just what's kind of going through your mind as you see the numbers and names of the people who played for this team?
Yeah, I know this team has a lot of history, and it's been awesome to kind of see that displayed as you walk through the building, and I'm just happy to get in and get to work.
How much did you know about that as growing up not too far away from here?
I know a little bit. I was really young when we were, as a family, a Bears team, but I'm excited to learn more.
Were you a Colts guy growing up, obviously?
Yeah, when we moved down to Indianapolis, we were Colts, but still had the Bears in there somewhere.
So last night you said that you connected with the Bears at the Combine in an interview. What exactly, can you expand on that? What exactly about the interview was positive?
Yeah, I mean, overall, I felt like there was a lot of positive energy going around. It felt easy. It was great to talk to the team. Like, they had a lot of guys in there. And then me sitting in, like, the one chair that's kind of standing out. But they were just asking some background questions, talking through some film, and they had me get on the whiteboard a little bit.
You said yesterday that you were a little almost like surprised. Like, I know you had the meeting with them at the Combine and then not a whole ton of connection with them in between then and when you were drafted. Did you think you were was there somewhere on the board that you had circled that you thought you'd be going before you wind up at 25 here?
Overall, like, we had ideas of where I might go, but in the moment, I kind of just stayed calm and prayed. I hope I got to the right spot, and I think this was the right spot. So, I mean, through the process, like, we talked at the Combine, they showed their interest. I heard a lot from them, like, through other people, and then it all worked out in the end.
When you were making your decision to transfer from Purdue to Oregon, what were you envisioning for that next year, and what do you, in retrospect, what do you think you accomplished by making that move?
I mean, going into that year at Oregon, I had the goal set that I want to go 1 year and go. So going through that, and I wanted to put everything I could into that, knowing that if I did decide to stay, it was the right decision. If I decided to leave, I put everything in, so I made the right choice going to Oregon. And what was the second part of your question?
What do you think you accomplished when you look back on your year in Oregon?
I think I accomplished a lot. I know we came up short, but I made some great connections with those coaches and those teammates that I'll probably have the rest of my life.
It sounded like they coached you very hard at Oregon. Even some of the talks they had with you, kind of recruiting you to transfer there, they were pretty tough on you. What made you receptive to that, and how do you think that made you better?
In the recruiting process, like out of high school and transferring in college, it's more like the player picks. So a lot of people are, I guess, like sugarcoating it or trying to talk you up. And talking with Hamp, talking with Lanning, like they didn't sugarcoat anything. They told me exactly, like, we think you're a good player. This is what you need to work on. This is how we can get you better. This is how we develop guys in the past. And to see those examples and see how they had a plan for me made it a very easy decision.
Dylan, what do you remember from learning under Jake Gilbert? He was saying that even in youth football, you were outrunning guys in high school.
Coach Gilbert always liked talking about TNTs, the tank no talents. So always it's an effort and attitude. So, I mean, effort, just running the ball is one thing that everyone can do. It doesn't matter what your talent level is.
So he also said that your dad used to tell you, skate to where the puck is going to be. You remember that and what that means? Your interpretation?
I don't remember it as much. My idea is that it's probably like more of a feel for the game. So how's the pocket moving? What are they trying to attack? And just be aggressive to the point of attack.
You talked about the studies you put into your role and to other roles on the defense. Where does your passion for football come from? What makes you put in the work that you do for this game?
It starts with the little kid, the 4-year-old me, looking up that TV, being like, hey, it's going to be me out there. But then it goes into seeing my family and my brothers do it, see my parents, how they work in their businesses, and really watching my brothers out there on the field, wanting to be out there with them. And then I'm someone, I think, like if I really love something, I'm going to put all my energy, all my work into it.
Are you able to use that kind of perspective, understanding and appreciating this moment today and last night?
Yes. Yeah, I know this is once in a lifetime moment, so you gotta take it all in and just enjoy it.
What do you remember? Your football acumen in playing that rover role at Oregon, how did that, I guess, expand your football IQ and prepare you for what you're about to do in the NFL and just the changing the versatility or like strengthening the versatility of your game?
Yeah, that position really allows you to play fast. You can be aggressive in the run game because a lot of times just the distance I'm off from the line of scrimmage, I'm the extra unblocked defender. And then the pass game, that playing that rover role, you're kind of that middle of the field. So you're what the offense most likely like wants to target a lot of times. So that just allowed me a lot more opportunities to get around the ball, get more experience, and just think about what the offense is what they're showing me in their formations and or situations and what they're trying to attack.
Ryan Pohl said last night that like the way you play is what it takes the oxygen out of an offense. Is there a play that you remember from college that like you felt that energy, you felt that same thing, like the play it just like completely decimated what they were doing?
I mean, one of them is the Penn State game, just at the end of the game. I mean, it's a whiteout game, college game day, and the stadium's going super loud, double overtime, and to get the pick, and then everything just goes silent. And I could hear all the Oregon fans and my family kind of yelling up in the stands. So that one was awesome.
Dylan, how do you calculate when to take risk as a defender and when to stay more sound in your responsibility?
I think that just comes more with experience. So experience watching the game, experience playing, going against certain teams, certain offenses, and playing in different defensive schemes and trusting your guys around you. So I can't tell you like this, I do that. Another situation, you do this. It's more of just a feel for it.
Dylan, going back to your family, how do you think being the youngest of 3 brothers kind of shaped you athletically, maybe as a competitor?
It definitely helped me. Like they were a good amount of years older than me, so to see what they're doing, they were kind of just teaching it and applying it to me. So I got it at a much younger age than other people would have gotten it, or that they got at their age. So I feel like that just spread up my development and allowed me to...
Always at games, always at the gym, just always around.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Dylan, what do you remember about facing Colson Loveland in Michigan when you were at Purdue?
I know that they won. And
they won a lot of games. Right?
Yes, they won a lot of games. But no, he's an extremely talented player. I didn't get to match up with him specifically in that game because of our defensive scheme, but I know he's a great player.
And J.J. McCarthy, too, he's somebody who's now in your division, and depending on what happens there, may start for them. Do you have any memory of him?
Not a whole lot, but I can't wait to face him again.
Having been in the Pacific Northwest, how much did you watch Kobe Bryant and now getting a chance to play alongside him and learn from him here with the Bears?
I wasn't able to watch a whole lot of him, but I'm very excited to get the chance to learn from him and to work with him.
Did you have a favorite player growing up? Or somebody that you tried to emulate your game after?
I liked watching or going back and watching once I was older, like Troy Polamalu, Ed Reed, and then currently I watch various players around the league. So I like to kind of like take a little bit, see where I can learn something, and then kind of make it my own.
Have you heard from any of your new teammates over the last 24 hours?
Yeah, Colston texted me, I think right away. I'm sure someone else has texted me. I haven't been able to go through them all.
What did Colston tell you?
He was just like, yo, glad to have you on the team. Can't wait to get to work. Let me know if you need anything.
I know it's been a whirlwind, but what's been your interaction so far with either Ben or Dennis Allen?
Yeah, just had a few meetings with them. It was great meetings, just sitting down, talking about how they see my role in the team and what they think we can do.
Thank you. We're going to do a photo opportunity with the jersey.
All right, so now he's going to have the jersey, take photos. There he is, the Bears' first-round pick.
Do we know what number he's wearing with the Bears?
Was he
31's available.
Was 31 in college, right?
Yeah.
At both Purdue and at Oregon.
Was that Byard? Was 31 Byard? So the safeties may keep the same number.
Kind of a sneaky safety number.
Yeah,
I remember there were like a bunch
this-
of college guys who were 31.
Get the same production out of it. Be nice. What are you looking at me like that for, Charlie? I would like 7 picks and a first team all pro year for him.
No. I'm in agreement with you. This goes a little bit to my. I'm not here to rain on the parade or anything like that. Part of the reason why I was less enthused about a safety is to make that pick worth it at 25 to me is kind of exactly what you're describing, Waddle, where it's he's decidedly on the all rookie team, sniffing an all pro just in his first year alone. That to me is how this makes you not even think about a pass rusher.
And look, you got to like the potential because you have the production, 6 interceptions as a rookie at Purdue, first team All-American this past year in his own first and only year in Oregon. You look at his combine. Now, I saw some tape of him, not just, kind of the rough cut of him running the 40-yard dash at a 4.35, but his hip turn, his back pedal and a lot of this stuff. He looks really smooth and really athletic.
When you do the research on him, it's one of the things that comes up is he's kind of got some stiff hips. I didn't see that. I don't agree with that. I think he flips the hips really quick. There's a clip, I don't think it's in this little cut up, but there's one where he's kind of late getting to a tight end, and he just turns and runs with him.
Yeah.
It's really, truly translatable athleticism.
Well, my favorite thing of watching these highlights that you guys are rolling through on YouTube is all the different uniforms Oregon wears.
Oh, it's crazy.
We were just talking about uniform numbers. I'm like, you're trying to locate them. Are they wearing the green? Are they wearing the white? Are they wearing this sort of these off colors that they have?
Is there a true total number of combos that they have? Because it's got to be in excess of 10 or 15.
At this point, I don't know, but I remember they ran into a legal dispute with the company that makes their winged helmets.
Oh, really?
And so for a while, they didn't have winged helmets, which sucked because I thought those are their best helmets by far. Now they're back.
Well, I got a Purdue highlight in there, too.
Yeah.
That was good. He playing more of a center field there. So that was the first Purdue highlight that I've seen. Here's a couple more against Miami. So if you want to watch that on YouTube, it's there. And Thieneman's going to join us here in a couple of minutes.
I believe his 2 older brothers were both safeties at Purdue.
They were walk-ons. Yeah. So grinders.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's where he got he was blessed with the athleticism. And you wonder if, watching his brothers walk on and grind and get on the field helped him become the total package of the really hard worker that they say he is.
I don't think he missed a game either in the 3 years he played.
And the versatility, I think, is the biggest thing that he's going to bring. Obviously, for him to have such range is going to be pretty key for him. But there was a stretch against Penn State where I was watching him, and I was just let's just see. I'm curious how many times in a row this happened. So I just watched 4 plays in a row to see where he lined up. and you'll see it here on YouTube in a second, but like he is in a different spot on 4 consecutive plays. On one of them, he's lined up as kind of the deep safety. There's another one where he's lined up on the edge, like he's going to rush the passer. There's another one where he's manned up on the slot receiver, and there's one where he's kind of a weak side linebacker. So like, if I'm remembering all those correctly.
Do you know what that does? That gives your defensive coordinator tremendous flexibility.
And that's what he loves to do. Isn't that the secret sauce with Dennis Allen? I always remember, like, that's always been the book on him. But didn't McVay, after the game against the Rams, come over to him when they were shaking hands after the Rams won the playoff game and said, like, boy, you make it really, really hard.
Especially in the second half, I think, that where they really, I mean, they struggled against DA's defense.
There's moments, too, where he's in the box and then he bails to the deep half of the field, and, like, he gets there in a hurry. I mean, this is a really, really good prospect we're talking about here.
Now, with the 2 new safeties, who was talking the other day to us about this? So it was Seth Rollins yesterday. Like, it's imperative Jalen Johnson stays healthy. It's imperative Gordon stays healthy. You know, those guys who were 2 of your top defensive players.
Yeah, here's hoping they're more involved in the offseason workouts.
Yeah. And, like, if they could have those bounce-back years, now with younger, more athletic, you know, safeties, the 2 they had here were very good. Like, you can't, like, there were a lot of Brisker fans. There were a lot of Byard fans.
They were different, though. I mean, they were heady, good players, but these guys, Kobe Bryant and Dylan Thieneman, they're pure athletes.
Well, and same with Devin Bush. So the spine of this defense is all of a sudden really
much more athletic, and means, again, like, I think this defense found themselves in a bind last year when you were forcing, whether it was C.J. Gardner-Johnson or it was Brisker or it was Kevin Byard, to be lined up in man coverage, whether it was against the Packers or against the Rams. Offensive coordinators were finding ways through formation and motion to get guys matched up with those safeties in man coverage. This is a different element for Dennis Allen to be able to work with. You don't fear those matchups any longer when you have athletes at those positions.
And even though Nashawn Wright had a great year and he got beat a lot too as a corner. You
There
know,
were a lot of big plays.
Even though he had all the turnovers, he got beat a lot. So they should be in a much better position. Now they've got to go out and do it.
And look, with no disrespect meant to Kevin Byard, again, he was an all-pro. He was a fabulous player. He was a great leader. These guys are just different types of players, you know. So they allowed Dennis Allen to use different schemes, different coverages, and to do different things. You know, Kevin was as smart and as good a leader and was still as productive as anybody. But these are just different types. Kobe Bryant and this kid they're just different types of players. So, and there was obviously, this was the theme of the offseason. Faster and more athletic, regardless of position. It was, especially on defense, faster and more athletic. That is the hallmark of this past, free agency period, and I think it's going to be that way going forward as well.
Just fix it up front. Fix it up front.
Amen, brother.
Because it's both ways. It's stopping the run and it's sacking the quarterback, pressuring the quarterback.
They didn't do either well.
Neither.
Year.
So it's all well and good, and I like a lot of the moves that they've made. The thing that I've preached is their 3 biggest needs entering the offseason. Can you really say they've been filled? Defensive tackle, edge rusher, and then, like, I would put even left tackle there.
Well, they haven't, the only position that has, they've added bodies at left tackle and at defensive tackle, but nobody of real
solution.
I was going to say, like, they're definitely not, like, true solutions, to be clear, but I do think, like, there's at least startable players on the defensive line and on the offensive line. Who the hell was going to be the starting safety across Kobe Bryant?
Oh, well.
I can't even think of who it was going to be off the top of my head. So,
hopefully you won't have to address this position now for 5 years, right?
100%.
Yeah.
Like safety hopefully will not be a worry for 5 full years now.
Well, and slot corner shouldn't be a worry other than injury for the next couple of years as well, because Gordon got extended. I think that, they've got some really talented players in their secondary now. I just think I believe in the other route, where I'd rather my safeties and corners be made better or their jobs made easier by a really vicious pass rush versus a shutdown secondary making life easier on the guys up front. If you've got both, now we got something to talk about.
All right, Thieneman's going to join us here in a minute. Joe on the south side, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's up, brother? Hey, love you guys. And I love this pick because I really think that it's going to help stop the run game because the way that Dennis Allen could put some blitz packages in and stuff like that, he'll be able to bring this young kid in with this huge speed and stop it. So instead of getting the 3 yards carry, he'll be able to stop him at 2, 1.5.
All right, Joe. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, we're ready to go. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can see him on camera as well. It is our pleasure to welcome in Dylan Thieneman, newest Chicago Bear, joining Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. Dylan, it is good to see you. Great to talk to you. Describe to me what the last 24 hours has been like for you and your family.
It's been a lot of emotions, a lot of ups and downs. Being in Pittsburgh and now being here in Chicago, it's been incredible. It's great to go to.
What were your expectations before the draft even began last night?
I mean, we had some ideas about like where I would go exactly in the draft, but getting to that point, I was like, there's really not anything else I can change. I just hope I end up in the right spot, and I definitely thought. After the Bears picked me, I ended up in the right spot.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, how much contact had you had with Ryan Poles and the Bears and everybody up there leading up to the draft?
I had a formal with them at the combine, and then I hadn't heard from them directly since then, but I had heard through other people, either my agent or some former coaches, about how they were really interested in and all that stuff. So I knew that there was a possibility there. But yeah, no, I'm excited to get more, learn more about the staff and more about the players.
You know, you talked at the press conference that we just aired a little bit about that meeting in Indy. When you meet with Dennis Allen and Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson and other people, I'm sure, in there as well, who are you talking to most? Is Ben leading it? Is it Ryan? Is it Dennis Allen because he's the coordinator? Take us inside and explain like the way that dynamic works.
Coach Johnson was leading it mostly in that formal. So I had a chair, and then in front of me was everyone, and then he had a chair just right in front of me. And then like some other people would ask some questions, but mainly Coach Johnson was leading it. They were all asking questions. Coach Johnson would lead the film, and then he took me through some stuff on the board.
And we're still trying to learn about Ben, but he's been here for a year now. We love him, by the way. We say in Ben we trust. So what was your initial thought on dealing with Ben and how he came across to you?
I mean, he's a straightforward guy. He's going to tell you how it is. He's not going to sugarcoat anything. He likes to get right to the point. He's high energy. He's fun to be around.
How much time have you spent with Dennis Allen in kind of going over what Dennis will expect from you as a rookie?
Just talked to him briefly a little bit. I have some meetings set up in the future that I'll have with him to kind of get into the details a little bit more.
And you think like your skill set is going to work perfectly with what Coach Allen wants to do?
Yeah, I think so. What he was talking about with the defense, I think it will work very well. And I really just can't wait to get through and start learning.
You know, when I was researching more about you, Dylan, we're talking to Dylan Thieneman, new Bears draft picked 25th overall in last night's first round. There was a quote that I came across from your former head coach at Purdue, Ryan Walters, who said that he felt like you were created in a lab. So we know, and you're laughing. First of all, why are you laughing when you hear that?
Because I know why he thinks that, or why some other people think that. It's because I normally got a routine. I stick to it. I like doing it because it's easy. It just makes things easier. So you already have everything planned out. But other people that maybe don't have that same process or think, I guess, way that I think, kind of looks a little weird.
So, and that's what I wanted to know. What we've read about you is you're all ball all the time. So, but you have the athleticism too. You've got the speed. You've got the measurables. but take me through the processing of it all. Is that something that you have taught yourself, or is that something that you were just born with, that you're a quick learner and a good studier?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think I'm a quick learner, but I mean, you get better with practice. So just going through the film and having my routine there about what I watch on certain days and how I take notes and how I remember things, having like maybe some keywords or things here and there to remember. And the more you do it, I think just the more you get better at it.
One of our draft necks, Charlie, was just showing us a lot of film on you, and we're putting it on YouTube for our listeners and viewers to watch. And we noticed, especially at Oregon too, there were like 4 plays, and you were lined up in a different spot in every play. So as a safety, as a guy who can ball hawk and get some picks, as a guy who can come up and stop the run, as a guy who comes up and can blitz, what is your favorite thing to do? And don't tell me all of them, Dylan. Give me one of your favorite things to do.
One of my favorite things is, I guess, being that middle player in Tampa 2. Because you can be aggressive in the run. A lot of times, if you have the depth, you're not included in the run fit, and then you're covering the middle of the field. So a lot of times, the offense wants to attack there, and you'll be involved in the plays most of the time.
Can you draw any similarities with the intense nature of your coaches between Coach Lanning and Coach Johnson early on?
I can. I mean, they got a higher energy to them. They know what they like. They'll be honest with you. Kind of just the principles I think they go by is pretty simple.
Have you spoken to any of your new teammates? Anybody reach out to you?
Colson Loveland reached out, just saying what up and happy to be here. He's like, can't wait to get to work.
You know, you talked about the relationship with your brothers, and they were grinders. They were walk-ons at Purdue as well. You talked about at the press conference how your difference in age. Tell me about growing up with them. How much younger were you? What were they like with you? And did you create your work ethic because you saw what it took for them to do as walk-ons?
Yeah, they are 7 and 8 years older than me. And then it was me and my sister. So I'm a year and a half older than my sister. So it was like 2 and 2 in the family. And everything they did, I kind of tried to replicate and copy. So I feel like I was getting to experience firsthand, and I was able to develop and understand more at an earlier age, which I felt really helped me.
Did they include you? Were they allowing the little brother at 7 and 8 years younger to play in football games in the yard or whatever?
They rough you up.
They were, and then it hit a point where they're like, "No, we don't want to be around this guy right now." And then it switched later again. So now we're on good terms.
I'm sure as a competitive athlete as you are, you have a list of goals, and you've accomplished one of them, I'm sure, being a draft pick in the National Football League. What's left on that list of things you'd like to accomplish as you embark on your NFL career?
I think that's something I need to sit down and write more thoroughly. I don't want to give you a response I haven't fully thought about or developed like a plan on my own. But I definitely have some goals in mind.
Would you say that being selected 25th overall by the Chicago Bears is the realization of one of those goals as a kid growing up and loving the sport?
Yes. Yeah, definitely a realization. Like, you get to the NFL now, once you're there now, everything changes. So you set new goals and start to accomplish new things.
When you were at West Lafayette, or whether growing up in Indy, did you ever take any road trips here in Chicago? You have any Chicago experience under your belt?
I've been to Chicago a few times. My brother lived here for a short period of time. So I was able to visit him a little bit, but there's still a lot I haven't seen. So I'm kind of excited to explore.
Well, we can't wait, and we can't wait to explore your game on the field. We're very excited. Congratulations, and all the best of luck. We'll see you at Hallis for rookie minicamp. Thank you.
Thanks, Don.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
There you go. There he is. Dylan Thieneman, the new safety for the Chicago Bears. Really good stuff. And they got a good one.
I just had to giggle when he talked about how he was having the exchange. I must have been at the Combine or wherever it was with Coach Johnson. And his chair's in the middle, and he's just firing things at him. I mean,
it's cool though.
I love it. I love
the coach that even though he's the offensive, like that's the role of the head coach. He's taking charge.
He's a football psycho, and I couldn't say it with any more love and respect in my heart than I could. I mean, when I say that, I don't mean that to be a criticism. I say that lovingly. I love the fact that our guy eats, breathes, sleeps football, and is just as intense as he is. My only concern with him, and again, I just hope he doesn't burn out at any point. I don't expect that to happen anytime soon.
Oh, you're talking about Ben, not Thieneman.
Yeah, I'm talking about Ben. Yeah, but I'm just saying, I love how intense he is about everything that he does.
Yeah, right now, in Bears fans' eyes, he can't do much wrong. Like, things could change in year two.
Like I said about Theo with you, if he pooped on your stoop, you'd build a shrine around it.
Yeah, and we both feel the same way about Ben,
no
too.
Doubt. No doubt.
All right, 312-332-3776. What do you think, Bears fans? We've got Waddle's World that we're going to get to coming up next. We're going to talk to Tom Thayer coming up at about 4:30 today, what to watch for. And we got to talk about bigger draft picture stuff, not just Bears going into day two. There are other things that we have to talk about today. Anything on your mind, Bears fans? 332-3776. Made it to your weekend. It's Waddle and Silvy.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
When Kap and J Hood are over, the fun continues. Tell your friends and enemies. It's the Carmen and Jurko Show, weekdays from 9 to noon on the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago on AM, on app, on YouTube.
Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
Guys, the Steinhoffel's Friends and Family Sale ends Monday, so head there this weekend. It's your last chance to save 10% store-wide. That's 10% off living room, 10% off dining, 10% off bedroom, and take an extra 5% off when you spend $9.99 or more. You can save a whole lot this weekend at the Friends and Family Sale at Steinhoffel's. Plus, you can enjoy big savings on clearance and closeouts throughout the store, including an extra 20% off all clearance items. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. Just take it from me. We've got it all over our house, and we love it. It feels truly like home, and they're 100% employee-owned. Shop in-store or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana is offering up to 25% off windows and doors and 0% financing for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends April 30th, 2026.
In a contracting business, you're either growing or you're grinding. Success is no longer about hard work alone. It's about using AI to accelerate impact. Service Titan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating. Service Titan, AI for the trades.
Golf at night? You heard that right.
Golf Center Des Plaines is home to the only lighted golf course in Illinois. Enjoy a stunning 9-hole par 3 under the lights, plus state-of-the-art practice facilities to sharpen your swing after a long day. Golf Center Des Plaines.
White Sox fans, take advantage of our unbeatable season-long deals. Enjoy savings with a $5 concessions menu, which includes $5 Miller Lite draft beer, Garrett popcorn, Stadia buttery, Vienna hot dogs or Polishes, Beggar's Pizza, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. Plus, enjoy a fan favorite this season. Get 1 ticket and 2 beers starting at $24 with Miller Lite Baseball and Brews. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Sneezing, congestion, sinus pressure. Sound familiar? Hey, it's Kap. Allergy season is here. Sinus and Snoring MD offers needle-free allergy testing and treatment. No shots, no hassle, just simple allergy drops that actually treat the problem. You're tired of feeling stuffed up all the time, do something about it. They've got over 25 years of experience, same-day appointments, and locations all over Chicagoland. Call 847-545-0147 for Sinus and Snoring MD.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code VALUE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code VALUE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code VALUE to borrow up to $10,000.
Waddle Baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds. Don't steal when you're up big, don't flip the bat, and definitely don't admire that long homer.
Yeah, and when I hit it 460 feet, I'm supposed to immediately look down, right? Act like I've never done it before, even if I have. This is so stupid, these rules.
Yeah, that's not you and that's not me. We're watching that thing fly, and you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? Our friends at Flight by Yingling.
That is correct. They made Flight 95 calories, just 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
Sounds like a rule breaker to me. Light beer with real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
And get yourself a Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
First of all, did you guys hear the debate about day drinking today with Carmen and Shay?
Absurd.
It is really.
What was the debate, though?
The debate, well, it really wasn't. It was a man against the world debate. The debate
it's more
was
of an
about,
execution.
Yeah, it was. It was about whether or not day drinking is or is not one of the greatest things on the face of the planet. Jack said no vehemently, and I respect him for arguing his piece and not backing down.
Well, what was his piece on that? Like,
he doesn't like day drinking.
Because why?
Because it ruins his night. Because then he has to go home and go to bed.
So he wants to save it all for the after dark.
I like all day drinking. During the day and at night.
Like
if I choose.
You have more energy too during the day as well. Like when I day drink, I'm drinking beer. You know,
really?
It's more beer. Or I'll start with Bloody Mary, and then I'll drink beer. Like I think you could get wrecked too quickly with a hard stuff.
So you're saying to me, like when I was in Florida, Friday morning and Saturday morning, I get up, and I know you're going to laugh at this, and I've probably told you this in the past. Scotch settles my stomach.
Wow, I did not know that.
You didn't know that?
Scotch
settles my stomach.
Well, that sounds like an alcoholic stomach right there, is what it does. That sounds like it's or else you're going to go through withdrawal.
I guess if the shoe fits, I must wear it, huh?
It settles your stomach.
It does. It does. I'm not lying to you. I may go get.
Isn't it like the hair of the dog too?
No, but I'm saying, like, look, if you're out the night before and you're feeling like poo-poo, and you got a little, your stomach's a little queasy, your nerves are a little shot. I got an 11 o'clock tea time. I mean, at 9:30, I'm pouring myself a little shot of scotch, little rocks action, and I'm just sipping it. I'm not having a four-finger scotch.
You know what's funny is I hate Bloody Marys.
I don't like them either.
love a Bloody Maria, though. Like with tequila.
Yeah, so it's just the alcohol's different?
Yeah.
So tomato and tequila?
Tomato and tequila, really good together.
Never
Tomato
tried
and
that.
vodka, I'm not a fan. You're a tequila guy, so you might like it. Like
Yeah.
it's a good combo.
Well, obviously, tequila is way more flavor than vodka. Vodka is tasteless, really.
You know what
I tasted quite a bit of it in Florida last weekend.
You know,
I could taste it.
The underrated part of day drinking is the night before you're day drinking and you're going to bed and you're just like, I can't believe I'm day drinking.
Like Christmas
tomorrow.
Eve.
It's going to be so fun. I can't wait.
No, one of the best parts, too, of day drinking is, especially if you're going to stretch it out into a full day.
Yes.
It's like not a 30, we're taking a full.
Full.
Is the dinner. The dinner with all your friends, and then you get back after it right after.
Oh, so you did get back after it. So,
Yeah.
see,
or even if you don't get back after it, the dinner's still great.
Saturday in Florida last week, we got up early. I was hammered the night before, so I was hurting on Saturday. Went and got something to eat, had a scotch to settle my stomach, had a vodka drink at lunch, then got on the boat, drank until about 5:30, had dinner at 6. We were done by 8. I was watching We Are the Millers by 9 o'clock and didn't go out on Saturday night with 4 of my college roommates. Nobody went out Saturday night.
Oh, you guys were all watching the same show?
Yeah, because we were in one place, they were in the other spot. The 4 of us were. But we were day drinking the entire day, then had dinner and drank, but then shut her down about 8 o'clock. That's not bad, is it?
Day drinking is great, I think, in all climates and all seasons. But when the weather starts getting like it is now, with spring and then summer, warm weather environments, when you could enjoy it outside in the sunshine, that's terrific.
I would prefer now at this age to drink during the day,
And
like
get to bed
playing
on time.
golf, and get to bed at 9 o'clock.
Yeah,
and go to sleep.
I'm the same way.
There's a Chicago comic named Joe Ames who has a joke about like Midwest drinking is different than California drinking because if it's a nice day, somebody from California go like, "Oh my God, like what should we do? We should go outside. Like we should go to the park.
Let's go hiking."
And Chicago, you see, it's like, oh, the sun's out. You want to go drink 12 Miller Lights on a patio?
Exactly.
I do. By the way, anybody yesterday before the draft began see the Mike Vrabel press conference?
I saw a clip of his opening statement.
It was exactly as we described what it would be. There were some people out there thinking he was going to resign or he was going to get fired. He thanked the Patriots front office owners.
Did he
Bob
take
Kraft.
questions?
No, I didn't see him take any questions.
He took some. He was asked about.
He did afterwards. I saw his statement, and then
the only notable thing I saw from the questions was he was asked about like how did this go? Basically, how did this go from you calling these things laughable to now you're going to counseling?
Okay. There's a personal matter. I don't want to get into this.
Yeah, here I can play it for you.
Yeah.
Well, that's a private and personal matter. I don't think that those comments. I think that was always an attempt to protect your family, and I would never be dismissive. But no, I think my family and this football team are the most important thing, and that's what I plan to do. And I'm excited about the challenge.
Does he sound a little bit like Wani? Play that again a little bit.
Yeah, I'm excited about the challenge. But like that's weird to say though too. Yeah. I'm excited about the challenge of repairing my relationship with my wife. Like that's not the way you normally
right.
turn
that's
it.
football talk.
Yes, I'm excited
discussing your private life.
That's right. That's the way you figure out Seattle's defense. I'm excited for the challenge of facing this really good Seahawks defense. I'm excited to repair my family relationship because nobody trusts me anymore.
Yeah.
Nobody believes in me right now. This is like he's just got like billboard material.
Yeah.
For
and
his
then
marriage.
now all the receding stuff just it's one like if it wasn't bad enough 2 weeks ago when this first came out with all the
one
videos.
Of our kids named Mike.
Oh my goodness!
I
All
like
the different former appearances.
I don't know.
6 years. 6 years.
Yeah.
This started the first photos.
It's a long time.
They were in 2020.
I still find that the therapy session is only good for Saturday, but Thursday and Friday when we got 3 picks in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, or Sunday, right? I think any therapist would start Sunday.
I would think that it would be more likely, or if you're trying to send a message, the entire. You know what? I'm not going to be here for the draft. Elliot Wolf's got this. Is it Elliot Wolf?
Yes.
He's got this. We've had our conversations. There's nothing more I can really do, and he's going to carry it.
Yeah, this
from
is
here.
bigger than football. You know what? I'm going to take care of the family first because he mentioned that in the opening statement. 2 most important things in my life are family and football in that order. Okay, so like that's where you either say, as soon as the draft is over, I'm going to handle all these and leave the building for a while. Or I'm going to go have at it now, not wait till Saturday.
Yeah.
It'd be funny if, like, right after that, he looked in the camera and he's like, I do want Caleb Lover, though. Just my 2 cents.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Hey, you know what we haven't done in quite some time? You could probably guess.
Florida or Ohio?
No, we're going to do that later as well. Major League Baseball
Power
Power
rankings.
Rankings.
Oh, the
I
Cubs
love
on a
power
9-game
rankings.
win streak.
Part of the brilliance of the power rankings is just this.
I couldn't even be a conductor.
You know
I can't
what?
even match.
It makes my marbles tingle when I hear that sound. I don't even know what that means. Like you're just, it's like you're drawing a picture in the air.
I'd never have understood
You have
the
no idea.
conductors.
I don't have any idea either. Is there some strict guidelines to what they're conducting in their motions? Or is it just kind of...
I think different hand signals mean different parts of the symphony.
Does it?
Like different motions mean different.
This means one thing. This means, that means probably the same thing.
I had a coach give me the dinger sign my freshman year of high school.
What's the dinger sign?
It was inappropriate.
With the dinger sign, the home run?
No, it was. He just did a bunch of hand motions, and then he did the little you're throwing marbles out, that kind of deal.
That's called the dinger sign?
That's called the dinger sign?
The old dice roll?
Yeah.
Yeah, the old dice roll.
Who is the guy that I used to love that used to talk about the dingers? Kent
Murphy.
Kent Murphy. So was your little league coach Kent Murphy?
No, this is when I was like 14. He was like 25. Like we just had we had another kid coaching us.
It's so funny. It's like just on have you guys seen Rooster on HBO Max with Steve Carell?
You know what? It's weird. I didn't love it as much as I thought I would.
I like it, but the point is there's a hockey coach that can't keep himself sober, which kind of reminds me of that thought. Kent Murphy's one of the funniest things I've ever seen, just because I'm a child when it comes to humor. When he talks about
baseball coach.
He talks about trying to teach you how to bunt. He goes through the first 3 or 4 minutes of trying to show you how to bunt, and then the first time Chucky throws him a pitch, he fakes the bunt and hits a dinger over the fence.
Your center fielder's probably going to give you some stupid sign like 2 outs. Go ahead and flip him right off. Not out here giving signs, we're out here making plays.
I'm Ken Murphy,
Chucky.
and I hit dingers.
And I hit dingers.
He had the high socks.
Yes. And he had like the polyester. Remember the polyester bike shorts that had the 2 buttons?
The coach's shorts, yeah. So uncomfortable. I never understood the coach's shorts.
So awesome. All right, let's do power rankings. Would you like to guess where your Chicago Cubs find themselves?
I believe they're top 5 now after this last week and a half. I'm going to go.
Was this done Tuesday, though?
It was from
Monday?
April 23rd. I don't know what day that was.
Oh, so that's yesterday.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I'm going to go 4.
4?
They're 4th. They're the 4th best team.
Are you peeking? Did you guys peek?
I have not peeked yet.
Okay, what do you got?
I kind of agree with Sylvie. I'm going to go 4.
Charlie?
I was thinking 4 too. Just to be different, I'll be 5.
5 is correct, Charlie.
All right.
You win. You just hit a dinger.
All right, top 5.
Yeah, top 5. The Padres are 4. The Yankees are 3. The Braves are 2.
Braves are playing good baseball.
And the Dodgers are 1.
It's the only team in the East really playing good baseball.
Can I give you some stats also that I know aren't going to surprise you about your Chicago Cubs, which preach to them legitimately being a top 5 team? Not only have they won 9 in a row, their starting pitching's been ridiculously good. Offensively, statistically, number 1 on base percentage collectively in the league. Number 3 in batting average. Number 4 in slug. Number 3 in OPS. They're 4th in walks. So as much as we have been excited about their starting pitching and their relief, their bullpen, guys, I don't even know who they are, their bats have totally come alive. And they are slugging the baseball.
By the way, did we get updates on Thielbar and all the rest?
I haven't seen one yet.
You've got to hear me. Would you like to guess where the White Sox find themselves?
All right, the White Sox have played better baseball, a little more dynamic, too, with the run scoring. Murakami has been awesome. I am going to say 28. 28 or 27. 28 I'll settle in. They jumped the team.
Tyler?
Yeah, they're still probably pretty low because the worst records in baseball are still teams that had pedigree coming into the year, like the Mets, the Phillies.
Yeah, how far have the Mets dropped? That's interesting.
Yeah, I'll go 27.
I'll go 26. We'll be
Wow. The Mets actually find themselves at 27. 28 is the Royals. The White Sox find themselves at home, 29th. They have been
They have not moved yet.
They have not moved. They have been there. That's where they were last year as well, because remember, the Colorado Rockies are in the dumpster. So
we just call that the Rocky spot.
The Rocky spot. Did you guys know that Jack Nicholson was 89 years old? Turned 89 years old yesterday.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Really?
He seems very old these days. He's aged a lot. I mean, 89.
Our asses are just...
You want some Coke? I don't think he is like that he goes out in public as much these days.
That was the point.
Isn't he a recluse now?
He finally, was seen in public for the first time in a very, very long time, hence the reason why I even brought it up. 89 years of age does not, you don't see him out quite, very often. Papa John's customers are fuming over ridiculous tipping reminder on their pizza boxes. Has the tipping thing become like the reminder or the suggestion? It's one of the things. I know we're not doing quick bitch, but if I was to submit a quick bitch, that may be one of them. I've got another one too about dishwashers.
But dishwashers,
yeah. Dishwasher's getting a drive-by here in Waddle's
Well,
world.
my dishwasher,
the machine. You're not talking about people who are employed as a dishwasher.
A dishwasher, like your Miele or your...
I went into a restaurant and whoever were washing these dishes didn't do a good job.
I'm going to skip the Papa John's, the tipping subject. How do you guys load your dishwasher? I will say, and I'm OCD about it, I scrub every bit of food off of it.
Oh yeah, you can't have any remnants of a stain in my world. You got to put it under hot water, get all the food off of it, and even I don't like any remnants of food.
How do you guys feel?
Same thing, yeah.
So do I.
I don't do a full scrub.
Okay, Charlie's
I'm not shocked.
They come out clean.
Not surprised. Okay, I am OCD about it because there have been times when people in my house haven't scrubbed the dishes, put them in the dishwasher, and they come out and there's still crap on them. Okay? Drives me crazy. My dishwasher hasn't been working for a while.
Gotta change that filter.
No. If you Google it, so the guy says to us, he goes, well, do you spend a lot of time cleaning your dishes before you put them in? And I said, yeah, who doesn't? He goes, you're not supposed to do that. I go, what are you talking about? He goes, all you're supposed to do is take like a rubber spatula and scrape the heavy stuff off and leave whatever film and residue is on there. Because if you don't, it will ruin your dishwasher. Because the combination of the hot water and the soap needs like the oily residue of foods. Otherwise, it'll foam and it will bubble up and it'll ruin your motor. I swear to God, I've had to have the guy come out twice. And I said to him, and he said, well, what happened? He goes, do you really clean your dishes? I said, yeah. He goes, you can't do that.
I don't understand. So in 2026,
yes,
with all the technology we have,
correct,
dishes could be too clean
Yes.
for the washer to handle.
Google
that's not good old-fashioned American.
I'm with you.
This feels like big dishwasher getting in the way of something.
That's right. They're looking to break them down earlier, so then that way you have to replace them quicker.
At the break, I encourage you guys to Google. It is one of the more strange things that I've come across domestically in the last several years. Because this is something that I do a lot of the dishes in my house.
You should treat your teeth like you treat your dishes.
No. Why would I do that?
Because they're your teeth.
That means keep them dirty, apparently.
That's not true, Charlie. My teeth I have not had a new cavity in 4 years.
Oh, I know.
Not 4 years. That tells you that I'm taking care of them. My jaw's killing me still, though. But it's it is. I can't open my mouth further than this. Look at me.
It's a good thing you don't talk for a living or anything like that.
That's
as far as I can. I have to stuff food, small portions of food in my mouth because I can't get my mouth open.
Liquid diet.
That's what I've been told to do, but I won't do it.
That's right up your alley.
I won't do it. Anyway, so this is just your friendly.
No,
Google it.
Home Improvement with Tom Waddle.
Do you think the guys at Apt are the best?
Let me put it in AI.
Are you resisting the advice or the information
I'm not
from
doubting
the experts
you.
at
I'm not
Apt?
doubting. No, I love Apt. I just.
I'm going to tell Steve Shapiro to stop helping you if he does help you.
Something's wrong with that.
Google it.
I'm not
telling
saying that he's wrong or you're wrong. I'm saying
it is wrong.
Good old-fashioned American manufacturing should not.
Yes.
We should find a better way.
I'm with you because you know how many times that people don't completely clean their dishes and I've had to go scrub them afterwards? It's awful. And now it's Air Code 78 on mine.
But Air Code 78?
Air. Just goes air. And the code is F78. That's what it's happened twice.
F87.
Well, you think I'm dyslexic as well? No, I'm telling you, you guys will find out when you Google this or you AI this or whatever you guys do to get smart. Do you have time for Florida or Ohio, or did I eat up all the time?
We can do a headline one. Yeah, you want a headline version?
Yeah, I want a headline version.
Get ready to play the game that's sweeping the nation. Public drunkenness. Exotic animals. Dumb criminals. Random stabbings. Or maybe just some good old-fashioned debauchery. Everything's on the table. It's the Sunshine State versus the Buckeye State as we play Florida or Ohio. And as always, listeners, feel free to play along at home.
Deputies arrest naked man accused of stealing a car and gas from a gas station.
Stealing the car and the naked.
I still am shocked by all the nakedness with.
And then he went to get gas, you said?
Let's see. Man had stolen merchandise from the store before fleeing the scene in a vehicle.
Then took his clothes off.
I'm taking all the stuff and I ain't paying for it, the suspect said.
That sounds like somebody in Southern Ohio. I know that accent.
I thought the twang was more panhandle, Florida.
That could be as well.
And then employee responded, "You're joking, right?" "Nah, I'm not, bro," the man replied.
Was he naked at the time? What is it with taking your clothes off?
No, you know what? This may have been you. This may have been you.
Is it? So you're saying Cincinnati?
What do you mean this was me?
The man left the store with a can of Four Loko and 4 packs of cigarettes.
What?
Big Four Loko guy?
Calling me a thief?
I'm just saying that looks like your shopping cart a little bit.
I'm going to change it. I'm going to say Columbus, Ohio now.
I've learned that like the police reports that tell a story and have like quotes and stuff, those are more on the Florida side of things.
Oh, really?
I'm with you.
They like to get a little narrative
I'm going
going.
the Dade County Sheriff.
I was going to say Clearwater.
Okay.
Took place in Fort Myers, Florida.
Yeah, there you go.
You were just there. You flew into Fort Myers.
You're right. I was there.
See, that's Waddle.
Possibly you.
Connected some dots.
What did you learn? What did you learn about you're not supposed to over clean your dishes before you load
I'll tell you what I learned. I Googled this. This really ticks me off. Really does. It shouldn't happen in 2020. This is not 1978.
I'm just telling you.
Where
you learned something new. I'm 59
years old. They should get better with the technology, not worse.
Agreed.
312-332-3776. You want to talk Bears draft? What do you want them to do tonight? What did you think about the draft pick from yesterday and getting the safety who can really do it all? If you want to talk Cubs or Sox, be our guest. There's a Bulls note, too, that I want to get to later in the show. Anything on your mind, you've made it to the weekend. It is a Connie's Frozen Pizza takeover. By the way, I was told by my inside sources, I can't reveal who, that there is a brand new Connie's Frozen wood fire pizza coming out to stores soon. We got to sample it yesterday, and it is incredible. So be on the lookout for that. Your local Walmarts, Costco, your local grocery store. Pick up some Connie's frozen pizza tonight.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Advantage Acura of Naperville proudly presents the Peggy and Dion Show. Join host Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller every Saturday from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago, AM 1000, FM HD, the ESPN Chicago app, and live on YouTube.
Guys, I just purchased my very own hot tub of my dreams. Thanks to my friends over at Bullfrog Spas. There are 5 Chicagoland locations. I went to the one in Vernon Hills. It's their factory store, and you can try out all they have to offer there. Then you design your own. It's incredible. And let me tell you about what differentiates Bullfrog Spas from the rest of the pack. First of all, these are jet packs that you customize. You pick your favorites. You pick the type of massage you want. They've got a neck massagers for tight necks. You could also take one jet pack and put it in a different spot in the hot tub depending on where you want to sit. It is so cool. And right now at Bullfrog Spas, you can save up to $3,000 off new hot tubs or swim spas. Check them out this weekend. It's what we did a couple of weeks ago. We took the wet test. My family loved it. It's how we customized our brand new hot tub. Or you get 25% off clearance models. The sale only goes through the 26th. So basically through the weekend, check them out today. Like I told you, Vernon Hills is my location. There are other 4 stores, Elgin, Geneva, Gurnee, and Naperville. And when you head there, you're going to love what you see and let them know at Bullfrog Spas that Sylvie sent you.
4. Yes, the dreaded slice. Time for a little practice. No better place to hone your skills than at Golf Center Displays. 80 bays across 3 tiers with an automated tee-up system that lets you hit onto 300 yards of targeted turf. No need bending over, just focus on your swing. Their renovated facility boasts new range turf, new carpet, and new hitting mats, ensuring you will have the ultimate golfing experience. Golf Center Displays, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Harry Douglas here. Let me ask you something. What if you can enjoy the taste of a cocktail, the warmth of a spirit, and still stay fully in control? That's RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category. RK delivers bold flavor and a real warming sensation with 0 alcohol, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and 0 calories. Perfect for nights out, social gatherings, or anytime you want the experience of a drink without sacrificing tomorrow. Check it out at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, all the flavor, none of the alcohol.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Spring is sprung, and savings are in full bloom at Menards. Visit Menards Garden Center for everything you need to get your garden growing. Choose from hundreds of beautiful, colorful flowers, lush trees and shrubs, and everything in between. Menards Garden Center is back in bloom. Stop in today to get your garden on. Check out fresh deals happening now at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
We all know winning means showing up stronger, faster, better than before. And when you're chasing that edge, the Drop by GNC cuts through the noise, bringing you the best new innovations in sports nutrition and performance. From muscle building and strength support to improved recovery and focus, we curate the newest drops from GNC Amp, Pro Performance, and Mega Men. Plus, Ghost, Raw Nutrition, Bucked Up, and the top new brands changing the game. No guesswork, just leveling up. Check out the Drop by GNC for what's new, what works, and what's next.
Adam Schefter here. You know the feeling when a candidate just stands out? Not just their resume, but their energy. That makes a difference. If you're hiring, you want a candidate who's passionate, but you can't get that insight from a resume unless you post your job on ZipRecruiter. Their matching technology finds qualified candidates fast, and ZipRecruiter has a new feature that shows you the most interested qualified candidates first. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Ugh, medical bills piling up. Insurance is ghosting me after the accident. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. We handle it all. Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
There's a difference between driving and arriving. At Advantage Acura of Naperville, performance meets precision in every vehicle, all delivered with a seamless, transparent experience. Visit Advantage Acura of Naperville or start online at AdvantageAcura.com. Precision-crafted performance.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
With the 25th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman, defensive back, Oregon.
There was the commissioner. You know, something came up yesterday in our text chain, too, in relation to the commissioner. People were saying, like, you know, I think one of our buddies, too, Boyle said it's jumped the shark of booing the commissioner. And then one of our buddies in another group chain I'm in with Carmen and our buddy Jeff Brusso is asking favorite top 5 guys in your lifetime. You're not a booer to begin with, but that you like to boo or you like to see get booed. Are they commissioners or is this basically like just the hated players that we, you know, like we were talking about being the rats, like the Starks, John Starks of the world, the Isaiah Thomases of the world. But your favorite guys to boo?
I don't think the commissioner. I don't feel the urge to boo the commissioner, nor do I get any joy out of watching him get booed.
Like, if you're at home, are you booing the commissioner?
No. Some people are. Some people are.
And those people are losers.
Well, okay.
Like,
yeah.
If you're booing the commissioner from home.
To each their own. But, like, look, I think what you have to do is you have to acknowledge, especially now I'm just focusing on Roger Goodell. He's a meat shield for the owners.
Right. He
gets paid $50 million to take the arrows from people for the owners. That's who he works for. So if you're mad at him, you're just mad at the owners and you're taking it out on him. But I want my damn third-round picks. Okay.
Is that why you were booing at the TV by yourself?
I didn't boo Charlie, but I would have booed.
I like booing at a game. I like giving a good, hearty boo and getting in on the boos. I never boo from my couch.
If you're at the draft, like as a fan, I would bet it's fun to maybe partake in the booing, but that's because I just feel like there's not a whole lot to do if you're a fan at the NFL draft.
And by the way, 350,000 people.
There's a record, wasn't it?
I mean, my mother-in-law who sat here and constantly said, how many people are out there and why are they all there?
Yeah.
And I said, Sandy, you should know.
They're there for a party.
The NFL is the most popular thing on the planet, or at least here in the United States.
I heard the guys talking about this earlier today, and I had the same conversation with Braxton watching the draft yesterday. He said, Dad, will we go to a draft one day? And I go, I don't think it's that good. I like... Braxton,
it's the one thing I don't want to go to.
Like what are like you see everything on television. What is the advantage of being at a draft? And they were talking to Shay mentioned it this morning. It doesn't look fun being sardined that close with people.
No.
I'd even argue like you don't even need to watch the draft. You can track that thing on your phone all day.
I like the breakdowns and seeing the highlights and
the most fun thing in a draft is when the logo changes on the bottom and you're like, ooh. We got traded.
Yeah, I still like it. I don't look at my phone, so I'm not getting the picks before. I still kind of get a little bit of a buzz to see, who's drafting who. I still think it's fun.
I really got pissed off yesterday, though, watching the ESPN side of it because I thought we were going to miss the 25th pick. They went into an excessive break. Between 24 and 25. And I've always busted Greeny's balls about this. It feels like whenever the Bears are on the clock, no matter where they draft, they take a break.
It was after a quick 30, too.
Yeah, that's what made me even more. I'm like, oh, they're smart. They're going to show the commercial on screen and keep it here. And then it was a 30. And then Greeny came back, and not that Greeny has any say in this. This is all scheduled by the network. They came back from the quick 30. And he's like, all right, now let's take a timeout. And there was like a minute and a half left on the clock. And then they broke for 5 minutes. I'm like, are they really going to miss the commissioner's announcement on the draft? But they did hold it up.
It said Chicago pick is in for like 4 minutes.
Yeah. It was a long break. So I was getting upset. But then, and I went off Twitter. I enjoyed it with a family. I did not want to get scooped. I wanted to enjoy the actual broadcast on its own. And then on the Waddle's World story, that Waddle brought up, the dishwasher stuff. Yeah. According to AI, if you can rinse your dishes too clean before you actually clean them in the dishwasher. Yeah. So short answer, yes, you can rinse dishes too clean before putting them in the dishwasher, and it could actually make the wash less effective. Modern dishwashers and detergents are designed to work with some food residue present.
Yes.
Here's why over-rinsing backfires. The detergent needs something to grab onto. This is exactly what your guy said. Enzymes in dishwasher detergent break down food particles. If dishes are already spotless, the detergent can't work properly and may leave residue or etching.
I think it's a scam.
What's a scam?
I think they've made the dishwashers like that, knowing that some people will do what I do and then have to replace them more readily.
Yeah, and then this is what I don't like. It says sensors get confused.
Yes.
It says many newer dishwashers detect how dirty the load is. If everything looks clean, the machine may run a lighter cycle than needed. Well, wait, it's 2026. What do you mean the sensors are getting confused?
You know what? I'm basically using the dishwasher kind of as a second wash because I'm going to get all of the crap off of my dishes, and then I'm going to put them in the dishwasher where the temperature of the water's like 4,000 degrees. So if there is even a hint of dirtiness on it or bacteria or something you could catch from somebody on your dish, it's going to be burned off.
This has been trained in people our age's brain. Like probably when we were younger, we were lazy. And our parents taught us you have to rinse it.
Correct.
You cannot
clog
put
the
a dirty,
dishwasher.
you clog the dishwasher with the food particles.
Yeah.
So now all of a sudden, now they want to go the other way?
Yeah. I told you.
All right, let's
learn something new every day, man.
Let's take some calls here. 312-332-3776. Give me a number of 1 through 6.
7.
Sure.
5.
Dale and Oswego, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Dale?
Hey, you guys were way off on that draft experience. I went to both of the ones in Chicago and the one in Vegas. Chicago was way better, but because Vegas you had to walk too far. But they have a NFL experience that's called NFL Town.
Yeah.
Each team has their own booth. The cheerleaders are there. There's museums. There's stuff for you to do. There's, athletic things. Go with a couple of buddies. Tell you, one of the coolest things when we were in Vegas, we were walking through and we saw this group of guys in front of us, and each one of them had a Fitzpatrick jersey on from a different team.
That's great. That is good. That's awesome. Well,
you're definitely going to see some characters.
14 different guys.
Yeah. Dale, let me ask you this. First of all, I don't care what you're doing in Vegas. Vegas is fun no matter what. So, because it's in Vegas, you probably had a great time. And then Chicago, did you go to the theater or were you at the outdoor portion of this?
I was outside.
Okay. So you watched the draft, because I didn't know that you except, was this like a day 2 or day 3 thing?
Yeah, I mean, it was packed, wasn't it?
It was every day. I was there for the first. I was there Thursday and Friday. I didn't go Saturday, but I was there for Thursday and Friday, and so Thursday night and Friday during the day, and out there at Grant Park in front of the fountain, the stage was there. It was there was stuff everywhere, and you could see and hear. I didn't get under the pavilion; we were on the outside, but just the experience of being around there. We met a bunch of guys. I've got pictures still from there. We a bunch of guys. Everybody had different jerseys on. I've got a picture of like 20 guys with 20 different jerseys on.
Right, that's cool. I mean, it sounds like a bigger event than just I meant it from like watching the draft standpoint. So if you want like a football fest, it sounds like it's going to be so much fun.
Yeah. I don't know how much, like at Football Fest, you're interacting with like former players and all kinds of stuff like that. Like I don't like being in a crowd of 300,000. It's just me. Like
Where's your limit? 60?
20.
Oh, well, what about a football
25.
field? Too much?
You know I don't go to many games.
Tom in Arlington Heights. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Tom?
Good to talk to you guys again. You've hit so many different topics. I've got to weigh in on a couple of them.
Dishwashers.
Well, that second wash is called a sanitizing wash because of the temperatures that you mentioned.
Thank you.
Yeah. And you guys remember that Mike Golick used to give his plates to his dogs to clean, and that was it.
Oh.
And then he wouldn't wash them after that? That's
this
gross.
was when the rest of his family was gone. But yeah, when he was home alone, dogs cleaning up, I'm going to go.
Oh boy, that's not good. That's not
a good strategy.
Yeah. I talked to Tyler when I called, and I said, "Is anybody comparing Kobe Bryant and the Thieneman to some of your teammates?" I think Tommy, Gary, and Doug.
That was before me, but yeah, I mean. Listen, I had Mark Carrier and Sean Gale. That was a good duo as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, there have been some good safety duos in this town.
Seeing the way that from the highlights, this guy hits just reminds me of Plank, and he's supposedly really cerebral, which is Fensick. He might be both of these guys wrapped into one.
Well, I think Gary would tell you that he never got close to running a 3.5 40-yard dash. So I think Dylan is a significantly better athlete than most. But Doug
both
Plank,
of them, they brought the lumber.
Yeah,
both
but I think
guys.
Doug Plank was a really good athlete.
Yes, he was.
As well as just a good overall safety.
Remember, that's where the number 46 defense came from. For those of you who, when the 85 Bears won, it was called the 46 defense for Doug Plank.
Yeah.
Who was number 46.
Well, and you probably, remember.
Loving Doug Plank.
And not just that, but you had Todd Bell as a safety here. Was a good player.
Todd Bell was really good until he sat
Dearson,
out.
Yeah.
He sat out the 85 season, him and Al Harris.
This
and he lost a spot to Dearson. Yeah, we've had great safeties. We've had really good safeties. I think, the comp to me is, he reminds me of like a safety version of Urlacher. A guy who really can tackle, but can beat you athletically.
Yeah, I've always thought that Brian revolutionized, and I know people think it's an exaggeration, but I don't recall ever. Ray Lewis was a fantastic middle linebacker. There have been plenty of them. Dick Butkus going back in time. Like, there's a list of fabulous middle linebackers. I've never seen anybody play the position like Brian.
Yeah, and do you remember how some Chicagoans at first were critical? Do you remember the critical part that they were, the meatball stuff?
Well, I do remember they started him out of position to begin with, and then he got hurt. So he got kind of a slow start to his career.
Some of the criticisms were this Urlacher, he doesn't hit you like Butkus. When Butkus would hit you, you knew you got hit. This Urlacher, the speed's one thing, but I don't see the killer instinct in this kid, Urlacher from New Mexico. Maybe we should play him at safety. He beat you with his speed, the sideline to sideline thing.
Oh, he'll hit you too.
Yeah. He sacked. There was one year where he had, I want to say, like 6 or 7 sacks too.
Yeah.
Where they used him in blitz.
There's never been a guy that I've seen play that position that could cover the field in the manner in which Brian did. Like, he was the key, in my opinion, to their Lovey's, cover two. Now, some would tell you it's your 3 technique or it's whatever. Brian, I mean, you could play that position or you could play that defense and get away with it in a lot of ways because he was just so dynamic of a player.
Bronson in Michigan City. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Bronson?
What's up, guys?
Everything's good.
Great. I just wanted to chime in. Everybody's commenting about how we're building the defense from the safeties down, it seems like. Ben Johnson said he loved playing Madden. That's how you play Madden. Like, you get your dogs in the back, those quick guys, and then your defensive line might get an opportunity, might not. But I feel like tonight we're getting another corner or something like that.
Ugh. I shouldn't. That again is my visceral reaction.
Deep sets, blitzing sets, Dennis Allen, man. We got a hell of speed now, and I feel like we can just get some base just to hold the line while the guys in the back can do their job. I think it's going to be really great, and then maybe they'll get some opportunity sacks, but.
Well, I like the upgrade.
Then again, I'm hoping we might trade for somebody. I don't know, man.
I like the fact that they're better at safety. They're faster. They're more athletic. I would argue with you, though, that the most recent teams that have won the Super Bowl or participated in the Super Bowl aren't built that way. The Seattle Seahawks have a rotation of guys in their front that is very impressive. The Philadelphia Eagles just keep pass rushers coming after you over and over again. I would argue that the vast majority of the better teams are teams that are really good at the line of scrimmage. So,
I like that. I'm totally with you. I could understand if you want to say you want to confuse people with coverage, versatile safeties, improving the team speed. But when you use that to cover up, you don't need pass rushers, you don't need big guys up front to stop the run, then I think we're kind of getting off subject. You know what I mean? That we're getting away from it. We're just covering for them a little bit too much.
Look, the Houston Texans get to where they're going because of their front defensively. I mean, at times offensively, they drag them along with them. But I will to the day I die, I will be a bigger fan of elite, frontline defensive players versus safeties and corners. It doesn't mean they're not important. They are. But if I could give you a choice, if the number. Let's go back to last night at number 25. If there's a defensive end on your board that's ranked higher, even if it's one spot, you got to need a defensive end. You got to need it at safety. If Bill Smith is the highest ranked player on your board and Dylan Thieneman is the second highest rated player on your board at 25, who are you taking?
I'm not trusting a guy named Bill Smith to play defensive
I'm taking
end.
Bill Smith.
No, of course. If you even tell me that you've got the safety ranked just a tad higher. I need it, but it's a prime. I just think that the edge rushers in that spot weren't nearly ranked as high as what Thieneman brought you.
It's positional importance.
Of course.
Which position is more important? It's not a shot at Dylan Thieneman or anybody who plays safety. Is anyone on the show willing to say the safety position is more important than the pass rush position,
Never.
whether you're talking about a defensive tackle or an edge rusher?
Never.
No.
So
but I thought Shea summed it up well yesterday where he said, if I got a broken arm and a broken toe, I'm going to worry about the broken arm first.
I would say this, though. Do you think they got to that point at 25 and, Thieneman was their top guy on the board, and maybe there was that Bill Smith guy too, but there were a bunch of Bill Smith guys that they're like, we can get one of these guys tomorrow. We feel pretty good that either we can move up and get one of them. We don't think we can find a Dylan Thieneman in the tomorrow.
I truly believe that they had Thieneman ranked higher than anyone else.
No, I agree. I agree.
What? Okay, so let's play this out even more. Let's say in the 4 rounds, the next 3, let's say they just stay, just for the sake of not mixing into the trades.
So they pick at 57, 60, and 89.
Yes, tonight. And let's say at each spot there is a terrific player that falls to them at each spot. They get their pick of the litter at center, a guy they really, really love. They take the center. Another corner, like you mentioned, you could always use another corner. Outstanding. He was supposed to go, instead of 60, he was supposed to go at 48 in many people on their board. And then they take a defensive tackle run stopper with 89. Are you pissed?
I'm not happy. I do need a swing at defense.
So, though, like, even if you get, like, value on your board with each prospect and you go in BPA, you're getting...
At some point, I need to draft. Just my opinion. I need to draft based on need. At some point, I need to address my need. So, that's where I'm at.
Okay. If you want to answer that, 312-332-3776. Tom Thayer is going to join us. And you could bet your bottom dollar he is going to break our balls coming up next.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Tomorrow morning at 11. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Rocky, and it is starting to feel like golf season outside. And you need to revamp your wardrobe and your accessories with my friends over at Pins and Aces. They are the people's golf brand, and their spring collection has officially dropped, and they have a ton of great deals on their website right now. So check them out at pinsandaces.com right now. I've been tired of some of the old stuff in my closet, whether it's polos, whether it's gloves, whether it's whatever you need, head covers, all that stuff. So I'm revamping my closet and my golf bag with Pins and Aces this golf season. Their clothes are comfortable and they look great on and off the course. Plus, they've got head covers, bags, and anything else that you might need as well. They embody what golf should be, and that's fun. So have some fun while you're playing and look good while you're doing it as well. Check them out at pinsandaces.com today. That's pinsandaces.com.
For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has delivered expert craftsmanship, honest service, and the industry's best warranties across Chicagoland, earning the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for business ethics twice. Now, the trusted name in home remodeling also powers M&M Commercial Roofing. From leak repairs to full roof replacements, your business gets the same quality, transparency, and long-term protection you expect from M&M. Protect your property. Call M&M Home Remodeling and M&M Commercial Roofing. Your peace of mind is guaranteed.
Business checking accounts for big business, small business, and most importantly, your business. Republic Bank of Chicago is the bank for business, and we've got what you need to succeed. Business Zelle? Check. Online and mobile banking? Check. More than 60 years serving Chicago? Check. Visit ourbankchicago.com or one of our 20 locations to open your account today. Business checking that takes banking beyond expectations. Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC.
One good shot can change the trajectory of your career. Seize your moment and train for a future with potential at ETI School of Skilled Trades. In as little as 7 months, you can get started in welding or HVAC with hands-on training and the skills employers are looking for. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule. Take your shot. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
I can't do it today. I already have plans. Something came up. There are a million reasons to put off a cancer screening, but one reason to keep it. Early detection can save lives. Every screening, every result, every early detection matters. At Pfizer, we're fighting against cancer, aiming for 8 cancer breakthroughs by 2030. Join the fight against cancer and get screened at pfizerforall.com/screenings.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. What's up, it's Jay Hood. At Advantage Toyota in River Oaks, it's simple. Real numbers, no mystery math, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Please join me in celebration as we raise our glasses and cheer our newest Chicago Bear safety, Dylan Thieneman, everybody. Cheers. I was going to shotgun it, but I thought it would be inappropriate.
Never inappropriate, JJ. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer yesterday, and you're home for the Bears.
I just don't think he could have done it successfully.
Oh,
He
really?
say, I just don't want to do it because I don't think it'd be appropriate. I don't think he can do it. I don't think he can.
He is a safety lover, that is for sure. So if he was going to do it, would have been in that spot.
Ask our next guest whether or not he thinks Jeff Joniak could shotgun a beer.
Tom Thayer, longtime voice of the Chicago Bears, Super Bowl champion. And by the way, thanks for the invite to the Bears draft party yesterday. I thought we had a thing going.
Thanks a lot, buddy.
You wouldn't have shown up anyways. I mean, you guys stayed in the studio. I got there early, specifically thinking that you guys were going to be on hand. And then we walk in and I go, Jeff, where's Waddle and Silvy? Oh, they're back at the studio. And I'm going, all right. But first of all, Jeff couldn't shotgun a beer. He's a wine sipper. So you're not automatically going to open his throat and start guzzling beers, for God's sake. So, and it's not happening.
Could you still get it done, Tom?
What? Shotgunning a beer?
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah. Any of those guys that you see at hockey games or on sidelines, I'll go toe-to-toe with any of them.
Oh, I love that.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Right. Give me a deuce and I'll throw them both down.
What about what Jack McGrath said earlier? He was panning the idea of day drinking because there was, I think, Shay and they're going day drinking
Tyler
or something.
And, they all celebrate Shay's wife's birthday. I think they're going out on like a party bus.
So do you like a day of day drinking?
I don't, but if I do it with a purpose, and I'm not going to fall asleep. I'm going to pass out. Yeah. So I'm going to get it done. I'm going to go out and celebrate with the crew and have some fun. But there's going to be a definitely point to it.
All right. I understand. Hey, back to business now, or on to business. What did you think of last night's 25th pick?
I was all for it, man. That's the guy that I had in my sights. You know, one or two or three guys that I thought they needed a starting safety, a guy that Tony Medlin is going to put him in a locker and hand him a starting number from the moment that he was picked. And I think he's that type of guy. You know, he's probably a bigger, stronger, faster, equally as smart Gary Fensick type guy. And I think the game means a lot to him. And growing up in Indiana, going to Purdue, going out to Oregon, improving and setting a standard for where he wanted to be in the 40, going to like a track heavy school out there and getting out there and, having your legs an important part of your overall football success. Man, let's go. We got him and Kobe Bryant. Probably within the division because you got Harrison Smith is no longer playing and you have other, safeties that are in flux. I think right now, even though they're both new, the Bears probably got two of the premier safeties in the division.
But like, Tom, when you looked at what the Bears safeties were doing last year, Byard had a really good year, but he got hurt. I mean, no, he didn't get hurt. He's getting older. Brisker gets hurt every now and then, and we have a concussion issue as a free agent. What can you do with these two guys that maybe you could not do with the old two safeties, who were still pretty good?
I kind of gives you a little bit of that Kyler Gordon versatility. Kyler Gordon's a first, second, and third level player, depending upon how you want to line them up, how you want to take advantage of the vulnerabilities of the pass protection, the ability of your opponent, whether it comes from a tight end, a running back, or maybe even an offensive lineman. I think the safeties for the Bears they give you 3-level options, and yeah, your biggest concern is the back end, the deepest of the deepest, and all those types of things. But when you go back and you look at some of the creativity that Dennis Allen had to use throughout the linebacker injuries and some of the shuffling of the defensive backs, there's times that he had 7 or 8 defensive backs in there. So you think of what Kobe Bryant and Thieneman and hopefully a healthy Kyler Gordon can give you, and how he can incorporate that with the speed of Devin Bush, and hopefully the TJ Edwards being up and ready to play at full steam ahead. So I just think it gives them a lot of options on the back end.
Tom, what about the philosophy of like this reverse engineered defense? I think Ryan Poles, when he met the media last night, talked about how, they're going to make the quarterback hold the ball longer because they're going to be so good in the secondary, which is great. And I'm not dismissing that at all. I'm a bigger fan of making the quarterback get rid of the ball quickly because the defensive line is getting after him versus the secondary being the strength of your defense. When you hear Ryan say that, knowing that they did not successfully pressure the quarterback consistently last year, did it kind of ring weird to you when you heard it?
Yeah, when you think of Jordan Love and you think of Kyler Murray, and then you think of Jared Goff, you think of Jared Goff, he's not the most maneuverable quarterback. So you'd like to think that you could put up a scheme up front that gets the ball out of his hands because you put pressure on him. And then you also kind of jeopardize his throwing foundation to make him, miss some targets or have underthrow. But if you have a guy like Kyler Gordon and you're saying, okay, we're going to let him hold the ball as long as he wants to, you're flirting with disaster.
Yeah.
Here's a guy that got such tremendous athleticism that if you're separated with coverage and you're 25 to 35 yards downfield and he makes a defensive lineman miss, you're talking about a 15-yard quarterback run or even a 50-yard completion. So I don't know, I've never really heard that philosophy before. I've always believed in what can you do up front to put the quarterback in the worst position. And you also want to put it, where it lingers to the offensive coordinator and the offensive line coach, where he's trying to devise a scheme and he's got concerns up front that he knows that he's got to be really directive about his protection. He might have to leave one more guy in, or you might have to leave a running back or a tight end in. So we'll see how it goes. It could all be smoke and mirrors that, Ryan is still believing that he wants, and his intention is to get pressure up front. Hopefully you see better out of Montez Sweat. You see the improvement out of Austin Booker. And we had a chance to sit down with him last night and sit next to him. And you can see a guy that's in the process of maturing. His body is getting bigger. He even said out there that he has gained 6 pounds of muscle. And he feels confident in his strength. So, we'll all sit out there this year and we'll watch him on one-on-ones and see if, we kind of see that maturation process from him.
Yeah. Tom, what's your philosophy on sitting back and waiting for picks at 57 and 60? Or would you be in favor if there's a run on edge rushers or defensive linemen that you jump ahead and you give up one of your picks?
I'm not giving up anything. I figured it was like a DIY first round. You're going in there and you're going to try to fix your own house. You're going to try to patch and seal. You're going to try to put it all together. And I think everybody that went out there and made trades within the division and they bought all, plugged in all these guys, assuming that the offensive linemen they take can go out there and play at the level that's going to be expected of them. Now, when you look at the guys that are left and the picks that the Bears have, there's guys out there, man. There's guys out there that can, they don't get a lot of, high praise, or they're not profiled because they're not first rounders. But I think there's guys out there, and we all know it, that NFL is built in a second, third, fourth, fifth rounders.
And do you like any of these centers? I know you're very high on Luke Newman that they acquired last year. Could play some center as a guard. But would you like for them to target a center? We were going through this last night, Tom, where every year, this year it's Bradbury. Last year it was Dahlman. He retired shockingly. We didn't think he would only be here for a year. The year before that it was Coleman Shelton. The year before that it was Lucas Patrick. The year before that it was Cody Whitehair.
It was never Lucas Patrick.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. And like I'm tired of the merry-go-round of centers, where to me that's a very, very important position. So would you like to get one of these guys today?
100%. There's 9 centers in this evaluation process that have NFL capabilities of playing. And that's the thing about playing center, man. It's a really unique position where that's what you are. You don't have to be the biggest, the longest, the strongest, but you got to be able to take guys one-on-one if you have a guy covering you up. You get a guy like Logan Jones out of Iowa that is got, he's a big, strong, thick football player. And he's the type of guy that even though, they have Garrett Bradbury and he is, a really good, solid player. But if you have the luxury to go out and get one of these guys, the kid from Florida, I think his name is Slaughter or something, you get one of these guys to come in here and having a chance to take a breath, having a chance to get into an NFL weight room, into an NFL cafeteria, be around the atmosphere, and have a little bit of time to develop rather than the pressure of playing immediately. And so you could go out there and you could honestly kind of get a center that could be your center for the future.
Tom, do you think that the starting left tackle is in the building already, or would you like to see them draft one?
Kind of both. To me, I hope that the find of the offseason is Jedrick Wills.
Mm-hmm.
Because here's a guy, when you take his background into consideration, where he came from, who he practiced against, he was evaluated by enough scouts that he was considered a high pick in the draft. Now, if he comes here and he's hungry and healthy, and if you listen to the kid talk, he's a really mature, kind of understand what he has out in front of him. So if you go out there and he plays up to the level that he was picked, he could be the find of the offseason by Ryan Poles and his staff. Also sat next to Braxton Jones last night. And here's a guy that you hope has been investing time in the weight room throughout his rehabilitation process. And when he got his lower leg healed up, that he was able to add strength, and because he's got to develop that anchor attitude. Braxton Jones is not going to come out there and play left tackle in the NFL from the same guy he came out of college. He's going to have to be a guy that has bendability with strength. And that means getting lower, using his assets, which is his long arms and his long legs and stuff. And but I think he's an interesting competitor at the left tackle position. But ever since they signed Jedrick Wills, I was kind of hoping that he would come over here and he would be a candidate that could really take over the position.
Is he the body type or the type of player that fits what Dan Rochar is asking? Or is Dan willing to adapt what they need him to do to the player's skill set?
I think he's got a lot of similarities to Darnell Wright, and he's got maneuverability. He could pull and lead out on lateral screens or sweeps to the outside. I think he could really have a good developing relationship with a guy like Joe Thuney, or a good blocking tight end like Cole Kmet. And, 6'4", 310 pounds. I think he's the template if you have the feet. And that's why I'm super interested in watching him. And I hope the Bears coaches throughout OTAs, inside the weight room, inside their practices, they get an indication of where he's at physically and mentally.
Any big surprise last night? Was it the Rams pick? Was it something else that piqued your interest?
The Rams pick, it did surprise me. I'm happy for Jeremiah Love, because we all are, infiltrated with the fact that running backs are so, they're disrespected nowadays. But he's a great football player, and he has a chance to go, into Arizona. But it would be interesting if Arizona still had Kyler Murray. You imagine those two guys in the backfield, how explosive it would be. But that's not what we're talking about. He's now in Minnesota. And then I kind of got disappointed, and everybody fell into the narrative that Reuben Bain only has 30-inch arms.
I know you were against
because I
this.
still think it's a bunch of crap. And I think it's the worst scouted trait of anybody. And, you know, the Bears will get a chance to see him. They play Tampa next year.
He was
and I
pissed
think
last
he'll be
night,
on the edge. And I'm not pulling for him with Tampa, but I'm not pulling against him. And I think football is won with feet and heart, like Tom Waddle, as we hear every week. That's what you got to have, man. And hopefully he was inspired a little bit last night by the disrespect he felt around the league.
I think you broke it down either on Kap and Hood or on Carmen and Jurko that you believe too that the arm length it matters even less for a defensive player than an offensive lineman. Did I hear that right?
Give me get off. Give me Aaron Donald jumping the snap, unlike a lot of other people. Give me a Leroy Glover. Give me a John Randall. Go look at John Randall's measurables and see where he ended his career. So you get this innate ability to understand the snap count as well as the quarterback saying it, then that's when you really earned that opportunity. You know, that was the one thing about William Perry. William Perry had the great innate ability to have discipline of not listening to the snap count, but being able to anticipate the snap count. And I think that's a trait that's hard to find, but it is developable.
Yeah. Great stuff, Tom. As always, we appreciate it. Have a great weekend, okay?
Shotgun a couple of beers
good
for
seeing
us.
you guys.
Yeah. Good to see you, too.
Take care,
it's
buddy.
great. Tom on our YouTube, you can see him. He's got a great background, too. He
does.
I think he's the winner so far of the people that we've talked to, the backgrounds. Yeah. And Jesse's got that fake one behind him. The other people go with nothing really behind them. If you missed, like, Seth Rollins, he was in a hotel room, so the background wasn't going to be good. But it was fun talking to Seth Rollins yesterday as well. So much on our YouTube page, youtube.com/@WaddleandSilvy.
Give me a good guest and a bad background all day, every day.
Yeah. Someone who wants to be here.
Well, you got someone like Tom there. You got a great guest and a great background.
He's like Thieneman, where, he's got the speed and he's got the wand.
That's right.
All right, coming up next, what to watch for. We're also going to play the best sounds from the Bears draft in the War Room coming up at 5 o'clock. 312-332-3776. If you want to talk to us, it's Waddle and Silvy.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
When Kap and J Hood are over, the fun continues. Tell your friends and enemies. It's the Carmen and Jurko Show. Weekdays from 9 to noon on the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago on AM, on app, on YouTube.
Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
Peggy also responding to your dishwasher stuff. There's some good stuff. Remind me to get there. Hey, guys, I drive my Land Cruiser from Toyota. It is awesome. My wife has the new Grand Highlander, more room than ever. We're a 2 Toyota family, and we're damn proud of it. Baseball season has started. It means spring is finally here. We love to road trip. So it's time for you to swing into action with Toyota's 2026 lineup. Mentioned a couple. Here's the rugged Tacoma. It's got upper deck power and available all-wheel drive. The RAV4, I used to drive it. I loved it. 40 miles to the gallon in the hybrid version. It's an all-star with versatility that leads the league. And the all-hybrid Camry hits it out of the park with impressive miles per gallon. Also have a new video up on Instagram. Check that out. MARCA Silverman, Mark A. Silverman for my Instagram. And we go places in our Toyotas. So no matter which Toyota you choose, you're driving an MVP. Check out the full Toyota lineup at Toyota.com or visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer today like I did. Toyota, let's go places.
Psst. You. Yeah, you. Have you tried it? Well, have you tried it? Reintroducing unleaded 88 fuel, also called E15. And yeah, if your car is newer than 2001, the US EPA says you're good to go. It's cheaper than regular unleaded. The performance is the same, if not better. It keeps the air cleaner, and using it supports local farmers in Illinois. Visit UNL88.com to find a pump. Try it and get going.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Waddle, baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds.
You're so right. You hit it 460 feet, and immediately you're supposed to look down. Act like you've done it before, even if you haven't. Come on.
Not me. I'm watching that thing fly. And you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? Flight by Yingling.
That is right, my friend. They made Flight 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
That's a rule breaker. Light beer, real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
Grab a Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
Lowe's has the brands pros trust to get the job done. You can now shop new Catalyst fencing solutions and save big when you do. 10% off when you buy in bulk. Plus, save $180 on a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel sliding compound miter saw. Now just $449. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Harry Douglas here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
With Xfinity, you already enjoy ESPN as part of your TV lineup. Now get even more with the ESPN Unlimited plan, available at no extra cost. Unlock additional content in the ESPN app, including WWE Premium Live events. Visit Xfinity.com/your subscriptions to activate and start watching in the ESPN app.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
Waddle and Silvy get you set for your weekend viewing with What to Watch For.
Our great friends and partners over at Connie's always brings you what to watch for. And today it's a Connie's frozen pizza takeover here in the studio. You see the boxes.
I was just in there devouring it.
We have the pizza in the kitchen. There's a strict no eating policy here in the studio, especially with anything that could get a little messy.
Especially with Charlie, too.
I've learned my lesson.
You don't leave silverware around. You're
They-
like my kids, Charlie.
I do leave some silverware
They
around.
shamed you, didn't they? They just Danny
on like
Zetterman.
day 5 of it, I was like, I think I got the message.
Yeah, right. Just like repeatedly, over and over, all over you, Charlie.
So Waddle has been
killing it.
And that's great.
What is the one, like it had sausage, it had pepperoni on it?
Yeah, it was sausage pepperoni.
Yeah,
That's what it's called.
Bit my finger. I didn't know what else.
What's that pizza called with the sausage and the pepperoni?
Don't you have some fancy schmancy
It
pizza
says,
coming out?
Let's see. It says sausage and uncured pepperoni pizza.
Okay, there you go.
Italian sausage and uncured pepperoni.
You were pimping some fancy style.
So we got to try this. They sent us a few in the mail the other day, and I'm like, what do we have here? And I'm a big wood-fired pizza guy. I'm like, whenever someone comes up to me and goes, well, it's Chicago, you got to love deep dish. Or you can't love an artisan pizza. You got to go Chicago thin crust. Or you can't like New York style. I am equal opportunity. And I love a great wood-fired pizza. And we made it yesterday for Mason after basketball. He loved it. And my wife, who usually does not partake, was just bragging how good it was. She said game changer. It is not out in stores yet. It should be coming out in the next month. So whether it's Walmart, whether it's Costco, whether it's your local grocery store, you could still get the usual great Connie's frozen pizza. Soon the wood fire pizza is going to be out. And
see, there you go. There's a new wood fire pizza. I thought I had meat lovers or something like that. I didn't know. You put cute names on these pizzas.
No, but you didn't have that one. You had the
I know.
regular.
I said I had the one with sausage and pepperoni, and I didn't know
what'd
if you
you
called
call
it
it?
like
What
the
do
meat
you call
lover.
that?
The meat lover.
What do you call that stuff over the tomato sauce? That's cheese, Waddle. That's a cheese pizza.
I thought it was rubber bands.
Caller 10 right now, and you win pizza from Connie's Frozen Pizza. 312-332-3776. 332-3776. Caller 10 gets Connie's Frozen Pizza. What are you watching for?
This was a suggestion from my wife. My wife and my mother-in-law sat down a couple nights ago and watched it. I didn't know what their response was going to be. I don't know why my wife suggested to her mom that this is what they should watch, but they watched the documentary Jerry West, The Logo on Prime.
Oh, really? Is this
Said
new?
was
It's a new
fabulous.
documentary?
I've heard good things about this.
Yes.
Yeah.
New doc?
It follows him. Basically, these were like the last interviews he did before he passed away. He talks about struggles with depression and how his, obsession for the game ruined his family life and his relationships and all of that. But
he was still running the Clippers at this point, right?
Like a lot of what we kind of saw personality-wise from the character in Showtime,
which they said was not true, but you're telling me that he's sort of validating it.
Yeah,
that he was angry about
there
it.
was a lot of stuff about his, how he was just personally obsessed with the game that kind of ruined some of his
The
relationships.
losing crushed him.
Yeah.
Like, and not that he lost a lot, but he was chasing that title for a while, and it would just crush him. Him. Like, and like the winning, you hear about many athletes who don't enjoy the winning as much as they hate the losing.
Yeah.
The hating of the losing is always more magnified.
So I guess, and my wife beforehand probably couldn't tell you who Jerry West was, but said it was fabulous.
Okay. I'm watching Beef on Netflix. This is the second season of Beef. You may have remembered it, and it took me a while to remember. Oh, yeah, I watched Beef. Beef was the show about two people.
Years ago.
It was just a couple, I want to say. Wasn't it a couple years ago? 2024? 2023? Somewhere in there. But it was about this woman and someone outside that they have a run-in, and their feud grows, and how it just continues to escalate. Season 2, like a lot of these series, has nothing to do with season 1. It's a new group of characters. Very confusing. It can be very confusing. And I was telling the guys, I don't know if it has to do with me also having a gummy beforehand, because I do believe it's a little confusing and that I'm not totally sure what I'm watching. And there's a lot of hallucinating going on during the show, and I'm not sure if I'm magnifying the hallucinating going on the show because I'm high. But I'm enjoying it. I'm just trying to figure out what's truly going on here. About a guy who's a general manager of a big-time rich country club, and the workers under him, and the owners of the country club, and how this feud escalates between all of them. So it's called Beef.
Beef.
It's what's for dinner.
I went to the theater this week. And
You went to the theater.
With all the Cubs stuff going on, you're still having time to go to the theater.
I saw The Drama. Have you heard about this movie?
When you say the theater, do you mean like AMC, or do you mean like
The theater?
No, I went to the AMC.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I didn't know if you were like out
Did
all
you have a
fancy.
lay-down chair?
Yeah, it was one of the recliners. Yeah.
Okay.
But I saw The Drama, which is the new Zendaya Robert Pattinson movie, and I'm not gonna
Drama about what? What's the name of it?
The Drama.
No. I know it's a drama. The drama about what?
You're doing the Who's on First right now.
He's so clever, isn't he?
I don't want to give away too much. I would say this: do not look anything up about it, because they're about to get married, Robert Pattinson and Zendaya, and then they learn something about each other, and then they
you're
have
telling
to.
us about.
No. But you have to I'm giving the proper amount of context.
Isn't he the guy that would never shower
I don't know.
in his personal life?
Not sure.
Okay.
But yeah, it was really good.
You liked it?
Yeah, I liked it.
Waddle's got a scouting report on some actor who has never showered.
Yeah, I thought that was the.
Not taking length into account.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of the scouting report on him. He was showers were optional.
Showers and Bill Belichick overrated.
Huh?
I beat you to it, Charlie. I beat you
Showers and Bill Belichick, overrated.
to it. What do you got?
Running Point is back. I don't know if you guys ever watched this show, but it's the Kate Hudson show on Netflix.
Is it good? I steered away from it.
I enjoyed it. It's because it's modeled after the Bus family. Like Jeannie Buss is a producer on it. It's it's really good how they kind of, because the Busses have some brothers who are in some off to the side with their own extracurricular activities. It's a little light, very light-hearted Succession about a basketball team. I think is how I describe it. I really like the first season, and it's coming back today. So
all right, very good.
I'll be checking that out.
And by the way, also on Netflix, I was telling the guys, because we just asked a week or two ago, why didn't they make Full Swing? Full Swing is out. The new season of it's not as long. It's probably not as good either. I'm almost finished with it, but it's still fun. I like watching the recap of last year.
Yeah. By the way, real quick, Robert Pattinson in an interview from 2012 says, I just wear a hat a lot. I have so much residue crap in my hair from years and years and years of not washing it and not having any sense of personal hygiene whatsoever.
That's hard to believe.
You forgot the name of one of your daughters once, and yet you remember that Robert Pattinson?
I guess so, yeah.
Pattinson, that he didn't shower. How do you remember? How do you recall that stuff? But yet you don't know.
I'm a savant.
You don't know how to request an Uber.
I do now. I took 4 Ubers. I called 4 Ubers down in Florida.
Breaking news. I want to hear this.
They went swimmingly.
What do you want the Bears to do tonight, guys? I'll give you some sound from the best stuff from last night. What would you like to see them do tonight? I also want to give a word about the Bulls, the latest in the Bull search, too. I know we've been putting... And then we may not get to it because you may not care. And I don't blame you for not caring. 332-3776 is our phone number. What do you think about last night's draft? What do you want them to do tonight? And sounds all around Hallis Hall coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Here comes the ball.
Off-season never happens here. We are ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. From the combine through free agency and onward to the draft. No one brings it better. Coverage provided by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria flavor without the wait or the price tag? Tonight is a great night. On your way home now, stop at your local grocery store and pick up some Connie's frozen pizza. It's the pizzeria inspired pies right from your freezer to your table, and it is awesome. Waddle has enjoyed a ton of it today. Born in Connie's restaurants, you know them, you love them, been doing it strong for over 60 years. Now available right in your freezer, plus the locations of where you can pick this up. Even better, Walmart, Costco, your local grocery store. You don't want to cook, you've worked all week. Let's watch the draft tonight and put in some pizza. We got late night baseball. Connie's brings it delicious cornmeal dusted thin crust, premium toppings, unmistakable flavor that says, sure, I could have gone out, but I'm chilling on the couch watching ball. Maybe you're hosting people as well, or you're just hungry. The solution is always Connie's. You can find Connie's frozen pizza like we do in your local freezer aisle. Connie's frozen pizza, authentic Chicago flavor without those pizzeria prices.
Get ready for 3 can't-miss post-game concerts at Rate Field this season. It starts June 26th, following Sox vs. Royals with Marshmello, presented by Minute Maid Spike. Next up on August 7th, after the Sox face the Guardians, enjoy Ja Rule, presented by Coca-Cola. The concerts wrap up September 18th with Cole Swindell, presented by Xfinity. Field passes are on sale now with limited availability. Visit whitesox.com/concert.
Let me ask you something. Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. That's why you go to Advantage Toyota in River Oaks. What's up, it's J Hood. You've got a budget, they've got Toyotas that you want to drive. And here's the best part I appreciate. They keep it simple. No marathon sessions, no mystery math, just straight answers, real numbers, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Harry Douglas here. I don't wait for birthdays to celebrate. I grab Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes like rich vanilla birthday cake with buttery funfetti goodness. Seriously, it's unapologetically extra in the best way. And it's sugar-free, so I get all that cake flavor without the guilt. It's tiny, portable, and ready for whenever I need a quick boost. I keep one with me because you never know when you'll need a little party energy. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
$3.3 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $3.3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. Hey, it's Jurko, and I'm telling you, if you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
With the 25th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman, defensive back, Oregon.
They bring blitz, free rusher. Haller can't get away, and he does get it off in time, but it's incomplete. Reynolds the target. Thieneman came in from the defensive backfield and laid the hit.
Dylan's tape popped out.
Take it to Pena. Haller, sideline. Oh, it's picked! Dylan Thieneman calls game. That's a walk-off, whiteout winner.
Just a sense of urgency that he plays with, the speed. We talk about taking the air, out of the defense or out of the offense. His ability to close on the football, both in the run and the pass, stood out really, really quick.
41-yard line, less than a minute and a half to go. Williams deep drop, loads and let it fly. And right there is Thieneman to end the ball game with the interception.
Well, he ended the Penn State game with an interception, and that one puts Oregon in the playoffs.
What's up, Chicago? It's Dylan Thieneman here. Super excited to get to work and bear down.
There you go. We talked to Thieneman earlier today, and you can get that on our YouTube page, youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy. The second round should be starting shortly. What time is that? Is it 6?
6 o'clock, yeah.
6 o'clock.
54 minutes.
What is the, did they change the time, guys, on time between picks on this one? Because I did feel like the 8-minute thing last night.
Oh, it's fabulous.
Yeah, like the 2 minutes. It doesn't seem like much, but it sure, it quickened the pace.
I thought last night's went very quickly.
Yes.
Very good pace.
I was surprised it was done by 10. I feel like normally it gets to like 10:30 or 11.
Was there a time when maybe it was on the weekends, when the first round was on the weekend too, that they did 15 minutes in the first round? Or am I misremembering? I felt like there was at one time it was very, very long, and it moved at a snail's pace, and it would be like 5 or 6 hours for the first round.
Who was it that missed the pick?
The
Once it was in
Vikings.
Minnesota?
Yeah. That's right. I recently read about that too, about what happened with that. And I forgot what it said, but it was not something that I knew.
And they just lost the pick, right?
Yes,
they went to the next team.
one.
It was a race then once they get to 0.
Yeah.
I think it was they were trying to make a trade. And they were...
Boy, you talk about a fireable offense.
And then once it hits 0, it is up to the runner on the floor. So, you have your war room, but then you have a rep who's at the actual draft, and they're the ones who turn in the card.
Right.
So you always see them in the war room, okay, turn in the card.
2003 NFL draft.
And then I think 2 teams then basically sprinted. The next team, I don't know if it was Jacksonville, I forget which team. They sprinted immediately once it hit 0 because they knew they would be on the clock. And another team, as soon as Jacksonville or whichever
Carolina after that.
Okay, and then they sprinted as well. And it was before the Vikings could recover and get their pick in. Because they didn't lose the spot, they just had to still get the pick in. Just other teams.
Oh, it just becomes a race against the Vikings, basically.
Yes, I think that's what it was.
Oh, that's right. You don't lose it. It's just the Vikings.
Other teams can go.
Yes, they can jump you.
Okay.
It was Mike Tice. Wasn't Mike Tice the head coach at that time? But it was more something with the front office and everything.
Well, they were trying to finalize a trade with the Baltimore Ravens.
Okay.
They ended up getting Kevin Williams,
which was a good
pick.
That's a premier
which
guy
was
for
the
the
guy
Vikings.
they were looking to draft anyway, from what I understand.
So that was fun. A couple of things. Here is the mock, and then I want to play you some sounds from House on. If you want to talk to us, 332-3776. One of our favorite guys, I believe this is a Matt Miller mock draft here for rounds 2 and 3, or is it just 2 here?
No, it's 2 and 3.
2 and 3.
Yeah.
So these are the picks that he has the Bears going with at 57 and 60. I can get behind this. Charlie, I'm interested in what you think about Gabe Jackus. He's the edge from Illinois. I think I remember you liking him, correct?
I do like him, yeah. Powerful player. My only hang up with him is he only goes one direction. Like, he'll never go to the inside of an offensive tackle. But, yeah, he's a guy who plays with a lot of energy and a lot of power, and I could totally see him being, like, an instant, like, both. He's a tone setter and just, like, a good football player.
It says the Bears went defense in round 1, and they could stay there in round 2 with Jackus. At 6'4", 261 pounds, he plays with big-time power, like you said, and he racked up 26.5 tackles for loss the past 2 seasons. So, like...
He, never came off the field, too. Like, he was in every single snap, it felt like.
I think Jurko mentions that a lot. Like, too often you don't look at the TFLs for edge rushers or any defensive linemen. The sack stat everyone's infatuated with, but... a TFL is virtually the same thing as a sack. You're just tackling someone else for a loss.
He plays with an attitude in a good way where if he gets a free run at the quarterback, for instance, like he's going to hit the quarterback as hard as he possibly can. And there's a couple clips of him, like if we end up getting to him, where you're just like, oh my God, dude, lay off this quarterback. Like he doesn't have anybody blocking for him. And he just like, boom.
And then at 60, that was at 57.
I love the fact that I'm sitting watching the highlights right now.
It's really cool, isn't it? It enhances our experience, not just the fans. Yeah. At 60, they have Sam Hecht, the center from Kansas State, who's really highly thought of. Waiting until round 3 to grab a center might be possible given the depth of this class, but the Bears jump on Hecht here. He's my top center and an elite run blocker. And you know how much Ben Johnson values that.
Oh, yeah. There's also pick number 89, too, if you scroll.
Dominique Orange?
Big Citrus.
Oh, is that what his nickname is?
Yeah, it's his nickname from Iowa State.
DT. Yeah. So then he has them getting an edge, a center, and a DT. I could get behind all that. I think
we should all feel great about that. If that's
325, 6'4", 325.
I kind of went into this with...
Again, not much of a pass rush, right, Charlie? He's got one career
No, he's
sack
a run
in
stuffer.
4 years.
Yeah, he's not like the most athletic guy. I would say one name to keep an eye on because he does kind of... Dennis Allen, I was looking into it, historically likes the smaller defensive tackles, like the more penetrating defensive
like
tackles.
Grady Jarrett?
Yeah, like the super athletic ones. But, I mean, look, he's had success before. It's not just Grady Jarrett. Like, so one guy to keep an eye on, I think, in the 3rd round is this dude from Oklahoma named Grayson Halton. Really good mover. He's just really undersized, but I think that's somebody that could maybe tickle their fancy a little bit. I went into this draft thinking like, all right, if they use all 4 of their picks, and if it's 2 along the defensive line, 1 at safety and 1 at center, like that's a good day at the office. Yeah. Regardless of how the order is, I can feel really good about that draft.
I agree. When I came in today, I felt like, look, good player, position of need, day 1 starter, and Dylan Thieneman, but I can't tell you how I really feel about their draft until after tonight. And then the culmination of the first 3 rounds and the 4 picks, then I'll have a better feel.
And I think we all learned a lesson, too. I think the more drafts we go through as sports fans, the more lessons we learned from the past. And I think last year is one of those where even if you hear something that's unexpected, that sort of rattles your brain against the thinking that the crowd went with, that it doesn't mean that it's going to be a bad pick. Like, I was really down on the Burden pick last year, and that they missed the running back from Ohio State,
Stevenson,
before that, right?
Yeah.
Henderson.
Ramondre Stevenson, the other guy there.
Yeah. So Henderson, and word was they wanted him, and New England jumped him, or they
got picked the first or the pick right before them.
Yeah, but then we did not have wide receiver on our list, and now look at them. Like it enabled the Bears to then make DJ Moore and his salary expendable and get a pick for him, the second round pick, 60. That's what they have tonight in that trade for Buffalo, and now we think that Burden could be one of the better wide receivers in the game. So to your point about you don't even know until after they make all their picks. We don't even know until we start seeing them play.
Sure.
I think the Burden situation, like the same process that led them to Burden is what led them, I think, to Dylan Thieneman, which is, and I think I can get behind that in the sense that, like, over time, if you're just drafting if you're stacking good players regardless of their position, you're going to find value from them. And even if some of them become a little redundant, as you laid out the DJ Moore trade, like that, you can give yourself an off ramp into finding even more young talent. Now, obviously, if you're taking a tight end here at some point, then it's like that comes with certain specific caveats. But it's why I think the process of, I think that's what we all mean when we say best player available is like, yeah, you want to, regardless of their position, you want to stack up the highest rated guys on your board and then figure out the rest later.
And positionally for me now, like there's a lot that they've proven. There's still a lot for them, all of them up there to continue to prove. But show me, that you can find guys on the defensive line. Stack those guys, whether it's second round, third round, fourth round, fifth round. Different levels of contributions. One's a guy who's going to start. Another guy can be, like, listen, Austin Booker was a hell of a draft pick. You just can't expect Austin Booker to play 90% of the snaps and sack 15 quarterbacks. He's more of a rotational guy. So don't ask too much of Austin Booker. But whether it's the 6th round or the 4th round or the 5th round, start, as Charlie said, use the term, stacking good players. Do it on the offensive line, too. Because I know you can do it in the skilled positions.
Yes.
It feels like you can do it in the secondary. We need to, like, bolster how we feel about their ability to repeat stacking those guys at the line of scrimmage.
I believe they're shorthanded on the defensive line. I think most Bears fans do in general. Yeah. Look at next year. If you project towards next year, Grady Jarrett will probably be gone.
The Dengbo.
Dio will probably be gone if he doesn't do anything. Montez Sweat could be gone.
Could be.
You may get out of his contract. So you're already shorthanded.
Yeah.
And you may be getting the cupboard may be completely bare next year. Like you said, Austin Booker will be around, but they're not got a lot of guys here that you feel good about, even on the defensive line, that will be here. Jervon Dexter will most likely be gone unless he pops this year, and then you have to re-sign him. But there are a lot of guys, important guys, who will be probably gone next year too.
This is where I think you and I are on the same page, and maybe I'm misreading what's coming out of Hallishaw. It almost sounds like going back a couple of weeks, and maybe from what Ryan said last night. Well, we've got the secondary, but you know what? It may take us another year to build the defensive line. We may, for the reasons you mentioned. Mm-hmm. And I would just say, part of me consciously understands that, but the other part of me is like, look, this league is such a roller coaster ride. And you've got a mojo going on your offense, and nobody knows how long Joe Tooney's going to be playing at this ungodly level, or Jonah Jackson, or whatever the case may be. So, like, don't look past 2026 to get to 2027 when there's certain things that are more favorable. You can still find a way to upgrade yourself and win this year. And I'm not suggesting they're looking past 2026, but like, part of me is a little disappointed that there wasn't more of a splash is the wrong word, but
urgency.
Yeah, with trying to fix the defensive line. But I get, from the long game perspective, as Sylvie said, you could give away from Sweat if you want to. Grady's going to be gone. Dengbo's going to be gone. Like, yeah, I understand all of that. But in the meantime, let's dump a little cash into 2026 too.
I will say, and I know that this is getting away from kind of what your concern is, but like Sylvie mentioned, all the guys you have coming off the books next year, and your cap situation is in a much healthier state. And I understand, like, you're going to have to sign Darnell Wright. You're going to have to sign a bunch of extensions. I will say, like, a lot of extensions actually help your salary cap, which I think is important to keep in mind. But it seems like one of these pass rushers springs loose every offseason now. Mm-hmm. And if you can if you have the requisite cap space to get your hands on one of them, if your cap sheet is looking a lot healthier next year than it is right now, all of a sudden, I don't know who it could be, but
those prices, though, Charlie, they keep going up.
They do, but it's a cost of doing business. Like, if you want to have that premier edge rusher, it's going to cost you a pretty penny if you don't draft one basically in the top 5 or 10.
I think I'd rather trade for one though than sign one in free
No,
agency.
that's what I mean. Like trading for one of these guys. Like
you think
Cross
Thibodeau could be traded?
So I just saw this from Jordan Schultz, and he's reporting that. Let me find the exact words. Now, remember, last night Schefter tweeted out that the Giants are planning on keeping Thibodeau. But then Schultz, we got ourselves a little source off here. The Giants have engaged in trade conversations involving Kayvon Thibodeau. The Saints are among the teams showing strong interest. A deal could happen as soon as tonight.
Wow.
Thibodeau doesn't
It is
do
a
it
source
for me.
off. No?
He has underachieved from my
Why
chair.
are the Giants so eager to get off him?
I think they've got a plethora of
Yeah, they do.
dudes.
I know. Why can't he be part of a rotation?
No, you could.
Like
You
why?
could.
Like just keep him this year. Like if you're so eager to, be good right away, he could theoretically help you make a playoff push.
You want to hear some
Which
stuff?
is crazy too, because Roy Robertson Harris, remember him, is one of their starting defensive ends.
But they also Brian Burns.
No, I know you're right.
Abdul Carter.
Abdul Carter was a top pick. Now they got another one.
Reese, yeah.
Here's Paul's. How was the phone call yesterday? I've not heard the phone call. Here it is.
Dylan.
Yes.
Can you hear me? It's Ryan Poles from the Chicago Bears. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. You ready to come back to the Midwest?
Hell yeah, I'm ready.
Dylan, it's Coach Johnson.
Coach, what up?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great right now.
You ready to be a Bear?
Hell yeah, I'm ready.
Good. We loved everything you put on tape, man. You're going to fit us just like a glove, okay?
Yes, sir. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Can't
we'll
wait.
get your butt in here. We'll be competing, and it'll be a beautiful thing, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, buddy. I'm
Sounds
going to pass
good.
you on over to our president. This is Kevin Warren, okay?
All right.
All right, congrats, man.
Hey, Dylan, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, looking forward to have you in Chicago and be part of this family so we can win some championships.
Hell yeah, I can't wait to get there.
All right, man. God bless you and your family.
Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman.
You can tell in the phone call he's understated. At the press conference, he's not a person with a lot of words, but he lets his play doing the talking.
Now listen, take the ball away, tackle guys, make plays.
Here's Boldinger's breakdown of what the Bears are getting. And he used a term that we were just talking about 2 days ago based on something that was happening at Wrigley Field.
Kevin Byard and Jaquan Brisker, they're two starting safeties. And they just drafted Dylan Thieneman. And this is where a 4.35 speed shows up. When he can go rush the passer and then get the ball carrier out of bounds 50 yards down the field. Doesn't give up on anything. But he is a tackling machine. His best work right in the middle of the field. Here he is. Like, he's just, like, what we call this right here, we call that just a dog is what he is. But in a lot of defenses, they call that guy that roams the middle of the field the rat. And that's what he is. He's a rat. Like, Dylan Thieneman is going to be a Chicago rat, all right? Just chasing everything. You put him in the middle of the field, and you let him go find the football. With his speed, his aggressiveness, and his tackling ability. On the back end of the Ducks defense for 3 years in a row was Dylan Thieneman. He tested off the charts, but he can find the football. He's got a nose for it, right? That's the old cliche. He's got a nose for the ball. Like, he's a bear. Like, he can play in that bear front. He can play down in the box, and here he comes. Bam. Like, when he hits you, he stones you. Like, that's what you want your safeties to do. The Bears lost two good ones. But Dylan Thieneman, right now, has got the ability to just about anywhere. The deep half of the field, you name it. Like, here he comes over the top to make this play.
All right, and that was he obviously had a misspeak there about 3 years at Oregon. He was there for 1 year, and he played the previous 2 years at Purdue. He left when his coach was fired. Is that when the year that he left, or was he going to leave no matter what? Or was
probably a little of both.
Yeah,
I believe he left the year his coach was fired, but then in general he was excelling at a point where
he was like
he could get paid.
Yeah. He was a pretty big time player in the portal that year.
Yeah, get paid.
This where's the bite about Ryan Poles talking about the lack of pass rush and what maybe they're trying to do here? Do you have that bite?
Poles 3, I can play it for you right here.
The D-line helps the back end more often than not. But in this situation where, we have good corners, good safeties, we can be in a position where maybe we can have the quarterback hold the ball a little longer.
I like the other way, but
yeah, me too.
Yeah, I'd
Me
like
too.
to. And he even said more times than not, it's the line that helps the secondary. But at this particular time, at least he's being honest with you. He looks at his defense and says, well, we're better on the back end than we are up front.
Yeah. There has not been urgency like we've talked about for those defensive linemen. There was none when he first started on the job.
Maybe tonight.
And then this is like the second incarnation of a Bears defense that they're sort of retooling. And we still have not seen that same urgency. But he's going BPA. That's what everyone loves. But a really good player that they got, for sure. We'll see what they do tonight. And if they trade up, do they stay at 57, 60, and 89? 312-332-3776. We've got Aki's A-List coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy. On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Kap J Hood podcast is available on the ESPN Chicago app and wherever you like to pod. Presented by Republic Bank. Or listen live to Kap J Hood on the app as well. Weekday morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Aki, and with golf season pretty much here at this point, you got to get the latest from my friends over at Pins and Aces. They are the people's golf brand, and their spring collection has officially dropped. They've got tons of great deals on their website, so check them out now at pinsandaces.com. That's pinsandaces.com. I've been tired of some of the old stuff in my golf closet as well as in my golf bag, so that is why I'm going to my friends at Pins and Aces to change this thing up, switch things up for the new golf season. When I was down in Florida, I saw plenty of Pins and Aces in all of the people that I was paired with in their bags, whether it was club head covers, whether it was gloves, bags, all that good stuff. They've got it for you over at pinsandaces.com. Their clothing is comfortable, and it looks great on and off the golf course. Plus, like I said, they've got head covers. They also have bags as well as anything else that you may need to get your golf game right for this summer. They embody what golf should be, and that's fun. So have fun while you're playing and look good while you're doing it, too. Check out pinsandaces.com today. That's pinsandaces.com.
I'm having a pleasant talk with our friend, Mayor Skip Saviano from Elmwood Park. How can you possibly think you've got the best job? I talk sports for a living.
All I'm saying, Carmen, is that I get to work with our close-knit community. Great stuff. We're always planning new ways to bond and grow.
Well, I'm connecting with the best fans in sports every day.
But you're stuck in a studio. I'm out talking with local businesses, eating at world-class restaurants. What do you got there, a PB&J?
Uncle, you win.
Bam. Yeah!
Mayor Skip Saviano.
Elmwood Park, once you're here, you get it.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit. It's a spectacle. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new sense and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Woodford Reserve is more than just a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses.
Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2026, Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
The 5 o'clock hour of Waddle and Silvy is brought to you by our great friends and partners at Steinhoffels with 7 Chicagoland locations, including their newest in Maryville. I shop in Vernon Hills. Shop in-store today or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Tyler, would it surprise you if I told you that Waddle went for a late show espresso?
Whoa.
That surprised me. I've not, in all the years that we've done the show together, I don't remember him going for a late coffee run. Like in the final home stretch of the week.
Friday, man. Friday.
Long night ahead of you?
Yeah, that's right. I asked him
Not
too. I said,
out.
"Are you going out?
Are you watching?
But if I'm sitting on the
end of the third round,
maybe I'm in the backyard sitting in a lawn chair, just getting smoked. So I mean, like I gotta be
one of
able
those
to
white
stay
plastic
awake.
ones.
Yeah, I gotta stay awake for that, don't I?
You gonna build a fire?
Burn your toe in the ashtray.
I have a fire pit.
You have a fire pit with for the logs. I do enjoy
Someone's
that.
getting rinsed tonight. Yeah. Someone's getting rinsed tonight.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Exactly what you think it means.
Tonight seems like a good fire night. Like
it's kind of like that tweener night.
First fire of the year.
My brother's getting in town about 1 a.m. I'll be dead asleep before that happens.
What do you mean move the TV outside?
Who arrives at 1 a.m.? What do you mean?
Well, he's got an event for his grandson, so he can't get in the car and drive up until later. So
does he have a key where he could just enter and make himself comfortable? Or
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because he's not ringing the bell at 1 a.m.
He better not. Dumbass.
He strikes me as like a ladder guy. Like he'll grab a ladder and just knock on your window until
no question.
Yeah.
Or pick your lock and just come in if he doesn't have a key.
Check all the windows, see which ones slide.
That's right.
Did you ever sneak out of a window when you were a kid?
Sure.
You did?
Yeah.
Never did that. Did you, Tyler?
I got caught too. You know why? Because like the house, that it's a bi-level, so the windows that go in like are level on the ground go down, and I was just like, oh, this is gonna be great. I climb out the window, kick a bunch of bark into the window onto the ground on the floor, went out, snuck back in. The next morning, my mom was downstairs, saw the carpet had bark everywhere. I was like, oh, so I saw you. You snuck out last night. What are you talking about? She goes, come
tried to
downstairs.
deny it, huh?
Yeah, there's bark all over the floor. Yeah, so I
never snuck out of a window, but I remember we were getting one of the screens replaced in one of the windows, so I could jump out of. It was like the first level, but I was like 10, and I thought it was the coolest thing to just jump out of the window. So I did that.
Like Fred Flintstone in The Cat, right? Out the window?
Just getting out and
Is
going
it too
to
old
get
of a
rinsed.
reference?
I don't think that's getting rinsed. Wow.
I don't even know what that means.
10-year-old jumping out of his window.
I feel dirty
Is
even
that a
you
cool,
said
like
it.
a new age way of saying you're getting sauced?
Just getting hammered.
Yeah,
You're
getting hammered.
Yeah.
Sometime in June, we should do like a draft of ways to describe getting drunk.
Okay, I'm in.
Or you should quiz us. Give us like the new age terms. And ask us what that means.
Ask you what it means.
Let's do that next week.
All right.
Okay?
We can make that happen.
What do you got, Tyler?
We can make that happen. All right, let's start with today and what the Chicago Bears have ahead of them. They've got 3 picks today, most notably 2 in the second round at 57 and 60. I want to know from you guys. They have 3 picks today. How many picks will they make tonight?
2.
Because you think they're trading up?
I think I think there's a good chance.
There's also a chance you could trade. Maybe you trade 60, and then you end up taking 4 guys today.
I think that they want a pass rusher.
Here's what I'll say. They will make 3 picks tonight, but not at this.
So there will
spots.
be some movement.
Yes, there will be movement.
You think up or down?
Maybe both. Maybe both, like we said, where you go up for one guy, then you trade back. In the, So I'm just going to say 3, but not in the 57, 60, and 89 spots.
Polls tends to get really active on day 2 and 3.
Charlie, how far up do you project they would have to move to draft a an edge rusher that you think they would be interested in? Because Jacques is that you pronounce his name Jacques or Akis? He's
well. Why did you correct me when I said Jacques?
They were giggling.
Well, I just feel there's no way for me. It's really hard for me to correct people without sounding like a real dweeb.
Dweeb away, man.
Actually, it's Akis.
Akis.
I thought it was Yakis.
All the draft stuff I've heard was Akis.
Pan.
Could help with the Pam dilemma.
But where is he going to go? He's going to go before 57, isn't he?
Well, I mean, didn't Matt Miller just had him mocked to the Bears at 57? So he could be.
I feel like all of these pass rushers is just kind of personal preference.
Yeah,
because at this point, and they've kind of said that about picks pretty much 11 through maybe even like 64.
There's such a wide variety.
Yeah,
the mocks may not do it justice.
It's kind of where they sit on your board. It's kind of surprising to me to see some of the names that are still here in the second round.
Yeah,
I feel like there's more surprising names here on day 2 than there have been in years past.
If I had to bet, all the kind of fringe round 1 guys are going to be gone within the first 10 picks. So, like, Avion Terrell, like the corners will probably go. I bet Denzel Boston will go at some point. He's a receiver from Washington. And then you'll see some movement probably on like TJ Parker and Cassius
That's
Howell.
right. TJ Parker, like they have no shot to get him unless they go up.
I would bet they have to go inside the top 40 to get
I'm
TJ
a little
Parker.
surprised to see Matt Miller has Akis around at 57.
Yakis.
Again, we introduce so much variance at this point because there's going to be teams trading up. Like
I was going to say that,
many trades.
Like he may be there because of where the 32 picks are aligned right now, but my gut feeling is with all the pass rushers that are available that we're going to see some sort of run on them.
That's what
probably
I agree.
In the
which then gets your
mid-30s.
juices flowing, and then you feel like, hey, oh my God, I got to get up there because they're all going to be gone.
Yeah, there's sort of a glut of defensive ends right now. A lot of them are kind of the run stopping variety or the undersized variety. So if they move into a spot to at least get one of those guys, then that's something that wouldn't shock me. I guess the real thing is like there's a lot of defensive backs available. There's a lot of really good off-ball linebackers still available. I don't think any went yesterday.
I hear, and the one kid,
Jacob Rodriguez.
Yeah, he's a good player from Texas Tech.
He's really good.
He's a Heisman finalist.
Was he really?
That's how good he's just, to me, he's always struck me as a guy, playmaker, and he's just a winner. He's like one of those guys, you see him out on the field, and he contributes to winning.
Derek Moore is also a guy, Charlie, that I've heard his name mentioned. Do you like him?
A little bit. He's a power rusher who's really a designated pass rusher because he's not a big contributor in the run game, which is very weird because typically you think of a designated pass rusher, it's like a finesse guy. At least that's what comes to mind for me. But he's really a power player who doesn't do a whole lot against the run.
Yeah.
He's a guy that's had a lot of buzz to them. I think he had a really good Senior Bowl.
Yeah,
I mean,
he
it's
had 10
something I can
sacks
get
this
behind.
year.
But he's another guy with a lot of variation on where he might go. I've seen some people have him in the 3rd round. I've seen some people have him in the top 45. So that's a pick that I think would make a lot of sense, but it would have to depend on who else is available because I don't see him as a 3-down rusher.
And I'm going to tell you that the Bears get a center.
Okay.
Today?
Yes.
I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, I mean, that's one where they obviously need it. I'm not necessarily pressing for it in the first pick that they used today, but I agree with you, Sylvie. Like, it has to be done today in all likelihood.
I feel like Ben Johnson, too, with how important that center position is, got spooked after Dahlman.
I agree.
Like, he now it set them back.
And he knows what he's looking for. So
he doesn't want to play this year-to-year game.
I agree.
All right, I do want to do a little impromptu Char's Dogs in just a second, but first I want to get to more of a national draft story, and that is the Rams drafting of Ty Simpson. This was Sean McVay yesterday talking about this alongside Les Snead and his reaction and his breakdown of what Ty Simpson is going to be with the Rams.
Claire, this is Matthew's team. And you get a chance to be able to address, the backup quarterback. We've got Stetson. We've talked about the importance of Jimmy. So to be able to add somebody that you can evaluate a body of work where he was asked to play the position and a lot of things that do translate in terms of concepts, reading with his feet, some of the different things in the drop back in the play action game, the movement game. So there's a lot of things that Coach Grubb did that's very similar to kind of how we operate. So it made it an easier evaluation to be able to kind of say, all right, what would that look like if you did translate it to our level? But there was a lot of players that we liked, and there was a lot of thought that kind of went into it. And we do feel really fortunate that when you look at the 13th pick, we were able to get that where, Atlanta had an interest in getting a player last year. We would have taken Ferguson with our first-round pick last year to move back to still get the guy that we wanted, and then to basically be able to get an extra pick. And then, oh, by the way, with your original one, go get a player like Trent McDuffie. So a lot of different things, but we're always going to make decisions that we think are best for the short and the long term. But, we'll be excited to be able to get to work with him, and that's where we're at.
So a lot of people have made some sense out of this and saying Sean McVay looked a little annoyed, looked a little bothered by what this pick was. And I want everyone's interpretation of this. The way I interpreted a lot of what he was saying about Ty Simpson, it's not that he saw his own coaching mortality in front of him, because I think that's too harsh of a way. But I think he just loves working with Matthew Stafford. And I think him seeing Stafford's end of the road coming, especially on the heels of an MVP season, kind of like what you said about Ben Johnson with Drew Dalman, kind of spooked him in saying, hey, we're drafting a quarterback now. We're looking towards the future at this position, and Matthew's not going to be around much longer.
Has Stafford officially signed yet? Did he?
I believe they get him in like a second year on his deal.
I want to say they reworked his. They've pretty much figured it out at this point.
Yeah,
it's now they're saying, like, could he even play into 2027 too?
What is he? 38 years old?
38 or 39? I'm not sure.
I thought he was 38, but
I'm pretty passionate about this because I saw a lot of this stuff. Les Snead and McVay are two of the best. Like the way they continue to build their roster, how aggressive they get when they go after pros. They're not willing, and they draft. They're not willing to go after the big fish, and they're willing to take lots of swings in the draft. I don't believe ever that they're taking a quarterback at number 13 that Sean McVay isn't on board with. Sean McVay's a genius. Sean McVay makes the offense work. Sean McVay, this is not Ryan Pace and Foxy here, where he's keeping him in the dark. There was a lot of work that probably went into this with Stafford, and I think he was putting a front on because of what you said, or because of the respect factor for Stafford, that they didn't want the story to run wild. He called them a backup quarterback. You don't draft backup quarterbacks at 13. You draft guys who could be your future, much like Jordan Love when Aaron Rodgers was still there. So, like, there's not an ounce of me that believes that Sean McVay wasn't on board with this.
I'm shocked that Sean McVay had no interaction with him prior to drafting him. None.
Especially when you know the background that Simpson's dad and Les Snead knew each other
friendly.
and were consulting. He was consulting.
I think Sean McVay is arguably the best coach in the NFL right now. How in the world would Sean McVay not, at the very least, have a conversation with a guy you're drafting at 13 who plays the quarterback position?
Didn't the same thing happen with Jay Cutler? I think the story was just told on Eisen, where Shanahan identified Cutler and he told everyone in the building, shut her down. No one talked to him. No one talk about him. We're not interviewing him. And when Cutler was drafted by the Broncos, he was shocked because he didn't even talk to Shanny. But Shanny, as an offensive genius, knew who he wanted. Like, I've heard the comp with him to Brock Purdy. Yeah. That not Brock Purdy coming out of Iowa State with the prospect, knowing now what Brock Purdy is, the measurables, and that he can play a point guard position in the Shanny offense. Now McVay. That I feel like they're getting a guy who processes so well and will sit back and watch.
I got to tell you, I mean, again, who am I to tell Sean McVay what? I just find it hard to believe you're going to draft a quarterback, your specialty, without even having a conversation with him.
What would be what would be worse? Drafting him and liking the tape and selecting him, or drafting him and not consulting in Sean McVay with all of his success? I think it's more malpractice the second. I think if you're Les Snead and your coach who calls plays and develops offenses is not included in the process.
I'm not suggesting to you Les Snead drafted him without talking to Sean McVay, but I can envision a scenario where Les Snead made the pick and Sean McVay wasn't on board with it.
Well,
Sean McVay could have easily said, look, I got a 38-year-old quarterback. We could use this player to help us win now. I don't give a rat's ass about 2027 or 2028.
And if that happened, like I'm like, why would Snead do that?
I don't know. That's why I think that there are some people that watched the entirety of their exchanges and said it felt much colder than the grab ass and backslapping that those guys normally do.
Well, and they've been together now for what, about 10 years?
Yeah.
Like
They've
sometimes
been a dynamic duo.
But sometimes these things run their course too.
Yeah.
Like
Man, they just traded for McDuffie. They just went to the NFC Championship game.
Yeah. But like think about the Bulls dynasty too. Like things ran their course with some of the relationships at the top.
And I'm not suggesting that. I just found it odd. I mean, like I said to Carm earlier, I was like, I don't think that there's any icy situation with him. Maybe they're just gaming us in some way, shape, or form.
That's what I believe.
Like, I don't know. I wouldn't think that Sean McVay wouldn't want to have a conversation with a guy you're drafting at 13. I mean, maybe they're brilliant beyond, having to do that, but I don't know. It just seemed really weird to me. And
Do you remember when Brett Veach was into Mahomes? But the story goes, they had to bring Mahomes in during the pre-draft process, and he had to win over Andy Reid.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, that goes into your thing about not talking to him. But, like, you don't make that call in an Andy Reid team without Andy Reid totally being on board. I don't believe that any general manager would ever do this and tell your quarterback guru, your offensive guru, you're one of your best coaches in the league, if not the best, hey, we're sticking him to you, even if you don't want him. I think that's where Sean McVay, like you always say, in Ben we trust, and it's only a year.
Absolutely.
You got to trust Sean McVay.
You would think so. I mean.
And if he doesn't want someone, you don't touch him.
That's why this felt really strange to me.
All right, I want to bring in Charlie here because there's a number of players on the board still that I think are of interest to a lot of Bears fans. So, Charlie, for a little impromptu Char's Dogs, who do you like the most? Who are like some of your favorite players that could be around for the Bears, whether they trade up, whether they stick at 57 and 60? Who intrigues you today?
Yeah, I would say the number one guy I'm looking at right off the jump is TJ Parker, the edge rusher out of Clemson. He's somebody that we've talked about a lot as an option for them at 25. They can somehow get him in the second round. I would sing hallelujahs because I really doubt that he's going to fall to 57. So if they want to end up with him, they'd probably have to trade up. Zion Young's another guy we've mentioned before. He's the run-stopping defensive end out of Mizzou who runs super hot. I think there's some pass rush upside with him just because he's so long and he's so athletic. Plays with a lot of violence. Just a fun player that I think Bears fans could really get behind. There's also Caden McDonald, who is the run stuffer from Ohio State, a guy early on in the process connected to the Bears very frequently. I think he's got the potential to be like an elite run defender. I think there's a little bit more juice with him as as an interior pass rusher than a lot of other people do, but that's just me. Christian Miller is a very similar player to him. It's just he got rotated a lot at Georgia. He's a big ugly up the middle.
Big ugly.
Good football term.
Gabe Atkins, we talked about him earlier. He's the edge rusher from Illinois. I just think Bears fans will love him. Because he's obviously he went to University of Illinois, but also the way he plays is going to show up on Sundays in a way that Bears fans are going to love. He's violent. He's nasty. He's a tone-setting edge rusher. I think he'd be a lot of fun to continue to wear different shades of navy and orange.
Hasn't Illinois put out a lot of
Brett Bielema's done an awesome job
like
down
real
there.
NFL players and good ones?
I mean,
lately?
one of the best players on the Seahawks defense went to U of I.
Yeah.
Then you kind of get past them. You look at some of the centers here. Logan Jones and Sam Hecht. Logan Jones I like a lot as a prospect just because I think the moving skills are so good. Some people like Sam Hecht more. I just am tantalized by how fluid of a mover Logan Jones is. There's also Lee Hunter. kind of a nose guard / D tackle from Texas Tech, who I think has gotten really underrated in this draft. He's a little cannonball. He does not move like it, though. I think he's really quick.
He's a little cannonball.
You turn on the Oregon tape, and it's like, this guy moves in a way that people his size should not move. He's probably a nose tackle, but I think there's some pass rush juice to him just in the way that he uses his hands. And then some third-round guys.
I
up
want
the
him to
middle.
draft him now because you called him a little cannonball.
He's a
now
little
I want him.
cannonball.
Yeah, that's
and
what I
where's
want.
number two, like that kind of adds to it.
Who's available?
Last two guys, great. Oh no, Kobe Bryant's number 2.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Last two guys to keep an eye on up the middle. These are probably third-round guys that you could look at D tackle. Dominique Orange, big citrus from Iowa State, another run stuffer.
It's a great nickname.
Grayson Halden. They're kind of the opposite players. Dominique Orange is gigantic and is impossible to move. Grayson Halden is small and moves extremely well. So those are guys that if the Bears end up with by the end of the night, I think would be a fun little Friday night.
It would be cool if the Bears wore their orange jerseys and on the back of his jersey it says orange. It's
big orange.
All right, so there you go. Good stuff, Charlie. Tyler, is that it?
That's all. Yep.
All right, let's wrap up. I got to learn about the Bulls really quick. I saved it for the end of the show, so I didn't to spare you. 312-332-3776. You've made it your weekend. It's Waddle and Silvy.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Advantage Acura of Naperville proudly presents the Peggy and Dion Show. Join host Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller every Saturday from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago, AM 1000, FM HD, the ESPN Chicago app, and live on YouTube.
Guys, it's never too late for a Four Seasons AC tune-up. I just scheduled mine. You should schedule yours. You could save $50, only $89.95. And every tune-up is backed by an industry-leading 1-year no-breakdown guarantee for peace of mind all year. And it's backed by your trusted local experts at Four Seasons. Call 866-4Seasons. That's 866-4Seasons. Or visit fourseasonsheatingcooling.com to book today. Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. For all the right reasons, call them today at 866-4Seasons.
Howard, my head is on a swivel at crosswalks these days.
Oh, yeah, cars everywhere.
I had a buddy on a bike get clipped by a Jeep who took off.
What do you do?
Well, it's important to seek immediate medical attention, take pictures, and gather witness names and numbers. Aiken Law can also help obtain video footage, police reports, and work with insurance companies or anything else necessary.
And that's why I have 312-6 million saved in my phone.
Howard is our lawyer on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. The Bullfrog Spa's backyard makeover sale is going on now. If you're like me and you've been thinking about upgrading your backyard, this is the perfect time. I just designed my very own Bullfrog hot tub, and you got to check it out. I can't wait to see it. You can join me as well. Check out Bullfrog Spa's backyard makeover sale, but it only goes on through April 26th. Find a Bullfrog Spa factory store at bullfrogspas.com.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Hello, friends. Ever dreamed of shooting 8 under? Well, at the Spring Scramble at Seven Bridges, you've got 3 teammates to make it happen. Saturday, April 25th. That would be this Saturday. That would be tomorrow. Join everyone for a Masters-themed scramble with great food, drinks, prizes, and official merch. Sign up now at sevenbridgesgolfclub.com or call them at 630-964-GOLF.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza for the takeover today. Connie's Frozen Pizza, enjoyed here at the radio station, enjoyed everywhere. Pick it up on your way home today. And be on the lookout for the new wood fire pizza that will be out in stores shortly. Not there yet. I got to preview it last night, and it was awesome.
Sounds delicious.
Yes. Shams tweeted this out earlier in the day, that the Bulls were informed that the co-head of CAA's basketball division, Austin Brown, is elected not to pursue their head of basketball operations position. Sources tell ESPN. Bulls officials started the first round of interviews with candidates on Monday.
Keep it.
Yeah, that's right. He was the guy that they wanted in the Mark Eversley spot under AK. He turned it down then. This time, he wasn't even interested in interviewing with the team. Like, I understand maybe if you're really good at your job, maybe you want to remain an agent. You don't want to get into the basketball operations thing. But when you're an agent, you know how things are run by ownership and inside the building of those 30 teams. And Austin Brown telling you that he has elected not even to sit down to be the VP of the Chicago Bulls.